Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum. Come in. Into a gay little world of homicidal maniacs, vampires, ghosts, werewolves, and assorted forms of sudden death. Friends, if you ever walk through a cemetery at midnight and see a girl whose hair is on fire and who's carrying her head under her arm, you know what to tell her, don't you? Well, just say, keep a cool head on your shoulders, sir, and run like crazy. All right, fellow ghoul. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? That's right. You're going to scream your little heads off. And love it. Ready? Good. And let's hear our star, Agnes Moorhead, in the role of Claudia, tell us the story in her own words.
At exactly midnight, I saw him for the first time. My headlights picked him up, and he hailed me along a lonely stretch of road near my home. I wouldn't have stopped, but the storm was so fierce I felt sorry for him. I drew up to the side of the road.
Thank you.
Going far?
No, not far.
Where to?
I'll let you know.
Oh! What's that?
Where?
There, on the side.
Tombstone.
Oh, there's a cemetery where I picked you up.
Yes. Birch lawn.
He said nothing for a few minutes. In the reflection of the dashboard light, I saw his face for the first time. Sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, mouth set in a queer grin, a skull barely covered with a thin layer of milk-white flesh. With a start, I realized he was staring at me.
I've seen you before.
I don't think we've met.
I know you.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'd never forget someone so beautiful.
Really?
You're Claudia Dale.
Why, yes.
You're married to Howard Dale.
Yes, that's right, but I don't seem to place you.
No, you wouldn't. I know quite a lot about you.
Do you really?
Your first husband was Willard Banks.
How do you know that?
He died 8 years ago. A suicide.
Who are you?
You don't know me. Be careful. You're speeding.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
You're trembling.
How do you know so much about
I
it?
just know.
Really? I suppose you have second sight or some such rubbish.
It's not rubbish.
Well, then tell me where I'm coming from.
Pittsfield.
You guess.
You went there to visit a sick friend, Martha Wallstone.
Couldn't guess that.
Would you care to know more of yourself?
No, I don't find your little trick particularly amusing. Besides, what else do you think you can tell me about myself?
Your future?
No.
Your present husband is dead.
Howard!
Murdered.
Oh, you're lying.
You'll find his body on the floor near the piano of your living room when you get home. There are 2 bullets in his head.
You get out. You get out of this car. Do you hear me? Get out.
All right. It happens that this is where I wanted to go. Good night, and thank you, Mrs. Dale.
He vanished in the shadows on the side of the road. And then I noticed something white and shining queerly at the spot where he disappeared. I looked closely. It was another tombstone in another cemetery. I raced madly for home, fighting the hysteria that seized me. The nightlight was burning in the living room. Nothing he had said could be true. Howard would take me in his arms and kiss me when I stepped into the house. Somehow I managed to get my key in the lock. I ran into the living room. Ah! Oh!
Don't move.
Who is it?
I'm right behind you. I've got a gun.
A gun?
Get away from the body.
Who are you?
Turn around.
You murdered him.
Keep quiet.
Don't come near me.
Sit down.
Don't touch me.
I said sit down.
Help!
I'm sorry I had to slap you, but you were losing control. You don't have to scream for the police. Here's my badge.
You...
Detective Sergeant Quinn, homicide.
Oh, I thought you were...
Yes, I know. Yeah, drink this. Who is he?
My husband.
You sure?
Positive. When was he killed?
About 20 hours ago. 4 yesterday morning.
How do you know?
One of the bullets went wild, hit that clock on the mantel. Where were you yesterday morning?
Pittsfield. I stayed with a sick friend, Martha Wallstone.
Look at these things. I took them out of his pocket.
Oh.
Are they all his?
Yes. Where's the snake ring?
There were no rings.
But he had one. It was quite valuable. He was never without it. I gave it to him.
All right, now look. Oh, did he wear it on the third finger of his left hand?
Yes.
Yes, there's a mark, but no ring.
When did you come here?
I drove in behind you. You left the front door open.
I think I know who killed him.
Who?
A man I met on the road coming here. He knew my husband had been murdered.
He did?
He even said his body would be near the piano.
When did you see this guy?
20 minutes ago. I picked him up on the road.
Where?
At Birch Lawn Cemetery.
What's his name?
Oh, I don't know, but he looked like a human cadaver, like a man who's dead. You don't believe me.
Why did you kill your husband?
What? What do you say?
You heard me.
Why, I told you I was in Pittsfield.
Why did you go there?
Martha was ill.
Were you there at 4 yesterday morning?
Of course I
Don't
was.
lie.
Will you stop shouting at me? I told you who killed him. What are you trying to do to me? Isn't it enough to come home and find Howard like that without you... Oh, in heaven's name, leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
Another scotch, lady?
No. No, thanks. Here, keep the change. I'm leaving.
Sit down, Mrs. Dale. Don't go yet.
You?
Yes. Won't you please sit down?
Yes.
Are they making it difficult?
Oh, it's a nightmare. Who are you?
I'll tell you later.
Why'd you come here?
To talk to you. I knew I'd find you here.
Oh, yes. Yes, you knew.
You're not so skeptical now.
No. What did you want to tell me?
That you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. That I love you. I've loved you since I first saw you 7 years ago when you came here to live with your husband.
Is that why?
Why I killed him? Is that what you were going to say?
Yes.
I'm not an ordinary man, Mrs. Dale, but I'm not a fool. On this card, you'll find my name, address, and telephone number.
Do you really believe I'd phone you?
Oh, yes. There'll come a time when you'll want love. Good night, Mrs. Dale.
Good night. Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters. Hurry, please.
Yes?
That's him, Detective Quinn. That's Garth Dragman.
Thank you, Mrs. Dale. Would you mind coming down to headquarters, Mr. Dragman?
Not at all. Did she tell you I murdered her husband?
Yes.
As I thought she would.
I didn't sleep a wink that night. Twice I got out of bed and drove to police headquarters. The lights were blazing in Quinn's office, but I didn't go in. The third time, I couldn't bear waiting. I went in.
Oh, Mrs. Dale.
Well?
I'm glad you stopped by. We checked everything Dragman said. Seems he was in the same bar and grill where you met him tonight when your husband was killed.
What about the things he said to me in the car? How could he know about the murder before you or I?
I don't know. Perhaps he does have second sight. He's an odd-looking fellow, isn't he? But you can't arrest a man for murder because of that.
He's criminally insane. I know he is.
My dear Mrs.
He
Dale,
is. I know. Oh, what's the use? I had loved Howard. I was determined to find the man who murdered him. I went to Garth Dragman's home. I was about to ring the doorbell when...
Don't ring, Mrs. Dale. The door is open. Come in.
You were expecting me?
Yes, I was expecting you. Do you still think I killed your husband?
I don't know what to think anymore.
Do you want me to find the person who murdered him?
Yes. More than anything in the world.
I have strange gifts, Mrs. Dale. I'll find your murderer for you. On one condition.
What's that?
That you marry me.
I felt my body turn to ice. I knew I was talking to a madman. I was sure I was talking to the man who had murdered my husband.
Or maybe you think that Claudia doesn't have the courage to trap this homicidal Romeo. Well, we'll let our star Agnes Moorehead on the role of Claudia tell you. Go ahead, Claudia. Shock him into the shakes.
2 weeks later, I married Garth Dragman. He was the strangest man I ever knew. He would disappear for days at a time and then suddenly turn up without warning. He had all the money he wanted, yet I never knew where it came from. There was a closet in his room which was always kept locked and bolted. I knew from the way he acted about it that the closet contained the answer to all the things I wanted to know about him. One night, while he was away, I obtained tools and tried to force the lock.
Good evening, Claudia. You didn't expect me back, did you?
No,
I knew you'd try to open that closet someday.
Why do you keep it locked?
So that no one but me could know what's in there.
Not even me?
You in particular.
But, Doc... Oh.
You won't attempt to open it again, will you, Claudia?
No.
Forgive me for striking you. But I'm not quite myself tonight. I sometimes do things I regret when these moods come upon me.
Yes, of course.
It's something few people know, but a person who has extraordinary powers carries an extraordinary burden.
You mean your gift of prophecy?
Yes. I didn't care to mention it. It seems to upset you so.
Well, it doesn't frighten me any longer.
Did you read in the newspaper about a woman's body being found in the river? She'd been murdered.
Yes, it was in this evening's paper. They don't know who she is.
I can tell you who she is. Josephine Ford. A stupid girl, Claudia. I could have told you 3 days ago that she'd be murdered.
How do you know these things?
Because I see them in a sort of vision. But just now I'm seeing another vision. It's a house 346 Harbor Street down near the waterfront. A young woman lies in bed reading. She's very attractive. In an hour, she'll be dead. And when the police come, they'll find her body decapitated.
God. While you were gone, Martha Wallstone telephoned. She's ill again. She asked me to come up immediately.
Well, why didn't you go?
Well, I was waiting for you to get home before I left.
You want to leave immediately?
If you don't mind, it's really an emergency. It took only a few minutes to get to the waterfront. I found the house at 346 Harbor Street. I went in. The lamp in the bedroom was burning. I looked at the bed. I fainted.
All right, Mrs. Dale. You think you can sit up now?
Oh, Detective Quinn.
Yes. I hardly expected to find you here.
Well, I came because Garth Dragman predicted this would happen.
Now, Mrs. Dale.
You still don't believe me.
You're a strange woman, all right. You accuse this man of killing your husband, and then you marry him. Now I suppose you're going to accuse him of this murder, too.
Yes, this, and heaven only knows how many others.
Mrs. Dale, don't you realize that you haven't got a single piece of evidence to back up your contention?
Well, I'll get the evidence tonight. Will you let me have a gun?
No.
Well, will you be near my house? I'll need protection.
Now, after
What
all...
must I do to convince you what he is? I've risked my own life, and I'm willing to risk it again. He's a monster. Are you going to wait until he murders me before you believe what I say?
All right. I'll give it a try. I'll come back to your house with you. If you want me for an emergency, smash the window pane.
We drove back together. I dropped Detective Quinn on the corner. The house seemed deserted when I came in. I wasn't taking any chances. I went to the kitchen, got a knife, hid it in the folds of the long-sleeved gown I was wearing. I went into Garth's room. He wasn't there, but the closet door was open. What I saw in there nearly made me ill. Clothes. Garth's clothes. Some of them blood-stained. I forced myself to examine them. Then I found something that made my heart beat faster. A little jewelry case.
I'll take that, Claudia. Give me that jewelry case, please.
No, don't take it.
I cute.
Garth.
Now get away from that window, Claudia. Do as I tell you.
Oh, no, don't shoot, Garth.
You were so anxious to see what's in that closet. Well, now you have. Sit down.
What are you going to do?
Tell me who killed your husband.
You?
No. You.
You're insane.
I've written out a confession for you to sign.
What'll happen if I don't sign it?
I credited you with more imagination. Would you like to hear it?
Yes. Yes, read it, please.
Sit over here away from that window.
Yes.
I, Claudia Dale, murdered my first husband, Willard Banks, for his insurance by administering poison.
My first husband?
Yes, Claudia. I mean to make this document strong enough to send you to your death if I wish. I've got all the details here. Just how you murdered your first husband and how you killed your second. Shall I go on?
No. You know it's a lie.
Will you sign it?
Of course not. Just what is your game anyway? If you want to kill me, why don't you shoot? You've been very successful before. There's no reason why you shouldn't succeed again. Go on, shoot.
You put me in a very difficult position, Claudia. You see, you have found out certain things about me, things that would cost me my life. I should prefer to see you live because I love you. But I shouldn't hesitate to murder you.
You love me.
Yes.
Yet you haven't taken me in your arms once since I've known you.
The right time hasn't arrived.
And what do you consider the right time?
When I feel that you understand me. When I feel that you, who murdered two men, would understand my deep and strange desires.
You really believe I'm a murderer?
Yes. And that's why I love you.
Then the time is now.
The time...
To take me in your arms?
Claudia...
He still held the gun. It wasn't more than 2 inches from me. I turned my lips up to him. I twisted my body to get out of the range of his revolver. When I felt his lips touch mine, I slowly let the knife slip into my hand. Slowly, caressingly, I drew my hand up toward his neck. Then I plunged the blade in.
Claudia!
Hurry!
I'm coming!
Hurry!
What happened?
I killed him. case he had in his pocket. It's the fake ring that was missing from my husband's body. Now, do you believe me? That's the whole story. I realize that you, as the district attorney, must know all the facts. And there they are.
Thank you. There are a few points in the story that interest me particularly. First, the confession that he asked you to sign.
What about it?
The confession says that you were not in Pittsfield at 4 a.m. when your husband was killed. That you gave your friend Martha Waldstone a sleeping pill, drove down here, shot your husband, drove back to Pittsfield, turned Miss Waldstone's bedside clock to 4:15 and wakened her. Then you gave her some medicine to impress the time on her. She thought it was 4:15 and went back to sleep.
Well, God was very clever at things like this. He had the extraordinary brilliance of the insane.
Just one question. Was that the way that you murdered Howard Dale?
But God murdered him. The ring proved it.
He never had the ring. You put it in the jewelry box.
I can't believe what you say. God was a homicidal maniac. He predicted the death of the people he murdered.
Mrs. Dragman, don't you know yet?
Know what?
Garth Dragman was a detective working out of my office. That's how he knew about those deaths. He was put on the case because we suspected you of murdering your first husband as well as your second.
A detective?
Yes. And you are going to die for killing him. It's extremely daring and clever of you to murder him. But you never would have gotten away with it if he hadn't kissed you. He kissed you because he fell in love with you. The poor fool.
Well, friends, that just goes to prove you should never pick up hitchhikers who come out of cemeteries at night. I'll bet you've guessed the moral for our story. Yeah? Well, it's taken from a famous quotation that Harry the Hangman uttered during a nightmare. Quote, "Never steal the rings of people you murder on account of that's robbery." Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Come in, come in. Just signed up to take some classes this fall. Preparatory school, kinda. They guarantee to prepare you for anything, or your sanity will be cheerfully refunded. One course in better citizenship is titled How to Keep Busy Though Dead. Another popular course is the art of stone sculpturing. The teacher hands you a hammer and a tombstone and then dares you to try something. The length of the course depends on the individual student. It ends promptly when you terminate.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Catch a Killer, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Stitch with Barbara Weeks as Gale.
And now, let's exercise our fears. Tonight's drama is told under the byline of Stitch Thompson, a newspaperman as hard-boiled as a 10-minute egg. The way men get who make murder their business. He's in Joe's restaurant, staring restlessly at nothing. The way men do who are fed up with themselves.
10 years on the crime beat, and your mind begins to crack a little. Like a punch-drunk fighter talking to himself. You've seen the sordid side of life, and it's crept into your system. You forget more than you remember just to keep from going nuts. But there's one experience I do remember. Because it happened to me last. It began in court. A guy was being sentenced to death.
Marco Chase, you have been found guilty of murder by a jury of your peers. It is the sentence of this court that you be taken to the state penitentiary and kept there until the week of October 20th.
No!
There was a girl, a perky little brunette fainting dead away. A wife or a sister, maybe, or just a woman hearing the bell tolled over a guy who was too young to die. It was a sister, as it turned out to be, a little while later when I ran into her again at Joe's restaurant, a newspaperman's hangout. Now, you better stop it, kid. You'll just get yourself sick. Marco, your husband?
My brother. He didn't do it. He didn't murder Mona Taylor.
It's a little late to go into pros and cons. Mona Taylor was his dancing partner, huh?
Yes, but that was all. He wasn't in love with her, and he didn't murder her. If Mona Taylor was murdered...
If? Well, wait a minute. They'd never have gotten a conviction without a corpus delicti.
They found her in the river. A body that was hardly anything. It had been weak.
They identified the body.
But how? Teeth. Just a small dental crown and a dentist's testimony, so-called measurements. The measurements fit, but that could have been a coincidence.
Yeah, it could have been. The main gimmick was that dentist's testimony.
All horribly circumstantial.
90% of hanging evidence is circumstantial, kid.
Help him, Mr. Thompson, please.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Yes. You've succeeded where the police failed so many times.
You've been oversold on my reputation.
You won't help me?
I wouldn't know how. Sorry. I said no, but I took her red eyes away with me. Her red eyes were right in front of me a couple of days later. I was on an assignment, the city morgue. A local racketeer had been riddled with bullets and tossed into the streets. There was a woman beside me. A relative. She was there to identify the remains. I watched her look and I listened to her scream.
Mr. Thompson, I prayed for you to come.
There was a corpse in the city morgue just now and a woman screaming. The way I saw it, the corpse was your brother Marco. The way I heard it, it was you screaming come October 20th.
Save Marco, please.
That's if he's really innocent.
He is.
My hat's off to your technique, kid. You sure hopped me up with a sense of guilt, made me feel as if...
As if?
As if I'd be guilty of murder if your brother went to the chair an innocent man.
How will you help my brother? You have a plan?
No, I'll have to feel around blindly. I'll needle the cops into second guessing. Run big hints in the newspaper about how the evidence that convicted Marco was a little lightweight. That maybe there's more to the Mona Taylor murder than was told. It's only an arrow in the air, kid. Don't bank on a thing. The arrow landed right on Tom Ryder's sore spot. Tom Ryder was the county DA.
Have you lost your mind completely, Stitch? 7 stories on the Mona Taylor murder.
On the Marco Chase conviction.
A closed case.
Not until the evening of October 20th.
What makes you think he's an innocent man? He's been tried and judged.
I don't know exactly. Call it a hunch. Or, maybe it's his sister's faith that sold me. I'm crazy, huh?
You're not kidding. Haven't you something interesting and current to write about?
Marco Chase is current and choice.
How far do you expect to go with this nonsense?
I shouldn't tip my hand, but I will. Right now, Marco's sister, Gail, is trying to persuade Mrs. Mary Taylor, that's the victim's mother, to petition for court permission to exhume the body of Mona Taylor.
Exhume the body of Mona Taylor?
That's if we can get the mother to agree.
But why?
Well, we not only think Marco Chase is innocent, but we also have an idea that the corpus delicti might not be Mona Taylor. The DA wasn't the only one. There was someone else really put out and determined to do something about it. About me, I mean. She told me and tell me how she made out with Mona Taylor's mother when my door buzzer phoned. There's a kid with a package.
Mr. Stitch Thompson?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, here's a package for you.
Who from?
Well, a man in the Owl drugstore said to bring it to you at 9 sharp.
9 sharp it is, thanks. It's just a package. A box and brown wrapping paper. I opened it. Who wouldn't open it? How suspicious can you get? I got the cover off, and the room fell on me. There were bells way off somewhere. I was waking up to bells. I'd been asleep for 1,000 years like a mummy in a tomb. There were bandages all around my head.
Hello, Stitch.
Gail. Where am I?
In a hospital. You've been here 3 days.
What happened?
A time bomb wrapped in a parcel was delivered to you.
Yeah, I remember. At 9 sharp, it went off right on the button. How bad am I?
Cuts and burns. Who did it, Stitch?
Don't know. Someone who doesn't like what I'm up to. Someone who wants the case to stay like it is, closed. Oh, did you talk Mona Taylor's mother into it?
Yes. She agreed, finally, just this morning. She petitioned for court permission to exhume the body of her daughter.
On the day I was checked out of the hospital, we exhumed the alleged body of Mona Taylor and shipped it to a private laboratory.
Just what do you hope to accomplish out of this grisly business?
A detailed chart of the victim, Mr. D.A., as well as it can be constructed. All measurements, bone widths, body scars, if any, and so forth. The physiological story and the medical story as good as we can get it.
And then what?
Then we compare it detail for detail with the chart we've gotten up on the known Mona Taylor. The idea is to see if the lady now in our laboratory and Mona Taylor are the same people.
But that's already been done thoroughly.
Yeah, I know. By the state, with your experts. This time we're doing it for the defense with our experts. It's all a little speculative, maybe. Just a way of showing we were really in earnest, really dead set on forcing official interest in action. But there was
one immediate result.
Stitch.
Yeah.
Her teeth. The dental crown that the state used to prove she was actually Mona Taylor.
Yeah, but the one that dentist swore he'd made for her?
Yes.
So?
Mona Taylor was buried with her crown in her mouth. Her mother insisted she be buried like that. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, the old lady did make an issue of it. What about that crown?
It's gone. Mona Taylor was buried in it, Stitch, but now it's gone.
I beat the DA to the dentist whose positive identification of the dental bridge did so much to cinch the state's identification of the body.
But why come to me, Mr. Thompson?
I'm looking for a dentist. What are you so nervous about, Dr. Penner?
Well, I'm a nervous man.
Just nervous, huh?
Now, look, if you continue like this any further, I'll call the police.
Tell the police you've got my fingerprints on your face, lover boy. Well, I said lover boy, but what do you bet you weren't that lucky? What do you bet you made very slow time with Mona Taylor?
Oh, that's absurd.
Your acting's lousy. Now, where is Mona Taylor?
Where is... Are you insane? She was buried.
They buried a girl they called Mona Taylor mainly because you identified a dental job in her mouth. Strike out your testimony, and the corpse was a practically unidentifiable somebody washed ashore after weeks in the river. I'm not just guessing or bluffing, Penner. We exhumed the body this morning and found the dental crown she was buried with missing.
Missing?
Your acting's still lousy. Now talk.
All right. I lied when I identified the crown.
Why?
Well, I was forced to. Someone kept telephoning threats to kill me if I didn't.
Who kept telephoning you?
I don't know. It was just a voice on the telephone. A hard, determined voice like yours. A voice I became afraid of. He said it was to both our advantages, his and mine, if the body was identified as Mona Taylor.
Why'd you go to the crazy risk of stealing the crown?
Well, your newspaper articles made me do it. Your demands that the body be exhumed and the case reopened. You see, I was afraid another dentist would turn up, the dentist who had really worked on Mona Taylor. You see, I never did any work on her.
Okay, Penner, get your hat.
My hat?
And take it off when you enter the DA's office. Tell him what you've told me. Tell him especially that his corpus delicti is probably not the real Mona Taylor. And tell him that you wanted to prevent exhumation of the body so desperately you tried to blow Stitch Thompson off the face of the earth. You did send that time bomb, didn't you?
Yes, I sent it. I must have been crazy.
I knew Marco was innocent.
Not so fast, Gail. Mona Taylor is still a missing dancer who might turn up dead. And the odds are top-heavy that she will turn up just like that.
Why are you so certain, Stitch?
The kind of girl Mona was. All meek and no heart. She made men a career. Bet on it that way, kid. Mona Taylor is dead. We bet on it like that. With the mother's reluctant okay, we holed up in Mona's apartment that night to see if we could get a line on the men in her life from her letters and a stack of diaries. Get a line on one guy especially. The guy who had put the heat on the dentist Penner in the first place and gotten him to perjure in court.
You were right about Mona. About her making a career of men.
Yeah, I undersold her. Men crawl through her diaries like ants.
She hated men. Men loved her, but she hated them.
Yeah.
She was no good, Stitch. If she's dead, I'm glad.
Oh, I get it. She did a good job on your brother Marco, too.
Not for my brother. I don't hate her just for that. I hate her for all the men who fall honestly in love. And for you, Stitch. I hate her for you, too.
For me?
Yes. I've watched you staring at her picture all night. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
But there are other beautiful women in the world.
Yeah, but not like... Now, look, you've got me mooning over a girl I don't even know.
I didn't do it, Stitch. It just happened to you. I watched you finger her trinkets before, and her gowns. The way your hands touched things Mona owned and wore.
How do I touch them?
Tenderly. With a touch of love.
Kid, you're crazy.
Am I?
Sure you are. Sure, I can go for a girl like the next guy can. So what? I could go for Mona, I could go for you.
Can't you go for me?
Well, easier than for Mona. She's only a photograph on a bureau. You're alive, baby, right within reach.
Then reach, Stitch.
What?
Reach. Kiss me.
You kidding?
No. Kiss me.
Funny, but I can't.
You can't. In her room with her picture staring at you with Mona alive in the room.
You're trying to hoodoo me into believing I'm in love with a ghost, but the fact is you're jealous of a ghost.
I am jealous of her. It's insane, I know, but I am. I'm sorry, Stitch.
Oh, forget it. It's a kind of a spell in this room anyway. Let's get back to our work. Got a lot of names here for the DA to investigate the 100 men who are after Mona. If Ryder turns a miracle, he'll pull the one man out of the list. The one man who can lead the police to Mona.
What if one woman can lead the police to Mona?
One woman?
Yes, Stitch. One woman. Me.
You? I don't get it.
I know where Mona Taylor is buried. I visited my brother in the death house last night. Marco told me things.
Gail knew all right and showed me. We drove upstate New York into the Catskills and parked outside a big iron gate that had a sign over a main lodge reading Martinson's Bungalows for rent, hunting and fishing. All right, now what?
There are scattered bungalows half-mile up that footpath. We'll have to walk the rest of the way.
And, Mona's up there somewhere?
Yes, where my brother left her. The night she disappeared.
Mona was there, all right. Up where a natural lake had dried into marshland. I got on my hands and knees and turned my flashlight on her, but I couldn't see her. There was a burlap bag over her. Her last resting place was a broken culvert built into a dam that was no longer in use. But Mona was no longer in use. Your brother left her here, you said. What's the rest of it?
Marco rented a cabin up here for the season. He'd driven Mona up. They were to go over a new dance routine. Marco drove to the village to shop for groceries, provisions. He left Mona here, reading. When he got back, she was dead. Shot through the heart. Marco lost his head. He didn't notify the police. He hid her here.
Mm-hmm. Afraid he'd be the fall guy, huh?
Yes. Their names had been linked romantically. They'd fought publicly backstage in nightclubs.
Well, why didn't he open up about where the real Mona Taylor was during his trial?
He gambled on being acquitted. But in hiding Mona, he compromised himself hopelessly. I couldn't advise him. I discovered these things just last night when I visited him.
Whoever sneaked up here to shoot Mona came up on foot. Parked his car at that big gate down there and came up on foot.
He had to.
This was during the daytime, you said. The stores were open for your brother to do his shopping.
It was between noon and 2 p.m. on July 18th.
And that name down there where we parked, Martinson. Who is Martinson?
Flora Martinson, a widow. She manages the lodge and rents out the bungalows.
Let's go have a talk with her.
A strange car parked out there on that day, July 18th. It was at 1 o'clock. I took the license number down, and it's right here in my day book.
I phoned the license number to District Attorney Ryder. But before dropping in on him to see who he'd nailed, I took Gail to Joe's restaurant. And she was red-eyed again like the day I met her. All right, now what's watering your eyes, kid?
Nothing special. I've always cried. Since I was a child, I've cried.
Well, what for? Or is it for what?
For everything. And everybody. For the mess people make out of their lives. For my brother. For all the men who fall in love with all the Monas. I cry for you too, Stitch.
For a wreck who blanks out here at Joe's 7 nights a week, huh?
For a great newspaper man who could have been a wonderful guy.
Thanks for the tears, baby. You ever cry for yourself?
I am, now. I'm crying for a girl who could have fallen in love with a guy who could have been a wonderful guy.
Thanks again, baby.
Stitch, where are you going?
To see what the DA's come up with. Hiya, DA.
Hello, Stitch. Sit down. I checked auto license 6Y410. I wired the state capital on your tip. Here's what they wired back. Green Coupe, 1946. The owner's vital statistics are age, 36, height, 5'11", weight, 175 pounds, eyes, blue. You sure he was the man who murdered Mona Taylor?
Yeah, I'm sure. What's his name and address?
He lives at 625 10th Street. His name is Stitch Thompson. Why'd you come forward like this now? This late?
I didn't. A brunette named Gail pushed me forward. She knew I was the guy who murdered Mona. She also knew I was a punch-drunk reporter who'd blanked out. So she started a campaign to start me remembering. You know, she did it to save her brother. But a funny thing happened to her. She's in Joe's right now, crying her eyes out for me.
Imagine rolling up your sleeves only to put the finger on yourself. You know, for a guy whose moniker was Stitch, our boy was certainly unraveled. Mona had a way with men, so Stitch did away with Mona. Did some wolf just observe that Mona was more kissed off than kissed? Good thing Gail was able to maneuver Stitch into remembering. Marco my words it was.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. You mustn't mind that covered body over there in the corner. That's Oscar, our bashful corpse. You see, we covered him up because Oscar said he didn't want to be seen dead in here. And those folks sitting on the coffins just came in to rest their bones. Sort of a skeleton crew, you know. Oh, we're having a big party here tonight, but if you don't see any smiles, just remember, all the people here are grave characters.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Corpse Without a Conscience, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan and stars Carl Swenson in the role of Charles with Everett Sloan as Bellini.
As they so often say, the line that separates the dead from the living is very thin. Now take tonight's character, Mario Bellini. Bellini crossed that line so many times he almost wore it out. Like the strange, mystic man that Mario Bellini was in life, the small mosque-shaped tomb in which his body reposed was strange and mystic, too. In the hillside cemetery, it stood alone and aloof, above the other tombs. On a stormy, windswept night in the large granite house whose grounds border on the graveyard, the elderly, wrinkled-faced woman stands at her bedroom window, staring out at the hilltop tomb. The elderly woman, troubled by a hidden fear, bites nervously at her lip. Then, suddenly...
Ananda, what happened?
Charles.
What happened? Why did you scream?
He's come back. He's returned from...
Huh? What are you trying to say? Who's come back?
Mario Bellini.
Bellini?
Yes, he was here in this room.
It's ridiculous, Bellini's dead. He's buried in that tomb up on the hill.
I know, but he's returned from the dead.
Nonsense. The dead can't return.
Bellini can. He has strange powers. He was here in my room. Can't you tell he was here?
Well, how?
That odd incense he always had burning in his place. Don't you smell it? This room, it's filled with the odor of Bellini's incense.
It's just your nerves. There's no odor of incense in this room.
What?
Not a trace of it. Now go back to bed.
You think I'm crazy. Just because I'm old, you think I imagine things.
Bellini is up on the hill in that tomb. His casket is in the crypt under the stone floor. Even if he could rise from the coffin, he'd be locked in that crypt. Not that the dead can rise.
Bellini has strange powers.
For your own peace of mind, I'm going to prove to you that Bellini's body still rests in that tomb. Going to wake up Horton, and he'll help me unseal that trapdoor in the stone floor.
It's no use, Charles. You won't find Bellini there.
What makes you so sure?
Because of this note.
What note is that?
I received it from Bellini the day before his death. I never told anyone. Here. Read it.
Mrs. Ferguson, you have won in life. I will win in death. I shall return for my victory on the first anniversary of my death. Bellini.
You see, the prophecy in that note has been fulfilled. Mario Bellini died just 1 year ago tonight. Charles, please, I want to go back to the house.
After I show you what's below the floor of this tomb.
It's pure witchcraft, Mrs. Ferguson, coming to life after being dead for a year.
My aunt is upset enough, Horton, without your comments.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ferguson.
Just keep working on that concrete.
Yes, sir.
Aunt Edna, you still haven't told me why Bellini sent you that note.
I don't know.
You sure?
I told you, I don't know.
Could it be because you swindled him?
Swindled? I won't have you talking to me that way.
Forgive me, Aunt Edna. Swindle is a bad choice of a word, isn't it?
It was a perfectly legal transaction. I obtained his property fair and open.
Just a shrewd business, hmm?
Well, I've always prided myself on my ability to deal shrewdly in all matters.
How's it coming, Horton? You need any help?
No, sir. As soon as I get this bolt loosened, it'll take the two of us to raise the door. It's solid stone, you know.
I know.
Charles, perhaps we better call the police.
You have nothing to worry about, Aunt Edna. Except, of course, your own conscience.
That's an ugly thing to say to me. I've given you everything you ever wanted, haven't I?
Yes, you have, Aunt Edna. I've often wondered why.
There. It's off. Bolt's free, Mr. Ferguson. I think we can raise the door now.
All right, Horton, take hold of the ring.
Yes, sir.
Let's pull together.
All right. Come on. It's beginning to lift, sir.
That's it. Keep pulling. Keep pulling. It's open.
What do we do now, sir?
Mrs. Ferguson, you and I are going down there into the crypt.
Oh, please, sir. Mr. Bellini always frightened me when he was alive. I'd rather
Don't
not.
be a fool, Horton. The dead can do no harm.
But Mrs. Ferguson said he came out to this crypt tonight.
Never mind what Mrs. Ferguson said. You are doing as I say.
Yes, sir.
Ready, Aunt Edna?
Yes, Charles. If you insist.
I'll take the lantern, Horton.
Here you are, sir.
All right. Now, you two follow me down.
Watch out for your head, Mrs. Ferguson. The ceiling's low.
Please, Charles, hurry.
Moving as fast as I can. Got to find the catch on the side of the casket. Ah, here it is. Now, pull back the panel, Horton.
Yes, sir.
Is he there, Charles?
Of course he is there. Exactly as I said he would be. Hermetically sealed under glass.
No sign of life, is there?
No sign of life. Don't be afraid to look.
But I...
Go ahead. Look. See for yourself. See how safe you are from the unrising, dead Mario Bellini.
Oh, thank heaven. He's there. And dead. Charles, did you lock all the windows on the first floor?
Yes, Aunt Edna.
What about the shutters, Horton?
I bolted them all, ma'am.
Really, Aunt Edna, this is ridiculous. You saw his body still sealed in the casket?
It's not his body. It's the spirit of him, his evil spirit. I know he'll try to kill me, but I'll fool him. I'll live through this night.
Why, of course you will. I was just thinking of what the doctor said about your heart, about overexciting yourself.
Never mind my heart. Get out of here. Both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good night, Aunt Edna.
Good night. And Horton, make sure to lock the door behind you.
Yes, Mrs. Ferguson.
If you need me, Aunt Edna, just call out. I'll be within hearing distance.
Make sure that you are. Now, let's see. Is there anything I've overlooked?
Yes, Mrs. Ferguson. Your closet.
Oh, who said that?
I did, Mrs. Ferguson. Turn around and you will see.
No. Oh, no, it can't be.
But it is. It's Mario Bellini.
No. It's just in my mind. You're not really here at all. It's just my mind. You're in your casket where we left you.
Am I?
You're dead. I saw you in that casket.
And I will return there after I settle with you.
Oh, this is a trick. A trick to frighten an old lady. You're not really Mario Bellini. You can't be.
You are going to die, Mrs. Ferguson.
Stay away from me.
You are going to die for what you did to me in life.
It was all legal. I can prove it.
I am not bound by the law now, Mrs. Ferguson. I am taking you with me back to the grave.
No. Please, stay away. Don't come near me.
You Foolish old woman. Do you think I'm afraid of that knife in your hand? Do you think a knife can protect you from the dead?
Don't come near me. No, let go.
Ananda, what's the matter?
Charles.
Mrs. Ferguson. Oh, she's been stabbed, sir.
Horton, call Dr. Marshall.
No. Wait. Bellini.
What?
Mario. Bellini. Return from the grave.
Mrs. Ferguson.
She's dead, Horton.
She was trying to tell us something. What did she say about Bellini?
I'm not sure, but it seemed as if she were trying to accuse him.
Of stabbing her?
Yes, but that doesn't seem possible. Every entrance to this room was locked. Horton, look. Her hand on the knife as if she'd plunged it into herself.
Mrs. Ferguson wouldn't have killed herself, sir. And yet there was no way for anyone to get in here. Anyone alive.
I don't know what to think now. Maybe my aunt knew what she was saying. Maybe she did. Horton, what are you staring at?
Look, sir. This was on the floor.
What is it?
A ring, a gold ring, with the initials MB engraved on it.
I saw that ring tonight. I saw it on Mario Bellini's hand while he was in the casket in his tomb.
Everything's just as we left it, sir. The stone trapdoor still open. The casket seems to be in place down there in the crypt.
Yes, well, we'll go down to make sure.
Did you think it's safe, sir?
Well, we've got to find out if this was the ring Bellini really had on his hand.
Mr. Ferguson, the panel of the casket is open.
Nothing to be afraid of. It's the way we left it. Let me have your lantern.
Here you are, sir. Is he still in the casket, underneath the glass?
Yes, he's here. I guess we must have misunderstood what my aunt meant when she spoke his name.
Of course, sir. Nobody can return from the grave. Good heavens, Mr. Ferguson, his hand, there's no ring on it. Look for yourself, it's gone, sir. There's no ring on his finger.
Oh, yes, no ring.
But it's not possible. Are you sure you saw the ring on the corpse? Couldn't you be mistaken?
I guess I could be, but... Well, I guess I must be, because
No, you were right. Mrs. Ferguson was right, too. Mario Bellini did return from the dead to kill her.
Horton, what are you talking about?
Look at the other hand. It's stained with blood, sir.
I can't understand it. I can't understand how blood could be on his hand unless it was there when he was put into the casket.
But it's fresh blood, sir. We must call the police immediately.
Yes, I guess we'd better. We'll go just as soon as I pull the panel back over the top of the coffin.
We'd better leave everything the way it is and hurry out of here. It may be dangerous for us to stay a moment longer.
No, all right.
Mr. Ferguson.
What is it?
I thought I heard something stirring down there.
Where?
In the casket, sir. Listen.
It's your imagination, Horton.
No, there is something moving in that casket.
Quick, let's get out of here.
No, wait. The glass in the casket. Bellini's getting up from his coffin.
Get out of your mind.
He's there, standing up in the casket, sir.
Wait, where are you going?
For the police.
Come back, you fool.
No, sir. You, Mr. Ferguson.
I had no choice, Horton. It was your life or mine.
That was a foolish thing, Charles. Isn't one murder enough for tonight?
What did you want me to do, Mario? Let him go to the police and have them find out that you're still alive?
What difference does it make? They'll probably find out about me anyhow.
It's a good chance they'd have, after the way you botched everything tonight. Why didn't you do what you were told instead of killing my aunt with a knife?
The knife wasn't my idea. I had to kill her or she would have killed me.
I wish she had. Would have fitted my plans better.
You and your plans, making out a false certificate of my death, burying an empty casket, and hiding me away for a year, all so I could scare your aunt to death. Ah, what a plan.
It would have worked if you had followed orders.
I did as you ordered, but it did not work. The shock of seeing me wasn't enough for her. Her heart was a lot stronger than you thought it was.
But then why didn't you leave, instead of stabbing her?
Why? Because it was such a wonderful opportunity. I waited over a year for tonight. I waited long enough for my revenge.
So now you may have to pay for your revenge.
Then I will pay for it. It will be well worth the price.
Well, not to me it won't. I wanted her out of the way to inherit a fortune, not to go to the chair for it.
That is your problem. After all, Charles, I am officially dead, you know.
Shut up, will you? Horton could have been my alibi. If you hadn't gotten blood on your hands and made him suspicious.
Then why did you bring him back here? You know something had gone wrong.
We found your ring. I had to prove that you were still in your grave, didn't I?
All right. What are we going to do with his body?
I was just thinking about that.
And?
Maybe I can save us yet. We'll put his fingerprints on that knife, and we'll make it look as if he had a fight with my aunt.
It might work.
It's the only thing we can do. I'll say there was an argument between them. And in the struggle, my aunt was stabbed and Horton was shot.
What about this tomb?
We'll close it up tight till the investigation's over. There's no reason for them to suspect that you're still alive. Yes, Lieutenant, the bodies were just where you found them.
You didn't touch a thing, Mr. Ferguson?
No, not a thing. My aunt was there on the floor near the bed, and Horton was only a few feet away.
Tell me, Mr. Ferguson, where were you when you heard the first shot fired?
Downstairs in the library.
Mm-hmm. And you couldn't hear anything of the argument that went before it?
Didn't hear a thing. That's why I'm not sure they were arguing.
All right. Well, I won't take up any more of your time tonight. I'll be back in the morning.
Oh, very well, Lieutenant.
By the way, this window here faces the hillside cemetery, doesn't it?
Yes.
Did you happen to notice anything strange going on out there about the time your aunt was killed?
No. I told you I was in the library.
Oh, yeah, so you did.
Why do you happen to mention the cemetery, Lieutenant?
Oh, it probably has nothing to do with this case, but I had a call about an hour ago from a woman who said she saw a light out there.
A light?
Yeah.
Oh.
Probably just a crank call. The woman insisted she saw two men coming out of a tomb, the one on the top of the hill shaped like a mosque. To whom they buried that queer duck in. His name was Mario Bellini.
Mario Bellini. Oh, yes.
I guess I'll have to investigate it sometime tomorrow after I make my report on this case. It's the trouble with being a cop. You get 100 crazy calls like that a year. No, they're bum steers, but you got to see them through anyway.
Yes. It must be quite a nuisance.
Yeah, sure is. Well, good night, Mr. Ferguson.
Good night, Inspector.
Charles, what do you want, Mario?
Is it all right to come in now?
Give him a chance to get out of the house.
He won't come back anymore.
All right. Come in.
I heard what he said, Charles.
Well, what about it?
If the lieutenant goes to that tomb tomorrow, there will be trouble.
Why do you say that?
Are you crazy? That stone door to the crypt is chipped. The bolt has been broken. And there may be blood stains on the floor.
Well, what if there are? There's no connection between me and Mario Bellini.
Isn't there? What about the false death certificate? Don't you think they can eventually trace that back to you?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to wait to find out. I'm taking the first train out of here, and you had better do the same.
Run away? What good would it do me without the inheritance? Where can I go? How can I live?
That is your problem, not mine. I am dead, remember? No matter what happens now, I will be in the clear.
Oh, that's right. If you go, you'll be in the clear. And if you stay, then I'll be in the clear.
What do you mean?
There's only one flaw in my story, Mario, the false death certificate. But that certificate doesn't have to be false.
What?
It doesn't really have to be false at all. If you're dead when they open that casket tomorrow, then my hands will be clean.
Charles.
Yes, that's the only way out.
No, Charles, stay where you are.
I can't let you live. You've got to die.
No, Charles, wait.
No,
I've got to die, Bellini.
I can live. Killing you is the only solution. What a shame, Mario, that you can't help me lift this door. Even with an iron lever, it's too much for one man to open all the way. Now it's coming. It's a little farther. I can prop it up enough for me to slide in. Not that. Now I can slide through. If I do it ever so carefully. Now, it's your turn, Bellini. I just pull you through the opening. Now I can carry you the rest of the way down. The juice is caught on the top of that door.
My hand, Charles. Bellini. My hand is on the door, Charles.
It's not you talking. It's just my mind. It's just my nerves. You're dead.
Am I?
You're dead. You're dead. I killed you. In my own hand, you're dead. Your hand on that door is just a reflex. I'll get it loose. I'll get it loose even if I have to. Good heavens, the stone door! It dies! It slams shut!
Now we are alone, Charles. You are trapped with me in my tomb.
You're dead. You can't talk. You're dead. You're dead.
I'm not quite dead yet. You did not do your job well.
I've got to get out of here. There's not enough air.
You can get out, Charles. Just push up the door.
Oh, the door?
Yes. Is it too heavy? Of course, it's much too heavy for one man. But two men could.
Oh, yes. Yes, two men could do it. Help me. Two men could push open this door.
Two normal men could. But I am half dead. I have no strength. Remember, you choked the strength out of me.
Help! I'll die in here. Somebody help me!
Shouting won't do you any good. No one can hear you through the stone. You will have to stay here with me until they find your body.
No, I can't. I won't. I don't want to die.
Oh, don't be such a coward, Charles. Death is not so bad. You will see. And after all, we do have an elegant tomb in which to rest in peace.
That's what we mean when we say the guy died laughing. No sense of humor, that Mario Bellini. Just couldn't take a choke. Oh, well, I'll have to get along. Now, Bellini and I have a date with a couple of ghoulish girls. We're going out tonight to paint the town black. Oh, you didn't know that Bellini and I were pals? Why, of course. I've known that stiff ever since he stood knee-high to a grave hopper. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Another hair-raising drama on Inner Sanctum in just 40 seconds. Stay tuned. There's a special kind of enjoyment in facing our problems when they're presented interestingly and dramatically. This accounts for the success of ABC's daytime series, Modern Romances, which approaches everyday problems with an open mind. Modern, that's the keynote of these dramatizations. These are the problems that beset human beings every day, every year. And they are the fascinating themes of Modern Romances, presented every weekday from the pages of Modern Romances magazine. Join us, won't you, tomorrow morning for another Modern Romances on ABC. Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by the American Broadcasting Company. Tonight, Twice Dead, starring Larry Haines.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you again into the Inner Sanctum. Come in. Come on in, please. And will you excuse me while I scrape the mud off my hands? Got them dirty in the cemetery, digging up a plot for you. But that's something that we'll all go into sooner or later. A plot? Oh, by the way, before we start, I'd like to reassure you, if you suddenly find yourself spinning like a wheel, don't be alarmed. It's because you've got spooks all around you. Oh, and please be considerate, folks. If you find yourself going to pieces, pull yourself together. Remember, I have to sweep up afterwards. On the northern coast of Maine, there's a high point of land. A high point from which there's a sheer drop of several hundred feet to the rock-churned surf below. Centuries of seas have shaped 3 tall, spire-like rocks into needle-sharp points which look from the sea like the spires of an ancient Gothic cathedral. The cliff is called Cathedral Rock, and here some weeks ago, David Morgan, grief-tortured, tugged his wife's impaled body off the bloody point of the tallest spire. There are those in the village who say that David Morgan's mind is broken because he insists Carol will come back to live with him.
I'll be finished in a moment, Seth.
I told Morrison in the village you was carving Carol's tombstone yourself. He laughed.
Mm-hmm.
Easy to read, too. Here lies Carol Morgan, wife of David Morgan. Born July 14th, 1912. Died horribly on Cathedral Rock, August 12th, 1950. Still don't see why you put that in.
Why not? She did die horribly, didn't she?
But
With that spike of rock coming out of her back like a speared salmon.
Time you forgot those things, David. Time you forgot other things, too.
What other things?
There ain't no secret about you thinking Carol's coming back from the dead.
Oh, I don't mean it to be a secret. There are forces all around us, dead and living, that we don't understand, Seth. I feel Carol in his rooms. I smell her perfume. I hear her voice in the wind when I'm at her grave on the cliff.
That's only natural, son. You're grieving. A little while.
In a little while, Carol will be back. If you're going to help me get this stone to her grave, get a lantern and come on. Hold the lantern closer. There. Wow. It's a decent enough stone.
Folks in the village been saying things about you.
Oh, like what?
That a man acting like you do has a guilty conscience.
And what do you think, Seth?
Me, I don't believe such things. any more than I believe the dead can return. Come on back to the house, son.
No. I want to stay here a while.
David, you've got
I want to stay here a while.
Sure. Torture yourself like you do. Every night come dark. Go ahead. You'll meet Carol again when I bury you next to her. Up here.
Now, leave me alone. Let me be. Oh, Carol. Carol. Come back. Tell me you forgive me.
Hello.
What?
You're sad. I can tell I'm sad, too. Can you help me?
You've come back. Carol, you've come...
Why do you call me Carol?
Who are you?
I don't know.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for my cat. A black cat with white feet and a white spot under the neck.
Why did you come here?
I don't know. I just got on the bus at Portsmouth, and then I thought of my cat, and I had the bus stop, and I came toward the sea.
You'd better come back to the house with me.
Oh, but I can't. Not
Now, come
until
along. I'll help you find your cat.
Have you seen him?
No. There's been no cat around here. Not for several weeks.
Why did you call me Carol?
I was waiting for someone. Someone named Carol. Want some more coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. I feel better now. You've been very nice. People haven't been nice. They look at me strangely.
Well, it might be your clothes. They're torn.
No, it's more than that. I've looked in mirrors. My eyes don't look like other women's eyes look. Will you help me, please? I must be somebody.
Sure, I'll help you. I'll get Doc Suthers up here, and he'll be able to...
Oh, it's Minnie. Oh, see, I told you. Come here, Minnie. Come here, baby.
What did you call that cat?
Minnie, of course. Why? Why are you looking at me like that?
That cat belonged to my wife. It hasn't been in this house since the day she died. And the cat's name is Minnie.
Oh, then it must be that I belong here. This must be my home.
The devil's got hold of you, David. I don't know you anymore. I don't trust you.
Why not? What harm do you think I can do you or want to?
I've known you since you were a boy. Long years. I come back here to stay with you when Carol died, to help. But you're beyond help. You're mad. Because you're thinking Carol has come back to you, living in this woman's body.
And who's to say that couldn't happen? You?
I'm a God-fearing man, David. And such a thing would be the devil's work. I'll have none of it.
If Carol can come back to me in any way, that's what I want. Even if she made a pact with the devil himself.
It's the girl.
Bring the flashlight. Come on. Open up. It's David Morgan.
It's the chair. The rocking chair by the window.
Carol's chair.
What about it?
It rocked by itself.
It must have been the wind.
Oh, the window's closed. What was that all you saw?
It was all I saw. But there were things I felt.
Like what?
The chair stopped rocking. As though someone had gotten up from it, and then the floor between the chair and the bed creaked. And a moment later, the bed spring sat beside me as though someone sat there.
But you saw nothing.
I only heard a sigh. A tired sigh.
Take her to my room, Seth. Oh, you had a dream. That's all. Your mind's upset. Tomorrow I'll try to find out who you are. If it's not too late.
Has the morning brought you to your right senses?
Depends on what you call right senses.
I mean about the girl.
Where is she?
I don't know. I haven't seen her this morning.
Where did Carol used to be this time of morning?
A little after 8? She'd have been in the hothouse looking to her flowers. Why?
Good morning. Oh, look at these wonderful flowers.
Jehoshaphat.
Do you mind that I pick some for the table?
You can pick as many flowers as...
Well, what are you staring at me for?
That dress. Where'd you get it?
Oh, I found it in a closet. Mine was so torn I had to do something. Do you mind?
Oh, no. And your hair's different, too.
I feel better with it up. Does it look right?
Exactly right.
You finished eating, huh?
Oh, yes. I've got to go. I'm going out for haddock today.
I won't be seeing you again, then.
Why not?
Because I have to go. I must find out who I am.
I mean to do just that tonight.
But what will I do till then?
Nothing. Just wait. I'm driving Seth to the village. You'll be quiet and alone. Just rest.
But I'm afraid of being alone.
You won't be alone.
Oh, shut up. I fed you this noon, didn't I? Oh, who's there?
It's me. Is that you, Carol?
You scared me. Who are you?
I guess you're not Carol, are you?
I guess not.
Have you seen her?
No, I understand Carol is dead.
That's what everybody says, but I don't believe it. I come here whenever David leaves, and I look for her.
What was Carol to you, I mean?
My sister.
Oh, what makes you think she's still alive? Have you seen her?
No, but David hasn't changed a thing in this house since he hid her. You see? There. And over there. Everything just like she left it. Her apron's hanging on the door. You see?
But maybe he left...
Yeah, and I found something in the cellar. Something very important.
What?
A skeleton. And I found a box with lots of money in it. It's fun looking for Carol. Come with me and I'll show you what I found.
No.
You come with me. Don't make me mad. You can help me look for Carol.
I'll look upstairs.
No. I want you to come with me in the cellar.
Help!
You must make me mad.
What? Oh, no.
Don't be scared. It's me, Van.
Where is this?
I took you to the cellar. We've got to find Carol. I'm sorry I hit you. You made me mad.
What are you going to do? Why did you take me here? Carol is dead.
No, she ain't. She's here somewhere. Besides, I promised I'd show you the room below the cellar. With the skeleton and the box of money in it. Don't you remember?
Help me up.
You see? I've lifted the door. It's heavy. It's stone. But I'm strong.
Yes. Is that where it is?
Yeah. I'll hold the lantern over the opening. See? There's a ladder.
Get the box for me. I want to see it.
All right. Wait here and hold the lantern so I can see. Hold the lantern higher. I can't see. Hold the lantern higher. Let me out!
Seth?
door. What's the matter? What are you crying about?
A man was here.
Who?
Carol's brother.
Dan?
Yes, he was horrible. Why didn't you tell me about him?
He isn't important.
Oh, he isn't. He could have killed me. You told me everything else about Carol. You should have told me that.
Never mind, Van. You just do what I told you. As soon as David gets in that crazy mind of his, that Carol's spirit's coming back in you, he'll have no secrets from you. And we'll know where he keeps that box of money.
I don't want to do it. I'm through.
No, he ain't. I took good care of that. Took the trouble of finding out some things about you in Hollywood.
I don't care what you found out. I don't care if you are my uncle. The money you've been sending me since Mother died was something you promised her you'd do.
Yep. Now you're going to help me get it back. All of it. And lots more for both of us. You want to make a success out there as an actress, don't you? Takes money, don't it?
Lots of it.
Well, David and Carol had over 100,000 put aside in that box of theirs. Just you find it.
My first professional role. An amnesia case. For half what's in a tin box.
It'll be easy. You'll see. You might as well not tell you tonight.
No. I'm through.
What's ailing you anyhow?
I don't know. I get to thinking like they do. That Carol's still alive or that her ghosts around anyhow.
Oh, bosh. Saw her buried myself and don't believe in ghosts. You've been studying it too much, that's what.
Maybe. Uncle says...
What is it?
How long can a man live in a small sealed room without air?
Hello, sir. Where's the woman?
Upstairs, I reckon, David. How was the fishing?
Bad. Maybe half a ton, mostly scrod. What's the girl been doing?
Just walking around, I guess.
She seemed happy here? Or is she restless? Did she leave to see anybody or such?
Seems happy. Too happy.
What's that?
What's what?
Shh. Can't you hear something pounding like...
Yes, I kind of do. In the cellar, seems.
I'm going down to have a look. Might be a beam slipping.
David!
Oh, hello.
Oh, David, I'm glad you're back. I want to talk to you very seriously, I do.
All right. I think the time's come to talk, if you feel like it.
But not here, please. I want to walk along the bluff.
The last time I walked this way toward the rock was with Carol. She died horribly. Nobody saw us. We were alone. Does that frighten you?
No. I know the story, and I feel very sad about it. That's why I wanted to talk to you before it's too late. Before we do anything about finding out who I am. I don't want to go back to any other life.
Why not?
I never was so happy to be with anyone as I am here with you, David.
Don't move.
What?
Look down there. Over the edge. See those rocks? The pointed one.
Yes. Cathedral Rock, isn't it?
Yes. Carol was standing right where you are when she fell. It's Carol who told you to get off the bus here, to come looking for a cat. Even made you know the cat's name, made you pick flowers in the morning like she always did.
No, wait, David, wait.
She's coming back to me. Through you.
Wait, David, I want to
I've
tell you...
wanted Carol back. Because I loved her. But I've been afraid. Because I murdered Carol.
You murdered her?
We quarreled. About Seth. She was standing just as you are. Right there.
Oh,
What's the matter?
David, my back. Oh, help me. My back. Something is stabbing me. Stabbing me. Oh.
I'm going down to the village for the doctor, Seth.
Don't want the doctor. please, feeling better?
No, you stay quiet. I'm going. Seth will look after you. I can get the doc faster by going for him.
All right. You can stop the acting now. What happened?
He was telling me that he murdered Carol. I had a pain. A terrible pain in my chest and back. It wasn't acting.
Murdered Carol? That's crazy. You had an argument with her. She got mad and started to run back to the house. Tripped and went over the cliff. Everybody knows that. He feels guilty, that's all.
He didn't say that.
Probably didn't get a chance. Did you find out anything about the box of money?
Yes, I know where it is.
Where?
The box is in the subcellar.
Hey, I never thought of that. I'll go down now and... Wait. That thumping in the cellar. That have something to do with the box?
Yes. I had to, Uncle Seth. Then he scared me and I closed the door and I bolted it on him.
You fool.
Well, I had to.
Changes things.
What do you mean?
Didn't mean to do this, but I've got to now.
I'm going with you.
No, Alice. Aim to have all the money. You'll stay here.
No!
See to that. Van? Van. Dead, all right. There sits the box. 100,000 or better. To pay for 40 years with the Morgans. Better than 100,000.
Hello, Seth.
Hi.
You might as well bring the box up with you. I wanted to get it myself.
Alice, I hit you. You were unconscious.
You killed Van. You killed my brother as well. Come on up and be careful. I know how to use David's gun.
Alice, I didn't mean to leave you there. I was
Come up with the box. Or would you rather I kick the door closed on you?
Alice, don't be a fool. Let's get away first. Then I'll explain.
Why do you call me Alice? That's your niece in California. I'm Carol.
Carol's dead. Alice, you're out of your mind. Carol is dead.
Is Carol really dead? Do I look dead? Does this gun look like a ghost was holding it?
I can prove it. But we've got to hurry.
Prove I'm dead how?
Come to the top of the cliffs with me. I'll show you Carol's grave. There. Look. You can see, can't you? Here's the grave, weeks old.
It's a trick. You did this to trick me. I am Carol.
Look at the tombstone and read it. Here lies Carol Morgan, wife of David Morgan.
I don't believe it. Where's David?
He's gone to the village to get a doctor for you. You're my niece, Alice, and we've got his money box. Now come with me before it's too late.
No, I don't believe you. It's a trick. David!
Alice, get away from those rocks.
You won't get this box. And you won't trick me with lies. David will take care of that when he comes.
Give me that box.
Don't come another step, Seth, or I'll kill you for sure.
You wouldn't dare. You know good and well you killed Carol's brother. You won't dare shoot. Give me that box.
There she is, Doc, on the cliff. You see her?
Now, take it easy, son. I'm not a young man. You run on to her. I'll catch her.
All right, but hurry. Carol! Carol, get away from there. Carol, get back on the path.
I thought you'd never come. Seth, he tried.
Never mind that. Get away from the cliff. You're too close to the edge.
Oh, my back. Oh, David, that pain again.
Carol! Doctor, hurry. She's going to faint again.
David!
Carol, look out. You'll fall. Carol, you'll fall off the cliff. Dead. Carol's dead again. And pierced by the same rock.
It was an accident, son. From what you tell me, she had a seizure. Pleurisy pain. Very painful and contorting.
I say it was the pain of remembering how the rock felt when she fell. Carol's dead again.
I wish I knew what happened here with Seth. She must have shot him just before we come.
Oh, I can answer that easy enough. Carol always mistrusted Seth. She knew he was biding his time to steal our money. Probably followed him here with the gun after he took it from her.
Where's the money? In that box?
No. No, in the bank. That's what I don't understand. She must have forgotten about the stage money.
How do you mean?
You know her brother Van. Kind of simple in the head. She was always playing games with him like he was a kid.
Yeah?
Well, she gave him the box and filled it with paper money so he could hide it around the house and make believe finding buried treasure.
Well, doesn't that prove the poor girl below couldn't be Carol? She'd have known there was no money in it.
Oh, it doesn't prove that a bit. I searched the whole house for that box after she fell first time. Never found it. Last I talked with Van, he couldn't find it. Would anybody besides Carol know where it was hid?
Well, all right. Have it your way. I'll leave you be for a spell, and I'll send the sheriff and help from the village. I've been a doctor too long to say what's dead can't live again. One way or another.
Poor David. Imagine a sailing man losing both his first and second mate. Oh, well, so he winds up with a -2 as the net result. You know, one thing about it, when David buries Alice, he'll have less work. Just knock some new chips off the old block. Oh, I got a moral for you folks who like to go sailing. Next time you're on a boat, remember this. Trim the sails and not the sailors, or you could wind up being the salt of the earth.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery was written by Fred Matho and starred Larry Haynes in the role of David. Amzie Strickland played Alice, and music was by Lou White. This month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Poor Prisoner's Defense by Richard Sheldon. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Well, friends, it's time again to close that creaking door. Until next week at this same time, when we'll be back with another weird tale. Oh, next week's scare, Skeleton in the Sun, is the short, frightful tale of a beach bum who tries to convert a hot corpse into cold cash. Where romance takes a turn for the worse when he loses his mind over a girl who's already lost hers. You'll help mourn his passing, won't you? Next Monday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for Henry J. Taylor and his up-to-the-minute commentary on Your Land and Mine. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Emerson Drug Company, makers of Bromosulfuric, invite you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum for a special transcribed Christmas story starring Frank Sinatra. Bromosulfur reminds you to friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum. Come in, come on in. It's Christmas. And since traditionally in this season, not a creature stirs, not even a mouse, we silence our government and secret too for the occasion. In story conference, we ask our writer to devise, and I quote, a play in which people are touched in the heart and not in the head. A story as mellow and sentimental as the season's greeting card. Tonight's story, then, is our season's greeting card to you. The Enchanted Book. The Yuletide miracle story of Christianity. Played by Frank Sinatra is the story of a tough guy who came to believe in Christmas ghosts with magical power. But let's hear Chris's own version of it.
Go ahead, laugh if you like. Sure, only kids and old ladies believe in ghosts. That's what I thought, too. Until I met a chubby little guy with hair like cotton candy who called himself Sir Benjamin. At first, when they fill in the details up to my meeting for Benjamin. I was in one of those free eats missions, a short church along Chicago Skid Row. The sign, come one, come all, hadn't pulled me in. Flanagan had. Flanagan was a parole officer prowling the south side to hand me a merry set of bracelets for Christmas when he caught me. I had the mission all to myself except for a skinny young punk hacking out a cough that made the benches jump. His face looked like he was already dead. And in between the cards, he opened two square little boxes with Christmas designs on them and stared into them. Hey, kid, you're sick.
I know.
You need a doctor.
I've had a doctor. I wanted to go home for Christmas once. For all years, I didn't care.
Those boxes you're holding, who do you mean them for?
My mother. Swallow lady. And Linda. My kid sister Linda. You like this?
Maybe for what, huh?
Yes, for my mother. Things on the dress.
What's in the other box?
Doctor. Fine silk. I promised Linda I'd buy her fine silk from this. I just as I go.
Hey, kid, get hold of yourself.
I can't go.
He's good.
If you could get them to Mrs. B. Summers for me. Tommy. Tommy.
Hey, kid. Kid, get hold. The coffin stopped for a longer time, and his eyes fixed wide as if what he was looking at was no longer in the room. It was right then that Sir Benjamin, the chubby little ghost with hair like cotton candy, happened. The first I knew of him was music, as if he was announcing himself. Music coming from an upright piano on a platform way down the mission hall. A Christmas hymn. But look, until my eyes popped out of my head, I couldn't see anybody playing. The piano was going, but nobody I could see was playing. I went up to the piano and reached over the stool to see how the trick was working. My hand touched something solid, like somebody sitting on the stool, and then I saw fingers and hands skipping along the keys. Only hands as if they had a life of their own.
Don't say frightened to us.
First I'm seeing things, and now I'm hearing voices.
My voice, yes. You're hearing me.
Where are you?
I'm right here, my boy. You touched me before, and very roughly. I'm afraid I have a bruise with your hand, pal. Well, it's one of the wicks with my business, I suppose.
Look, whoever you are, in another minute, I'm going to let go and scream and blow my top.
Oh, no, don't. Just be patient and I'll rematerialize. It takes a moment or two.
I saw the hands too. First arms, and then elbows and shoulders and the torso. Slowly, like some artist was sketching it in front of me. And then the last thing, a head, the little tufts of iron gray hair. And a face, a chubby face, rosy and smiling.
What? Here I am. What are you kidding me? I'll trust. Who are you? Benjamin? I'm sorry if I worried you.
That's it. That optical illusion. Here you were. Like you were invisible.
I was invisible.
You trying to tell me you've got powers of invisibility?
Oh, that's only one of my powers. I suppose we get right on the business, Luke.
We have business?
Oh, of course. That boy over there on the fence. Tommy's in it.
Oh, that's it. Honest to God. He's laying there like he's dead. I don't dare go outside, but somebody's got to call an ambulance or do something.
No, it's too late for the boy. Tommy has left us. What are you going to do about his dying wish?
Dying wish? Oh, you mean saying that those items are delivered to a teacher?
Yeah, those were items. Delivered in person. What are you going to do?
Nothing. I'm going to do nothing. It's none of my business. I've got problems of my own.
Flanagan, the parole officer?
Now, where did you think that? What do you got? Powers of divination, too?
Oh, I'm a very versatile and talented ghost. I also have powers of conjuration.
What do you mean, powers of conjuration?
You turn the boy's dying wish aside and I'll conjure up Flanagan. Oh, you don't think I can, huh?
I think it's me that's got the powers of conjuration. I don't think you even exist. How about that? I think I'm dreaming you up.
Very well. I will demonstrate. Now, hold on to something first. Conjuration is very cataclysmic and semi-expensive. You will definitely be safe if you hold on to something.
Don't ask me why. But I grabbed a hold of the piano and then crawled right under it. It's a good thing I did because the junk began to rock like a horse pushes. The benches began to fall, flapping, banging, and sort of toppled over. Quit it, will you? Quit it, the joint's falling apart. Get it,
I'm finished now. Oh, well, that was quite a job of conjuring. Flanagan was a good half a mile away.
This Flanagan was a...
Yeah, that very well, see, from the street, tearing through the plate glass window of the missing waxing you.
Holy smoke. It is Flanagan. Hey, I better get out of here. I better find a doctor.
Well, over here, pull this back door. Look!
I ran into the lab with Flanagan's police with the blowing up. But the yard was a dead end. High building walls all around like a prison yard. No exit, except a long, narrow alley to the street, past Flanagan. I flattened in the shadows, a dead duck.
That's the exit door. That's fine. I'll flash you now. Down below. Look back. So you're going to turn the policeman, do you hear me?
Duck was the word, like a rat.
What is the penalty for violation of parole, huh?
Oh, you're maybe too. You're a fool. I'll cheer me in the yard.
Well, that's fine. Below, but I'm going to take you to help, lady.
If you were to go home for Christmas and his day. Okay, if I was to then what?
Then Flanagan was empty-handed. In order to catch you, he must first see you.
Flanagan suddenly going stone blind, huh?
No! You are becoming invisible.
But the last was that I was invisible. But Mr. Flanagan I was. He came right toward me with a flashlight in one hand, a gun in the other. Only he looked right to me as if he didn't see me. As a matter of fact, if I hadn't jumped to one side, Flanagan would have left like that.
Angela! Angela! I know you got to be in this yard. Angela!
I watched him climb everything, then retreated. Then took his hat back, looked up at the high building walls, and scratched his head and give up.
Angela, move! Where did you go? Now get me, boys. There isn't any way out of that yard. But Angela is gone. afraid poor Brannigan is a very confused man. Now, folks, the work out of the bargain. Overtime is good. So go watch and listen. The mix of stars. Yes, Chris is just about to give up the story. Brannigan didn't get to make the arrest. He's pinching himself instead. Powers of invisibility. Now, there's a trick anybody can learn. Yes, sir, invisibility in just one easy lesson. There's absolutely nothing to it. So Chris is using the alias Kringle by order of the bench. Let's sail along this way. Together. Shall we? I was Santa Claus bearing gifts. A lady's gold watch and silk stockings. And bad news. Tommy, the kid named Tommy, wouldn't be coming home ever. I was the only passenger getting off the train at Buffalo. As for Benjamin had promised, it was a brief train ride, but funny, I felt like I'd come a long way. Not a soul was in sight, like I was a stranger at the end of the world. No, there was someone. A girl. A girl in high boots, a snow hat, and the moon on her cheeks, coming toward me.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you Chris?
Yeah, my name's Chris.
I'm Linda. Linda Simmons. I came to drive you home.
Just like that?
Just like that?
I mean, no explanations, like how you knew I was here and how come you know my name?
Oh, I was told you were coming. I told your name, too.
You were told?
Somebody telephoned.
Oh, you telephoned, huh? He wasn't kidding. He's a pretty talented ghost.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's go take that drive. Say, wait a minute.
Yes?
Wait a minute. You came right at me just now. That means that you saw me. You can see me?
See you?
Yeah. Face, hands, bill, me. I'm a guy. You look at me and you see a dot, huh?
No, I can't see you.
Then I'm invisible.
No. It's just that I'm blind.
Sister, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't please. There's nothing I missed that I know, being blind. You see, I've been blind all my life.
Let's drive home. We went around to the side of the shed, and there was a horse-drawn shade pot. An old rig right out of it. And an old horse you knew at once had to be called Bobbin. There were silver bells on the rein. This is what we're driving home in, remember?
Yes, it's slow, but it's wonderful, the snowdrift.
Set me up if my questions are dumb one, Linda.
Yes.
You drove this rig all the way here in the dark? That was quite a trip for you.
For the blind? We don't drive, Bobbin. He knows every inch of the way to the Bethlehem shed. You see, we've been coming here every night for years.
Clip, clap. Nice and slow and easy. And Bobbin sure knew the way home in the dark, just like a homing picture. I've been running since I was born, and now I was asking myself, what for? So I opened my fist. A guy can't stay tough in a horse-drawn rig in the snow. I opened my fist for the first time that I could remember. So Linda could put her hand on mine. Oh, this is all right, huh, Linda?
It's so beautiful, too.
I was getting to like my new job. I could see myself in Brannigan's probation office, handing him my business card. Chris D'Angelo, Santa Claus. We reached home. A plain cottage, nothing fancy, with a candle burning brightly in the window.
Mother. Mother? This is Chris. Welcome home, Chris.
Thanks. Nice place you got here, Mrs. Simmons.
I'm glad you like it. Very glad.
I don't know exactly how to get it said, Mrs. Simmons.
Well, I'm a mug. I quit school the minute I learned how to tell a teacher off, so I haven't got the right word.
You don't have to have the right word, Chris. You don't even have to get it straight. This is,
You know? About Tom?
What? About Tom. Oh,
Somebody had you on the telephone. Is that all right?
yes. Somebody telephoned me.
The last thing Tommy thought about was you and Linda and coming home for Christmas. She asked me to give you this. It's Bill Watts to you. And this to you, Linda. Six packets. Not much, maybe, but Tommy didn't have much to give. The way it was for him.
You're wrong, Chris. Tommy had more to give him. In his day, he gave it.
You're stopping a little in my head, and
I guessed it in the house. A boy comes home. Tommy couldn't come home himself, so he can send to you, Chris.
you can say this about me, that I was born in 1925, and I stopped crying in 1926 at the ripe old age of 1. And you can also say about me that I let a tear go I never knew I had. Christmas 1949. Linda,
Yes, sir.
it's quite a place you got here, and it's got to feel a home, all right, but... Now, don't get me wrong about what I'm going to say, Linda. It's not crying being poor. It's Christmas, but I don't see no tree, and I've been sniffing close enough to the kitchen to know that there's nothing worse than an oven.
Is it corn?
No, it's just an idea turning over in my head.
An idea?
Yeah, that maybe this setup needs a man around the house. Is it all right if I bow it down outside?
All right. Of course it's all right, Chris.
You can also put me down as a guy who never knows when to shut up. Let's see. Sure, nothing to it. Just so much just throwing in the kitchen. There's your food, and there's your bill.
That's quite a remarkable feat of magic, Chris. What's the first time?
So, Benjamin, I was wondering when you'd show up to visit. You are here, Sir Benjamin?
Yeah, but in material, until Tom asked me to learn material out, Chris, I daren't spend my patience bustling him. I lived here once, before my present situation, and I wasn't very popular with my townspeople on this road.
What did they have against you?
Great. I started owning the president, the baker, and even the undertaker. But let's get back to your problem.
A tree and a turkey, and it's your problem. I'm dumping it right on your lap.
Oh, well then move over. I'll take it. I started owning the president, the baker, and even the undertaker.
There ain't any ghosts in conversation, but Sir Benjamin drove the rig of a smart ship to a farm stacked with freshly cut trees.
I'm not before we disturb him. I want to tell a formidable blow out of it.
I threw the tree in the wagon and went back. Sir Benjamin was coming out of a turkey house, and he had a rope around the neck of a fat gobbler.
You take the leash and be on your way.
Where you going?
To leave it with me for a swing in a place you came down for Carol's car.
I hurried back to the rig, right into the arms of trouble. There was somebody in here against the way, and waiting for me to show. Phone him. All right, Angelo. Run and you won't get 10 yards. What did you do? Look into your crystal ball to find out where I was? But nothing. I just did the same thing you did. Baloney, you had to see me to be able to do that. I had to see you. What were you, invisible or something? Yeah. Sure I was invisible. That's where you're killing me. Invisible. What about in the yard behind the mixer? You walked right past me. You saw the flashlight on me, but you couldn't see me. How about that, huh? I'll answer that. Maybe I didn't see you because I didn't hear it. What? Very fast, Johnson. I didn't want to catch you. I had
to make marriages today in the country. I didn't want to make you arrest. Not on Christmas. Well, you're making the arrest now. They're doing that. And why you call me all the way here? See what you up to. See if you really had a heart for him in a hard time. So, you're bringing the thing to see and Christmas. How do you know about the thing? I know it's not the thing. Bad country. I was gifted to Mrs. before he died. I found Mrs. Simmons and Linda as she was coming. Oh, it was really fun. Yes. So I thought to that. I don't know. I'll ask you one question, and maybe I'll leave. Think carefully, please. Go ahead, if I arrange for you to keep in touch with the parole office by mail, providing the letters will face my birthday. Would you like it? Well, Flanagan, where else does a guy want to write letters from that home?
Bromo Seltzer, made by the Emerson Drug Company, invites you through the creaking door for tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, titled Beneficiary Death, written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan. Bromo Seltzer reminds you to
Fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the Inner Sanctum. Come in, come on in. Oh, I'm tired. Just finished my spring gardening, planted a couple of dozen of bulb heads. But I'm sure they won't be content to stay in their new loams. That's how things are here behind the Creaking Door. Whatever goes down must come up at night. Oh, by the way, folks, I want you to meet our laughing ghost. We call him Silly Willie because it's easy to tickle his fantasy. But Willie's not really so silly when it comes to getting rid of his mates. The first one left him because he started each day by beating her over the head with a club. Well, naturally, she got sick and tired of such treatment. But his second wife, a brunette, had a much more interesting conclusion. Willie buried her head in the sand at the ocean front. Now she's a beached blonde. Horror has many sides. It can make itself felt in an almost hidden, quiet sort of way. Just as it did that rainy Monday morning that Sam and Helen Braden were at breakfast in their small suburban home. The Bradens sat in the kitchen nook near the window, the same as they'd done for 20 years. But still, this morning, things were not quite the same.
Sam, you've just been sitting there staring out the window. You haven't touched your breakfast.
I'm not hungry, Helen.
You didn't sleep last night, did you?
A little, on and off.
You're just worrying yourself sick over nothing. Now, business is bound to get better.
Oh, there's no use kidding you any longer. The store is on its last legs. The bank refused me the loan.
Oh.
Said I was a bad risk.
Then you don't need the bank's money. You can still raise some yourself.
Yes? How?
Your insurance.
Yes. I begged and borrowed everything up to my teeth, but I won't touch that insurance. That's for you, Helen, in
Sam,
case...
please, listen to me.
No, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Getting late. I'm starting for town.
Sam, wait.
Yes?
I wish you'd take the train instead of the car.
Why?
Well, weather's so awful. Look at the way the rain's coming down.
I drove into town in lots worse weather than this.
I know, but...
But what?
Feeling the way you do, Sam, I wish you wouldn't drive.
Oh, I'm all right, Helen. I'll see you this evening.
Sam, please take the train.
I told you I'm all right.
I had an awful dream last night. I saw you driving the car along the turnpike, and then suddenly the car crashed and you were...
Killed?
Yes.
Well, that's not such an awful dream at all.
Why, Sam...
Well, it isn't. When you consider my insurance, I'm really worth more to you dead than alive.
Hello?
Mrs. Brayton? Mrs. Samuel Brayton?
Yes?
This is Sergeant Land with the Merrick Police.
Please. It's about my husband.
Yes. His car was in a crack-up an hour ago on the turnpike.
Was he hurt badly?
I'm sorry to tell you, Mrs. Brayton, but he's dead.
Oh.
Mrs. Brayton? Mrs. Brayton?
Yes.
It's only a formality, but you'll have to come down to the county morgue personally to claim the body. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. Oh.
Helen? Why are you crying?
Sam, why did you do it? I didn't want the insurance money. I wanted you to come back.
But I have come back.
Please tell me you were killed in the auto crash. Just the way I dreamed it. I saw your face. Just the way it is now. Covered with blood. Sam, I only wanted you to live.
Why are you talking that way, Helen? I am alive.
No.
Here, touch me.
Sam, don't.
You mustn't be afraid. Touch me.
Sam, please.
There. Feel my hand.
It isn't cold. You're not dead. You're alive. But your face in that call just now.
There was an accident. The car was coming toward me. I swerved to get out of the way, and then everything went black, and the next thing I knew, I was standing at the front door outside.
But the police found your body in the wreck. They asked me to come down to the morgue and claim it.
My body?
They said you were there. Dead.
The hitchhiker.
Hitchhiker?
Just before I got onto the turnpike, I picked up a tramp. I was giving him a lift into town. Wait.
What is it?
My wallet. It's not in my pocket. It must have fallen out in the crash.
Then that's why they thought it was you.
Yes. Helen, what are you going to do?
Call the Merrick police and tell them you're alive.
Put that phone down.
But they should know.
Put it down. I'm not alive.
What?
To all intents and purposes, that's my body down at the morgue.
Don't understand.
This is our chance, Helen. Don't you see?
What are you trying to say?
It's very plain and simple. My $25,000 life insurance. Now, do you understand?
Sam, we can't do a thing like that.
And not for just $25,000. Accidental death, the double indemnity clause, $50,000.
Sam, please.
$50,000. I told you at breakfast I'm worth more dead than alive. $50,000. After you collect, we can go away. For the first time, we can really live. We won't have to worry about pennies anymore.
Darling, we don't want money that way.
All you have to do is go down to the morgue at Merrick.
Sam, we can't do it.
Of course we can.
They'll find us out.
The tramp I picked up told me he was homeless, no family. It's all so perfect. Once you claim my body, no one will ever find out.
Now, Mrs. Braden, just one more thing to be filled out on this form. Where do you want your husband's body sent?
To the Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Winston Funeral Home, Crestview. Now, come with me, please.
Sergeant Landau, where are we going?
To that room at the end of the hall. That's where the bodies are kept.
Do I have to go?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the law.
You know it's my husband, don't you?
Sure. But the next of kin has to make identification.
Oh, Sergeant Landau.
It'll only take a second.
Here we are.
Yes, Sergeant, that's my husband.
Mrs. Braden, how many years were you married?
20? Why do you ask?
Well, it just hit me as peculiar, but it may be because you're upset by your loss.
I don't understand.
The body you just identified has been here in the morgue for 3 days.
What?
Your husband's body is here to your right, on this other slab.
You should have been more careful. You could have ruined everything.
I was so frightened, Sam. I didn't know what to do. When Sergeant Landau stopped, I thought that was the body. I didn't know what he looked like.
Oh, well, I guess it was my fault. I should have described him to you. Anyway, you got away with it. They gave you the death certificate, and they sent the body to the Winston Funeral Home.
Came so near to getting caught.
But luckily, you acted upset enough to save us.
We may not be so lucky the next time.
There won't be a next time. From here on, there won't be any trouble for us.
Sam, please, let's forget about the whole thing.
Are you crazy?
Before it's too late. We can still save ourselves. We can say you had amnesia and just turned up. They'll believe that.
And let $50,000 slip through our fingers?
But we never did anything wrong in our lives. You know we're not the kind of people to do a thing like this. Someone's at the door.
All right, get hold of yourself and answer it.
Who could it be?
I'll hide in the closet here.
Mrs. Braden?
Yes?
My name is Granger. I'm from the Acme Insurance Company.
Sure?
I'm here in regard to your husband's death.
Come in, please.
Thank you. I'll just be a moment. I don't want to bother you unnecessarily at a time like this, but before the company pays you the double indemnity benefits of your late husband's policy, you'll be required to sign these papers. Now, you may mail them in if you choose, or you may sign them right now, and I'll take them back to the office with me.
Oh, I'll sign them now.
Very well. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Braden.
Yes, Mr. Granger.
Where will the services be held?
The Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Tomorrow?
Yes, at 10 in the morning.
I'll be there.
You'll be there? I don't understand.
To pay my respects. You see, Mrs. Braden, I knew your husband quite well some years ago when I sold him the policy.
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast headache help, is bringing you Inner Sanctum.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend Norman Brokenshire. The other day, I heard a fellow speak of the hour between 5 and 6 in the evening as the headache hour. Now, if you get a headache about this time or any time, I hope you'll remember Bromo Seltzer. For Bromo Seltzer is a friend in need when you've got a headache. It's true, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer not only quickly helps the pain of a headache, but it also soothes the upset stomach and the jittery nerves that may come with it. Yes, Bromo Seltzer gives you three-way headache help that's fast and pleasant. Now, by pleasant, I mean Bromo Seltzer is pleasant to take, actually refreshing. Try Bromo Seltzer next time you get an ordinary headache. Try it on this guarantee. You must be satisfied or your money back. All drugstores carry Bromo Seltzer at their counters and fountains. For fast three-way headache help, ask for
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
You know, personally, I feel kind of sorry for that Sam Braden. The only way he can make a decent living is by being dead. Well, that's fate for you. Everything was going pretty well until that insurance guy Granger turned up and said he was going to pay his last respects to Sam. You see what happens when you fool around with death? Things go from bad to hers. Well, now let's get back to our tale and the troubled Braden.
Of all people for the insurance company to send out here, it had to be Granger.
Told you we couldn't get away with it.
Well, we're not finished yet. Granger told you that you'd probably get the check from the insurance company tomorrow.
But in the meantime, he'll go to the Winston funeral home. He'll know that's not you in the casket.
You'll never know.
What are you doing?
Something we should have done right after Granger left here earlier this evening. Here, take this phone. I've dialed the Winston funeral home.
But what?
When they answer, you tell them that you changed your mind. There'll be no services tomorrow. You've just found a paper signed by your husband in which he requested that he be cremated immediately after death.
They'll be suspicious.
I'll write the note now. That'll cover it. Haven't they answered yet?
No.
You've got to get that body out of there before tomorrow morning. Still no answer?
No, not yet.
I better hang up. It must be closed for the night. If we wait until tomorrow morning, it'll be too late.
Then what'll we do?
There's only one thing to do, Helen. We're going over to the funeral home and get that body out ourselves. We'll try the back door down at the end of this alley.
We'll never get away with it. I've had the feeling all along
Will you stop talking like that, Helen? Don't you understand? It's worth any risk we take to get that $50,000.
But I told you I don't want the money.
Wait and see. When you get your hands on it, you'll feel differently. Here's the back door.
It's locked, isn't it?
Well, of course. What did you expect?
There's no way we can get in.
Yes, there is. I'll break the glass panel and then reach in and turn the lock.
Someone might hear us.
You're just making things worse by talking that way. Besides, we looked out in front, didn't we? There's not a soul around. Yes, I'll need something to break the glass. What can I use? I know. Helen, give me your compact.
Here.
This compact should do fine.
Oh, Sam, you cut yourself.
I guess I'm not much of an expert on housebreaking.
Don't you see we can't do any of this, right? Because we're not people for a thing like this.
Then we make ourselves that kind of people. We'll manage. We did so far. I'll have this door unlocked in a second. There. All right, come on, Helen.
Can't I wait here?
No, I need your help. Come on.
Sam, I'm so frightened.
You mustn't be. Just try to think of the money. Just try to think of all the pleasure we'll have with it.
We'll never enjoy it. We'll never have a happy moment again.
Please, Helen, don't say things like that. Here are the caskets. I'll see what this tag says. Sarah Adams. All right, we try the next one. Samuel Braden. All right, Helen, you get down at the other end and help me lift the lid.
Oh, Sam, please, I can't. I just can't.
All right, I do it myself. Helen, what's wrong? What is it?
The coffin. There's no one in it. The coffin is empty.
But you had the body sent here from the morgue.
Yes.
And this coffin tag has my name on it. What could have happened to the corpse? Where can it be? Someone came in.
Footsteps. They're coming this way.
I can't let anybody see me, and there's no time to get out the rear way. Wait, I know where to hide.
Sam, what are you doing?
The only safe thing. I'll hide in this coffin.
But what'll I do? What'll I say?
I don't know, but try to carry it off the best you can.
Good evening, Mrs. Braden. I had an idea I might find you here. Oh, you don't have to be afraid of me. I won't hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is Stephen Winston.
You own this place.
That's right.
We've never met. How do you know who I am?
I've made a point of knowing Mrs. Braden. As a matter of fact, I've just come from your house. I'd planned on having a talk with you about the ceremonies tomorrow. Oh, by the way, don't you know it's illegal to force your way into an establishment?
I tried to get you on the phone, Mr. Winston. There was no answer. I thought perhaps your line was out of order, so I came down. I wanted to talk to you, too.
About the ceremonies.
Yes.
Do you mind telling me how you got in here?
The rear door was open.
It's odd. I distinctly remember having bolted it. However, first I have something very interesting to show you.
Mr. Winston, what are you doing?
Lift up this coffin lid.
No, don't.
Why not?
I can't bear to see him.
Well, that isn't the reason, is it, Mrs. Braden? That isn't the reason at all.
What do you mean?
You've already opened this coffin. You know there's no body in it. Isn't that the reason?
Yes.
I thought so. You probably wonder what's happened to the body that was in it. Well, I'm happy to relieve your mind of the anxiety. I have the body down in the basement, hidden.
What? Why did you hide my husband's body?
You can drop the act, Mrs. Braden. I know that wasn't your husband's body.
No.
Yes, of course. I once met your husband. I rarely forget a face. The police would be very interested in your game, but the police don't have to know, necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
Now, look, Mrs. Braden, I'm a businessman. The police don't have to know about this at all, providing you make it worth my while.
You want money?
Yes. $10,000 should seem to be a fair sum. I suggest, Mrs. Braden, that you get in touch with your dear departed husband and tell him my terms. 10,000 or jail for both of you.
Sam, it's been hours. Thought you'd never get back here to the house.
It became light out. I had to be careful no one saw me.
Winston knows everything. It was he who took the body out of the casket.
Yes, Helen, I know. I heard from inside the coffin. He wants money.
We mustn't give it to him.
Of course not. He'd go on blackmailing us until he got every cent of the $50,000.
That's not what I mean, Sam.
It's a good thing you didn't tell him I was in that coffin.
Darling, please listen to me. I've been waiting for you to come home. I wanted you to be the one to call the police.
Call the police?
You've got to. If we make a clean breast of everything now, they may not be too hard on us.
We're not telling the police anything.
Then Winston will.
No, he won't. Winston is dead.
What?
I killed him. I buried his body where it will never be found.
Sam.
I had to do it, Helen. Things had gotten so that I just had to. Helen, do you have to keep standing at the window there looking at the birds down in the garden? Why don't you talk to me?
Talk? What can I say?
You can find something to say to make me feel a little better about it.
How can you feel better about killing a man?
It isn't that I wanted to do it. I had to. You've got to understand that I never had the makings of a murderer in me.
No, Sam, you didn't. Until the thought of that $50,000 made you one.
Why do you keep saying that? There's nothing I can do about it now. I can't go to the police. They'll sentence me to death. You wouldn't want that, would you?
No, Sam, I wouldn't want that.
Well, then what can I do?
I don't know.
Well, there's one thing I know we've got to do, and that's move away from here where no one will know us. Maybe then we can start over again. Maybe then things will be all right between us.
Maybe.
Sure they will. The $50,000 will make all the difference.
Sam.
What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
We can't take that money now.
After all I've done?
After what you've done, that's just the reason.
You're not making sense. We couldn't get anywhere without money. We'd have to get it some way. We need a lot of money to... Helen, look. There's the mailman coming down the walk. I bet he's got the insurance company check with him now. You better go down and see.
All right.
Why did you stop, Helen? All you have to do is go down the stairs and open the door.
I've made up my mind, Sam. We're not taking the money.
But you know we need it to save ourselves.
Not that kind of money.
Now, look, the mailman must have that check. That's why he's ringing the bell. It was sent registered. You'll have to sign for it.
I'm not going down to get it.
You are. Hurry before he goes away. Now, go on.
Don't stop. Let go of me. I'm not answering that ring.
Yes, you are. You're opening that door and signing for that letter. I have to drag you down. Helen, get out the step. Helen! Helen! I didn't mean it, darling. I didn't mean it. I didn't.
No, you didn't. You couldn't help it. I understand. Sam.
Yes?
The money. You can't have it now. I'd have to sign the check, and I won't be able to. I'm glad about that. Wasn't meant for us. Never would have brought us a happy moment.
Helen. Helen. Operator, will you please get me the Merrick police? Hello? Is Sergeant Landau there? No, he won't have to call back. Message? Yes. Just tell him that Sam Braden is on his way over.
Now that's what I call a significant ending. No doubt there for whom the doorbell tolls. That Sam and Helen sure were bunglers. They handled a cold corpse like it was a hot potato. But before Sam went the way of all burnt flesh for the insurance murder, he was heard to say that honesty is the best policy. Well, anyway, now he's got a coffin to call his own.
Say, neighbors, here's a fact I'm sure you'll agree with. To help a headache one way is good. To help it two ways is better. But to help your headache three ways is best of all. And that's exactly what Bromo Seltzer does. First, Bromo Seltzer helps the headache itself, and fast. Then it soothes the upset stomach and jittery nerves that may team up with your headache. And that's not all, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer tastes good. You'll actually like sparkling, refreshing Bromo Seltzer. Convince yourself. Try Bromo Seltzer the next time you get a headache. Remember, where others fail, Bromo Seltzer works. Caution, use only as directed. And, of course, if a headache persists or recurs, see your doctor. Be ready for fast headache help at all times. Get Bromo Seltzer today at any drugstore. And remember, don't just fight a headache one or two ways.
Fight headache three ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that creaking door on tonight's Inner Sanctum, which featured Everett Sloane as Sam and Barbara Weeks as Helen. The music was by Lou White, and the entire production was directed by Hyman Brown. Tonight, friends, we close the creaking door for several weeks, while Inner Sanctum takes a short vacation. We'll be back soon, so be sure to listen for that familiar creaking door. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Motive by Evelyn Piper. Until we meet again, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Hello, this is Jimmy Stewart with a special kind of an invitation for you. is to hear the premiere broadcast of the Hollywood Star Playhouse on Monday, April 24th. Gloom of Night is the title. I'm going to be in it. I think you're going to enjoy this new series of plays. They'll be written by Hollywood's leading writers.
And this is Norman Brokenshire speaking for Bromo Seltzer, inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, when Bromo Seltzer will present, direct from Hollywood, that famous movie star Jimmy Stewart in an original mystery thriller entitled Gloom of Night. In this exciting story, Mr. Stewart plays a mail carrier who is also a tall storyteller. He matches wits with a murderer single-handed because no one will believe his warnings. Don't miss Jimmy Stewart in Gloom of Night, brought to you next Monday night on the premiere broadcast of Hollywood Star Playhouse by...
Broma Seltzer, Broma Seltzer, Broma Seltzer, Broma Seltzer, Broma Seltzer.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum for another quiet, restful evening on the homey side. What's that, madam? Oh, the humidity. You feel less. Oh. Well, right this way into the morgue. This cold slab will straighten you out. Oh, too cold. Well, how about a nice hot poker game? Cutthroat. Well, how about a nice sociable game of bridge? No? Oh, I see. Yes, afraid of the stiff competition. Oh, you play. Well, remember, you got to pay up if you lose. We got enough deadheads here.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Deadly Fair, was written by Henry Warner and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Angelo with Everett Sloane as Philip.
Just a moment. Don't settle back in your chair. You're going for a ride. Ready? It's the dark hour before dawn. Along the tree-lined suburban highway, the headlights of the speeding sedan poke two long yellow fingers through the swirling dew. Behind the wheel of the sedan, a local taxi, sits Angelo Minetti, the cab driver, the cold nose of a madman's gun pressed against the back of his neck, wondering by what fate a man like himself will live through the beachheads at Salerno and Anzio, only to come home to die like this. Wondering how long before the madman's trigger finger bends in a nervous twitch and makes a widow out of his wife, Josie, and a fatherless boy of a 7-year-old son, Johnny.
Sorry I yelled at you tonight, Johnny. Sorry I made you cry, but if I ever get out of this, you can have all the crayons you want. 100 boxes of crayons, and you can mark up all the walls. You can mark up the whole house. Pray for me, Johnny. I can't die like this. What a break. Just because I was a good guy and changed shifts with Connolly. I guess it was just in the cards for me instead of Connolly. Just in the cards to be working nights and meet the 225 when it pulled into Larchmont.
Taxi? Here you are, ma'am.
You going to the manor?
Yes, ma'am. I took a quick look up and down the station platform to watch for stragglers. Bad business leaving a local citizen stranded in the middle of the night. Then I saw him coming towards me carrying a suitcase. He must have got off from the first car.
Is this a taxi?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't tell. These suburban taxis look like private cars.
Where to, sir?
You go to New Rochelle? I slept past my station.
Well, good thing you only slept by one station. Sure, I'll take you. If you don't mind riding while I drop this lady.
Thanks.
I took the mic off the dashboard. Called the office. 64, calling radio taxi.
64, calling radio taxi.
Come in, 64.
Station of Manor, then Rochelle.
Check.
I put the mic back on the dashboard hook and settled down for the run.
How are you boys doing since you installed the two-way radio service?
Oh, fine.
Must say, it's improved the service. Is it dependable?
Oh, yes, ma'am. No trouble at all. Circuit's always open for us to receive messages. If I want to talk back, I just press the button on the hand mic. 30-something. What's the address?
76 Manor Lane.
Calling 64. Radio taxi calling 64. Hey, Angelo, listen to me.
What's eating you, Louie? Place on fire?
Hey, Angelo, just got a police call. Don't pick up a guy with a tan raincoat. The cops are looking for him. He's a killer.
Take it easy, Louie. Now, what's this you're saying about a killer?
What did he say?
The cops say he got on at Grand Central with a ticket to New Rochelle.
So what?
But listen, Angelo, the guy didn't get off at New Rochelle. You pick up someone with a tan raincoat?
I didn't dare turn around to look. To see if the man in the back seat had a raincoat. You could almost hear the woman sitting beside him, holding her breath. And then I recalled the guy as he walked down the station platform. I recalled plain that he did not have a raincoat, only a suitcase. Will you pipe down, Louie? You better get some coffee at the diner. If you fall asleep, you'll be having nightmares. Roger.
Good thing I have no raincoat, madam.
What? Yes.
Strange that all that should stand in the way is a raincoat.
How's that?
Driver, right there, please, in front of the next street light. How much is it?
35 cents.
Thanks.
Your change. She just waved her hand as if telling me to keep it. Change from $1. She, seems kind of scared, if you ask me.
Are you?
Scared? What for?
The killer.
That Louie, he gets excited about everything, always adding a little out of his own head. What's the address in New Rochelle?
Bayside Lane, 36.
36 Bayside Lane?
Yes. Know the place?
Off Hillside Road, long driveway?
That's it.
I drove a party up there from the Manor tonight.
What did he look like?
I didn't say it was a hint, did I?
Well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Tall chap? Slick-looking? Mustache?
Well, look, I didn't talk out of turn, did I, mister?
Not at all. I rather expect I'll find him still there. What's your name?
Angelo Minetti.
Mine's Baker. But don't let me embarrass you, Angelo. It's quite all right. That party you drove to my house is seeing my wife. Isn't that what you think?
You got me wrong, mister. I don't think nothing.
Don't you really? Lots of others think so. Rather common gossip, as they say. But I'm not angry. Not at all. I'll take care of everything once I get home.
Calling 64. Radio taxi calling 64. Hey, Minetti.
Come in, Louie.
Got some more dope on that killer. He got into Grand Central on the train from Albany. Porter in the club car told the cops the guy was making cracks about having a gun and taking care of the wife and the boyfriend.
Well, so what? What are you bothering me with it for? Go call the Daily News or the Mirror.
Well, wait a minute. Now, here's what I want to tell you. The cops at Mamaroneck got on the train and found the raincoat hanging on a hook in the first car. Conductor thinks it was left by a guy who got off at Larchmont with a suitcase. How about that fare you picked up?
There was a gun in my fare's hand. And the gun was at the side of my head. His finger was on his lips, warning me.
You did say Rochelle, didn't you?
I could see the trigger finger bending. And his head shaking from side to side to tell me to say no. No, Louie. I had two. One to the Manor, the other to Rockdale. Not Rochelle. I didn't get it right the first time. Forgot to call you. Also, he didn't have a suitcase.
Oh, that's a relief. Say, how's about coming back to the shack so I can get a bite at the diner?
Yeah, sure thing. As soon as I'm free. This guy wants me to wait for him, take him back to the station.
Roger.
Nice work, Angelo.
I got a wife and kid to think of, mister. So want to go to 36 Bayside Lane?
That's right. Better slow down. There's Bayside Lane right ahead. All right, this'll do. I wouldn't like it if they heard us coming up the driveway.
It'll be $1.25, sir.
Get out, Angelo.
Want me to get out?
That's right. You're coming in with me to be my witness.
Witness? What for?
Divorce, maybe.
Oh, please, Mr. Baker, that's not right. I can't afford to get mixed up like this. Ruin my taxi.
Get out. And don't slam the door.
Yes, sir.
Carry my bag, please.
He steered me with the gun in my bag. Slowly picking each step in the dark, across the lawn shielded by a high hedge, and around to the back of the house, to the kitchen. The lights were on, and we could see his wife and the boyfriend making themselves some bacon and eggs.
All right, Angelo. Pull open the door. What? Hello, Doris.
God.
Hello, Walter.
What are you doing with that gun?
Please, Philip.
Excuse me while I close the door, Walter. No use waking the neighbors. Oh, Doris, this is Angelo. Walter, Angelo.
The introductions were polite, all right, but deadly. And he looked like he was enjoying it, a big joke. But there was nothing funny about that crazy grin on his face and the way he kept waving the gun around at the three of us.
Well, Walter?
Philip, please, you frighten me.
Walter's not frightened. He never was. Of me. Isn't that so, Walter? Well, why don't you answer?
There's nothing to say.
Doris, do you love Walter? Come now.
Of course.
And you, Walter, do you love Doris?
Yes.
You dirty liar.
Please.
He's lying, Doris. I know he's lying. He wouldn't go around bragging how he sees you every time I go out of town if he really loved you.
That's not true.
We're going to be married.
Oh, married? Not until you become a widow, Doris. I'll never give you a divorce. Or are you planning to divorce me?
All right, Philip, you found me here and you have a witness. What are you going to do about it?
I came back from Albany tonight to kill you.
Philip!
But I'll give you just one more chance. If I ever hear that you're trying to see Doris again behind my back, I swear I'll kill you. And Angelo here can be my witness that I warned you. Remember that, Angelo.
Yes, you got me wrong, Philip. Sure, I've been seeing Doris, but I never went around talking about it.
Don't come any
Only
closer,
tonight
Walter.
I said to Doris, let's tell him.
Give me that gun. Let go. Let go,
Give
man.
me
That gun.
Philip, please stop it. Stop!
Doris!
The three of us stood there, paralyzed, looking down on the still body of Mrs. Baker, her eyes glassy and blue, her blonde hair soaking up the blood from the hole in her head. One look was enough for the three of us to know that she was dead.
You killed her, Philip. I killed her? No, Walter. You killed her. Didn't he, Angelo?
The two of them stood there, glaring at one another across the body of Mrs. Baker.
Yes. You killed her, Walter. The gun was in my hand, but you killed her. If you hadn't tried to take the gun away from me... Where are you going?
Phone the police?
The police?
Yes.
Put down that phone. Put it down!
Don't you think you ought to put that gun away now?
He's right, Mr. Baker. I don't think he even heard you. He kneeled down beside the body of his wife and stared at her tenderly. Suddenly his mouth started to move like he was choking for air, and his face twisted in angry pain and hate as he looked up at Walter. I could see Walter sensing it, too, realizing that Mr. Baker was going out of his mind. There was a heavy glass ashtray by the phone. I could see Walter slowly reaching for it. Mr. Baker looked up and jumped back as Walter threw it.
You won't stop him! You stay out of this, Angelo! Don't shoot! Don't! Doctor! Angelo! Doctor! You're going to die, Walter. Die like Doris. Angelo! Help me. Doctor! Don't bother, Angelo. He won't need a doctor. Stop it!
No, don't do it. Mr. Baker, give him a chance. Please, give him a chance.
He doesn't need a doctor now, Angelo, does he? Go on. Bend over him. See if he needs a doctor.
He's dead.
Yes. Now they're both dead. Both dead.
What do we do, Mr. Baker?
Do? What is there to do?
The police. We ought to call the police.
They'll take me away from Doris. I don't want to leave her. No, I mustn't leave Doris.
Now, please. Please, Mr. Baker, won't you give me the gun?
The gun? No. No, I got the gun to protect myself from Walter. But I'm not afraid of Walter anymore.
He's dead. Walter's dead.
That's right. Doris is dead and Walter's dead. We can't leave them here. We must take them away to a nice, quiet place where they can be alone forever. We take them away in your car, Angelo.
My car?
Yes, Angelo. You must do as I tell you. It will be their funeral car.
The kitchen was next to the garage. And he made me drive my car into the garage.
Open the trunk compartment, Angelo.
He kept the gun on me and followed me into the kitchen. He pointed to her first. I picked her up and carried her. Trying not to look at her. Telling myself I ought to grab the jack handle in the trunk compartment and swing it on him, but I didn't do it. I was afraid. I was afraid I'd never live to see Josie and Johnny again. I placed Mrs. Baker in the trunk gently. And then he made me go back for the other one.
Push him in, Angelo. Or his coat will stick through the door when you close it. That's better. Very good. Close the trunk.
As I locked the trunk door, I grabbed the handle and bit my lip to keep from passing out.
Don't you feel well?
I'll be all right.
Yes. You'll be all right as soon as we hit the road. The fresh country air will straighten you out. Get behind the wheel, please.
I got in and he got in the back seat.
I must remind you, Angelo. I'll be right here behind you with this gun in the back of your neck. Don't try to trick me.
Radio taxi calling 64. Hey, Minetti. Why don't you answer? What's the idea?
Don't answer, Angelo.
Call me on the phone if your mic is out of order.
Ignore him, Angelo. Start driving.
Where to, Mr. Baker?
Just keep going. But stay off the Hutchinson Parkway. Patrol cars, you know. Take the back roads. You'll find a nice, quiet place for them.
We went north on the post road. Louis' call breaking in on us every minute or so.
Calling 64. Radio taxi calling 64.
Persistent fellow, isn't he?
Well, he's sorry. Expect me back to relieve him so we can go down to the diner for a bite.
Pass me that cigarette lighter on the dashboard. Don't you hear me? I want the cigarette lighter.
Oh, it's not working.
You got any matches?
In my pocket.
Well, let me have them.
I reached into the side pocket of my jacket, fumbling through my handkerchief and keys for the pack of matches. And then my fingers touched the crayon. A small piece of black crayon, no bigger than an inch long, with a paper wrapping. The small piece of crayon I'd taken away from Johnny after I yelled at him and made him cry for marking up the wall.
What about those matches?
Yeah. Here you are. I handed over the matches. But the piece of crayon was in my palm, concealed and held tight by my little finger and the one next to it. He lit his cigarette.
Want a cigarette, Angelo?
No, thanks. There ever was a time in my life I needed a smoke, it was then. But I was trembling with an idea. An idea to make my microphone stay open so Louis could hear me without Mr. Baker getting wise. But I had to hold on to the crayon. I couldn't take a chance reaching for a cigarette. I might drop that crayon. I waited for Louis to call me again.
Calling 64. Hey, Minetti. You all right? Call me from a phone if you can hear me.
Say, Mr. Baker, maybe I better answer him.
Why?
Well, he might think I'm in a wreck and he'll have the cops start looking for me.
Yes. Yes, you're quite right. Very well, talk to him. But be careful what you tell him.
I picked the microphone off the dashboard with the hand that held the piece of crayon. 64 calling radio taxi.
Where the heck you been, Angelo?
Let me explain, Louis.
He's sitting here here without a relief. Fine pal, depending on you. Get back here. I'm going down to the diner.
I kept gabbing to Louis and forcing the crayon into the button on the mic, right into the hole that housed the spring button, hoping the paper wrapping on the crayon would wedge the button and keep my sending circuit open. Louis, I'm fixing a flat. Must be a loose wire. I didn't hear you until just now. I'll be back as soon as I can. Roger. I put the mic back on the dashboard, praying the crayon wedge would hold. As long as that button was wedged down, Louis couldn't talk to me. His voice came through, I'd know the crayon had slipped out. I waited. Seconds seemed like hours. No word from Louis, so the wedge was holding. I raised my voice so it would carry the 2 feet between me and the mic. Mr. Baker, are you gonna kill me, too?
Kill you?
Yeah, like you killed Mrs. Baker and Walter?
I've been thinking about what I ought to do with you, Angelo.
No, don't kill me, please. I got a wife and kid. I'll play dumb, I swear I will. I'll never tell anyone that you killed 2 people. Where are we going to hide the bodies? We'll run out of gas if we keep going like this.
I know where we'll go. Lake Hatoma. Doris loved Lake Hatoma. We used to go there weekends long ago.
Where is Lake Hatoma?
About 40 miles from here.
40 miles? I knew I had to find some way to stall them. The range of my cab's transmitter was about 30 miles. If I ever got out of range, I was done for. I had no way of knowing whether Louis had left the office or if he caught my first words telling him about my danger. Do you know how to get to Lake Hatoma from here, Mr. Baker?
Roughly, I know we used to go past White Plains.
Well, I got a map.
Good. Stop the car. Take a look at it.
Now, let's see. White Plains. Yeah, Lake Hatoma. There it is. We go up here and then... I know where it is. Sure.
All right, let's go. We'll go the most direct way. No detours, mind you.
Oh, no, sir. We're on Weaver Street now. We keep going up Weaver Street till we get into Old Mamaroneck Road.
That sounds right, but hurry. I'm getting very tired. Step on the gas.
I heard him, but I played dumb.
Don't you hear me? I said let's go faster.
Sure. Sure, anything you say, Mr. Baker. But, you think it's smart? We're doing 50 now.
Not very fast in the country.
Well, county patrol cars are all through this section. We'll get caught speeding.
That's quite all right. I pay the fine. Faster, Angelo. That's better. 60, 65, 70. Faster. It'll soon be daylight, and I'm very tired. I'm very tired. I wonder if Doris is tired.
Say, what did I tell you? This is Weaver Street. And then into Old Mamaroneck Road. Oh. Hear that?
Patrol car?
I told you. Here comes our speeding ticket.
Slow down. But remember, I'll have the gun in my coat pocket. Let me do the talking. Just accept the ticket and we'll be on our way.
All over!
The patrol car let me roll ahead and swung in behind us, and we came to a stop.
Where do you think you're going? You were doing 80. Let's see your license.
It's my fault, officer. I asked him to.
Yeah, what for?
There's been a death in my family. My wife.
Sorry. But I have to give the driver the ticket.
He looked at my license in the beam of the patrol car headlight. And he started making out the ticket. And then in the side mirror of my cab, I could see another cop get out of the patrol car with a gun in his hand. And I saw him sneak down on the right side of the cab. He stuck the gun through the open back window just as Mr. Baker saw him.
Don't move.
What?
Too bad we couldn't take him in.
Oh, it held, Johnny. It held.
Say, how come this guy didn't get wise? Your microphone circuit was open.
You want to know? You really want to know? I'm leaving the house to go to work, see? In the hall, my kid, Johnny, is marking up the walls with crayon. I yell at him, and I make him cry. I take the crayon away, and that's what kept the mic open. Here, look here. You see? The crayon's still holding the buttons down.
You got any kids?
Yeah, why?
You think I done right? Yelling at Johnny?
Which just goes to show you a fella can do a lot worse than stopping in the middle of the night for a lovely siren. As you fathers, next time you find Junior's crayon scrawls all over the house, he means well. Just trying to show you the handwriting on the wall. Oh, this reminds me of a fella I know who's crazy about baseball. When the warden asked him what he wanted for a last request, he said he'd like to watch a game from the scaffold. But they called it after the sixth, so he could enjoy a seventh inning stretch.
Pleasant dream.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Makers of Mars Forever Yours Bar and all those other good Mars candy bars invite you through the creaking door for another thrilling Inner Sanctum mystery. Tonight, The Unforgiving Corpse, starring Louis Van Rooten.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the Inner Sanctum. Come in, come on in. Spooking of baseball, we've a team that you'll really lose your mind over. Our pitcher's a real sweetheart, razor sharp. His best pitch is a ghost ball. Swing at it and it disappears, along with the pitcher. Double-headers. Nobody's better equipped for them than we are. An odd sight, you know, watching 9 ball players with 18 heads. And kill the umpire? In our league, Bud, that's no idle threat.
Now into the Inner Sanctum for thrilling mystery. But first, this is Alan Z. Anthony. You know, certain things are very personally yours, things that make you the person you are. Your voice, your features, your manner. Yes, your particular tastes, too. For example, you may be one of those extra special individuals who strongly prefer dark chocolate. And that's why Mars puts their special candy-making magic to work to bring you that delicious Mars Forever Yours candy bar. For you who particularly prefer dark chocolate. Forever Yours makes the most of that dark chocolate by delightful flavor contrast, by wrapping it thick around creamy, whipped, pure vanilla nougat topped with golden caramel. Yes, the not-too-sweet taste of elegant dark chocolate in a refreshing flavor combination with the clean, bright taste of pure vanilla. That's forever yours. That's the candy bar particularly for you and made to be forever yours.
And now for tonight's Quakes and Shudders. Acted out in San Amado, a prairie town somewhere beyond the limits of reason. Hear them? Coyotes. It's a lullaby you sleep to in San Amado, if you can sleep. And here's another soothing sound in the night. An express train roaring by. It doesn't stop in San Amado except on signal. Prairie coyotes and screaming train whistles night after night, every night. They can haunt you. That is, if you haunt like old Ben Sears. Sears is station master at the railroad whistle stop and very morbid about it.
When the man's head is bowed low with grief and guilt, he sometimes sees the devil rise before him. He sees the devil, and he gives him a face.
And what face do you give me, Ben says?
What?
I ask, what face do you give me?
Silver white, like the moon sits on your shoulders.
And my eyes?
Eyes cold. The sockets cold like a frost, like the touch of death.
Shall I touch you?
No!
Why so afraid, Ben says?
You and I are talking.
You think not? We've things to recall together, Ben says.
What things?
Things like your murder of me. Have you forgotten the old 1155?
No, it's a brand on my memory.
Then say my name.
Kirby Willis, engineer of the train.
The rail was split at Jericho Bend, but you did not signal for me to stop.
No, they found Kirby Willis in the hollow of Jericho Bend with his hand on the throttle.
I died when no man should.
When no man should, Kirby.
I had a girl promised to me.
Your Jenny.
My Jenny, yes. You cost me more than life, that black night, Ben says.
What payment are you here to take from me?
Live through this week and see, old man. Live through this week and keep your eyes to the ground.
Keep my eyes to the ground. I'd be a haunted man. It was a promise made by the devil himself. I'd be a haunted man. Ah!
Pop, open up.
It was Fred, my stepson, bringing me a warming drink like he did every night.
Well, why the locked door, Pop?
Against prowlers.
In San Amado? That's a joke. The only prowlers around here are four-legged. Coyotes. Here, coffee for you. I'll go home to bed now.
Fred, wait.
Huh?
I saw a man tonight. I saw Kirby Willis.
Kirby Willis? Who's he? Hey, wait, the name's familiar. Your mind's not slipping back into the dark. Not again.
It was Kirby. Stood before me in the station yard. He spoke to me.
And invited you out of your mind.
I murdered him, Kirby said. At a time when no man should die.
Ah, forget Kirby Willis and think of the miracle that happened. Only one life lost.
The rails were split. I didn't signal Kirby to stop.
Because you couldn't know about the busted rail. You were acquitted of negligence at the hearing.
I never acquitted myself.
Because you liked living in the dark. 10 years now. Oh, telegraph message coming in if you're up to it.
Take it for me, Fred, please.
Says, 11:55's due by in 1 minute now.
That's right on time.
On the button. Hey, move over, Pop. Make room in the dark for a relative.
Make room?
There's more to the message. Last half says, I'll be riding the engine again. Signed, Kirby Willis.
11:55. Willis rode the 11:55 that night.
Shut up.
Found him in the hollow, sealed in his wrecked cab with his hand dead on the throttle.
Shut up, Pop, shut up. It's gone. Hey, Pop.
Yes, Fred.
You're like something contagious. Stick close to you nights and I can get to be just as crazy as you.
I'm sorry, son.
You know, just then with the 11:55 clearing the station, you know what crazy thought flashed through my head? This is the anniversary week of the wreck of the old 11:55. It would really be one for the books if the ghost of Kirby Willis rode the 11:55 into another wreck. How about that, Pop?
I, too, had the same thought. I kept my mind in the dark and my eyes to the ground later in Santa Amata Cemetery. I held my lantern over a headstone. Here lies Kirby Willis. Risen from the dead he was. There was every sign. An open grave, an open coffin lid. I could see by the shine of my lantern that Kirby wasn't in his coffin.
You came to see with your own eyes that Kirby Willis is outside his coffin.
Kirby?
On the path, plain in the light of your lantern. See me?
Yes.
I rode the 11:55 tonight.
I know. Kirby, to send a message on the wireless. How was it done?
I'll be riding the 11:55 every night. This anniversary week, Ben says.
And on the last night, will the train go through on the last night?
Live through the week and see. Since you've come to comfort the dead, why not take yourself over to Jenny?
To Jenny?
5 graves from this one. Count 5 graves from mine. Go. Ask Jenny to tell you how she died.
I counted 5 graves from Kirby's. I stood there with my mind in the dark, my eyes to the ground. An open grave. This one, too. But the lid of the coffin was closed. Closed. But it opened while I watched. And a specter in white rose up.
Ben Sears? Are you Ben Sears?
I am.
Kirby sent you to me?
Yes. To ask how you died, he said. How did you die?
In my wedding gown. I was fitting it to wear for Kirby when the news came that night.
It was a tragic hour.
I stood there and didn't move. When they told me about Kirby, I never moved again from that minute.
You willed yourself to die.
My heart swelled up as big as myself, and then it stopped. I stopped it.
It was a bad time to die, when living was so good. And Kirby, firm to his promise, rode the 11:55 for the anniversary week. And always with a message for me at 11:54, Just 1 minute before.
I'll ride the engine of the 1155, Ben says. Look to the rail at Jericho Bend.
Look to the rail. Kirby meant to ride the 1155 to his death again. Stop! Stop the train! Stop!
It's too late.
Jenny!
It's too late to stop the train. 10 years too late.
But Kirby Willis is at the throttle. There'll be another wreck.
It's too late to care, Ben. See? The train's come in.
Our friends, your hosts, with a friendly warning. We may wind up with a thrill that'll chill you. Remember, if you go for dark chocolate, go get it. Get it in a Mars Forever Yours candy bar. That'll thrill you. And when the heat's on, pal, keep cool. Keep that Forever Yours in the refrigerator for a real chiller thriller. A frosty friend that's truly forever yours. Ben's sense of guilt isn't so big, really. Size 2, that's all. Kirby and Jenny. That engineer, Kirby Willis, now he's really stirring things up. He may be dead, but he's no deadhead. But it's Jenny who gets me. Isn't she a dream girl? Now, let me see. How far out of mind did we get? Oh, yes. There were the serenading coyotes and old Ben Sears. Sears had just seen history repeat itself.
Operator! Operator! This is Ben Sears. Sears at the station. Operator, terrible thing. The 1155. Operator. Operator. Oh, Fred.
What's cooking in the dark now, Pop?
Fred. Telephone. You. I can't make myself understood.
Give me the phone. What am I to say?
Say, outside what you saw, 1155. Wrecked.
Now, who'd be interested in hearing that?
Who'd be interested? Fred, pick up the telephone.
Pop, you're a maniac. You worked hard at becoming one and you made it. Now, what about the 1155?
It's a wreck.
Kirby Willis, a ghost engineer on a ghost train. The wall clock's behind you, Pop. See what time it says.
1154. It's only 1154.
Here's the 1155 now. Right on time. Your 1155, Pop. It crashed in your head.
Saner mind than mine. I needed a saner mind than mine to take me by the hand. The wisdom of my years. Where was the wisdom of my years? Wilson, the town supervisor, I let him take me by the hand back to the Santa Marta Cemetery.
Which of the two graves, Ben?
Oh, over here is Kirby Willis. This grave.
This grave, you say?
It says Kirby Willis on the gravestone. I hold the lantern to it. Well, do we see different things, Wilson?
I see an open grave. An open grave and an open coffin.
Then here's 5 graves from this, Wilson. Count 5 graves.
5. I've counted 5.
I'm an old man. I've lost my reason. But not you, Wilson. You're the best mind in Santa Mata, the town supervisor. What do you see?
The grave, as unnatural as the first. Open. And the coffin, empty, like the first.
Ben Sears.
Is it Jenny calling to you, Ben?
You hear her too?
Yes.
I stood in my bridal gown and didn't move. My heart swelled up. When it stopped, I stopped. So I could be with Kirby Willis. It was a bad time to die. Such a bad time when living could be so good.
Wilson.
Yes, Ben?
You heard what she said?
Every word.
And did you also see her?
Yes. Like a white mist.
And long flowing hair.
And no flesh that I could see. I do have your hallucinations now, Ben.
In the morning, Wilson, the best we had in Santa Mata, put his hallucinations to rest.
Well, I thought about the things we saw and heard, Ben. All night long, I thought about it. This morning, a clear thought came to me.
Clear thought?
That there's a guiding spirit behind these sights that have turned your mind.
I don't understand.
A guiding spirit with a scheme at hand. A scheme against you, Ben Sears. This morning, I took action. Now, let's see what the ghosts do.
What action did you take?
I ordered an arrest. The arrest of your stepson, Fred.
You arrested Fred?
He's the culprit, with others in with him, looting graves and dressing up to masquerade as ghosts.
Why would Fred conspire against me?
To drive you into the madhouse. Even to drive you to your death.
I can't believe it.
Yes, I know. I know it's a great shock to you. But the boy hates you, Ben.
Fred hates me.
Well, unbalanced as you've been these 10 years, an unsteady, brooding man. Fred's mother died to shut her eyes to the sight of you grieving. The boy thinks this.
Fred blames me for Margaret, his mother's passing.
And there's your house and land. With you gone, it will pass to him. There's profit in hate for Fred. No, I've reasoned it all out. Now let's see what the ghosts will do.
There was a message that night, that last anniversary night, 10 years to the day of the old wreck. Kirby Willis, firm to his promise. I could hear his voice in the keys.
I'll ride the 11:55 for the last time tonight. Look to the rail at Jericho Bend.
Look through the rail at Jericho Bend. This time I would. There would be no negligence this time. At Jericho Bend, I saw what I hadn't seen 10 years before. The rails were split. Once again, the rails were split. Stop the train. I had to stop the train. This time I knew to stop the train. My signal lantern, I waved it high in the air so Kirby could see it. Hurry! Stop! Stop in the name of mercy! I'd won this time. I'd stopped the train. I woke from a long sleep in the outdoors with someone standing over me. Wilson?
It's me.
11:55, Wilson. The 11:55.
The 11:55 came and went.
Came and went?
You signaled it to stop, and it stopped. It's gone now. A train can't wait on a hallucinating old fool.
But the rail at Jericho Bend, it was split. I saw that with my own eyes.
The train took the bend with nothing wrong.
But I saw it. Come, I'll show you. Here at the bend.
I'm standing here to be shown, Ben.
No. No, the rail is firm now. Fine. What I saw, I didn't see.
Except in your mind.
Yes. But on the ground there, in the hollow, I see a body, a lonely body in the night.
Yes, Ben. A dead man.
It's Kirby Willis, dead where he died before.
No, Ben, not Kirby. We've a strange corpse in this one. And a man who died tonight.
Tonight?
Blood soaked in his clothes and in the dirt. And still bleeding. The old dead don't bleed, Ben. And the old dead don't wear police handcuffs.
Police handcuffs?
There. On his wrists. And a bullet hole in his head. See? This one was shot to death. I'll telephone the coroner to come take the murdered man. Operator.
Wilson, wait with the telephone. It's Kirby on the wireless again.
Kirby, is it? I'll take this message, Ben.
What is the message?
An awakening. From a detective who was on the 11:55 tonight. He's telegraphing from the first town he came to after here. He lost a prisoner, he says, when you stopped the 11:55 tonight.
I don't understand.
A prisoner he was taking to the state penitentiary. Willie French, a convicted man. The message says we're to look for a short man, bald, wearing a dark suit and handcuffs.
That's the murdered man out there.
That is. And we're to tell our sheriff to look for a gangster named Curly Sands and a gun girl named Jenny. A pair who schemed to board the train here in San Amado and seize the prisoner. A scheme to seize the prisoner and murder him. That's how your hallucinations came about. San Amado was the place they picked to stop the 11:55. You were to stop the train for them, Ben. They played on your imagination all this anniversary week to get you to stop the train tonight, as you did. Ben, do you hear me?
Shh. There's a message coming in from Kirby.
Ben, come to your senses. We know the truth now.
I must decode the message.
Ben, help yourself. The keys aren't going. They aren't going. Except in your mind.
Keys are going. But we don't hear the same things anymore. Not anymore.
Well, a corpse in handcuffs. It's a fresh seasonal style note, friends. This merry month of mayhem. It gives death that little added weight. And old station master Ben, the way he kept crying over spilt guilt. A stiff stood up in a coffin and Ben blew his lid. Moral? Oh, sure. This one's a hint on proper behavior. When wandering through graveyards, never stop to chat with strange women.
Now, as I was saying, if you like dark chocolate, remember to ask for a Mars Forever Yours. That's the candy bar that brings you the friendly, honest, not-too-sweet taste of dark chocolate, delightfully accented with the bright, clean, fresh taste of pure vanilla. Forever Yours for elegant, pure, dark chocolate, wrapped thick around snow-white, pure vanilla nougat, topped with golden caramel. And say, if the weather's getting warm where you are, hear this. Forever Yours bars are being double protected now with a special warm weather inner wrapper to protect and seal in that delicious flavor. For a chill thrill that's really wonderful any warm day, just try a chilled Forever Yours. Get a supply of Forever Yours bars and keep 'em handy in your refrigerator. Yes, keep 'em chilled, and you'll enjoy a chill thrill that's particularly for you. Meant to be Forever Yours. And now, back to our host.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery was written by John Robert and starred Louis Van Ruten in the role of Ben. Lawson Zerby played Wilson. Music was by Lou White. This month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Burden of Guilt by Ian Gordon. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown. Well, friends, it's time again to close that creaking door. Until next week at this same time, when we'll be back with more spooks and shudders. Next week, we're featuring a sprightly little item entitled A Corpse There Was, starring a winsome girl who liked to drag corpses around the house, evidently on the principle of not letting any grass grow under her or over them. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Alan C. Anthony reminding you that now it's the Mars Forever Yours bar that brings you Inner Sanctum. And remember to listen at this same time tomorrow night over most of these stations to Can You Top This? Also brought to you by Mars, where they believe that faithful quality makes faithful friends. This program came to you from New York. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host inviting you into the Inner Sanctum. Come in, come on in. Oh, come on, we love company. Simply can't do enough to them. We've got lots of games custom designed for our guests. They'll simply slay you. The favorite's called A Tisket, a Casket. But the game we play best is called Revival. Oh, it's wonderful. You pass out and we try to revive you. If we don't, you don't. And now for our eerie spell. The hitchhiking corpse. Climb up on the driver's seat. Sit close to the driver. Sean O'Hara, a bewitched man with deep-set eyes. Hear what he has to tell about the beautiful corpse of Madoc County. The girl who lost her head over him.
Eileen. The last time I saw her, she was standing where she always waits for me. In the rain on the little white bridge where the road takes a bend around Moon Hollow. I could hear her call for me to stop. But I wasn't going to stop for her. Not anymore. My mind was made up to that. And then a lightning flash burned over her like a million lighted candles. And she was standing there where she always waited for me, without her head. Eileen had lost her head. Am I right in my mind now, I'm wondering? These things I know, these things that I saw, was it a dream? A man's imagination gets tipsy when he drives a great silver van 400 miles in the loneliness of the night. Eileen. The first time I saw her, she was standing where she stood the last time on a little white bridge near Moon Hollow. Climb in, miss. Yeah. Sit deep in your seat with your head low. It's a black mark in the book for me. If the company inspectors see you riding in the cab, I'll be docked.
They won't see me. Only you can see me, son.
Only I can see. You're calling me by name.
No.
I'm making up a name for you.
But it is my name, Sean O'Hara. It's an uncanny bit of making up you just did, Miss...
Try, Sean. If you try, you too can do an uncanny bit of making up.
With your hair like it is, and your face, just one name suits. Only one name.
And my name?
Eileen.
I am Eileen.
And just where are you riding to?
To Madoc County. But someday, not tonight.
Madoc County's a good 80-mile ride from Moon Hollow. Is it someday, I heard you say?
Yes, someday I'll be riding to Madoc County. And it will be you who will take me there.
Oh, there's little to that. I always pass through Madoc. It's on my route.
My people came from up there. It's a big house we once had. A great big house. Without windows.
Without windows, you say?
There was a great hall. And a great long table. With my people sitting round it. The living and the dead.
The living and the... A house without windows, and now it's the living and the dead. You're a pretty one. But you're as batty as a loon.
Am I really a pretty one to you, Sean?
Sure. Pretty hair. Eyes to light up a man's dream. Dainty little hands. The two of them fit into one of mine. The face...
A face, Sean.
No. The face I cannot praise.
Why not?
With all the war paint on it, if I didn't bite my tongue, I might say that what I see smeared over your cheeks is blood.
Don't bite your tongue, Sean.
You're getting out. Trust Sean O'Hara to pick up a gibbering farm girl who smears her face with chicken blood. Good night to you.
Good night, Sean. I'll be waiting again tomorrow night at Moon Hollow. I'll be watching for you.
I watched her go, sailing off on the mist. As high as my eyes could go, I could see her riding into the sky like a night witch, and then blowing into the smoke of the moon. There had been no Eileen. I dreamed her up in my fat head. A man's imagination gets tipsy when he drives a great silver van in the loneliness of the night. Way up, I pulled into the yard behind old Morgan's diner to sleep the night from 2 to 6, curled up in my cab like I always did. I'm a hearty man and a steady sleeper, not given to dreaming. But this night, bad luck to me, I dreamed. She was leaning over me, Eileen, with the moon in her eyes. And now the blood was wet on her cheeks and running down in big red beads to splash my shirt.
The old mill house in Madoc, where the water falls. In Madoc.
The old mill house in Madoc, where the water falls.
The old mill house in Madoc, where the water falls. You must see that the dead go home, Sean.
See that the dead... Eileen... Eileen! But there was no Eileen. I've been dreaming. Dreaming, but the radio was playing loud enough to wake the dead. The dreaming man doesn't turn on the radio. Eileen!
You always wake up like a roaring lion, O'Hara.
What?
It's me, Morgan. I guess you've had all the music you need to wake you up.
It was you who turned my radio on?
Me it was. Were you thinking the radio turned itself on?
I had a dream about a girl.
A nightmare's more like what you had. From the looks of you were thrashing about in that seat and beating yourself on the face with your fists.
Beating myself? Why is that?
For the blood all over your shirt.
Blood?
Stop looking bewitched, O'Hara, and look in your truck mirror to your nose. You gave yourself a nosebleed in your sleep, and that, my boy, was no dream.
I was an hour late for unloading in the Cloverville depot.
O'Hara.
Yeah, Red.
Come over to the van a minute.
where the loaders can't get an airful.
Oh, you're acting funny.
We got everything off the inventory calls for. But there are 3 other items. I threw a canvas cover over them before the boys got a look at them. Did you look into your van?
What's under the canvas cover, Red?
Coffins, O'Hara. 3 old pine wood coffins. You want to tell me something?
To tell you? Oh, sure. I almost forgot about those coffins. It's a side job. Some yokel undertaker down by Moon Hollow. I'm to drop him off somewhere. Save him trucking charges that way and make myself $20 side money.
Quit lying to me, O'Hara. And to yourself.
Oh, lying, you say? But it's a fact, Red. Positively a fact. And I'm giving you half of the $20 for covering me. Wasn't one to pass up $20 for trucking 3 empty coffins.
The coffins aren't empty, O'Hara. And you never took a job from any local undertaker either.
You seem to know a lot about something.
I know Route 266. I was born and raised here.
What is there to know?
For one thing, the red-headed witch of Moon Hollow, maybe. You might be trucking the dead for her.
Eileen?
Or any name you give her. She was Katie to a trucker named Conway who had your run once. To hear Conway tell it, Katie, or Eileen, was always trying to get him to take her dead out of Moon Hollow to somewhere else.
To Maida County, to the old mill house.
Or somewhere. Anyhow, that's how the story usually goes. But what she's really out to do is drive you crazy.
How do you know there is such a girl?
Those pine boxes in there. I saw them on Conway's truck once, like they're on yours now. Conway dumped them right back in Moon Hollow. Take my advice. From now on, pass the redhead up. Jam your accelerator to the floorboard and go past her at 80.
I don't know what I'll do. What I did, bad luck to me on the trip back, was look for the waterfalls and the old mill house. When I came to the Maida County line, was there an old mill house where the waterfalls, I was wondering? Or was I a man looking hard to lose his mind? I brought one of the caskets to the ground. It wasn't empty, but there wasn't much weight to it either. I opened it. It held the dead, all right, but not the face or the body of the dead. It was only the skeleton. The skeleton of someone dead more years than the mind can imagine. There was a waterfall in the deep woods. The music of water, and Eileen's voice splashing in it.
The old mill house, under the water.
There was an old mill house down below the rocks. A stone house without windows, like Eileen had said. I pulled an old rusted bolt and opened the door to one great room and a table that went from wall to wall. It was old. The flying dust could blind a man, so he'd only see what his tipsy imagination would want him to see. I saw Eileen. Eileen standing before me with her arms out. Like a thin shadow my eyes could see through to the wall.
Go bring the casket, son. Go bring the dead home.
Here's something terribly new in thumbing a ride. A hitchhiker. And a neat switch, too, on the old boy meets girl formula. This one's boy meets gold. Eileen. Now, there's a bonny lass dead set on getting ahead. And if she keeps up the pace, she'll have O'Hara shorn of his sanity any mile now. But let's get back beside our bewitched trucker.
A man's imagination gets tipsy when he drives a great silver van in the loneliness of the night. But there was an old mill house where the water falls, as Eileen has said. And it was there I left 3 caskets of the old dead.
Passing Moon Hollow on the way back, I stopped in at Morgan's Diner for some Mormon coffee. It was just old Morgan putting his profits into the screaming jukebox.
O'Hara, it's you.
Nobody else.
I've been waiting all night for you to come.
I stopped for a time in Mayduck. Well, agitated the way you look. Have I slipped out owing you for a meal?
No.
I don't understand the looks of you.
The shoebox. It's for you see? Your name's written on it. Sean O'Hara.
And left by whom?
The devil's own daughter. O'Hara, her face was enough to send a man hiding in his coffin.
A face all smeared with blood, was it?
You have seen her, too.
We are old acquaintances by now. When I left Morgan's prying eyes, I opened the shoebox. It held a small white envelope and an old rusted tin can. I opened the envelope. 2 tickets there were to a costume party in the Moon Hollow firehouse for the next night. And the tin can full of money. A shower of Indian pennies and buffalo nickels, coins with the grit and tarnish of years on them. Like some miser had saved them in a secret nook of the kitchen. That was too much for a tired working man to puzzle out. My poor head would have none of it. I had a load to hold back that night. There was time enough for puzzles another night. She'd be standing on the little white bridge where the road takes a bend, and then I would put my questions to her. She was standing there the next night watching for me, calling for me to stop.
Sean! Stop, Sean!
Her hair was wild as before, and her face the same. Her dress was changed. It was a costume now she was wearing, all silk and gaiety, like she was dressed up for a party. Yes, Eileen.
You weren't going to stop?
For a fact, no. You'll not be riding in my cab. And I'll not be trucking your dead ancestors anymore. Not for a barrel of nickels and pennies. Here, take your money back.
No. It was grandmother's savings. She wants you to have it.
Oh, so there's a grandmother, too, is there?
Yes.
And when will she be riding along to the old mill house?
Tonight, Sean. She will ride with you tonight. And after that, I'll be riding with you to Mayduck, too.
And that settles the count of your people?
No. It still leaves you, Sean.
Me? Am I hearing you say me?
Yes, you two will sit at the long table in the great hall of the dead. You will sit beside me.
Alive is it to be, or dead?
Dead, Sean. Like us.
And what will snuff me out, a hardy man like me without a sickness?
You will just die. Your heart will just stop.
My heart will stop.
You don't want to sit beside me?
It's not by way of wooing a lady.
Sean?
Yes, Eileen.
Do you like my costume?
I do. And what's it for?
The dance at the firehouse. I thought you would take me.
I think not.
Then I will go alone. Good night, Sean.
Compliments of the evening to you, miss. But instead of sleeping in old Morgan's yard, there I was just before the midnight hour, in the costume of a trucker with a tottering mind, and looking for Eileen in the firehouse. I found her in her silken gaiety where the Japanese lanterns were dimmest, wearing a mask like the others were, but not dancing like the others. Eileen?
Sean.
You're not surprised I came?
I knew you'd come.
You're not dancing?
The music is stopped.
It's unmasking time. Midnight's not a minute away. The caller's announced.
Attention! Attention, everybody! It's midnight! Everybody, unmask!
You're not unmasking, Eileen.
You unmask me, Sean O'Hara.
All right, I'll speak again. Say my name again.
Sean O'Hara.
Your voice. It's like the voice of Eileen.
I am not Eileen. Put your hand to my mask, Sean.
You're an old lady.
I am old, and the life you see is the last I have to show. Look at me for the last time, O'Hara. I am Eileen's grandmother.
But Eileen, she was here. Her hand was in mine. Dressed in the costume with the silk and gaiety you're now wearing.
Eileen slipped away to leave me with you. You have business with me now, Sean.
Business, you say?
Take me to Madoc County. The old mill house where the water falls. I'll be waiting to ride with you, O'Hara. Don't be long.
I drove the lonely night to the Madoc County line with my freight of storage eggs and canned goods, and the dead in a pine box. The old grandmother in her silks was in her casket. I didn't bother to ask whose job it was. I put the questions to Eileen the next time she waited for me where the road takes a bend around Moon Hollow. And she was there like I knew she'd be, pointing her thumb to hitch a ride.
Stop, police! Stop!
But I didn't stop this last time. I did what the checker-red Lacey said Conway failed to do, and what I must do. I passed her up. I pushed the gas accelerator to the floor and passed her by at 80. A shriek where the highway bends into Moon Hollow. But I didn't leave Eileen behind. She was on the seat beside me.
You didn't want to stop, Sean.
She was beside me. Without her head.
I'm dead, Sean. Dead. Now drive me to Madoc County.
The imagination gets tipsy. The sheriff of Madoc County is one to know it. And the doctor beside him looking at me with eyes of pity is one to know it, too. I hear them talking to me, but the words go sailing into the smoke of the moon. I listen, but I do not understand.
You ran over her on the bridge down in Moon Hollow last night. A 20-ton truck, O'Hara. Her head was severed. I'll tell you all you need to know about Eileen Grant, her grandmother, and her people. They were run out of the old mill out of Madoc County about 30 years ago. Native superstition did that. The family was thought to have, well, call it evil powers. Where'd you take Eileen to, O'Hara?
Huh?
Eileen. What did you do with the body?
I'll take you to her. Come, I'll take you to her. I took them, the sheriff and the doctor, to the old mill house where the water falls. Here, Sheriff, is Eileen and her people sitting around the table in the great hall of the dead.
O'Hara, to do this, to set them around the table like that, you couldn't be in your right mind, man.
No, I couldn't be. And I'm the one to admit that. And I'm not in my right mind to sit here beside Eileen now. What can there ever be between a man and a girl? Sitting and rotting in an old mill with their ancestors looking on.
O'Hara. Say, Doc, take a look at him.
O'Hara's dead.
Dead? To sit down and die? Just like that?
Just like that, Sheriff. O'Hara's heart just stopped, as if he willed it to stop.
Now that O'Hara's given up the ghost, there's a job open. Somebody... As a special inducement to insanity, a pretty girl goes along with every truck. Oh, sorry, friend. I can't tell you which of the two jobs is the more harrowing. Moral? Oh, sure. I've got one carved right here on my vertebrae. This is for any motorist who runs across Eileen. Give her the go-by, Bob. All she'll get you is dead mileage. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has been brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum once again. Come in. Our little place may not be a mansion, but it has its advantages. For one thing, it's thoroughly scare conditioned. The scream pipes are always in good working order, and the rent's quite reasonable. We get a cut rate. Well, you've had your warning. Whatever happens from now on, you asked for. Just be sure the family is provided for. And now to our happy little anecdote for tonight. Bird song for a murderer.
My name is Carl Warner. I'm not a young man any longer, but I don't mind that. I wasn't very happy when I was young. Now, well, at least I'm not unhappy. And late at night, after Elaine has gone upstairs to bed, she's my wife, and she's very pretty and younger than I am, and perhaps I made a mistake in marrying her, but, well, anyway, late at night, I go into the room where I keep the birds, and then, listening to them sing, I get as close to happiness as I can expect. I stay an hour, and then I cover their cages. And then they know it's time to sleep. And they sleep. Even on the stormiest of nights. And this was a stormy night. Someone knocked at the front door. It was late. We know very few people. We kept to ourselves, mostly Elaine and I, so... I was worried a little when I opened the door. Yes?
Mind if I come in, Mr. Warner? It's kind of damp out.
No, of course not. You seem to know me.
I do, don't I?
But I don't know you.
My name is Brule. Chester Brule.
Oh, Chester Brule. I still don't know.
Remember? It doesn't matter.
What did you want?
Nice place you got here. Much nicer than Cragmount.
Cragmount?
Cragmount Asylum for the insane.
You worked there?
I used to work there.
Oh, this is all very interesting.
Funny thing happened just before I left. One of the inmates escaped.
This baby was a homicidal maniac.
Homicidal?
Yeah, that's right.
I don't see what all this has to do with me.
I didn't say it had. There was one funny thing about this inmate.
Was there?
Loved canaries. Loved to listen to them sing. Psychiatrists at Cragmount found it very interesting. Birdsong was the only thing that kept the murderous impulses down. Mr. Warner, I'm out of work.
It's too bad.
You're not doing badly. Nice house, furnishings. Didn't I hear canaries singing before I come into the house?
Maybe you did.
So, 5,000 in the morning?
No.
I think yes. Otherwise, Cragmount will be happy to hear from me. 11 Crescent Place, room 2B, in the morning. You can show me to the door now.
Of course.
Good night, Mr. Warner. Till we meet again.
I watched him go out into the blackness, and the blackness swallow him. The birds were quiet. I thought for a moment of taking the covers off the cages and letting the birds sing, and then I thought that tonight it might be better if I didn't let the birds sing.
Okay. Who it? Oh, couldn't wait till morning, huh? I didn't expect it. Wait, that knife. No! Ow! I shouldn't have let it. Surprise!
It had been a bad night. I couldn't have slept more than 2 or 3 hours. Fortunately, Elaine and I had separate rooms. And at breakfast the next morning, she was fresh and young and beautiful.
Carl?
Huh?
Why are you staring at me in that funny way?
Nothing. You really shouldn't read at meals.
Oh, it's only the paper. So many exciting things happen. I can't wait till I get to them.
Still...
Oh, isn't that terrible?
What is?
A man was murdered last night. Not very far from here. Crescent Place.
Crescent Place?
Such an odd name. Chester Brewer. Carl, your coffee cup.
Sorry, I wish you wouldn't read the paper.
It says that his canary, he had a canary car, was singing when the landlady found the body. Oh, that's pathetic.
Elaine, I told you not to read that paper.
But,
give it to me.
But, Carl, you're tearing the paper up. What's the matter?
I'm nervous this morning.
Don't remember your ever having been like this before.
I told you I was nervous.
Now, look, darling, why don't you go into the aviary? Listen to the birds for a while. You love them so, and they have such a nice effect on you.
I went into the aviary as she suggested, and I listened to the birds. But it was quite a little while before I stopped trembling.
Carl?
Yes, dear?
Come into the kitchen.
All right.
I've been washing the breakfast dishes, darling, and found this among them.
Carving knife.
This isn't that funny. Besides, look at it. The blade's all covered with brown stains.
I see.
Sure, I washed it after dinner last night. Did you use it for anything?
No, darling. Now, give it to me and I'll wash it now.
Oh, I can do it. I just wondered. Oh, the door. Will you?
No, you give me the knife. And you answer the door. I said you answer the door.
All right. There's nothing to shout about. I don't know what's the matter with you this morning.
I washed the knife. Quickly, but carefully. Very quickly, but very carefully. It didn't take long. The stains hadn't hardened much. The brown stains.
Carl,
Yes?
someone to see you. A man.
What does he want?
He didn't say, except that it was important.
I'll go see him.
He said he's a lieutenant. A Lieutenant Gregg. From the police.
There are 17 steps between the kitchen and our living room. I know because I counted them while I was walking to see Lieutenant Gregg of the police. 17 steps to make my face polite, relaxed, smiling. But would I be able to hide the trembling of my hands? You're Lieutenant Gregg. My wife said you wanted to see me.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Warner, did you know a man named Chester Brule?
Chester Brule? Why, I can't say offhand. I've got such a bad memory for names. I may or I may not. Why?
He's murdered last night. You see, we found your name and address in Brule's address book.
I see.
We thought you might be able to help us.
Well, the fact that my name is in his address book doesn't mean
Prove
that...
anything? Well, of course not. Would the fact that Brule used to be an attendant in an insane asylum mean anything to you?
Why should it mean anything to me?
Well, I didn't say it should, Mr. Warner. I just thought...
Well, it doesn't.
Oh, I guess that's that. You know, funny thing. There was a bird cage in Brule's room with a canary in it, singing its head off.
Huh? Well, lots of people are fond of canaries.
Sure. What was funny about it is that Brule's landlady swears Brule never had a bird.
That is funny.
Way it looks, the killer knifed Brule and then left the cage and the bird in it behind him. Doesn't make any sense. Unless you figure that the guy who killed Brule was insane.
The birds have been quiet, but the slam of the door maybe started them off. And I knew that somehow I would have to get the cage and the bird in it out of Brule's room. I didn't know how I'd do it, but I'd do it no matter how insane it was. It was dark when I got to Crescent Place. Dark on a lonely street. There was no one in front of the house. Nothing to show that a man had died inside the night before with a knife in his throat. The door was open. There was a dim light in the vestibule, leaving the stairs beyond in darkness. I went up them to the second floor. There was no one in the corridor. The door of 2B opened, and I went in. There was no light. The moon cast a pale glimmer over the room, and someone in a chair near the window. For a moment I thought it was Brule, but there was no blood. And then I realized it was a policeman in uniform, asleep. The cage was near the sleeping man. Would his sleep be sound enough? I reached out, lifted the cage, reached the door, and closed it. I was safe.
Carl?
Yes?
Oh, I'm so glad you're home. That Lieutenant Gregg is here again.
Gregg? Where?
In the bird room.
Why did you take him to the bird room?
He asked me to.
All right. Oh, Lieutenant Gregg?
Oh, hello, Mr. Warner. Quite a collection of canaries you've got here.
Yes, I have.
Were you home all last night?
Of course. This is still about Chester Brule's murder?
Mm-hmm. Say, remember my mentioning I thought that the man who'd killed Brule and left the birdcage behind him must be insane?
Well, You did say something of the sort.
Yeah. And then there's the fact that Brule used to work with insane people. Begins to mesh, huh?
Oh, I know very little about police work.
I hope I'm not boring you. Anyway, it occurs to me maybe I better take a trip up to Cragmount.
I suppose going to asylums or any place else is just part of your job.
Oh, sure. Did I mention Cragmount was an asylum?
Why, you must have.
Yeah. Well, I'll run up there, and I wouldn't be surprised if I get all the answers. What do you think?
I think I'm going to. What is it, Elaine?
Well, it's so late, I thought.
Oh, I can take a hint, Mrs. Warner. Don't bother showing me to the door.
He seems like a very nice man. Carl, stop it.
What?
That stare. If I didn't know you so well, I'd say you were going mad.
Go to bed, Elaine.
All right, darling. Oh, Carl, look.
Look at what?
Through the window, the garden. Lieutenant Gregg didn't go away. He's down there.
Get away from that window. Go to bed.
Going. But he looks as if he's waiting down there for something. For what, Carl?
I knew what he was waiting for. I knew I mustn't go to sleep. Things happen when you sleep. Terrible things. But I hadn't slept well the night before. Not well at all. And there'd be the strain of the day. And it was night now, and dark, still, terribly still.
Gargan? Gargan? Yeah. Oh. I was right. Was right, only it wasn't Gargan. Oh.
Such a lovely morning, Carl.
Lovely.
I looked for Lieutenant Gregg as soon as I got up. He wasn't in the garden anymore.
He must have got tired, gone home, or back to headquarters, wherever policemen go.
Oh, dear. That's the Swenson's dog. He's got into our garden again. I'll have to get him out.
Elaine, don't.
Darling, you dig up all the flowers looking for bones.
Elaine. Maybe he won't be there tonight. Elaine, where are you?
Under the tree.
What?
Look, Lieutenant Gregg. His throat.
Come inside.
Oh, all right.
The kitchen.
Carl, where are you going?
The kitchen.
What are you doing?
The drawer. Silverware. Yes. It's here.
The carving knife.
That's right.
Carl, I thought you washed it last night. I guess you didn't.
You'd be wrong. I did wash it last night.
But the stains are still there. The brown stains.
These are fresh ones, Elaine. Get out of my way.
But...
I've got to go to the bird room.
Carl, please don't go away from me. Carl!
I was holding the carving knife in my hand. Started to put it down, and then I held on to it anyway. It would make taking the covers off the cages awkward, but I held on to it anyway. And the birds were still. They remained still unless I took the covers off. Elaine.
Carl, you must tell me what's wrong.
Don't come any closer.
But...
Elaine, please, not any closer.
You You've got that knife in your hand.
Yes.
The one with the brown stains. Oh, Carl.
Don't say anything.
Carl, the night before last.
Elaine, don't ask questions. That's dangerous.
You were out of the
No.
house last night when Lieutenant Gregg was
I was
killed.
asleep.
You have the knife, Carl.
Yes.
Give it to me.
No.
Please, Carl.
No. Stay where you are.
All right. You may keep the knife. Because, look, Carl.
A revolver.
Yes. Lieutenant Gregg's revolver.
Elaine, give that to me.
Oh, no. I took it from Lieutenant Gregg last night. After he stopped crying. They always cry when you...
Elaine.
Didn't like it the way you've been looking at me, Carl. You were thinking that maybe you'd have to send me back to Craigmount.
I wasn't.
You were, Carl. I know you were. After Chester Brew died.
Elaine.
Stop where you are.
All right, but...
Keep your hands away from the bird cage. Don't pull off the cover. Oh, Carl, I've hurt you.
Never mind.
But I didn't want to. Are you going to cry? Like the others?
It was my fault. Loved you too well. I really killed those others. Not you, my darling.
That's a very silly thing to say. And I'll become quite angry. I am quite angry. Carl, you silly. You pulled the covers off the cage. Carl! Carl, I'm speaking to you. Those birds, I don't like them. Carl? Oh, poor Carl. He's dead. I loved him, and now he's dead. But anyway, he didn't cry. He didn't cry.
Well, there it is. And so sweet. The story of a couple of lovebirds who, instead of billing and cooing, went in for killing and shooting. Of course, it was all little Elaine's idea. All Carl did was cover up. Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams. Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Friends, just as you do, we're dressing up our little hovel for the coming winter season. Of course, the color scheme will still be completely black, with blood-red splotches here and there to relieve the grimness. And I'm putting in a new hearth made out of an old tombstone. It has a little inscription that reads, "Here lies Lizzie Liddell, a proud and self-made widow, who bright and early one fine day sliced her husband's head away. She'd caught the culprit with a wench and won acquittal from the bench."
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Night is My Shroud, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Kenneth Lynch in the role of Danny with Ann Shepard as Baby.
All right, friends. Sit back and collapse. Relax. Our story's about to begin. Now, just try to remember that none of the things you hear in our stories can happen to you more than once. Ready now. Then turn the lights down low as we hear Danny Manson tell us a strange story.
I expected any second I was going to hear a knock on the door. I knew if I opened it, Chigger would come in and kill Baby and kill me. And Chigger wouldn't kill fast. He'd take his time. You know how Chigger is. So we stayed in that crummy hotel for 5 days, afraid to go out because maybe somebody would see us and tell Chigger. Yeah, 5 days. No sleep. Too scared to eat. Nothing except the rotten coffee they sent up. Just me and Baby.
I can't take it anymore, Danny.
What's the matter?
What do you think's the matter? I'm getting out of here.
Sit down.
I don't care what happens no more. Even if Chigger kills me. I'm beginning to hear things in my head. I'm seeing things that ain't there.
Shut up.
No. It ain't right for a wife to walk out, I know, but Oh, Danny.
You're soft. I always knew you was soft. Mush. But you ain't walking out on me.
How long do you think we can stay here?
I'm staying until I get a call that the coast is clear.
That's what you've been telling me, but you don't get that call. Maybe you'll never get it.
Stop crying.
I can't stop.
Shut up. I think I hear somebody outside our door.
Chigger.
Shh. You hear that?
Yeah.
Somebody walking up and down.
Danny.
Skip it.
It's your own footsteps you hear.
Huh?
Don't you see what's happening? You're jumping out of your skin when you hear your own shoes make a noise.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Danny, look. Look, let's get out of here. You said when we welched that 500 from Chigger here that we'd go away and we'd work out some dance routines. Let's grab a train, Danny. We'll take our chances with Chigger. We'll go to South America, Mexico, any place. We'll work up a few numbers. Vaudeville's coming back all over again. They're even booking acts in the palace again. We'll make dough, Danny. We'll pay back Chigger and be in the clear. What do you say?
There was something queer about them footsteps.
A footstep? Danny, didn't you hear what I said?
Stop talking.
You crazy. What are you banging on the wall for?
You hear that?
Yeah. Somebody knocked back. Where'd it come from?
The next room, I think.
Why did they...
Let me try something else. Let me try a dance step.
You think they'll hear?
Quiet.
Danny.
That can't be Chigger. He could never do that.
Maybe it's a killer Chigger sent.
Why should he tell me he's next door? I'm going to do a step that nobody else in the business can do except me. Let's see what happens. Do that if you can.
What does it mean, Danny?
Someone's calling me. Someone wants to see me. Someone in the next room.
Who?
I ain't sure. But a magician in Denver once told me that when you hear something like this happen, I'm going in there.
No, Danny,
Let
don't.
go of me.
Danny!
There was no one in the hall. I tried the door of the room on the right of mine. It was open. I went in. At first, I didn't see anything. It was black. Only the dim light coming up from the street. My eyes got used to it. Then I saw him. Standing in front of the window, he looked like me. Only he looked like I always thought I'd look when I'd be dead. That's the way the magician in Denver said it would be. A guy the spitting image of you. I was scared stiff. I yelled, "What do you want?"
What do you want?
I know who you
Who
are.
you are?
You ain't alive.
You ain't alive.
If I gotta live, just give me a break.
Give me a break.
Come here.
Here.
I'll grab
you.
I reached for him, but he stepped backwards right through the window and disappeared. I looked down to the street. Nothing there but some broken glass. I knew I wouldn't see anything. From what that magician in Denver told me, it could only mean two things. Either my number was up or my luck had changed.
Danny.
Okay, baby, pack your clothes. We're getting out of here.
Danny.
What's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? I ain't scared of Chigger now.
Oh, Danny.
What? Chigger. Chigger, where is he?
He's in the closet. That's what I tried to tell you. He came in while you was in that other room.
Shut up and don't move, Danny. You look just like a statue, except for the sweat dripping over your eyes. That's how I like to see you, Danny. Still. Very still.
Chigger, that gun.
Ain't you gonna say hello to me, Danny?
Hello, Chigger.
Chigger, you can't do it. You ain't gonna do it. Not to Danny.
No, baby. Get away from him.
No.
Do what he says.
No, but Danny.
Please.
No.
Knock her down. Get away. Go on.
Baby.
No, Danny, I want to stay with you.
That's better.
How'd you find out I was here?
The manager. He's a friend of mine. He told me 5 days ago. Where's the 5 C's you took from me?
Oh. Here.
Yeah, thank you.
Now you got the money. Why not call everything square, huh? After all, you got back your dough.
It ain't the money, Danny. You worked for me. You know about me. And I know about you. I know I can't trust you. Never again.
I'll never tell what I know.
Nah, you won't tell.
What are you gonna do?
Have some fun. They tell me you was a dancer once. Dance for me, Danny.
No, Now listen, don't stall it, Chigger. Let me have it right away.
Dance. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, your hubby's pretty good, baby. You love him?
Yeah.
That's fine. So for your sake, I'll do you a favor. I'll polish him off fast right now while he's dancing. That one missed. But these won't.
Danny. He missed. He can't hit you.
It's empty. That one should have got you.
They won't get me, Chigger. Something's happened to me. You can't kill me.
Oh, I done it with my hands before. Oh.
Chigger.
Oh, that pain.
Chigger.
My chest.
He just grabbed his chest. Keeled over.
He's dead.
No. He may be...
He's dead. Go ahead, see. He's dead.
Yeah. He's dead. But how?
How? How do you think, baby?
I don't know. He was alive a minute ago, and then... Danny, the room next door, what happened in that room? You were talking crazy when you came out.
Maybe it wasn't so crazy as you thought.
What'd you see in there? What happened?
You wouldn't understand it. But I want to know one thing. Did you tell Chigger I was here?
What are you saying?
You heard me?
No, how could I tell him he was with me all the time? Danny, let go of me.
You could have called him up.
Danny, what's the matter with you?
He wanted to let you live while he was going to kill me. You could have made a deal with him.
How can you say that? Danny, you're out of your head. You don't trust anybody.
No, I don't trust dames anymore. Did you call him? That's what I want to know.
No, I didn't.
I'll find out if you're lying. You better be telling the truth. You saw what happened to Chigger. The same thing could happen to you. You can die just like that if I want you to. You know that's true now, don't you?
Yeah. It's true. I seen it.
I'm going out. I want you to meet me later at our apartment.
Where are you going, Danny?
Where do you think? There's an old score I've got to settle, baby. I think you know who it is.
Danny, no. No, you mustn't.
face was scared like a kid's when I walked out. She seen what I could do. You don't believe it, mister? I didn't believe it myself until I saw it happen. Chigger died because at that minute I wished he was dead. That magician in Denver told me it could happen like that, and it did. Baby knew where I was going. She knew who I wanted to see. I told her because I wanted to find out just how much I could trust Baby. I had life and death in my hands, anybody's life or death. I could kill just by thinking about it. Yes, mister, I've still got that power. I can kill you right this second if I want to. It was the queerest thing walking through the streets that night. I seen men, women pass me by. They didn't know it, but just like that, I could have killed them. They didn't know how close they were to dying. They didn't know that the guy they passed on the street had more power than any man on earth. But I was going to use my power on someone who deserved it. On Queenie.
Oh, hello, baby.
Queenie, are you alone?
Yeah, come in.
Lock the door.
Why?
Lock it, please. I don't want him to come here. If he finds us together, he'll kill me. He'll kill us both.
Who? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Danny. He's coming here to murder you.
Oh, now listen.
Lock the door.
All right. Look, baby, when you called up, you said you had something important to see me about. Now, if you've gone out of your head, I just want to remind you I'm not running any lunatic asylum.
Don't you worry, I'm not crazy. Maybe I'm a little wacky for trying to help you. But I just couldn't see even you get killed without having a chance to save yourself.
Are you really afraid Danny's going to kill me?
I know he is.
That's a laugh.
You wouldn't think it's so funny if you seen how he murdered Chigger.
Danny?
Yeah? And he did it without a gun, without a knife, without his hands. He did it with just his mind.
What are you trying to tell?
I'm telling you to get out of here as fast as you can, to get away where Danny'll never find you.
What kind of a gag is this?
Queenie, I'm risking my life by coming here and telling you this. Something queer, something supernatural happened with Danny tonight, and he's got this power.
Listen, you better go see a head doctor.
Try to explain to her, baby. She won't believe you.
It isn't old Mr. Big himself. How'd you get in here, Danny?
Over the roof and onto your terrace.
Did you hear?
Yeah, I heard everything you told her, baby.
Danny.
Seems that I can't trust you with a secret, can I?
I didn't want her to die. I didn't want her to die the way Chigger did.
You're a sweet kid, baby, but you're an awful dope.
Don't get sore, Danny.
But I am sore. I told you what would happen to any dame that would double-cross me.
Don't kill me. You mustn't...
He can't kill you.
Oh, Queenie. Would you like to see how it's done?
Yes, I'd like to see how it's done. I'll call your bluff.
Sure. Watch.
Danny.
No use pleading, baby. I know what you are now.
Danny, honest, you don't understand. I just warned her because I love you. I didn't want you to get into trouble.
You tipped off Chigger because you didn't want me to get in trouble, too. You told him where to find me because you loved me.
I didn't tell him where you were, honest. Danny,
Good a liar as you were, Queenie. But maybe I'm wise to her because I didn't love her as much as I loved you.
Thought you were going to kill her. I'm still waiting.
You won't have to wait long.
Oh, Danny. Stay back.
No
Danny,
use, baby.
Look out, baby. You're backing out to the terrace.
Danny, don't come any closer. I won't tell anyone ever.
It's too late.
Baby, come back here.
Danny, let me live.
You've always been soft. Mush.
Come back.
I can't. I'm falling.
Still think I'm bluffing, Queenie?
She fell off of the terrace. Quite an act. How'd you do it?
Would you like to find out?
Gonna pull the same act on me?
That's what I came here for.
Then why are you waiting?
Maybe because it's the first time I've seen you in years.
How do you think I look?
Beautiful. You're still the most beautiful woman I ever knew.
Maybe you ought to think of that before
I murder you?
I've always loved you, Danny.
Are you kidding?
Give me a chance to prove it.
A chance?
You gave Baby a chance. You didn't do anything to her. You were sure she double-crossed you. Why don't you give me the same chance? Maybe if you found out how much I love you, you wouldn't want to kill me. You might want to take me in your arms again. Give me a chance.
Why not? You got your car downstairs?
Yeah?
Now let's get out of here.
Why?
When they find Baby, they'll be coming up to ask questions.
Why don't you say something, Danny? You haven't said a word since we left.
I've been thinking things over.
What thing?
All the things that happened between you and me.
Why'd you stop?
Because this is a good place to stop. Nice, quiet street, no houses. On a block like this, you could scream and scream, and no one would hear you.
Danny.
Giving you your chance, Queenie?
I know what you mean. You're wondering why I left you, why I broke up the act.
Yes, Queenie. You never did tell me why.
Well, I know you thought that agent was in love with me, but I left you in Denver and went to New York because he really did have this job for me. I made a hit in that show. That's how I got my start. I did it for you.
For me?
You know what was happening to vaudeville. You know what was happening to our act. Broadway was the only place we could make a living. We couldn't go on starving. Just as soon as I got the job, I tried to send for you.
Did you?
Sure, but I could never find you. I tried, but you disappeared.
You didn't try hard enough. All our friends knew where I was. And I tried to get in touch with you. You wouldn't even answer my letters.
You're the only one I love, Danny. I don't care if you kill me. I'm just happy to be close to you. Just to be near you again. Oh, to put my arms around you. Be able to kiss you again. I love you, Danny.
Too late, Queenie.
Too late?
Yes. You're going to die.
When'll it happen?
Any second.
Can you stop it?
No.
Well, I'm waiting. Why don't it happen? I don't feel anything. No pains, nothing.
It will happen.
What?
Yes. Just a minute. I want you to die. And you will die.
Well, seems I'm very much alive.
I don't know. What happened?
I do. You're out of your head. That's what's the matter with you. You never did have much of a brain anyway. With no accident, you ended up as one of Chigger's boys. You couldn't even dance any good.
Queenie.
I only hooked up with you because I was starving and I never did love you, not for 2 cents. I couldn't stand the sight of you. There's a cab coming down the street. Now I'm getting out of here. If you ever bother me again, I'll have you sent to the movie hatch.
She stepped out of the car and walked into the gutter. At that minute, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I didn't have this power. I saw her lift her hand to hail the cab, and then... The cab kept going. I got out, looked at her just to make sure. She was dead, all right. My power didn't fail. So then I checked in at this hotel and sent for you.
Why'd you pick on me, Danny?
Because you're a reporter.
What's that got to do with it?
Sometimes I think this never happened. Sometimes I think I dreamed up the whole thing. I want you to check up on it for me. I couldn't ask the police to do it.
I get it. Now, who's this guy you heard in the next room, the one who gave you this so-called power?
The magician in Denver said this is what they call a doppelganger. It's a kind of devil that has evil powers.
Well, couldn't you have just seen yourself reflected in that window?
No. What I'm telling you is true. Here's the names and addresses so you can check it. If it wasn't true, do you think I'd be here like this? Don't you see what's happening to me? I'm so scared I can hardly breathe. Don't you see that any second I might do something everybody does in their life? I might wish I was dead, and that what I'm telling you is absolutely true.
Okay, Danny. Maybe it is. You don't have to bang on the table. Did you hear that? Yeah. Listen. What? Will he reply? He's in the next room. He wants me. I've got to go. No, wait a moment, Danny. Goodbye. I waited there for a moment after Danny left. I heard nothing. And then I ran to the room next door. Danny was dead. There wasn't a mark on him. I checked Danny's story from beginning to end. Baby was in the morgue. Listed as jumped or fell from Queenie's penthouse. Queenie was found by the cops in the street where Danny left her. We found Chigger in the hotel room, dead. The immediate cause of his death was marked unknown. The same with Danny. Maybe he was half-cracked. Maybe his talking about it suggested it to my mind, but I'll never forget the sound of that rapping coming from that empty room.
Of course, Danny wasn't really mad. Such things happen to anyone who's a little off the beam. And who isn't? By the way, if you ever try to strike up a conversation with a lovely ghost, don't get sore if she gives you an empty stare. She can't help giving you the ghoul shoulder. Which brings us to the moral of tonight's story. Never drop dead when your friends tell you to. That's how friendships break up. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Come in. Say, how about joining our Shriek of the Month Club? We're offering free a shroud-bound copy of Die Alone and Like It. It's about an unsuccessful authoress who dies of marital illness. Yes, her husband got sick of her. However, he was thoughtful enough to bury his novelist wife in the basement. And now, at last, she's in the bestseller class. And now for tonight's gruesome little item. Oh, you better not disturb that fellow in the corner. He's our ghost of honor tonight. Poor guy. He died last night for lack of sleep. Now he's in for a wake. Meet John Thompson, age 29, driving a blue coupe across the George Washington Bridge, heading west.
It's kind of a close night. Heat lightning is dancing up in the sky when I come down off the bridge into Jersey. Running a mobile gas station isn't bad when things are breaking right, but the way things are, I figure I'll do better out west. I hit the highway and let her out a bit. I spot her a few miles past the bridge. She's standing there by the side of the road, out in the middle of nothing. I don't know exactly why, but I stop. Want a lift?
Thanks.
Hop in. Going far?
Not very.
Well, yell when you want me to leave you off, huh? My name's Thompson. John Thompson.
Hello, Johnny.
Yeah. Hello. What's your name?
Anne.
Where in particular are you heading for?
I don't know.
But,
I'll know when we get there.
yeah, sure. Look, this ain't the old routine, but you look like I kind of know you from someplace.
Do I?
I don't remember from where or when, but your face. Oh, maybe it just reminds me of somebody I used to know. Don't anymore.
Maybe.
You don't remember me, huh?
Should I, Johnny?
Well, it would be kind of more sociable.
I'll try, Johnny.
We go on like that for a couple of 3 miles. Her not saying anything and me sneaking looks at her. She's pretty young and nice to have next to you, but there's this feeling that I ought to know her and don't. And I get to wondering where she's going in the middle of the night. Hey, Ann.
Yes, Johnny.
Maybe we can get some music. The knob for turning on the radio is over on your side. See it?
All right.
They got these all-night programs for people like us, you know, driving at night or jockeying a truck or sitting up with a sick friend.
Our next request number, just phoned in this minute by a young lady named Ann, well, we can't make out your last name, Ann, but anyway, Lou's going right ahead and play it for you. Lou White at the piano, playing Stardust.
He plays a nice piano, huh?
Very nice.
Kind of funny, a girl with the same name as yours just phoning in to the show and we started listening to her. I mean, with the same first name.
Is it?
Yeah, well, I guess it's a coincidence.
I like Stardust.
Maybe you better try another station.
Why? I like Stardust.
Yeah, but get another station.
I'm happy with this one.
Get another station or turn the set off. I don't care which. Do what I'm telling you.
Why?
Don't ask me why. I can't take that music. It bothers me. Now, will you please?
No.
I said, will you please turn it off?
No.
Look, it's my car. It's my radio. I want you to... Oh, never mind. I'll turn it off myself.
You better watch the road. You might have an accident.
I'll turn it off myself. And now let go of my hand.
No, I don't want you to turn it off.
Let go. I got to keep my other hand on the wheel.
I won't let go. I want you to listen to Stardust. I like it.
But I don't. I'm warning you.
Very pretty.
All right. This is what you wanted.
Just choke me, please.
I told you to turn it off.
Please, you let go. Oh, please.
You wouldn't listen to me. No. No, it's too late. Ann! It's all black for a while, and then there were streaks of light through the blackness. I shook my head. I was conscious again. I'd slid forward under the wheel, and the car hit the tree. Pulled myself up, got out of the car. Look, it wasn't damaged bad. The bumper taken most of the shock when we hit. One fender was crumpled. And then I remembered. Ann. She was dead, I knew. I felt her neck give before we crashed. I swallowed hard for a couple of seconds and went back to the car. Looked in. She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere near the car. She hadn't been thrown clear. She must be dead. Still, she wasn't there, not anywhere. I drove away. Fast. My head don't feel so good, but I stop thinking as I go through the night. I do puzzles and arithmetic, multiplication. 49 times 76, 102 times 27, so I won't think. But not thinking isn't easy when you're alone, so when I see a diner, I think that's for me. And I stop and get out. I walk over to the diner. The air's still heavy and the crickets are raising cane. I go in.
What'll it be, mister?
Job and a hamburger.
Sure. Coming up.
Yeah, it's a hot night, ain't it?
Huh? Oh, I didn't notice you sitting next to me. Yeah, it's plenty hot.
You're driving a nice car. I noticed you pulling in.
That's all right.
Here you are.
Yeah, looks good.
Say, Joe, I was wondering, you going far?
Far enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. West?
Uh-huh.
How about me riding with you for a bit? My feet are getting awful tired holding me up.
Well, sure, I guess so.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I could use a bit of company for such...
Hey, you dropped your coffee.
I'm sorry. Did I get any of it on you?
No, you missed, but your hands are trembling.
Well, I'm tired. Come on, let's get out of here. Hey, that'll take care of my check.
But, hey, you ain't finished your hamburger.
I'm not hungry.
Well, you mind if I work it over?
No, of course not. Only let's get out of here.
Sure is a dark night, huh?
Hurry up, will you?
Yeah. Dark enough to hide a corpse in.
What did you mean back there by dark enough to hide a corpse in?
Nothing. Just an expression. Why?
It seemed like a funny thing to say.
I don't think so. Hey, you better slow down. We're going through a town.
It's deserted this hour of night.
No, it ain't. Look at that, down near the corner.
Where?
You seen her, huh? Standing under that lamppost? Pretty as a picture, ain't she? Hey, slow down, will you? Maybe she wants a lift.
You're crazy.
Well, look, she's giving us the thumb. We're gonna pass her in a minute.
And don't bother me.
Yeah, but... Hey, she's calling you. She knows you. You can't pass up a girl like that.
Will you shut up?
I don't get it. You was willing to give a hobo like me a lift and you don't even know me. You know that
She's
girl.
not there. She can't be.
Well, you seen her.
No.
You looked where I was pointing. You heard her.
No. All right, yes, I did, but she's not real. She couldn't be.
Why?
She's dead.
Yeah, how do you know?
Because I saw her die.
Yeah?
Yeah, in an accident. 100 miles from here.
Well, and what was she doing under that lamppost?
I don't know. Maybe it was a ghost. Maybe I'm going crazy.
I seen her.
And maybe you're dead, too. And the ghost riding with me.
Well, look at you. Chips off an old block of ice. Splinters from the petrified forest. Or are you always that way? Oh, you're not really frightened. Just pretending, huh? Well, then suppose you climb down off that chandelier and listen to the rest of the story about John Thompson, who took a girl for a boogie ride. John and the bum he'd picked up rode on for a while in silence. Night was closer and heavier, and John was tired.
Hey, watch it, will you?
Oh, sorry. I closed my eyes for a second.
Well, you better keep them open. It's healthier.
Yeah. I'm kind of pooped. It's been a long night.
That chatter about ghosts.
Yeah?
How come?
Oh, I was kidding.
You were, huh? It wouldn't be because...
How would you like to get out?
I'd like it fine. I get nervous riding with a guy who turns green when you mention corpses. Hey, watch that bridge! Hey, you nearly dunked us in that stream.
I can't keep my eyes open. What if I washed my face? Bathe my eyes with cold water?
Yeah, that's an idea.
You can stay in the car. I'll only be a couple of seconds.
Oh, I'll go along. I could use a drink.
That water looks good. Dark, peaceful. You know, you could sleep in water like that.
Yeah, sure, but you wouldn't wake up. Go on, wash.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Too swell.
Sure.
Cold. It's good.
Uh-huh. Good for what ails you. But what does ail you, mister?
Nothing. I'm tired, that's all. Getting sleepy. I'm better now.
Okay.
Well, let's get back to the car.
I'm walking the rest of the way.
What?
Yeah.
But
I want to get there.
There's nothing wrong with my driving.
I didn't say there was, mister. But are you sure there ain't something wrong with you?
All right. Walk. I don't need anybody to ride with me.
No, mister. You already got somebody or something riding with you.
So I walked back to the car. Get in. I don't pay no attention, the old bum said. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing. Start the car and drive off. Down the highway into the darkness. It's a long night. Maybe the longest night I ever lived. But it's only night someplace, west of New York, and that's all. The storm hanging overhead, never breaking. That's all.
Hello, Johnny.
It's her. Sitting right next to me. When she saw me looking at her, she smiled.
Hello, Johnny.
Oh. I didn't expect to see you again.
No, Johnny?
Oh, I left you so far behind.
Not so far behind.
Yeah, but I guess you must have got a lift on some other car, a faster car than mine, huh? That's how you got ahead of me.
Way ahead of you, Johnny.
Yeah, that's the way it was. Sure. You're all right, though.
I'm all right. Very all right.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, funny, ain't it? Yeah, the rain's still holding off, you know. You know, I could have sworn it had poured hours ago.
Why are you talking so much, Johnny?
Because I'm afraid, Ann.
When will we get there, Johnny?
Get where?
Where you're going.
I don't know. Why?
Because I'm going there with you.
Oh. Yeah?
What?
Nothing. Back again. That song's back again. I don't have to take it. I can't take it. She oughtn't to sing that song. I told her I didn't like it. I'm not going to tell her again. It won't do any good. This time I'm going to play it smart and sure. She's looking straight ahead, watching the road slide under the headlights. So I choked the car. Hey!
What is it, Johnny?
Motor. Seems to be something wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, I better get out and see.
I'll wait here.
Sure. Get the hood up. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ann?
Yes?
Yeah, I can fix it, but will you bring me the wrench?
Where is it?
In the dashboard compartment.
All right. I got it, Johnny.
Swell. Will you bring it to me?
Here it is, Johnny.
Thanks. Now all I have to do is... Hey. What's that behind you?
Where?
Well, turn around. You'll see.
All right.
So she turns her back to me, looks down the road we came, and I lift the heavy wrench. And I...
No!
This time I made sure. She's dead. Lying on the road. But I still gotta make sure she won't, even dead, be riding with me again. So I lift her up. Put her back in the car. Get in myself next to her. Yeah, start the car up. I remember the stream. It's not much of a stream, but deep enough for a thin girl to lie in. And that's where I go. It don't take long to get back to the stream and the bridge over it, which is where I stop. Nobody around. Only the darkness and the water flowing underneath, where Ann is going to lie. But before I let her go, I dig out my tools. Tire iron, wrenches, a jack, heavy stuff. Tie them to her, so she'll lie quiet under the water. When I get done.
She's heavy now. Heavier than she ever was before. But I lift her over the rail and hold her for a second in my arms, and then I let her go.
She drops quick and not awful loud into the water. Drops to the bottom of the stream, where maybe it'll be soft and cool for her. And well, I gotta get away from here fast. Fast! Every time the wheel turns around, every time the valves open and close, every time the sparks fire, I'm getting further away from her. This time she isn't going to follow me. This time she's deep under the water with irons tied to her and her head bashed in. I'd never turn around again and find her sitting next to me. I'd never hear her calling Johnny again. I'd never see her eyes or her thin body again. Clouds are pressing down now. No more moon. Thunder's purring closer like a big cat. I don't care. I'm through with her forever now. I'm so happy I could sing. La 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 dee, la 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 dee, da, da. Oh no. The skies are opening up. The light is turning off and on like God's neon sign. The thunder's pounding in my head. I go faster. Hit a curve. Take it at 60. Standing there, lit by the light, and it's... Gas pedals down to the floor. The motor's roaring like 100 horses screaming. We're pulling up the hill with rain slanting against the window pane like a million fingers tapping on my brain. The top of the hill swept by the wind, her wet dress plastered against her body. I can't take it. I can't take it much more. The car's sliding down the wet road like death on butter, and she's there all the time now. Running with the car, face plastered against the closed window next to my seat.
Johnny.
Ann, you're dead.
Am I, Johnny?
You're dead. I killed you. Don't you remember?
No, Johnny.
Back there, I hit you. I dropped you into the water. I hit you. You're dead.
Am I, Johnny?
No, not now, Ann. Please, please.
Aren't you tired, Johnny? Tired of running away? Isn't the road too long? The road away from me?
Go away. Go away, Ann.
No.
You want to drive me mad?
No, Johnny.
Then what do you want?
Just to go with you to the end of your road.
But where's that?
Why, maybe here. Maybe right here. In this town, Johnny. In this town.
Yeah. It's a town. Small place, and I'm riding through it. The storm dying out. Dying out. Yeah, and the air's clear now, fresh after the storm. Ann? No, she's gone. Now, the thing is, where? Oh, right up ahead. Sure. They always have one. Yeah, with a green light shining over the door. And they're always open. And there's always a sergeant half sleeping in the chair behind the desk. Hello?
Oh, what do you want?
My name is John Thompson.
All right, so your name is John Thompson. So what?
If you check, I think you'll find that I'm wanted.
Wanted? For what?
for the murder of my wife, Ann Thompson.
Huh? Hey, don't move. I've got you covered.
I killed her in our apartment in New York City.
Come on. Stick your hands out.
When I killed her, the radio was on. They were playing Starter.
How'd you like our new arrangement of Stardust? We're billing it this week as tune number 1 of the Murderer's Hot Parade. With, of course, a boogeyman beat on a new grave lane. Oh, yes. Before I stop off for a little chat with John in that one-way death cell of his, let me give you a bit of homicidal advice. Never kill your wife with the radio on. Tune in later. Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at this same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in, and never mind looking back over your shoulder. Whatever it is that's behind you can't be half as bad as what's in front. As the man whose throat had just been made the scene of an experiment with a razor while he slept said, I'm going from bed to hers. All right. Settle down now. It's coming. And there's nothing you can do about it. Just keep a good hold on yourself. And your wife, if your life insurance paid out. Joe Harris, 21, wearing a cheap blue serge suit and a thin topcoat, cold and wet, on a cold and rainy night, decides to make a change.
Kansas City's okay, but there's nothing there for me. I gotta get out. My wardrobe ain't built for a hard winter, so I figure it could be more comfortable on the coast, California. But I ain't paying for rail transportation this year, so I head for the KC freight yards. And I picked me out a nice long freight job that happens to have an empty car. And pull the sliding door over, leaving just a crack for air and finger hole for when we reach the land of oranges. The old boiler up front's got the steam up. And we're off. I relax. All I gotta do is let a couple of days slide by and... sunshine. Hey. What? I didn't notice nobody else was in the car.
Didn't you now, Pally?
No.
That's too bad.
He leaned back into the darkness of his corner so I couldn't see him very good. He was a young guy, maybe my age, maybe a couple of years older. My size, too. Same color hair and eyes. Almost close enough to be brothers, but there was something in his eyes that had never been in mine. I was scared.
You know something funny? You look like me.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that myself in a...
Why?
Well, lots of guys look a little like each other.
No.
I mean... Huh?
Nobody looks like me.
Well, okay, so I don't.
You're trying to. That means you must be one of...
One of what?
They have ways of changing their appearance. You're one of them. You can't fool me.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's no use. You can't fool me. I'll have to punish you.
Hey, watch out with that knife.
I'm gonna cut the resemblance away and find out what you really look like.
You're crazy. Stop it.
Let go of my hand. I've got to cut you away.
No! I got your arm twisted. And the knife is pointing at your heart. Now drop it.
No, nobody's as strong as me.
Stop it. I warn you. Stop it.
No.
Then I gotta do this.
No.
I told you. I told you. I told you. Dead. Hey. No, he's dead. I gotta get out. The door. Slide it open. Put the odd bolts.
Another one of these sliding doors. Why don't they snap them proper? Give me a hand, Charlie.
Okay. What? You locked it. Now I can't get out. I can't get out. So there I was, locked in with him, in the dark. He was dead, so I wasn't afraid of him. At first. I even gave him a going over. His eyes were open, but I flopped him over, and I went through his pockets. Just a couple of bucks and some small change, and his draft card. Funny, he was 4F, just like me. His name was Martin Pell. That's a laugh, too. Finding out who a guy is after you kill him. Kill him? Yeah. I was a murderer. I just realized it. They'll hang me for that. No, it was self-defense, but what chance have I got of proving that? Me with a record, too. But maybe I can lose that record. Maybe. Yeah. So I switched draft cards with him. And now he's Joe Harris. And I'm Martin Pell. Martin Pell of, that says on his card, of Wisey, Oklahoma. And the hours go by, and I'm there with him locked in a boxcar. And the wheels keep pounding underneath. And he's dead. I gotta get out. There's gotta be a way. The door. Shut. I gotta think. Think. Hey, wait. We're stopping. Now what? We're stopping. Yeah, he's covered up. Maybe they won't spot him. Anyways, I gotta get out. I'll yell and I'll pound on the door. Yeah, that's the way. That's the... Help! Help! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Somebody hear me! Somebody! Hey, they heard me.
What's going on? Catching a ride, bum? Get out of here.
Yeah, sure.
Don't you know it's against the law riding a freight?
Yeah, I know.
Or maybe it's a hump you remember.
No.
Now get out of here. Get fast.
Fast as I could, I got away from there. The yard bull took a quick look into the car, but he didn't spot the body under the sacking. And the train started up. And it began moving away. With Martin Pell lying under a pile of dirty sacking. With a knife in his heart. And a funny look in his eyes. Only I'm Martin Pell now. was only a watering stop where the train stopped, so I walked across the prairie, not knowing where I was going and not caring much. Well, I keep walking across the dark face of the land until I spot a light. A couple of lights. A small town, it looked like. A small town, somewheres. Where? Right on the edge of town, there's a lunch wagon, and it's open. And there's a light shining in it, and I'm hungry. So I go into the lunch wagon. Hi. How about something to eat, huh?
Sure thing, Martin. Sure thing.
What did you say?
I said, sure, you can have something to eat, Martin. What'll it be?
Martin? What town is this?
Why, you ought to know, Martin. This is Wisey. Wisey, Oklahoma.
Wisey? But that's the same place. It can't be.
Oh, that's no way to talk about your own hometown. Of course, you've been away quite a few years. You look good now.
Wouldn't you say I've changed?
Oh, no more than's natural. Of course, you're only around 16 when you left. Kind of an advanced 16, though.
Yeah?
Ain't many kids that age would have stuck up the bank, knocked off the night watchman.
I killed him?
Oh, don't get modest, fella. Sure. Old man Henshaw. Hey, I was near forgetting. You said you're hungry.
Not anymore.
Oh, come on, have something to eat. Don't you believe in putting anything in your stomach before doing a job?
Doing a job? Me?
Why do you think I sent for you? Why should I promise you $1,000?
I don't remember.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Martin. How many men have you killed that you don't remember a job like this?
Never mind the act. Play it straight, huh?
Okay. Don't get nasty. It's too late to talk business anyway. Come on, I got a room fixed up for you and back. Get a good night's sleep. We'll talk in the morning. About an old man that's lived way past his time, And about how you, going to take care of that. Martin, I sent for you because I need money.
I ain't got any.
My uncle has. Old man Carew.
I'll get it from him.
When he dies, I will.
So?
So I want him to die.
Oh.
I got $1,000 in cash. That's yours.
For what?
For my uncle dying a little earlier than expected.
No dice.
No dice? Martin, you take care of old man Carew, or so help me, I'll turn you in on that bank job.
Go ahead. Turn me in. I can prove that I... And then I shut up quick. Bliss was watching me with those little pig eyes in his fat face. Sure, I could prove I wasn't Martin Pell. That I'd never been in Wisey, Oklahoma before in my life. Sure. But to do that, I'd have to admit I was Joe Harris. And when they found that corpse in the boxcar with my draft card on him, that'd be fine. A lot of attention the jury had paid to my plea of self-defense. No witnesses and me on the lam and me switching draft cards in panic. Sure, even the hangman had burst out laughing when he slipped a noose around my neck. I shut up quick, Bliss watching me close. And then I said, "Okay, Bliss, it's a deal. What's the layout?"
I'll pull in here. Trees will cover the car in case anybody happens to be out late on the highway. Can't be too careful. Ain't that so, Martin?
That's so.
It's only a short walk. Let's get going. Oh, here. You better take this.
What? Oh. A tire iron.
I picked it up in a junkyard. They'll never trace it to me.
It's for
old man Carew. They bother you?
I ain't used to them.
Anymore, huh? The house. Old man Carew never believed in buying curtains for the windows. There he is, rocking in his chair. Now watch the porch step. It's busted. I guess we knock. It's polite.
What's it now?
Uncle Carew. It's me.
What you want?
Just to come in. I brought a visitor. An old friend of yours.
Yeah. Sit where you like. Sit in my rocker. And nobody sits in it but me. Who's the man with you?
Don't you recognize him?
Looks like Pell Boy.
That's who it is. Martin Pell.
Never was any good. Like you, Bliss. All right, you visited. Gone home now.
Kind of cold out. Give us a chance to warm up, huh?
I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do.
Just dozing off a bit. Go on, Martin.
What?
You ain't looking this way. Now's the time.
I ain't gonna. He's an old man.
Give me the iron.
What are you...
Give it to me.
All right, here.
Yeah. Uncle. Uncle. Yeah. That'll be that, huh? Pockets. Yeah. Uncle was carrying quite a bit of dough on him. Martin. Here.
Huh?
Here, take the money. It's your payment.
No.
I'll put it in your pocket myself. That's very important. When they find you here, knocked out, tripping over that busted porch step, they'll know why you killed old man Carew.
What are you talking about?
Sure, and knowing you're a wrecking Martin, they'll never look for anybody else. Now, when they find you on the premises with the old man's dough in your pocket and your fingerprints on the tire iron...
No!
After I...
I was walking up a long flight of stairs with nothing at the top but more stairs and more stairs, and my head was hurting. And then I woke up. Lying outside of old man Carew's house with a blood-stained tire iron in my hand. I let go of it. I pulled myself to my feet. And then I heard cars. They were coming. And there I still was. I had to get away fast. I didn't know the country, but I was hunted. And a hunted animal's got an instinct to hide, to run, and to hide from the killers. They didn't find me that day because I fooled them. I didn't try getting out of the county, getting away from the town. Oh, no. That's where they were watching for me. So I stayed put close to town, which fooled them. And also, I had a job to do.
Who is it? Martin.
Me.
What are you doing here?
I got paid for a killing I didn't do. So I figured maybe I better do a killing now for no pay at all.
Stay where you are.
No, we're alone here. I got this knife.
No.
Bliss, you got a pencil?
A pencil? Yeah, sure.
Then sit down and write a little note about how you killed old man Carew.
No.
I got the knife against your heart. Sit down and write.
All right.
Well, just write. I killed my uncle because I wanted his money. You got it?
Good. I got it.
Now sign your name pretty.
I signed it. Take that knife away.
Sure. After I... Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Bliss. Now, I'd better put the knife in your hand. Like this. Too bad your nerves went back on you. You committed suicide, Mr. Bliss. That's what you did.
And now they'll stop looking for me. I holed in and waited until they found Bliss. So the law was called off. There was nobody to look for. So I headed for the water and stop and the freights because it was cold. And I was heading for sunshine. There was a train getting ready to head for the coast, so I sneaked close to it. On the far side, there was a couple of bulls around chewing the rag, but they didn't see me. I spotted an open boxcar, and I climbed in. I got away from the door. The bulls were coming along checking. One of them sounded like the guy that had thrown me off the night before. This time I didn't care. I was hoping he'd lock the door on me. So I curled up in a corner and waited.
Yeah, Mike, that was quite a wreck they had up ahead. Quite a wreck. Held up the line for 24 hours. This freight here had already pulled out when word came in of the wreck up ahead, so they backed her right back here and let her stand. But she's on her way now. One of them sliding doors is open. Give me a hand, will you?
Hey, wait. Wait, if this is the same train... It can't be. This car. If it's the same train, this second would be over there. Let me see. The second. Yeah, it's the second. And under it, I gotta see. Yeah, it's him. Martin Pell. And I'm locked in with him. Me and Martin. The killers. We're going to the sunshine together. And that's how the cops will find us. Together. Him dead. And me. And me.
Well. Alas for poor Joe, who couldn't keep out of boxcars. He was a nice boy, but he couldn't stay put. I guess they'll give him the Order of the Rolling Stone. Tombstone. And to leave you with a happy parting thought, whenever you hear a freight train whistling in the night, think of Joe and wonder, is he still in it with Martin rattling? Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Inner Sanctum Mysteries.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you back into the Inner Sanctum for another half hour out of this world. Say hello to one of our hapless heroines. Her spouse said he was going to the club one evening, but he brought it back and clouded her with it. The poor girl was almost decapitated, which shows what can happen when you lose your head. Anyway, the whole affair was responsible for the song's success, You Hit the Spot. All right, friend. Turn out the light. Plaster your hair down, curdle close to the fire, and listen to Arnold Moss tell us his weird and shivery story.
It was after sundown, and I was working in my garden fixing the roses when I first saw Jane Carter. The soft spring air was full of the smell of flowers, and in the cemetery next to my house, long shadows were covering the graves with darkness. Jane Carter was standing under the dogwood tree, the tree I never touched. I picked up the garden shears, and I came over to her.
Oh, I didn't notice you in the shadow.
Good evening.
I hope you don't mind. I was just admiring your lovely garden.
Oh, do you love flowers, too?
I adore them.
Oh, then I will give you some of the roses. My roses won the county prize last year. Oh, I am Franz Narco, the caretaker of the cemetery.
You live here alone?
All alone with my flowers. Here, hold out your arms. Here are some roses.
Thank you. I imagine it must be lonely here. There isn't a house for miles.
Oh, not too lonely. The dead are always near. Hold the flowers close to your face.
All right, but why?
They make you look even lovelier than you are. So young and charming, the roses next to your neck, they look like blood.
Really, Mr. Narco, I must...
Don't move.
But, Mr. Narco...
Be quiet.
Those garden shears. What are you going to do?
Don't be frightened. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm just going to do this. My dear.
Help.
The little birds were frightened, but when she was dead, they began to sing again. That night, there was a full moon, and I buried Jane Carter under the dahlia bed.
Police headquarters, Chief Dane speaking. No, Jane Carter's still missing. She was last seen yesterday afternoon. If we don't hear by tonight, we're going to send out an 8-state alarm. Yes, goodbye.
Good morning, Ethan.
Franz, how are you?
Fine, thank you, Ethan. I brought you some flowers. They're blooming early this year. Today is the 27th, you know.
April 27th. Yes, Franz, I expected you. You haven't missed a visit on the 27th in 20 years.
It seems incredible. On April the 27th, 20 years ago, my wife, Martha, disappeared. And in all this time, you haven't found any trace of her.
Maybe we do know the man responsible for her disappearance.
You don't mean you found her?
Did you see the courier this morning?
Yes.
Did you see a small item about a pretty young girl named Jane Carter who was reported missing?
Why, yes, I did notice a little story, but what has that got to do with my wife?
I'll tell you, Franz. But this must be kept in strict confidence. Every year since your wife disappeared, we've had reports of 2, sometimes 3 young women who disappeared and were never heard of again.
Just what are you trying to tell me?
That somewhere in this country there's a homicidal maniac. A person who, for some reason or other, hates pretty young women.
Huh?
Hates them enough to murder them and dispose of their bodies.
Oh, that's shocking.
You think Martha fell into the hands of this maniac?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you tell me this before?
I didn't want you to lose hope. I know how you felt about Martha.
Oh, she was so lovely. And only 19 when... You've got to find this person, Ethan.
Franz, it's bigger than I can handle. Now, look, you've had more schooling than I. I know you read a lot in that little cottage of yours next to the cemetery. Maybe you know more about why a human being would do a thing like this.
Oh, yes, Ethan, I do know. It's because sometimes the murderer has been hurt deeply. Maybe by a woman he loved who has been unfaithful. And when he sees other women, pretty, attractive young women, they remind him of her. And then he's suddenly overcome by a strange emotion to seize them, to overpower them, to make them suffer for what they did to him, to destroy them, to murder them, to...
Go on, Franz.
But that's what it says in the books I've read, Ethan. I've got to go now. Be sure to put those roses in water right away, or they'll die.
I won't let them die, Franz. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I could have told him more, much more. How it felt to live in a nightmare of fear. How I tried to fight the wild surging of my blood, that mad, insane pounding that made me kill. Later that night, when the dogwood scent came into my room, I cried. I cried like a child. I was thinking of Martha. My beautiful Martha. 2 days later, I saw Ethan again. He surprised me by knocking at my door late in the afternoon.
Franz, I drove up here to ask a favor of you.
Of course, Ethan. Anything you want.
I believe there's a tomb in the cemetery that's never been used.
You mean the one old Mrs. Smith built?
Yes, that's the one.
Why, I always have to laugh when I think of it. Old Mrs. Smith was so fussy about that tomb, but she died at sea, and she was never buried in it.
Well, there's someone I'd like to have buried in it.
There is?
Yes. A young girl. Died of a heart attack. Helen Winters is her name. Judging from her clothes and those who knew her, she apparently comes from a good family, but we can't seem to locate them.
Well, why don't you bury her in Potter's Field, like the others?
Because I think her family will eventually want the body. Couldn't you put her in the Smith tomb?
I guess so. I don't think Mrs. Smith would mind.
Good. I'll have the body brought up in an hour.
The body was brought in a coffin by Ethan and one of his men. I opened the tomb. There were no mourners, no one to say a few words. I cut some of my flowers and brought them to her tomb.
Would you like to see her before you lock the tomb again, Franz?
Why, yes.
There.
Oh, what a pity. She's so young and so strangely beautiful. She looks as though she would get up out of the coffin at any moment. I brought some flowers, lilies, from my greenhouse.
That's very thoughtful of you, Franz. You love these flowers, don't you?
Well, they're all I have since Martha vanished. What are you doing there?
Just looking at the petal.
They're soft to the touch, like a woman's skin.
Yes.
Ethan.
What's the matter?
You tore that petal. You ripped it.
It's just a flower petal.
Stop it! Stop it!
Franz!
Stop hurting the flowers! Stop it, you fool! Stop it! Oh, I'm sorry, Ethan. I didn't mean to hit you. I lost my head. I can't see anyone harm a flower like that. I couldn't sleep that night. Somewhere far in the countryside, a dog was baying at the moon. I went to my window. My garden was all silver in the moonlight. And then I noticed it. The dogwood tree. A strange glow like a fine blue fire hung over the branch near the patch of iris. It was shining with a light that was not of this world. And then I saw the face of Helen Winters. She was staring at the glowing branch. It was the dead girl wearing the shroud she wore in the coffin. I quietly slipped downstairs. On the way into the garden, I picked up the shears.
Are you looking for me, Mr. Narco?
You're Helen Winters.
Yes, that is one of my names.
But you can't be here. You're dead.
Yes, I am dead.
But this is a trick. Who are you?
Look, I have something to show you.
The branch of the dogwood tree.
Yes. You see how it shines in the moonlight?
Yes.
Look at it closely.
But why? What are you... Oh!
You see it?
There's a ring. The branch grew right through it. Martha. It's Martha's ring.
Is it?
But how did you... Give that to me.
No.
But that belonged to my wife. I must have it.
No.
I looked at her standing there among the flowers. Oh, she was beautiful. And the moonlight made her look like a woman in a dream. And suddenly I felt the strange power rising in my blood. I longed to touch her, to seize her. I tightened the grip on my shears and came closer to her.
Do you still like flowers? If you do, I know a way for you to get lots of them. Free of charge. Where were we? Oh, yes. The flowers were blooming over all the bodies of the people Franz had murdered. And he was talking to a corpse who was picking dogwood blossoms by the light of the moon.
The blossoms have a lovely scent.
Have they?
Those shears.
Yes.
I know why the ring was on this branch.
Do you?
And I know what you intend to do. Did you kill her with the shears, too?
Come here.
All right.
I have your hand and its flesh. You can't get away now.
I don't want to get away.
You're not afraid?
No. I'll show you how afraid I am.
What are you going to do?
You will see.
Her face came closer. I felt her lips on mine. It was the first time I kissed a woman in 20 years. But was she a woman? It was warm flesh I kissed, and I knew it. I broke away from her. I swung wildly with my shears, and suddenly I felt her hand on my face. I smelled the scent of 1,000 flowers overpowering me, making me giddy. She swayed in front of me as I plunged the shears into her body, and then suddenly I felt myself sink into a sea of flowers. I opened my eyes. I was lying in the patch of iris. I saw the moon glowing blood red shining through the dogwood tree. I got up. What had happened? I must have been unconscious. My shears were lying on the ground where I had fallen. Helen Winters had disappeared. I picked up the shears, got my keys, went to the tomb. I opened the door, and then I opened the coffin. She was lying there, not a wound on her. I couldn't believe it. I raised the shears. I would find out.
Is that you, Franz? You'd better get away from that coffin.
What made you come here, Ethan?
Never mind. What's this? A sprig of dogwood and that ring.
You recognize it?
Yes. It belonged to Martha. I gave it to her before she married you. You murdered her, didn't you?
Is it necessary to take out your gun, Ethan?
I'm afraid so.
You really believe I killed Martha?
I believe you buried her under the dogwood tree in your garden.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Franz, I want the truth. I want a full confession.
What makes you think I killed her?
I haven't any proof yet, but that body can be exhumed.
I suppose you'd accuse me of killing all those girls who disappeared, too.
Yes, Franz. I think you killed them, too.
He looked closely at me. Suddenly I realized that his hand was shaking. He was frightened. He, too, was stalling for time. Why? Of course. There must be some of his men coming here. He was afraid to take me alone.
What do you say, Franz? I can assure you it will be a lot easier for you if you confess.
But I have nothing to confess. What made you come here tonight?
It was just a hunch.
You're lying. Look there. There are two men coming up here, policemen. I suppose they came here by accident, too.
Where? I don't see anything.
I have your gun, Ethan. Now get up. Get up!
Franz, put that gun down. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, yes, I know very well. I have been waiting for this moment for 20 years.
No, Franz, please, you can't.
You wanted a confession? Well, you'll have it. Yes, I killed Martha. I murdered her, and she is buried under the dogwood tree. That's what you wanted to know, isn't it?
Yes, but...
And I'll tell you about the others now, too. I killed them, all of them. Their bodies are in my garden. And now is the time for you to confess, Ethan.
What do you mean?
I mean you and Martha.
Martha?
She loved you.
No, she didn't. I loved her. After she met you, she wouldn't have a thing to do with me. If that's why you killed her...
Yes, Ethan, that's why I killed her. But you're as much to blame as she was.
No, neither of us was to blame. There was never anything between us, and I can prove it.
You're lying.
I have a letter here. Let me show you.
Your lies won't keep me here until your men arrive. You're going to die now.
No, Franz. Read the letter. Franz, don't. Read the letter.
He was dead. And in his hand was a letter. I picked it up. I heard a noise. It was in the vault. I went to the girl lying so still in a coffin. Was she alive? I would find out. So you are alive. Get up. Get up out of that coffin. They're gone.
Please, don't.
Go on.
All right. Now, please.
Ethan put you here, didn't he?
Yes. I'll explain everything.
What happened in the garden?
I had a little vial of chloroform. I broke it when you tried to kill me. The fumes made you unconscious.
Chloroform? That was when I felt your hand on my face, and I kept stabbing you, but you would not die. How did he know Martha was buried under the dogwood tree?
I told her. I dug under that tree while you were unconscious.
Well, that's strange now, isn't it? You would never have known about it if the tree, as it grew, hadn't caught up the ring and pushed it out on one of its branches. It's as though nature itself were accusing me. Here, don't you try to get away. Stand still. Oh, you are beautiful and evil, like all of them. Like Martha. I'm going to kill you.
No, don't.
The gun is empty. Here, come back here. You're not getting away. I still have these.
The garden shears.
Yes, the garden shears.
Let go of me.
No, I'm going.
Thursday! Are you up for it?
Help me! Hurry!
We're coming up!
I ran out of the tomb. I saw 4 men coming across the graveyard in the moonlight. I ran. The girl came out of the vault and screamed. They began firing at me. I ran across the moonlit cemetery, stumbling, falling, running for my life. I felt a piercing pain in my thigh. I fell and struck my head against a gravestone. Here in the hospital, they tell me I will recover from my wounds. But of course I'll have to be tried. I know I shall be put to death. Oh, yes, the letter Ethan tried to show me. It was just a few lines, dated April 27th, 20 years ago. It read, Dear Ethan, please come to see Franz and convince him that there never was anything between us and that I am not seeing you now. He doesn't believe that I have always loved only him. Martha. You see, my killing her, it was all a mistake. A mistake that twisted a thread in my mind. I would like lots of flowers on my grave. Lilies, roses. Yes. Many, many blood-red roses.
Send me 12 roses and put my heart in beside them. Good old Franz, he takes his popular ballads quite literally. Which brings us to the moral for tonight's story. Never decapitate the woman you love. You know how angry people get when they lose their heads. And now, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time. Next week's story is about a boy and a girl who go off on their honeymoon and then discover that 2's fine, but 3's a crowd. Especially when number 3 is a corpse. Now, what the boy and girl said to that corpse and what the corpse said to them, well, you'll just have to wait until next week to hear about it. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you again into the Inner Sanctum. Come in. Come on in. No, please don't stand on ceremony. We're all informal here. No ties, no collars. In some cases, no heads. Now, that doesn't mean we're complete bores, though. We study our Emily ghost faithfully. You wouldn't catch one of us eating his peas with a knife. Oh, no. We've been caught with knives before. Sewing, you might say, our wild throats. Well, the preliminaries are over. Beginning right now, things are going to happen. So sit up, draw a deep breath, and lend us an ear. We've got to get our teeth into something. Listen now to the voice of Donald Bucher as Danny Williams, as he tells the weird story of the dead walk at night.
Where
There it is again. My uncle calling to me, just as he used to when I was a boy. My blind uncle tapping his cane and calling.
Danny, where are you?
He's dead. I wish I could join him. I've tried to 1,000 times, but they've always prevented me. Tap. 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 It goes on incessantly. It never stops. Even when I sleep, I hear it every minute, every second. Sometimes soft. Crashing thunder. Can't you stop it? Can't you give me 1 minute's peace? Why don't you stop it, you blind old fool? Leave me alone! Haven't you done enough? Leave me alone! He tapped that way with his cane on the night I decided to kill him. We were in his room in the big house where we lived together. I'd been living with him since I was 14 years old. For 10 years, I'd been his companion, his nurse, his servant, his slave. On the night I was going to kill him, I slipped a length of strong cord into my dinner jacket. He was totally blind, had been for 30 years. Yet, strangely enough, he could see. He could see with his uncanny, highly developed sense of hearing. And with that cane of his, that cane that was everlastingly tapping.
The wind's blowing up tonight. It'll be getting cold soon.
Yes.
Dan, have all the servants gone?
This is their night off.
You going out again tonight?
Yes.
With Martha?
Yes, with Martha.
Will you pour me some brandy?
Yes, Morgan. I poured out the drink. In my pocket, I felt the cord, and as I handed the drink to him, I took it out and walked behind him. Now, this was the time. Slip the cord around his neck. Twist it. It would be over soon. He sat there, holding the glass in one hand.
Very good brandy, this.
I raised the cord over his head. All I had to do was drop it over his neck.
Why are you standing behind me?
How did you know?
I heard you walk there. Why, Danny?
I just wanted to look out of the window. One quick move, it would be over. But I didn't want to kill him, so I suddenly mixed it. I'd make a clean breast of it and give him a chance.
Well, Dan, how long are you going to stand there?
Morgan, there's something I want to speak to you about.
Well, what is it, my boy?
I want to marry Martha.
I thought that was on your mind.
But I need $10,000, Morgan. Will you give it to me? What are you laughing at?
You. I was just waiting to see how much you'd ask for. You lied your way in pretty deeply this time, didn't you, Danny?
What are you talking about?
I saw what was coming. While you were in town. We had a very interesting little talk.
Did you?
She told me that her father's worried about her marrying a fortune hunter. Seems he's a very wealthy man.
Yes, that's right.
And it seems that he won't give Martha any money when she marries unless her husband is a man of some means himself. It also seems that you lied to her. You told her you're wealthy. Why?
Did you tell her the truth?
No. You always were an incorrigible liar.
Morgan, she got the impression that I had some money because I lived in this house.
And now you have to live up to that impression so you can marry her.
But you'll give me the money, won't you?
Why'd you lie to her?
Well, I did it without thinking. I wanted to tell her the truth, but I couldn't. I was afraid that if she found out that I'd lied, she'd hate me. Morgan, are you going to give me the money?
Danny, I'm very fond of you. I took you in to live with me when you were a poor, penniless gutter snipe. I educated and taught you to live like a gentleman. I even named you sole beneficiary of my estate.
But that's why I'm asking you for the money now. If you're going to leave me all of it, why don't you give me a little of it now?
Because I don't want you to marry Martha.
Why not?
I don't think she's the girl for you.
You stupid, blind old fool.
And
Martha's the finest girl I ever met. I won't have you talking about her like this.
You won't have a penny of my money to marry her.
You're doing this because you want me to stay with you.
Now, what are you talking about?
From the very first day I came here, it's been Danny, do this, Danny, do that. Danny, read to me. Danny, pour me some brandy. You've made me a servant and a slave.
How can you talk this way after all I've done for you?
Done for me? Did you ever teach me to work? Did you ever teach me to do anything except live in luxury when I didn't have a penny to my name? You made me someone who's of no earthly good to anything or anyone except you.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Leave?
No. I'm not going to leave, Morgan. You are.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
Don't be ridiculous, my boy. You'd probably make a bungling mess of it.
I don't think so. You see, I planned it very carefully.
Danny, if you think you can frighten me into giving you that money, you're quite mistaken.
I don't intend to frighten you. I intend to murder you.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am, Morgan.
Danny, you got up, I heard you.
Yes.
Now, don't lose your head. Perhaps we can come to some agreement.
It's too late for that. Don't think you can stall me and then turn me over to the police.
Danny, where are you?
You'll know in a minute, Morgan. When you feel something on your neck.
Oh. Let go of me.
It'll be over in a minute.
Let go of me, you idiot. Let go.
Not now, Morgan.
All right, Danny. I'll admit it. I wanted you to stay with me. I'm blind, old, alone, but I'll let you go. I'll give you the money you want, only don't kill me.
It's too late now. I know you, and I don't trust your promises.
I'll give you anything you want. You hear anything? Now, please, Daddy.
No, Morgan.
Oh, if I could only see. If I could only...
I'm going to be merciful, Morgan. It'll only take a few seconds, and this cord will crush the life out of you. Morgan? He's dead. I heard the front door open and close. I had told Martha to come at 9 o'clock. I ran out of the room and looked down the long stairway.
Hello, darling.
Martha!
Shall I come up?
No, wait there. I'll come right down.
All right.
I rushed back into the room. My uncle was lying on the floor, the rope twisted about his neck, his face streaked with purple. I picked up the cane and began tapping on the floor. Then I placed the cane near to him. I went back to the door again and called. Good night, Morgan!
Your uncle.
Oh, he's fine.
I heard him tapping around up there.
Yes, he likes to make a lot of noise with that cane of his. I think he gets a kick out of it.
Do you think it's safe to leave him alone here?
Safe? Well, of course. Look, shall we go dancing somewhere?
Mm-hmm. That's a swell idea.
Well, friends, do you think Uncle Morgan will stay dead? Oh, you do, Well, that shows how much you know. On this program, the dead never stay that way. So get ready for the worst, because in the next few minutes, you're going to find corpses that walk in the dead of the night. Oh, yes. They do, all right. They do. Don't you worry. All right. Let's listen now to Donald Bucher as Danny, as he finishes his story.
It was easy to lie to the police. When Martha told them that she heard my uncle tapping in his room, I was cleared of all suspicion. I suggested that the murder was committed by some thief who broke into the house to rob it after we had left. The police agreed. I received the inheritance, and Martha and I planned to go to California to be married. I had lied my way out and fooled everyone. Everyone. Except myself. I knew what I'd done. I couldn't forget it. I became nervous and morose. And then came that last night before Martha and I were to go away. I was alone in the house, preparing to close it.
Hello, Dan.
Oh, Martha. Well, it's so late I didn't expect you.
I know, darling, but I was afraid to leave you alone in this huge old house. I decided to come over.
Well, that's very sweet of you, darling, but there's nothing to worry about.
You can't fool me. I've noticed how you were behaving these last few days.
Have you?
Ever since your poor uncle was killed, you haven't been quite yourself.
Well, I suppose I have been a little upset. I'm glad you came, darling. Look, I can put you in the guest room next to my uncle's old room. That's the only one beside my own that hasn't been dismantled yet. Come on. I'll show you the way.
All right. When we get to California and we're married, you'll forget all this.
I hope so. What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
I thought I heard a noise.
I was right. This old house is affecting you.
Maybe. You know, Martha, last night I thought I heard him tapping with his cane.
Did you?
Well, it was just my imagination, I guess.
I wonder. You know, darling, I had a rather strange dream about him.
You did?
I dreamed he came to me and told me he wasn't dead.
Well, that's a crazy idea.
Isn't it? But just suppose he wasn't dead.
Well, that's impossible. I saw him dead with a rope around his neck.
Did you? That's funny. I went with you to the morgue and I didn't see the rope. The police had removed it.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course they had. But I saw those welts. It didn't take much imagination to see the rope.
Oh, my poor Danny. I'm afraid this has affected you more than you realize.
Here's your room, Martha.
Danny, you've been kind of cold and distant lately. You do love me, don't you, darling?
Of course, Martha.
There. Good night, Dan.
Good night. I was awakened that night from a tortured sleep by a familiar sound. The sound of my uncle's cane, tapping on the floor above me. At first I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard it again. It seemed to be coming closer, to be taking a familiar course. Yes, I had heard it 1,000 times when he was alive. That same nervous, rhythmic tapping. It was coming down the stairs. Tap, tap, tap. Down the stairs. Cautiously, carefully. It was on the landing now. Would it go down further, or would it turn as it had done so often to my room? It came closer. Closer. It was coming to my room. There could be no doubt about that. He couldn't be alive, and yet... It was knocking at the door. It took every bit of courage I had, but I went to the door and opened it. There on the floor outside my door was my uncle's cane. A throb of cold, icy terror shook me. I ran back into the room and, half insane with panic, I shouted, "Martha! Martha! Martha!"
Danny, what's the matter?
Martha, darling. I must be going out of my mind. I saw...
What did you see?
That cane that you have in your hand. Put it down.
I found it outside your door. I thought you'd misplaced it.
No, that's my uncle's cane. That's the one he always used.
Oh, but, Danny, there's no need to be so frightened of it. Why, you'd think it was going to hurt you the way you act.
Martha!
Here, you hold it.
No.
Danny, you're terrified. What's wrong? What's happening?
Martha, don't make me tell you. Don't.
But what are you afraid of?
The cane. Put it down. Throw it away.
The cane?
Throw it away.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, Martha, why do you keep pointing it at me? Why?
Danny, you've got to tell me what's troubling you. I won't put it down until you tell me why you're afraid.
Martha, for heaven's sake.
You can trust me, Danny. I love you. Tell me what it is.
Martha.
What is it? No matter what it is, I'll always love you. Don't be afraid to tell me.
I killed him.
Your uncle?
Yes.
Why?
For the inheritance. I didn't want you to know that I didn't have a cent. I asked him for the money, begged him for it. He sat there in his chair telling me I couldn't have a cent. He wanted to keep me here with him. I wanted to marry you. That's why I murdered him, Martha, because I love you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Oh, Martha. Martha, I knew you would. You'll stand by me, won't you? Why are you smiling that way?
How much money did you inherit?
$200,000 in this house.
You'll transfer that money to me in the morning. When the house is sold, you'll turn over that money to me, too. If you don't, I'll tell the police what you just told me.
Martha, I don't understand.
I thought I was pretty clear.
Oh, I see now. You think I'm too upset to manage the estate, and you want to take care of it for me until we're married.
There isn't going to be any marriage.
No marriage?
No. Now that I can get the money without marrying you, there's no reason for me to tie myself down.
Why should you want the money? Your father's...
He's been dead for 17 years.
Martha, you told... You were lying to me.
Yes, Dan. But you were lying to me, so it comes out even. And stop cowering at this cane. There's nothing queer about it. I made that tapping noise tonight. I thought it would make you confess, and it did.
This is a joke. It's a monstrous joke.
I wouldn't think it was so funny if I were in your position. You know, the money isn't quite all. I can use you, Danny. I might need certain things done sometime. And if you'll remember that I can send you to the electric chair whenever I choose to, you'll do them.
I see. The slave merely changes masters. Where are you going?
Back to my room.
Oh, no, you're not.
Dan, let go of me.
I want to show you something, Martha. Something about this cane. You said there was nothing queer about it. Well, there is. Let me show you. You didn't know, did you, that if you press a button in the handle, the outer covering slips off, and you have a sword in your hand.
A sword?
Yes. Look.
Yes.
See? It's a sharp sword, forged in Italy during the Renaissance to be used by men with less conscience than I about murder.
Dan, what are you going to do?
I think you know.
No, Dan, you can't.
Did you think I would give you that money after I murdered a man to get it?
I'll let you keep the money.
You think I believe you? I know liars.
I won't tell the police. I swear I won't. I'll do anything you say. I'll marry you.
Do you think I'd marry you after I found out that your love was a lie? Do you think I'd let you live when I know you have a secret that can enslave me?
No, Dan. Take that sword away. Don't do it. I love you.
Liar.
Dan, don't. Please. I beg you. I'll do anything you say. Don't.
Martha! It was then that I first began hearing in my mind that tapping, that incessant tapping of the cane. When the police came, I told them everything. They asked only one question.
When did you hear this tapping in your mind?
After I killed her.
Well, you'll be all right after a good doctor treats you.
Perhaps.
Meanwhile, we'll do everything we can to find the person who killed your uncle and your sweetheart. I think it's the same man. He's probably some thief who thought he'd try a second time.
But I just told you, I'm the person you want.
Now, Danny, you don't think I believe that story for a minute, do you?
You don't believe it?
After the way I saw you cry when your uncle died? And you can't make me believe that sweet girl did the things you said. I know something about human nature, my boy. No, Danny, the shock of finding your sweetheart murdered so soon after your uncle's murder was too much for you. This whole confession was a lie.
For 20 years now, I've been in this cell at the state asylum, waiting to die. I who told the truth, because I wanted to die. For 20 years, I've been hearing that tapping day and night every second. For 20 years, I've been hearing my blind uncle call me as he used to when I was a boy.
Dan, where are you? Why don't you come to me, Dan?
All right, friends, you can relax now. No, this isn't Danny. This is your host. Our story's over and the porters are now mopping up. Well, I guess tonight's little story should teach you never to tell a lie. Lying leads to cheating, and cheating leads to murder. And murder leads to insanity, all of which are very bad habits to get into indeed. Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Incidentally, this might be a good opportunity for me to mention that we've been going into business in a small way, manufacturing various items for faithful followers of the creaking door. Among them are silencers for chattering teeth, hair lotion guaranteed to keep your hair from standing on end, a supply of spare fingernails to chew on, artificially flavored, and a cream for smoothing out goose pimples. Vanishing cream, of course. There's no charge. Merely send us your name, address, and next of kin.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Murder Rides the Carousel, was written by Lou Vittis and stars Miss Leslie Woods in the role of Janie, with Lawson Zerbe as Ben.
And now to our happy little horror. The story of Murder Rides the Carousel. It's no use fidgeting. The lights are up, the music ready, and the painted horses itching to gallop that last mile. Meet Janie, the girl who owns a carousel and who's beginning to get dizzy.
Most places have fairgrounds. Out on the edge of town where the land isn't worth much. And that's where carnivals come and stay for a while. And most carnivals have a carousel. Out on the edge of town. Daytimes it's the kids, and evenings you see the lovers on the carousel. And later on it's the married folks. And then the lights start going out all over the fair. And the air is getting cold. And what kind is it then that ride the carousel? There were only two of them. And she was a pretty enough girl, red-headed, blue-eyed, cheaply dressed. And she wasn't looking at him. But he kept looking at me.
Hey, sister.
What is it?
Don't you get dizzy staying on this thing all night?
I'm used to it. This is the last ride, mister.
You can't do that to me. Look, the brass ring.
All right, you can use it tomorrow.
Suppose I don't come out tomorrow.
Well, I'll give you a nickel for the ring.
I don't want money. I want to get dizzy like you. Find out what makes your eyes squint.
This is the last ride. Joe, he's the old man who works the carousel for me. He's tired. He's got to get some rest. Besides, the fair's all closed up.
Okay, sister. Come on, beautiful. The lady won't let us ride anymore.
Well, thank you very much, Ben Wade, for talking to me.
Climb off your high horse and let's scrap.
I can get off by myself. And you don't have to come with me either.
That beautiful is sore. I guess she noticed.
Noticed what?
Where my eyes were.
I've got to close up now.
Okay. Good night, sister. I better go find Beautiful before she gets lost. But don't forget, I got the brass ring.
He went away into the darkness. I put the lights out, sent Joe to bed, and didn't go to bed myself for a while. I couldn't get the carousel out of my head. The whirling lights, the music, and the dizziness.
Well, that's absolutely the last time I'll ever go out with... Ben, it's about time you tore yourself away from that cheap little... Ben, I don't like you walking behind me. It's dark and I can't see. I don't like that kind of joke. You come out here where I can see you and you... Hey, that's a knife. Oh, no. No. Oh, you shouldn't have. It hurts. It hurts.
Janie.
Yes, Joe?
Yeah, I've been reading the paper.
I guess you have to do something to keep your mind off running the carousel.
There's a picture here on the front page, a picture of a girl. Take a look.
All right. What about her?
She's the girl who was here last night, ain't she? With that good-looking fella?
Well, it looks like her. Why?
According to the paper, Janie, after she left here last night, she was stabbed to death.
She was?
Yeah. And when they found her, you know what she was holding on to in her right hand?
Will you stop asking me riddles?
I'm sorry, Janie.
All right, what was she holding on to?
A brass ring.
I got rid of Joe. Sent him on an errand. Because I remembered something. I should have done it before. I went to the supply box. The place where we keep the feathers and buckles and buttons for the horses. The place where we keep the rings, including a few spare brass ones. We were missing a brass ring, and I thought I'd better replace it on the arm that holds the ring next to the carousel. I was up on a stool when...
Hiya, sister.
Oh.
Hey, you dropped all the rings.
I didn't hear you.
I'm a very quiet walker. I better give you a hand getting the rings together.
You don't have to bother.
Oh, no bother at all. Say, that's funny.
What is?
There's a brass ring among them.
Well, what's funny about that?
I thought I got the only brass ring last night.
We have more than one brass ring.
What are you getting excited about?
I'm not getting excited, but I wish you'd get out of here.
And what do you do for excitement after the carousel's all closed up for the night?
Listen, I'm usually pretty tired. I go to bed.
It sounds dull. How about meeting me tonight?
Why are you asking me?
I like the way your eyes spark. Didn't I tell you?
Well, all right. But would you mind returning the brass ring?
What brass ring?
The one you had last night.
Oh, that. I don't have it.
What'd you do with it?
I must have lost it. What's so special about a brass ring?
Yeah, all through for the night, Janie.
All through?
Yeah, you're tired.
Little.
He's waiting for you, ain't he?
Who?
That's him standing over there, ain't it? Fellow who was here last night?
Oh, yes, I guess it is.
Like him, don't you?
Maybe, I don't know.
Why don't he come over here in the light?
Joe, please.
All right, never mind, Janie. I guess he's all right, otherwise the police would have been after him. But be careful anyway, Janie. Be careful.
I watched Joe shuffle away, turned the lights out, and started walking to where Ben was waiting. Joe was right. The police would have. And then I remembered. He brought her to the carousel when no one else was around. No one had seen them together except Joe and me. No one had seen them leave except Joe and me. And the police hadn't asked us. Ben had a car, and we drove out of town in it. The night was soft and dark. And after a while, we got to a roadhouse where there was dancing. And we danced. And then the dancing was over. And we were back in the car, and I was very tired. And maybe happy. And then I noticed that we weren't going back on the same road. Ben.
Yeah?
Where are we going?
Back to town.
Well, this isn't the road we came out on.
So what? This is a nicer road.
What's nicer about it?
Less traffic.
Ben had said less traffic. But he was wrong. There was no traffic. Why are you stopping?
House. Over there.
I don't want to.
Why not?
Well...
Let's get out. You scared?
No. No, why should I be?
Then get out of the car.
Oh, all right. Is it, your house?
No.
Well, then...
It's all right. I got permission to visit.
Yes, but it's so dark.
I hear they got electric lights inside. Watch your step. After you.
No.
What's the idea?
Well, I'm... Listen, I'm afraid of the dark.
Well, why didn't you say so? See? Lights. Now will you come in?
All right.
Now, you stay right here. I gotta hunt up something.
Ben went down the hall and through a door at the end of it. The house was very still. I could hear the wind outside, but outside was very far away. I didn't know what Ben was doing, and I had to find out. I went down the hall quietly. He'd left the door open behind him. He was in the room beyond with the light on. It was the kitchen, and he had a drawer open. And maybe he heard me, because he turned for a minute, and there was something in his hand which glittered in the light. Something that was a knife. I ran back down the hallway, but it must have been the wrong way because I came to a door and opened it. And all I'd done was get into another room. A room with the moonlight coming through the window. Just the moonlight. But strong enough to show me a girl. A red-headed girl. In a cheap dress. A girl who should have been dead. And she was staring at me. Out of cold blue eyes.
Try to drink some of this.
Oh, no. What? No, don't. Please don't touch me.
Listen, sister, relax. I don't know what you were up to before, but the last thing you did was pass out in here.
Don't you know that was because she was staring at me?
She?
In the corner. Over there.
There's nobody else in the room, in the corner, or any other place.
Well, she was there.
Look for yourself.
I'm afraid. She isn't there, is she?
Nah. Now, suppose you tell me who she is.
I want to get out of here.
But listen,
I said I want to get out of here.
Okay. Let me give you a hand up. The way you're talking, somebody might think you've seen a ghost.
Ben took me to the boarding house where the carnival people stayed. I said goodnight quickly and went inside and went to my room and got into bed. And tried to sleep. But it started to rain. And that kept me awake for a while. The rain and the cold blue eyes of the girl. The girl in the cheap dress who died with a knife. And then I did fall asleep. That is, I think I fell asleep. And I dreamed. That is, it must have been a dream. It must have been a
dream. Hey, I didn't expect to see you out here in the middle of the night. What with the rain and all. It ain't healthy. You wondering what a bum like me is doing out here? Poking around the carousel? I tell you. I figured a carousel might be a good place to hide a knife. What you might call a used knife. I found it. Now, don't get excited. I ain't running to the cops. What have they ever done for me, eh? But you, I figure maybe you'd do something for me. Hey, where'd you disappear to? Now, listen. I can't say you, but you won't get away with anything. You started the merry-go-round. I'm getting off it. No, you stick behind me. Don't. What's the matter?
Oh, what?
Joe, what's the matter, Jenny?
Oh, Joe. John, it's nothing. Nothing. I just had a nightmare, that's all. It was just a nightmare. I'd forgotten it the next morning. The nightmare, whatever it had been about. I went out, noticing a patch of dried mud outside my bedroom door, but it didn't mean anything. The rain had left the air fresh and clean. It had also got onto some of the horses, and I wiped them down. And the floor of the carousel was muddy from the night before, I supposed. And between customers, I washed the mud off. Except at one place, where it wasn't mud. Where it was a stain. A stain that could have been blood. It was busy that night. And the carousel never stopped. And the painted horses went around and around and around. And I kept thinking of the blood stain on the floor of the carousel, and I wanted to scream.
Hiya, Jenny.
Oh,
don't look so frightened. I got a nickel. Here.
Thanks.
Matter of fact, I got lots of nickels. You know what?
Please, Ben.
I'm going to stay on this carousel all night and pay for every ride. Unless I'm lucky and get that brass ring.
And he stayed. For every ride. It got late. It got later and later. But Ben stayed on. Ben.
Yep?
This is going to be the last ride.
Oh, impossible. Besides, I didn't get the brass ring yet.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'll give you your nickel back. I'll give you all your nickels back.
No. I want a chance at the brass ring. Go get me one.
All right, I'll get you a brass ring. I went to the big supply house, in the tent where we kept it, and I opened it. It wasn't very light inside the tent, but it was light enough to see the dirty little man lying curled up in the box, and the place where the knife was in him, the place where the blood on the carousel had come from.
Well, Janie?
I haven't got another brass ring.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Yeah, I think I ought to call the cops.
The cops?
Sure. Every merry-go-round's supposed to have a brass ring. You're defrauding the public.
Oh, you're joking.
I've done better.
Well, I'll owe you a free ride. Some of the time, though.
Who knows when there'll be another time?
Joe! Joe, will you stop the carousel? Now, that's all, Ben.
Okay, sister. Good night. And, don't take any wooden rings.
He went away. Fairgrounds were dark now. And Ben had gone away. And I was alone, except for Joe and the painted horses. I was alone. And I was afraid.
Yeah, you young man, go off.
A young man?
Fella named Ben, you know who I mean.
He went off.
Why didn't you go with him?
Joe, will you leave me alone?
All right, Janie, no need for snapping at me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody swiped the plumes off in one of the horses. I better get a new set out of the box.
No.
Huh?
I just meant not tonight. It's late and you must be tired.
Yeah, but the horse...
Please, Joe, will you forget about it for tonight?
Whenever you say, Janie. I'll go home, but...
Well, why'd you stop?
It ain't easy to see him in the shadows, Janie, but...
But what?
He's standing there. Looks like he's waiting.
Who's standing there?
That young fella, Ben. What's he waiting for?
Oh, well, it's a joke. He's waiting for a brass ring. I promised him one.
Did you?
Yes, of course, Joe. It'll be all right. Go on home.
All right. Good night, Janie.
Good night. Joe went into the darkness and was gone. But on the edge of the darkness, someone waited and didn't go. I went to the tent, to the supply box. The knife was still in the dirty little man. It wouldn't hurt him. And I needed that knife. So I got the knife. I closed the box again. The dirty little man might catch cold otherwise. And I was holding the knife in my hand when... What's that? I went out of the tent. Slowly. There was a wind outside. A cold wind that gnawed at my bones. And I shivered in the cold wind. And the lights on the carousel were up. And the painted horses were turning round and round and round. And on one of them, a girl was riding. A red-headed, blue-eyed girl in a cheap dress. I started toward the carousel. She had no right to be riding there. She hadn't paid a nickel. I could see her cold blue eyes staring and her red hair fluttering in the wind. And I was...
Take it easy.
Let go of me!
Listen.
I've got a knife, too!
Will you keep quiet?
I got it out of a dead man. And I'm not afraid anymore. She can't ride on my carousel. I won't let her. I won't.
All
I
right.
won't.
Now, give me that knife.
It's funny. It's so funny. I sort of liked you. And now you're going to...
Janie.
Oh, but please be quick. Be quick, please.
Janie, did you know that Joe used to be married? That he thought his wife was two-timing him? That he stabbed her to death? And was committed to an asylum?
Joe?
He seemed to be all right. They released him.
Wait a minute. The dried mud outside my bedroom door. Joe was outside my bedroom door. Which means that he was out in the rain. And the little man in the supply box.
The police had no proof. They knew it was either you or Joe. That's why the corpse was in that house last night. That's why...
Ben, look. Look at the carousel.
Joe. Stalking the girl.
He's got a knife in his hand. Oh, Ben, it's horrible. The two of them alone on the carousel. The insane old man.
Hey, come back,
and the dead girl.
Come back. I killed you for the liar you were. I killed you once, and you went away with your bright red hair and your lion blue eyes, and you come back, and I killed you again, and still you're here, and still I'm going to kill you, and kill you, and kill you.
They're moving in on him. The police. He's falling off the carousel. Look, Janie. He's got the brass ring. Clutched in his hand.
Well, that pretty much winds up the sad story of Joe, who went around in the wrong circles. Of course, he was a little careless with knives, but nobody can say that he ever stuck a friend. Well, while I go off for a last whirl on Janie's merry-go-round, you might spare a thought for the red-headed girl riding that horse. You might say she was left at the ghost.
Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. Well, let me tell you about the loot we picked up in our family. Mother got a new broom. Yeah, she needed it ever since she wrecked the old one in a forced landing on the roof last month. Uncle William got a fur-lined straitjacket. And dear, darling little Aunt Matilda got a new hat pin. Yes, her last one got stuck in the skull of her fourth husband. All right. Turn your lights low and your radio up. And remember that all the actors getting killed on this program are being well paid for it. The winter winds moaned around the gabled house like a wandering band of wailing women. As Caroline Giles, puzzled and frightened by something she's seen in the gathering dusk, makes her way into the living room. This is young Mrs. Giles' first night at the family mansion built by her husband's grandfather. Only this morning the attractive bride arrived after a honeymoon trip in Europe. When she enters the huge, shadow-filled room, she notices the servant girl at the window. She's a young girl, the only other person in the house. And Caroline can see that she's scarcely able to control the terror she feels.
Mary? Yes, ma'am.
What's going on out there?
Nothing. When will Mr. Giles be home?
He should be here within an hour. Why are those cars stopping out there?
Cars, Mrs. Giles?
Oh, really, Mary? You must see them as well as I do. 3 of them stopped within a few minutes. Look, there's another one.
Maybe that's Mr. Giles.
No, the car isn't coming into the driveway. It's stopping outside. Who are these people, Mary?
I don't know.
Why should they stop outside? What did they want?
I don't know.
Oh, Mary. You don't know. There's no reason to become hysterical.
Mrs. Giles, come away from the window.
But why?
You don't know them. Oh, please come away from the window.
Mary, why? Now...
Oh, I've warned you. They're throwing rocks through the window. Get down, Mrs. Giles. Get down on the floor. You'll be hurt.
But Mary...
Oh, please. Mrs. Giles, just pray that they don't come in here. Just pray that they don't.
Wait a minute, Mary. I hear sirens. It's the police.
Oh, the police. Oh, thank heavens. They'll make them go away.
Mrs. Giles, I'm Richard Croydon, the mayor of this town. I'm sorry we had to come here under these circumstances.
How do you do?
This is John Dent, our local chief of police.
Mrs. Giles, I'm very sorry about what happened tonight. The crowd is gone now. I'll do my best to see that it never happens again.
I've also come to offer what apologies I can. Must have been a frightful experience for you on your first day here. Our people may appear civilized enough, but in many ways we're a very primitive community. I suppose your husband told you that?
No, he didn't. But David told me about you, Mr. Croydon. He said you were the oldest friend he has. I believe you live down the road?
Yes, that's right. That's how I happened to see those cars coming, and I phoned Chief Dent.
But why did those cars come, Mr. Croydon?
Why?
Well, yes. Why should those people who hardly know me do a thing like this?
Well, didn't David tell you?
Tell me what?
Where is David now?
He went to town. I expect him any minute.
Well, perhaps he'll tell you what you want to know when he returns.
Why can't you tell me?
I'm not sure that I care to.
Mr. Dent, perhaps you'll be kind enough to explain this?
Well, them people weren't after you, ma'am. They were after the man you married.
David? But what?
Dent, if Mr. Giles hasn't told her, I don't think it's your place to do so.
Well, the woman has a right to know. The reason them folks are trying to kill Mr. Giles is because they think he's a murderer. Some call him even worse than that.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Giles, 2 years ago, a series of killings began in this here county. Girls, young girls, 4 of them were found on lonely roads, stabbed to death. Homicidal maniac, that's what the state police officer said.
And my husband?
Well, your husband was arrested for them crimes. He was tried right here, but they let him go. We didn't have enough evidence.
David, can't believe it. Why should they suspect him?
Well, he knew one of them girls, and, well, he had been sent away, ma'am.
Sent away? What are you talking about?
Well, everyone knowed there was something wrong with him. He had to go to an asylum for a while.
That's quite enough, then. Mrs. Giles, I must tell you this. David was discharged from the rest home, completely cured. It was nothing more than a nervous breakdown. Now, Dent, you have no right to frighten her like this.
I'm not frightened. And I'm very grateful to Mr. Dent for telling me what he did. I just want to know one thing. My husband was acquitted. Why should they still believe he's guilty?
Because since he left town 6 months ago, there ain't been none of these murders. Not a single one. Now that he's back, they'll start again.
That's what you believe, Mr. Dent?
Oh, no, ma'am, but that's what the folks are saying.
Thank you. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone.
Mrs. Giles, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you. There's nothing. Good night, Mr. Croydon.
Good night. Come along, then.
Good night, ma'am.
Good night. Hello? Operator, will you give me the number of the railroad station, please? No. Never mind, operator. Don't bother.
Are you going to leave, Carolyn?
David, you heard.
Yes. And I heard everything else my very old friend, Mr. Dent, told you. I was behind the other door.
Then why didn't you come in?
Why ruin their fun? Besides, I was curious to see just what your reaction would be.
David, why did they have to tell me? Why couldn't you?
You think this was an easy thing to tell to a newly married bride?
I would have found out sooner or later.
I did plan to tell you, Carolyn, in due time. That's why I ordered Mary not to say anything.
Darling, it isn't true. This is all an insane dream, a nightmare.
No, Carolyn, it's not a dream, but in many ways it is a nightmare. Were you going to run away from me, Carolyn? Is that why you phoned the station?
Yes.
Carolyn, if you want to leave me, I can't blame you. I realize it may be asking a little too much of any woman to be my wife and to live here.
Why did you come back here, Dave?
Because I want to prove to them that I'm not what they think I am. And I was hoping you'd help me. I thought maybe you loved me enough for that. Carolyn, I'm terribly sorry it must end this way.
I'm not going to leave, David.
Carolyn, I hope you understand what you're saying. You may be risking your life by remaining here.
I love you, David. I'll risk it.
I want you to be certain, because in the end I may fail and be put to death.
To death?
Yes, there are going to be other murders.
Other murders?
Don't ask me how I know this, but I'm almost positive that sometime tonight a girl in or near this community will be killed, brutally stabbed to death. I'll have to go out tonight and see if I can prevent it. Do you still want to remain?
Why are you telling me this?
Because I want to know if you really love me or if you said what you did to placate a madman, to quiet a homicidal maniac who may still murder you. Are you going to stay, Carolyn?
Yes. I'm going to stay, David. Mrs. Giles! Mrs. Giles, are you coming here? I'm coming, Mary. Mrs. Giles. There, Mary. Now just try to calm down. I saw them out there. Mary, try to pull yourself together. Tell me what you saw. There was a man out there. A man moving around. Are you sure of it, Mary? I don't see anyone. Well, maybe you can't see him from here, but I saw him from the window of my room. All right. Let's look out the window of your room. I don't want you to think I'm seeing things. I'm not the kind of girl who sees things. I didn't say you were, Mary, but Well, I don't notice anything unusual from your window either. You don't see anything? Just the lawn, the tree. Mary, I know we've all been under a strain today. I guess we're a little jumpy, aren't we? I guess so. But I wish Mr. Giles were here. I don't like us two being alone. I know, Mary, but it can't be helped. Now, come, dear. I think you'd better go back to bed.
But I'm afraid to be alone in here. They can get in through the window.
Then we'll close the shutters. Help me, Mary.
All right, ma'am.
There we are. The outside doors are all closed.
Yes, I locked them myself, but... Well, still, this is a very old house. They can get in.
Well, there's a lock on your door that works quite well. You can lock the door from the inside, and then you'll be as safe as you can possibly be.
All right. I'll do that when you go.
Very well, Mary. I'll go back to my room. I'm sure you'll sleep now. Good night.
I hope so. Good night, Mrs. Giles.
Did you lock the door, Mary?
Yes, I just did. I'm turning out the light now. I'm sorry I troubled you, Mrs. Giles.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, she's right. I must be hearing things. Mrs. Giles! There's someone in here! Let go of my hand! Mrs. Giles!
Mary?
He was locked in here with me! Help me, Mrs. Giles!
Mary!
He's got a knife! I can feel it, a knife! Oh, no, let go of me, please! No!
Mary!
Well, friends, this is your host again. You ready to go on with our story of married bliss? I mean bliss. You know, if Caroline had only listened to this program, she'd have realized that it's always a mistake to marry a man who has a weakness for murdering the domestic help. It not only makes house cleaning difficult, but creates a terrible servant problem. That there is one compensation in marrying a homicidal maniac. When you'd call your mate crazy, you'd be so right. Well, let's get on with our story. As you remember, Caroline couldn't break into Mary's room, and now she rushes to the telephone and dials the operator.
Hello? Get me the police. Hurry, please. Hello? This is Mrs. Carolyn Giles. Would you please send someone right away? I think there's been a murder.
Hang up, Carolyn. Hang up that phone. What's the matter with you? Why didn't you do as I told you? I don't want the police to know about this until we're ready.
That room. You just came out of Mary's room.
Yes, I saw her.
Saw her? You were in there all the time. You were locked in the room with her. You killed her.
Carolyn.
You murdered her. They're right about you. You murdered her.
Carolyn, you're hysterical.
No.
Stop it now. Stop. I'm sorry I had to do that. Now, you must get a grip on yourself.
Yes, David, I'll be all right. I'm all right now. How did you get into her room?
I heard screams when I parked the car. The window to her room was open, and I climbed through. I saw her on the bed, and then I unlocked the door and came in here.
You found the window open? But I locked it myself. I bolted the shutters.
Well, it's open now. When did you bolt the window?
A little while ago. The murderer must have been in the room hiding, and she locked herself in.
I guess he escaped through the window.
Yes. Perhaps that's what happened.
You still think I killed her?
I don't know what to think anymore. The way you came from her room.
I explained that.
Yes, I suppose you did.
Carolyn, now listen to me. If I killed her, do you think I'd be talking to you now? Here, look.
Son.
If I'd murdered Mary, the next step would be to kill you. And you see how easy it is for me to do it. Now, Carolyn, you believed in me before. I'm asking you to believe in me again. I don't want the police to know I left this house tonight. Dent's like the rest of them. He hates me. He'd be glad to accuse me of this crime. Now, Carolyn, I want you to say I was home all night with you.
And if I don't?
I've got this gun, Carolyn. If you let me down, nothing much will matter then. Now, that might be the police, Carolyn. I'm going to open the door.
Good evening, Mr. Giles.
Good evening, Dent. You got here quickly.
Maybe that's because I was kind of expecting to come.
Oh, have you been watching my house?
I ain't saying. When I got that radio call, I didn't lose any time. Oh, Mrs. Giles, you phoned in something about a murder?
Yes, our girl, Mary. She's in there.
Mr. Giles?
Are you accusing me of this too, Dent?
Well, it's mighty funny, right here in your own home.
This time I can easily prove that I had nothing to do with it. My wife and I were together all night.
Is this right, Mrs. Giles?
That's right, Mr. Dent.
Hello, David.
Richard, come in.
I understand that Dent questioned you again this morning.
Yes, but he didn't get anywhere. I think even he's beginning to get the idea that I'm not a murderer.
I see.
Oh, Carolyn, dear.
Oh, hello there. David, why didn't you warn me your friend was coming tonight?
Well, I phoned Richard only a few minutes ago. You see, Carolyn, I have to go out.
Go out?
Yeah. I didn't want to leave you alone after everything that's happened.
I know, but... Well, couldn't we come with you, David?
No, I'm afraid not.
Why not?
Well, it might be dangerous.
David, where are you going?
I'm sorry, dear, but I can't tell you. It won't be a long trip. It's only about 20 miles or so. That's all the information I can give you.
Has this something to do with these murders?
Perhaps.
Now, David, I wouldn't advise you to take matters into your own hands.
I'm afraid I have to, Richard. You see, the police haven't gotten very far, and my life is at stake.
Your life?
Isn't it obvious? The people are stirred up about these crimes. Who can tell when one of them may take it into his head to murder me? It's becoming a matter of the killer's life or my own. Furthermore, there's another reason why I must solve this. A reason I can't divulge right now.
Why not?
Darling, please don't ask me. I think that after tonight, all this will be over. Bye, Richard. Goodbye, Carolyn.
Bye. Richard?
Yes?
What did he mean by another reason?
Well, Carolyn, if he's right about the murderer, then the next logical victim will be a girl, an attractive girl who's very close to him, so that people will suspect him even more. And the most likely person is yourself.
$10 Did he tell you how long he'd stay away, Richard?
No, he didn't. Shall I deal another round? Oh, that must be David.
Hello? David, are you all right, darling? Well, when will you be home? All right, I'll tell Richard. Goodbye. David's on his way home. He'll be here in an hour.
Where did he call from?
A town called Waverly. He says he knows who the killer is.
That's impossible.
How do you know?
Because if he knew, he'd never have made that call.
I don't understand.
It was a perfect signal to the murderer.
Murderer?
It told him that he was safe. That he had all the time he needs. A full hour.
Richard. You...
Please. I must warn you not to do anything foolish. It will only make matters worse for yourself.
What do you have in your hand?
A knife. You see, I simply press this button, and it snaps open. Try to control yourself, Carolyn. Don't try to fight the inevitable. Take my advice and submit to what will come. It will be less painful.
Let go of me.
You see how futile it is to struggle. I have the knife at your throat now. I have only to move my arm, and it's all over.
Why don't you? Why are you waiting?
There's no rush. For once, I have a little time.
Time?
Time seems to extend the experience. I must warn you not to scream. The moment you do, it will all come to an end, suddenly, violently. Screams are dangerous. One can never tell who hears them.
Take the knife away.
No.
Please.
Fear seems to do something to your features, Carolyn. You look extraordinarily beautiful. And I must compliment you on your self-control. You still haven't even raised your voice.
You
can't get away with this, Richard. David will come home and find you.
That's not quite how it will happen. David will come home and find you. I shall have the rare pleasure of seeing his reaction. And then it will be his turn.
You're going to kill him?
Yes, it will be a new experience. I've never murdered a man before.
It can't possibly work. You'll be caught.
I plan to be. But I shall plead self-defense. Everyone will believe me because I'll tell them he murdered you. It's very difficult not to scream, isn't it, Carolyn?
They won't believe you. They'll never believe you.
Oh, yes, they will. My police commissioner hates David because he was freed after Dent arrested him. And his position also depends upon me. Oh, I admire you, Carolyn. None of the others held out this long. You must almost be insane with fear and terror, aren't you? And yet...
I won't scream, Richard. I won't.
In the end, you will.
I won't.
You must.
I won't.
You really are extraordinary, Carolyn.
I won't.
Carolyn.
I don't understand. You were here.
Almost all evening. I phoned from a neighbor's house to make him force his hand. I got back just in time.
Still alive.
Yes. Richard. David, did you know? You couldn't have been that clever. I suspected you, Richard, but I wasn't certain until tonight. It was a trap. And Carolyn the bait. All a trick. I'm afraid that's what it was, Richard. Why did you make them think it was me? Why? Because you were a Giles. Always a little too clever. Never quite one of us. But you'll die for this, David. You'll be blamed for this and the other murders. I've left letters accusing you of the crimes. And Dent will believe them. Even over your wife's testimony. You'll die for this. They'll kill you. He's dead.
David, is it true what he said about the letters?
Probably. Dent will never believe me.
Good evening, Mr. Giles.
Dent.
Yeah. Been out there all night. When I heard the shots, I came running in. So you killed him?
Yes, but I had to, Dent. He was going to murder my wife.
That's true. He's the homicidal maniac you've been looking for. You've got to believe that, Mr. Dent.
Of course I believe it, ma'am. Been suspecting him for a long time. Ever since he spread them stories to folks about Mr. Giles. And I heard what he said before he died. You've got nothing to fear now, Mrs. Giles. You and your husband can live here, and we'll be proud to have you. And some folks will be mighty ashamed about what they've been saying and doing. I reckon I'd better call in, get them to take this man away.
I bet you thought David was crazy, but he fooled you, didn't he? As the squirrel said to the walnut tree, you're still not as nutty as people. And that brings us to the moral of this story, which is taken from a retired witch who once said,
"Why slice your husband's head off when it's so easy to nag him to death?"
Oh, here's a little thought to take to bed. Never murder your enemies, because then you'll have no one to hate but yourself.
Inner Sanctum has been brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. I want you to meet some new guests we just dug up. Now, these cuties went astray because they had no murder to guide them. This fearsome fellow, a carpenter by trade, got rid of his wife by using a drill. So, naturally, his spouse was bored stiff. This murderous minx would never have been caught if it hadn't been for the ashes on the rug. Her husband's ashes. And finally meet Tony, the village bellman, who turned out to be a dead ringer. Oh. You want to know why all these guests are hanging from the rafters? Well, that's because we like to keep our spirits up.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Dead Heat, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan, and stars Mercedes McCambridge in the role of Clara, with Carl Swenson as Vincent.
Well, folks, suppose you just curl up anywhere. Say, here's a nice spot for someone. Reasonable, too. Just marked down from 6 to 3 feet. Now, let's get to tonight's terrible tale. For over a week, the intense August heat lay on the Western Valley like a loathsome leech, drawing the lifeblood out of all growing things. The grass has withered to yellow. The soft, lush earth is hot. The streams have become dried, rocky beds. By day, the sun in a cloudless sky blisters the scorched land. At night brings no relief. Only the distant, melancholy cry of the coyote. And in the valley homes, the parched night burns the minds of the people with troubled thoughts.
It'll never let up, Vincent. This awful heat. Hardly a breath of air. It's as if death has come to the valley to take us all. Everything here is dying.
Clara, this heat is the worst possible thing for you. Now, I've told you before as a friend that you must leave. Now I'm telling you as your doctor. You have got to leave here. Tonight.
Leave? I wish I could. But I can't.
Well, of course you can. Nothing to hold you here.
You don't know, Vincent.
Huh?
You don't understand her power. She's holding me here. She won't let me leave.
She? Who on earth are you talking about?
My sister. Evelyn.
Evelyn? You're not making sense. Evelyn has been dead for over a year.
Yes. But still she holds me.
She's buried in a hillside cemetery. The dead have no power over the living.
Evelyn has. Now.
What do you mean now?
Don't you remember, Vincent? Last year when she died, it was like this. The air was as still and as hot. Death was around us then like it is now.
Clara, stop talking like that.
She's holding me here, Vincent, because she wants me to die.
Clara,
and I know what she's thinking. I killed her. She always thought I was the woman her husband, Stephen, was in love with. That's why it broke her heart. That's why she died.
Now, Clara, listen to me. People don't die of a broken heart.
I watched her during that terrible hot spell last year. I saw her fade. I saw her dry and shrivel. And I remember how she looked at me with those eyes every time Stephen came into the room.
Clara, believe me, this is all your imagination.
Oh.
Now, the heat is warping your reason. That's why you've got to leave the valley immediately.
Hello?
Hello, Clara.
Who is this?
Why, Clara, I'm surprised. Don't tell me you've forgotten your loving brother-in-law so soon.
What do you want, Stephen?
I just thought I'd let you know about it. I'm up here on the hillside at the cemetery. They called me about your sister's grave.
What?
They say the heat is doing it.
Doing what? Stephen, what are you talking about?
Maybe you better come out here and see for yourself. It's Evelyn's grave. The earth is cracking, and the grave is opening up.
Be careful, Clara. Watch my flashlight. The ground around here may be cracked, too.
I've been to her grave so many times.
Yet I'm almost afraid to go now.
Well, you should have listened to me and waited in the car.
I was afraid to be alone tonight.
I told you it isn't good for you to use up your energy in this heat. You've got...
Oh, the doctor is right, Clara.
Who is...
Did I frighten you, Clara?
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, Stephen, it's only you.
Come on, Clara. We're going up to the grave.
You can't now. Half that side of the hill has fallen away.
Oh.
Here, Clara, look at this. You recognize it?
Yes. Yes, that's Evelyn's diary. Where did you
One
get...
of the workmen found it in the dirt beside Evelyn's casket.
That's the diary she always kept under lock and key. The one that was placed in the coffin with...
That's right.
Now, let me see that.
Oh, Vincent, please. Don't open it.
Why not?
Because she always guarded it. They're her own private thoughts. She didn't want anybody to see them.
Something in this diary may help us. Something may be written here that'll explain her death. Huh.
What is it, Vincent? What's the matter?
It's strange. There's nothing written on any of the pages.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh. Oh, wait. Here's something on the last page. Tonight, in the heat and darkness, I will get my revenge from the two people who made me wish myself dead. My husband, Stephen.
She didn't understand me.
And my sister, Clara.
Oh, no.
I have the strength. I will kill them both.
She must have written that the day she died. She went to her grave thinking that Stephen and I...
Wait a minute. This wasn't written the day she died. Look at the date. August 15th, 1949.
The 15th? That's today. I don't understand it. How could she...
It means just what she wrote, Clara. She's coming back to kill us.
But she can't come back to life. Or can she?
Of course she can't. Evelyn can't do either one of you harm now.
Not if she's really dead. But what if she's still alive? If she still had strength to write in the diary...
What are you trying to say, Stephen?
Maybe she isn't dead at all.
And don't be a fool. I signed the death certificate, didn't I?
I'm going up to her grave to make sure.
The grave isn't there anymore. The side of the hill slipped away.
But her casket was there. You said so before.
Yes, the casket was there. Only Evelyn's body wasn't in it.
Come on, Stephen. You're going into the house with us.
What for? Well, why can't I wait for you here in the car?
You can both wait out here. I don't mind going into the house. Oh.
Clara, what's the matter?
That light. In the house.
Wasn't it on when you left?
No. It wasn't on, was it, Vincent?
Well, I honestly don't remember.
I'm not going in there.
Now, we both may have forgotten about the light in our excitement. Come on, Clara. We'll go in with you.
But I'm sure. I could swear I turned that light off when we left.
Well, maybe you did. Maybe she turned it on again. Maybe Evelyn is in there waiting for us.
Both of you are so frightened that you're not making a bit of sense. I told you, Evelyn is dead. She's dead for all time.
Please, Vincent, don't. Don't open the doors, maybe.
There. Now, do you see that no one is in there? All right, come on now. Stephen and I will wait here while you get some things together. Clara?
What?
Clara, what is the matter with you? What are you staring at?
Glove.
Glove? What are you...
A woman's glove on the table there.
Well, that's yours, isn't it?
No.
Oh, the initial?
Yes. It's Evelyn's glove.
There, you see, Vincent, I told you she's still alive.
She's been here. Looking for us, Stephen.
She may still be here in the house someplace. We've got to get away from it. The lights. She turned the lights off.
She's come for us.
Stop it, both of you. Stop. The power supply is running short in the valley. They're just conserving electricity.
You're lying. You lied to us all along. You knew she wasn't dead. You brought us back here to be killed. But
you're not running out. You're going to stay here and listen to reason.
Now, let go.
Not until you listen to me.
I said let go.
Stephen, what did you do to him?
I just hit him. Come on, we've got to get away from here before he comes to.
We can't leave him.
Fool, do you want to die?
All right, Stephen, I'll go with you.
Now, where's your car?
On back in the garage. Why?
Because we can't use it. You'll trace us that way.
But you might be wrong about Vincent.
How can I be? You saw the glove. I never did trust him. He and Evelyn were always so confidential with each other. Well, now, watch your step. It's dark back here.
Wait.
We can't stop now. What is it?
Wait. Someone is there.
In the shadows alongside the house.
You can't see there. How do you know that?
Can't you feel it? In the air? The heat right here is so oppressive. It's filled with... Stephen, look out! Stephen! Stephen!
Clara, what's happened?
I don't know. I felt something pass me in the dark. I heard Stephen cry out, and then he fell to the ground.
But Stephen is dead, Clara. He was stabbed in the heart.
And that's the story, Sheriff Cooper. Dr. Branson here came out and found Stephen stabbed to death. My sister Evelyn killed him. Just as she said she would in her diary, she returned to life.
Now, look, Miss Fleming, I admit this heat's got us all on edge. The whole valley is going loco, but I still don't believe in ghosts.
But I tell you, she was here.
You saw her?
No, but I could feel her presence. When she was near, the air was hotter, stiller. It almost suffocated you.
Oh, it's too hot to argue about ghosts.
Well, what about her diary? That note was in her handwriting. And that glove of hers we found on the table, what about that?
Well, Clara, somebody else could have put that there.
Somebody else, Dr. Bronson? Why couldn't Miss Fleming's sister put it there herself? Why couldn't she have killed Stephen?
Well, that is a strange way for a sheriff to talk. You know she's dead.
Is she? Then what happened to the body?
Well, obviously, when the earth cracked and the hill slid away, the body was thrown clear of the coffin and buried in the debris.
I was thinking, Doctor, maybe the body was never in that coffin.
Vincent, what does he mean?
I don't know, Clara.
Doctor, you took care of Evelyn, didn't you?
Yes, and I signed the death certificate. Now, look, Sheriff, I don't like the implications that you're making.
You don't have to like them.
Evelyn died. I have a complete record of the case. I kept that record myself.
That's what I mean. It's only your word.
Oh, not entirely. There was a nurse on the case until the end.
No, Vincent, no. Don't you remember the nurse was discharged the day before Evelyn died?
The day before?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Well, Vincent, if you're hiding something, you've got to tell it to the sheriff now before it's too late. If she's alive...
Don't be ridiculous, Clara. Now, you don't believe that your sister is alive, do you?
What else can I believe? Now.
She's alive, all right. And, Doctor, you know where she is. Now, look here. She's committed one murder already, and you're going to tell me where she's hiding before she kills her sister. Right. You stay away from that phone, Doctor. I'll take it. Hello?
Sheriff?
Yeah?
This is Deputy Williams.
Well, what is it, Williams?
We finally got something on that case. We found the sister, the one who was missing from that casket.
Good work, and I was right. She is alive.
Alive? No. Sheriff, she's dead as a doornail.
What?
The workmen found her body when they were digging out the landslide at the cemetery.
I'm sorry, Miss Fleming, but you've got to make this identification. That's your sister's body?
Yes. Yes, that's Evelyn.
Okay.
Can I take Clara home now, Sheriff?
Yeah, sure. And, Doctor, excuse me for jumping on you that way before.
Yes, of course.
I guess the heat got me more than I thought. You ever see such crazy weather?
Come along, Clara.
Oh, Vincent. What am I going to do now?
No. Well, Clara, there's nothing more to worry about. Now that you're sure that Evelyn's dead, she can't possibly harm you.
Oh, you still don't understand. Only her body is dead. She killed Stephen. She returned from the grave and killed him.
No, Clara. You must believe that Evelyn could have had nothing to do with that.
But Stephen is dead. And whoever killed him is alive. And will kill me. Vincent, whose house is this? Why did you bring me here?
Ah, don't worry, Clara. A friend of mine lives here, a woman named Lucille Lang. And we'll be perfectly safe here.
But, Vincent, I don't want to go to this...
Oh, Dr. Bronson, good evening.
Miss Lang?
Lang. I know that name from somewhere.
Come in, Miss Fleming.
And your face. I know your face, too.
Why, of course you do. We've met before.
Where do I know you from?
Well, you'll have plenty of time to talk about that later, Clara.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to stay here tonight.
The Dr. Bronson ordered that you...
Vincent, please.
You must do as Miss Lang tells you.
Oh, no, please, Vincent, take me away from here.
Come along, Miss Lang.
Let go of me.
You mustn't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
I'll do as I want, Clara. Miss Lang will take the best care of you.
All right, Vincent, all right.
Now, you get a good night's sleep.
Yes.
I'll be around to pick you up in the morning.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night.
Now sit down right there, Miss Fleming. That's it. You know, the more you move around, the worse you feel the heat.
Yes, so they say.
See how much calmer you are already? You're not afraid of me anymore now, are you, Miss Fleming?
I guess not.
I'm glad. I can't be of much help if my patient is frightened of me.
Patient?
Oh, I suppose you're not really a patient in the strictest sense after all.
No, I know. Now I remember. You're a nurse. You're the nurse.
Why, yes. I'm the nurse who took care of your sister. It was a shame to see such a fine young woman die. I felt terribly when I heard about it.
Oh, you awful thing! How dare you even mention my sister?
I don't understand.
You know why she died. You know more about it than anybody else.
Well, Miss Fleming, you're just exciting yourself unnecessarily.
Don't come near me.
But I only want to help.
Don't touch me. Get away. Oh.
What is it, Miss Fleming?
The glove. A leather glove.
Glove?
They're on the table. You had them both. You did it. You killed Stephen. That proves it.
Better go to bed. You're much too agitated.
You're not going to kill me. I'm getting away from you. I'm not going to die.
Wait, you shouldn't go out there.
Oh.
You're not getting away from me.
Oh, let go, please. I don't want to die. Please let me go.
No. You're coming back to the house with me. I'm going to take care of you, just as Dr. Bronson ordered.
Oh, please, I'll pay you anything. Only let... Miss Lang.
What is it? What's wrong?
It's here again.
What?
Here in the dark around us. I can feel it. Coming closer, closer. Oh, save me, Miss Lang. Save me before it's too late. Miss Lang, what's the matter? Miss Lang!
Clara, what happened?
Vincent, what are you doing here? I thought
Well, I was worried about you, Clara. I just came back to make sure that everything was all right. What happened? Why were you calling Miss Lang?
Miss Lang is dead, Vincent, on the ground there. Look.
What? I never dreamt that she was in danger.
She wasn't. Don't you see, Vincent?
Huh? She what?
She wasn't meant to be killed. It's so dark out here. She was mistaken for me. The murderer meant to kill me. What's taking the police so long? The sheriff should have been here by this time.
Well, don't worry. He'll be here soon enough.
But you said you called him 20 minutes ago.
I did. He wasn't in. I left a message for him.
Vincent?
Hmm?
You did call the sheriff, didn't you?
Clara, what is the matter with you? You heard me speaking on the phone, didn't you?
No. I was in the other room.
Well, you sound as if you don't trust me.
I don't know whom to trust anymore.
Oh, Clara.
Oh, Vincent, forgive me. I don't know what I'm saying. But I'd feel better if the sheriff were here.
Well, you've no reason to be afraid. I'm here.
Yes, Vincent? You're here.
You're afraid of me.
Yes.
Well, why? Why would I want to harm you?
Because you think I know who killed Stephen and Miss Lang.
Well, don't you?
No, I'm not sure. I didn't see anybody but you.
And naturally, that is what you will tell the police.
Vincent, I want to believe you. Please, tell me. You didn't kill them.
Of course I didn't.
Well, then why don't you let me call the police?
All right, Clara. Just to prove a point to you, we'll drive over to the sheriff's office. Come on.
No. You go. I'll wait here for you.
I wouldn't leave you alone now. Not for all the world. After all, there's a murderer loose.
All right, I'll go with you. Bring the car around to the front and I'll be ready.
Well, you sure you won't try to run away?
No. Why should I?
Well, just don't try it. Because there's no place to go. I'll be back in a moment.
Hello? Hello, operator? Operator?
Number, please.
Oh, operator, quick, get me the sheriff's office, please. Hurry.
1 moment, please.
Hurry.
Sheriff Cooper speaking.
Sheriff, this is Clara Fleming.
Yes, Miss Fleming.
Did Dr. Bronson call your office?
Dr. Bronson, why, no.
I knew he was lying.
Say, what are you...
Listen to me. I have only a minute left. There's been another murder.
What?
And Dr. Bronson is the one who's responsible for both of them. You've got to get here before he kills me, too.
Where are you calling from?
Sheriff, he's outside the house.
Where are you?
At a Miss Lang's house at the northern end of the valley, just a few yards off Trumbull Road.
Trumbull Road?
What's happening? Oh, dear. I'm coming, Vincent. Sheriff, please hurry.
What's wrong, Miss Fleming?
The lights. They've been turned off. Vincent! Don't! Don't come in here!
Miss Fleming! Miss Fleming!
What are you doing in the dark, Clara? Who are you talking to on the phone? Clara, why don't you answer me?
Oh, Vincent! Please let go of me. Let go of my arm.
I'll let go, Clara, when you drop that knife.
What?
Now drop it. Drop it, I said. Oh, there, that's better. You would have killed me, too. Just like you killed Stephen and Miss Lang. Clara, you're a murderer.
Oh, no! No, it wasn't me. It was Evelyn. She came to me. I could feel her near me in this heat. She was beside me all the time. She made me do it. But she was my sister. I had to help her.
You called Sheriff Cooper, so all the blame would be put on me before you stabbed me, too.
No, I wouldn't have gone through with it, Vincent. I could never kill you, never. But Stephen was evil. And that Lang woman, she's the one who took Stephen away from Evelyn. She's the one who broke up their marriage. They took my sister's life. It was only fair that theirs be taken.
I suspected you in a way, Clara. That's why I took you here to Miss Lang's house. You hid your sister's body and you wrote those words in her diary.
I only copied what my sister said in hers. 1 year ago tonight, on a night like this, all hot and evil and stagnant.
Sit down, Clara. We'll wait for the sheriff.
Vincent, it's raining.
Yes.
Evelyn, she's gone from me. She just left. Evelyn's gone back to her grave.
The spell of the heat is over, Clara. It's all over now.
Clara will finally join her sister in that cemetery, and then there'll be two maids. Say, if you happen to live in that valley and you hear that grave slid down the hill again, don't let it bother you, because slips don't count. Oh, yes, there's a moral to tonight's torrid topic. It's from the overheated pen of that desert rat philosopher, J. Foulweather Friend. Says Mr. Friend, people who live in Greenwich hothouses shouldn't throw bones.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in for the crime of your life and meet one of the illustrious inmates from our Who's Who. This cadaverous cut-up is Mr. Seymour Blade. His wife had a tiff with him and punctuated it with a kitchen knife through the middle, which is, of course, one way of making your point sting. then, lend a fear now to some grim happenings and hear what kind of profits our star Boris Karloff in the role of Mark Devers reaped when he put up Death for Sale. The ashtray in the reception room is stuffed with half-smoked cigarettes. The disheveled man waiting paces his caged animal steps this way and that. Each second his eyes dart to the door at the end of the room at the slightest sound. At last, the knob turns. The door swings wide open.
Well, Doctor?
Your wife is in pretty bad shape.
Cora is my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought...
Forget it. Bad shape. But she's going to pull out of it. Right?
Mr. Devers...
She's not going to pull out of it?
Well, it doesn't look as if she will.
What?
There's a chance. Only a very small one, but still a chance.
You're lying. She's going to pull out of it. She's got to.
We're doing everything we can.
Look, even if she has to die, you could pull her out of it for an hour, couldn't you? Just an hour so that she could sign something.
Mr.
And
Devers.
It means everything to me, Doc. You could give her a shot or something, couldn't you?
Good day, Mr. Devers.
I'll give you $5,000.
Good
$10,000, Doc, and you fool, you don't understand. You've got to do this for me. You've got to. The doctor doesn't understand. He'd do the same in my case. So would you. So would anybody. $50,000. I was 1 hour away from $50,000. Money that belongs to me. My money that I waited 7 long years for, and I won't be cheated out of it. 7 long years. It all seemed so simple then, so sure. We had a perfect plan for $50,000, and nothing was going to keep us from it, and nothing did. Up to 3 weeks ago. That was when Cora called me at the office. I just thought she was imagining things again as she had right along. I told her so, but she said no. This man was watching her night and day.
He is, Mark. He's outside the house right now.
Oh, come now, Cora.
I tell you he is.
Oh, you're just imagining things again. Why don't you try
I'm not imagining anything. He's right outside the house across the street, and I'm...
You'll be positive after 7 years?
I know I've been wrong before, but this time I'm sure Elliot's come back and...
What?
The doorbell just rang.
Who is it? Evelyn?
I suppose so. We're supposed to go to the movies together.
Good idea. It'll take your mind off believing everyone you see is Elliot Starnes.
You're not coming home, then?
Not till I've finished at the office.
All right, Mark. Suit yourself.
Goodbye, darling. Give my best to Evelyn.
Mark? Oh, all right, I'm coming. I was on the phone, Evelyn.
Well, aren't you going to ask me in? Oh, of course. After all these years, you've probably forgotten who I am. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Elliot Starnes. Your beloved husband.
Elliot, you're supposed to be...
Dead? Yes, I know I'm supposed to be, Cora, but as you can see, I'm very much alive.
I knew it was you this time. I know it.
I think you better ask me in, don't you? After all, it isn't very often that a husband comes back from the dead.
Back from the dead. That's what he was, all right. When Cora called me this time, I didn't say I couldn't leave the office.
Yes.
All right, Cora, pull yourself together.
But, Mark, you don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do. You've been scared for the last 7 years, and you're going to go on being scared for the rest of your life.
He wants $5,000 more to disappear again.
Well, I didn't expect him to come back just to say hello. Of course he wants more money.
What are we going to do? He knows that we collect that $50,000 insurance money 3 weeks from now. He says if we don't come through with his 5, he'll go straight to the insurance company and
don't be a fool. He's in this thing as much as we are. He won't do anything to spoil his chances. All he wants is money.
The longer he's around, the more chance we take that somebody might recognize him. Mark! We can go to jail.
We've waited a long time to get our hands on this money, and I don't expect to be cheated out of it now.
You're going to give him the 5,000.
I don't know. Maybe.
But
nothing. When did he say he's coming back?
Tonight. After midnight.
All right. I'll be here. We'll handle Elliot once and for all, and after this time, there won't be any coming back. I guess no matter how carefully you plan, there's always that one small thing you fail somehow to cover. 7 years before, I was sure we'd covered everything. And it was clever. Really clever. The law says that if a body isn't recovered after 7 years' time, a man is declared legally dead. So we found us a body, Cora and I did. We found Elliot Starnes and sold him on death for $5,000.
Sure, I'll do it. I'll marry Cora and then disappear. For $5,000, you can sell me on anything.
He married Cora, and a little while after the policy was issued, his automobile was found at the bottom of Ridgely's Pond. Oh, the police dragged the water for days, but naturally didn't find the body, and the insurance people exercised their right to withhold payment till Elliot was declared legally dead.
I understand, gentlemen. And I don't even care about the money. All I care about is that my poor husband is dead.
It was clever, all right, and Cora put on a good act. We knew we'd cash in where others had failed because we weren't anxious. We were willing to wait for 7 years. And wait we did. It was a perfect plan. Nothing was going to keep us from it. Nothing except... Now, Elliot had come back. He swore he'd never return, and he'd gone back on his word. But by midnight, I'd made up my mind how to handle Elliot.
No, Mark.
The only way.
No.
The only way. This 5 that he wants, that's only the beginning. He'll hold us up all his life.
No.
He'll drain us dry of every cent of that 50,000.
I won't let you do it.
Yes, you will. We're in this far. You won't back down now.
I've got to. I never dreamed it would turn out like this.
Another few weeks and he'll be legally dead.
There must be another way.
Only this, believe me. And after it's done, it'll be you and me and nobody the wiser. Go on. Open the door for him.
Mark.
Cora, do what I say.
I can't.
You've got to.
All right.
I'll be inside. Tell him everything is set.
I will.
Hello, Cora. Oh, won't you come in, Elliot? Thank you, my dear. Don't mind if I do. Mark here yet, Cora?
Yes. He's in the living room.
Oh, fine. Then you and Mark have agreed on the deal for me.
Yes, we have. Come in, Elliot. Everything's set.
So Mark is waiting for Elliot in the, you'll pardon the expression, living room. Whatever happens to Elliot actually serves him right. After all, here in the sanctum, we don't go for live people walking around as if they were ghosts. It's enough to scare the death out of us. Poor Cora's so nervous. She just can't look a corpus delicti in the prima facie. Well, enough grave philosophy. Suppose we let our star, Boris Karloff, take up our stock story where we left off.
Everything was set. I planned to kill Elliot with the knife I held behind me, and I felt absolutely no compunction about it.
Oh, you're joking.
No, Elliot.
You're crazy. Cora, stop him. You'll never get away with it. Mark, no!
I buried him in the back of the house. I say I did.
because Cora wasn't much use to anyone that night or for several days afterwards. She got over it, as I knew she would. She got over it when she realized that I was right, that we had gotten away from it. And no one could ever know, and no one would miss him. She got over it when I reminded her that in just one more week, we'd be sharing that $50,000.
Just 1 week.
That's right, Cora.
I've been a lot of trouble to you these past few days. I am sorry.
Oh, forget it. It's all over.
Yes, it is. I'll feel a lot better when the money's actually ours. Somehow, way in the back of my mind, I feel that maybe we won't...
Look, darling, it's as good as ours now. There's nothing left in the way, not a single thing.
1 week.
That's all. Now, wouldn't you know? You expecting anyone?
No,
Evelyn?
not at this hour.
Well, whoever it is, get rid of him.
Yes, darling. I'll get rid of him. Yes?
Mrs. Stein?
Yes?
Mrs. Elliot Stein?
That's right.
I want to talk to you. Here's my card.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm busy right now.
Too busy to see me. I can promise you that.
Oh, now, see here.
Nice card, ain't it? Real fancy engraving.
Is it...
Mrs. Elliot Stein. That's right. I'm the woman Elliot married after he disappeared 7 years ago. Now, I don't think you're going to be too busy to see me after all. Do you?
Maybe it's fate. Maybe it's all in the cards. You work hard. You think out a plan that's letter perfect. Then up pops the unexpected, forcing you into the first desperate step to lick it. First Elliot Starnes himself, then his second wife that we didn't know existed.
And here's our wedding license, just in case you don't believe me. Here, you can look at it.
Take it easy, Cora. We believe you're his wife, Mrs. Starnes.
And he's got a birthmark?
We said we believe you. Now, what do you want?
Well, what does any good woman want? My husband.
And why come here?
Where else would I go?
I'm afraid we don't understand. Do we, Cora?
No. I'm afraid you do.
Now, look here.
I'm afraid you understand awful well. Elliot told me.
Told you what?
What you two were doing. He also told me if he should fail to come home after a couple of days...
Mrs. Starnes, we haven't seen your husband for 7 years.
Now, you don't expect me to believe that, do you?
I don't see why not.
I do. You see, Mr. Devers, the other day, with my own eyes, I seen Elliot walk into this house. But I didn't see him walk out again. What's the matter, Mr. Devers? You got nothing to say?
What do you want, Mrs. Starnes?
My husband, of course. Only since you killed him, I can't very well have that, can I?
What?
He's the only man I ever loved. And you killed him. I never should have let him come here. For days I begged him not to.
Mrs. Starnes.
I made a mistake letting him come here. I know that now. But I want him back. I love him and I want Elliot back.
Do you want your husband, Mrs. Starnes? Or a substantial sum of money?
Huh?
How much?
How can you talk about money at a time like this?
5,000?
I loved my husband, Mr. Devers.
7,500? Well, how much?
25,000.
What?
In cash.
Mark.
Let me handle this, Cora. And if we refuse?
Well, then I'll just naturally have to tell my story to the police.
Cora.
But you... Oh, let's drop all the small talk, Mr. Devers. I want 25,000 and I want it fast. Now make up your mind.
I'll make up my mind.
No, Mr. Devers, don't get rough. I'm not as dumb as my ex-husband. I've taken steps against anything happening to me.
No, Mark.
Better listen to her.
You're not getting away with this.
Then you don't get away with Elliot's murder.
So help me.
Before you put that hand on me, you better have your lady friend look out that window.
What?
There's a taxi across the street, Mark.
My taxi. And the driver knows I'm in here. You'd have to kill him, too. Elliot's ever-loving second wife is here to stay. And if you want to get her out of your life, the cost is going to be $25,000. By this time tomorrow night.
After she left, I had some work to do on Cora.
It won't be the same way, Mark. Not another murder.
Who said anything like that?
Promise me. Not the same way.
Sure, promise. After all, if we can get away with 25,000, is that so bad?
I'd rather settle for none of it.
Huh?
That money won't do us any good now.
Why not?
It just won't.
Oh, you're all upset. You'll feel differently day after tomorrow when you sign those papers in the insurance office and they hand that fat check over to you.
No, Mark. I'll never feel differently about it again.
I knew I couldn't work Cora my way much longer. But it was just 2 more days. 2 more days to get that 50,000. Just 2 things to settle in just 2 days. First, there was Mrs. Starr. When she came to my apartment the next night, I handed the envelope over to her.
It's all here?
You can open the envelope and count it if you like.
I don't have to, do I?
And what if I cheated you?
You wouldn't. I could always come back.
You could always come back for more anyway.
What do you think I am?
Doesn't make any difference now what I think.
Okay. No hard feelings.
There are, but they won't bother me for long.
Of course not. That money you're collecting will cure that.
I'll be cured before then.
That's your business.
It's yours, too, now.
I don't see how.
Now, do you see?
Put that knife down.
I will. Into you.
No. Don't. Please.
That door's locked. You can't get out.
Don't. You can have the money back.
There isn't any money in that envelope.
What?
Just strips of newspaper. Where can I get $25,000?
I don't care about the money.
I do. I cared about it for 7 years. Cared enough to murder once, and I can do it again. Now, Mrs. Starn, I've no hard feelings towards you. None at all. Just 2 things to take care of in just 2 days. The first, Mrs. Starnes was taken care of, and the second was now just an hour away. The 50,000 was waiting in the insurance office for Cora. All she had to do was sign her name on some papers to get it. Oh, you can imagine how relieved I was as I sat next to Cora when she drove to the insurance office. But it was different with Cora. Cora didn't say a word.
There's nothing left to say, Mark.
Oh, money will make you talk, Cora. You wait and see. After you get your hands on the... Hey, you're taking the wrong street.
No, Mark.
Sure you are. This is the way.
It's the only way left for us, Mark.
Huh?
We're driving straight out of town. We're never coming back. There'll be no more murders.
Cora.
I know you killed that woman.
Now, where did you ever get that idea? I paid her and she left.
I was outside your apartment house last night.
All right. So you know now. What did you expect? I couldn't let it all go down the drain, not after 7 years? Turn the car around.
No.
You're going to sign those papers. I want that money.
It's too late, Mark.
Like fun it is.
Let go.
You're turning this car around.
Mark, the wheel, let go.
I wasn't even scratched in the crash. Cora wasn't that lucky. I rushed her here to the hospital, and you heard what the doctor said.
There's a chance. Only a small one, but still a chance.
No, the doctor doesn't understand. There's got to be more than only one small chance. I was 1 hour away from that $50,000. Money that belongs to me, money that I've waited 7 years for, and I won't be cheated out of it. Cora's got to live. She's got to sign those papers. Well, Doctor?
There's someone waiting for you down the corridor, Mr. Devers.
What about Cora? There's still a chance, isn't there?
No chance at all anymore.
You're lying.
The gentleman is waiting.
You're lying. She's not dead. She can't be.
The gentleman is from the police. She asked me to call.
The lie. She's not dead.
Mr. Devers, try to understand. She is...
No! It's not true, and I won't listen to you. She's got to sign those papers. You've only got to keep her alive another hour. You're a doctor. You can do that.
Mr. Devers,
7
please.
years. Don't you understand? Oh, I can't let 7 years go down the drain. 7 years. It can't turn out that way. No. She's not dead.
So Mark's 50,000 went down the drain after all. And Mark went down the hatch of a scaffold. You know, I can't feel sorry for Mrs. Starnes. She should have known that a rolling widow gathers only mausoleums. Yes, sir, when you use a dead husband for blackmail, you're bound to end up face down. Oh, a footnote. When you're dealing with life insurance, remember, honesty is the best policy. Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at this same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Well, I booted myself over to a traveling freak show this afternoon to see how the competition was doing. Ran into an old schoolmate, fascinating fellow. We once voted him most likely to succeed. He did, and how. He's a high man in the snake pit. A frightful accident happened near the squirrel cage. The peanut concessionaire went up in flames. Yeah, some joke had given him a hot foot. Well, before I left, the owner offered me a very lucrative job. Pick any cage you like, he said. I told him I'd think it over sometime when I got my mind back.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, The Corpse is Lonely, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Smitty with Barbara Weeks as Julie.
And now for tonight's anguish. We're on the ground level of an old abandoned lighthouse on Jellicoe Strip, a narrow islet 2 miles off the North Atlantic mainland. It's the exact instant a sputtering fuse hisses close to a wooden box that reads, "Danger, dynamite." Near the box, lying dazed, are 2 figures.
Julie.
A boy and a girl.
Julie.
The boy rises, staggers unsteadily,
Julie.
then reaches down frantically toward the unconscious girl.
Julie, get up. Julie will be blown to bits.
The 100-year-old lighthouse lies toppled in a crazy pile of shattered stone. One figure lies outside it, flung clear of the wreckage in a freakish whim of the fates. One figure, the boy. Blood spurts from head wounds and mixes with the sand under him. His eyes open slowly, and he stares in a slow circle, away from the lighthouse, as if trying to find it. His eyes fix on nothing.
Julie. Julie, I can't see. I can't see. I'm blind. I'll write my story on the wind. Yes. The short, happy story of Smitty Lonergan. It began with an old green bottle on the beach. Only yesterday. I'd been out all day casting for sea bass in an old rowboat rigged up with an outboard motor. When I'd had enough, I ran the boat up on the beach. Except for the seagulls, I was alone, I thought. It was a beach at the tip of nowhere, a 4-mile walk from town. I just dropped my anchor when I saw the old green bottle lying on the edge of the beach like it had just been washed ashore. There was something inside it, rolled up. And a metal stopper that took every ounce of strength I had, trying to pull it free.
Let me give you a hand at that, kid.
Who are you?
Sharky. You don't need to look so green. I ain't gonna bite you.
Well, where'd you come from just now? I didn't see
I was
any...
watching you from up on the dunes. Hand me that bottle. There, just takes a little muscle. Now, let's see what you found, kid. Yeah. Sheet of paper.
Looks more like old parchment.
Yeah, it does. There's a coin with it. Old green coin. Looks Portuguese to me.
No. It's American. It's an old gold coin.
Well, what do you know? $50 gold piece at that. Yeah, what does the paper say?
Well, it's old script, hard to make out.
Don't give me that stall. Make it out.
Well, read it for yourself, why don't you?
I don't read. Oh, come on, kid. Come on. No need getting your back up.
I can make out the words 1/3 to the Lady Jane, 1/3 to the Croaker, and 1/3 to the sea.
1/3 to the Lady Jane, 1/3 to the Croaker, 1/3 to the sea. What does that double talk mean?
I don't know. There's a signature on it. Captain Crow. That's all there is.
Lies sticking out all over your face, kid.
Well, what do you mean?
There's more on the back of that paper. Give it to me. Part of a map. This is the third of the map that went into the bottle you fetched out of the sea. The second piece went to some Lady Jane, and another third to the Croaker. You get the 3/3 together, and you got a map leading to a lot more of that gold.
Now, look, Mr. Sharkey, I found the bottle, and you're honing in.
No, kid, I'm not horning in. I'm taking over. Map, gold piece, right in Sharky's jeans. Hey, you don't like it, huh?
You're a cheap crook.
Gonna hike to town. Tell the sheriff.
You bet your life I am.
Kid, I never yet saw a dead man walk to town. Any town.
Yeah. You gonna kill me?
Sure. Like that.
No, Sharky. No, the map is all yours.
Not while you're blabbing around town, it isn't. Not. Kid, I'm shot. Julie, she shot me. You're laughing.
Yeah. But I don't see anybody.
She'll show from over the dunes when it's safe.
Sharky. Sharky was dead. And Julie showed. I watched her come down over the dunes, holding a rifle aimed and ready. A girl gotten up like a beachcomber. She's wearing fisherman's pants slit along the thigh, with long hair flying wildly.
Sharky done for?
Yes. Yes, he's dead. You saved my life.
All I did was kill Sharky. Get the stuff he stole from you out of his pocket.
Yeah, sure.
What's all this?
Oh, just some old junk I found in an old bottle.
Sharky wasn't killing you because of some old junk. I don't like liars, mister. Sharky was a liar.
All right. It's an old gold coin. There's a letter and part of a map.
Part of a map that leads to more gold coins. Was that the way Sharky figured it?
Yes.
Then that's how I figure it. We're partners, mister. What's your name?
Smitty.
We're partners, Smitty. Now help me dig a hole for Sharky.
Partnership is out, Julie. I'm on my own.
This rifle says otherwise. I just traded in Sharky for you, handsome. Now dig that hole and then start chasing down the gold.
The gentler sex. Whoever coined that phrase never met Julie. Well, I went right to the one source that could tell me the most about Captain Crow, the signer of the old letter I found. My informant was a peg-legged old man called Uncle Cale, the village record keeper.
Captain Crow, huh? Funny you should come inquiring about him.
Well, I'm writing a book on New England history. There was a Captain Crow, eh?
Yeah, was until the county hung him 20 years ago, about the time I lost this leg.
Hung him, you say? Why?
Well, piracy was only one of the reasons. Crow had put out the signal flare lit off an old Jellicoe lighthouse so that passing ships would ram into the rocks and sink.
Oh. I guess Captain Crow's scheme netted him quite a lot?
Yeah, I reckon it did. Everything floating to shore was salvage, and Crow knew just where to lay waiting for it. What went down, Crow went down after.
Diving suit?
Yep. And grappling irons.
Oh, I suppose he came by a lot of gold that way, huh?
Well, I can't say he didn't. There was talk once about a gold shipment that never got past them rocks off in Jellicoe Lighthouse.
Uh-huh. I ran into a couple of funny names connected with Captain Crow. I wonder if they make any sense to you.
Yeah, fire away.
Lady Jane and the Croaker.
Lady Jane and the Croaker? Now, where did you come by them?
Around. They mean something?
Why, they're right here in my records, in the last will and testament old Captain Crow made out before they hung him. I remember reading them names like it was only yesterday.
Can I see the will?
Yeah, I guess you can. You'll be in the book writer. I'll go scout it up. And I got it right here. Penned by old Captain Crow himself. Now, let's see what it says. A ship's clock, grappling irons, a diver's suit, windlass, a rocker, a picture of Lady Jane. And there's one of your questions answered, son.
A picture of Lady Jane?
Yep. A hand-painted picture of a sailing boat. Went to his sister right here in the village, the way he wanted it. Hester Crow's got the picture now, hanging over a mantel.
What about the Croaker?
Well, the croaker is written down here as a stuffed parrot.
Stuffed parrot. Who did Captain Crow leave that to?
Yeah, his brother Tom. Yeah, Tom's got that stuffed bird sitting on a table in his parlor right now. I've seen it there. Say, you want to hear the rest of what Crow divided around in his will?
No. No, thanks. I know all I want to know. Thanks. Hester Crow and Tom Crow, the surviving brother and sister of old Captain Crow. I had 2 stops to make. To pick up a painting of a ship and a stuffed parrot. Yeah. Pick them up somehow. Buy them if I could. Steal them if I had to. Hester Crow's cottage faced the sea in a deserted corner of the village. Picking my way up a short flower path to the weather-beaten front door, I knew I wouldn't have to buy or steal the Lady Jane picture. Hester Crow was just about giving up claim to it. Inside on the floor with a face splotched green and purple and twisted as if she'd just screamed at the devil was Hester Crow.
Stop staring stupid and get the painting down off the mantelpiece.
Julie, you killed Hester Crow. It didn't have to be murder.
When you're chasing gold, it's kill or be killed.
How'd you know to go after Hester Crow?
I was outside the window listening to you pump that record keeper. You just thanked him and walked away, sucker. You got a double track back there sometimes, Smitty.
And murder Uncle Cale, I couldn't.
And I'll have to do it for you. I'll get that Lady Jane picture down. Rip off the back. Well, is it there or isn't it?
It's there. Another 1/3 of a map.
That proves the letter in that bottle was a McCoy.
Yeah, I guess it does. We just need the last third of that map now.
The stuffed bird sitting on Tom Crow's parlor table. A stuffed parrot's gonna make us rich. What are you staring at me like that for?
You're crazy.
Maybe. But you're going to be crazy about me.
Am I?
You'll see. Now you go down to the beach and wait for me. I'll go get that stuffed bird.
You're going to kill Tom Crow?
You forgot what I told you about chasing gold?
No. No, I didn't forget. You said kill or be killed. I hiked 4 miles back to the beach as Julie had ordered me to. And I waited for her to come back with the stuffed parrot. Oh, I was in deep. Playing patsy to a crazy murderess with no way out. The hours went by and the dawn came up. But Julie didn't show. Julie didn't show. But somebody else did. Somebody else came scooting along the surf in a 20-foot motorboat. A burly guy with a wind-tanned face and a yellow poncho and a rain hat, with a sheriff's badge pinned on his chest. And with him, piloting the motorboat onto the beach, was a short, olive-skinned fisherman.
Hiya, son. I'm Sheriff Carcass.
Hiya.
Been camping out here?
Yeah. Is it okay?
I guess it is. Outside the town limits here. Where you from?
Inland away, Fall River.
On the bum?
Sort of. I'm between jobs and thought I'd like to get a little fishing in before locating again.
Fish biting?
Some.
Yeah. What line you in when you work?
No line, especially soda jerking, odd jobs.
Uh-huh. Been into the village lately?
Yeah, I thought I'd look it over. Why?
Well, no reason, especially. You got any objection to looking it over some more? Me showing you around?
Do I have to?
Maybe you do. Got no reason not to want to, have you?
No. Why do you ask that?
No reason, especially. Old Hester Crow died mysteriously last night, but that shouldn't bother you any. Didn't even know the old lady, did you?
No, I didn't.
If you're ready now, we'll go.
And if I'm not ready now?
Then I'll have to take you in. Son, you're up.
Julie! It was Julie who shot you, Sheriff.
I don't see nobody.
She'll show. From over the dunes. Julie showed. I watched her come down the dunes. A rifle aimed and ready. Pointing at the olive-skinned little guy who piloted the motorboat for the sheriff.
Sheriff changed his mind, handsome?
He's dead. He came to arrest me for the murder of Hester Crow.
I saw your knees knocking from up there. Good thing for us the sheriff came along.
Good thing.
And how? We got a real motorboat now and a pilot with it. You there, what's your name?
Pedro, senora.
What do we need a motorboat and pilot for?
To get to Jellicoe Lighthouse and get that gold.
Jellicoe Lighthouse?
Yeah. Here's the third of that map that was sewed in the stuffed parrot. Put the 3 pieces together and read it for yourself.
What happened to the owner of the stuffed parrot, Ed Crow?
You just gotta know, huh? Read the map, handsome.
According to the directions and arrows, there's something buried in the foundation of the Jellicoe Lighthouse.
And the something's gold.
Well, to get at it, we'd have to take the whole structure down. That means wrecking equipment. It's too big a job for us.
You sure quit easy. What's wrong with dynamite in the lighthouse?
How do we get the dynamite?
By getting it. Pedro, come here.
Si, senora.
You want to stay alive?
Oh, si, senora.
Then tell us where to lay our hands on a box of dynamite.
But, senora, Pedro do not know.
Pedro had better know.
Pedro did know. We watched Pedro steal a box of dynamite from the private pier of the county construction company.
I have stole the box of dynamite, senora.
Now, let's get out of here. Head straight for the Jellicoe Lighthouse, Pedro, as fast as you can push this tongue.
The Jellicoe Lighthouse is over there, senora. On that little island. See, I throw the light on it.
I see it. The lighthouse is abandoned, isn't it?
Oh, si, senora. For a long time, there is nobody in it.
Stop the boat here.
Here? In the middle of the water?
Right here. Turn around, Pedro.
What for?
Do as I say.
Surely. Pedro's helped us.
One of you's got to go, handsome. I can't keep an eye on both of you in the dark and on that island at the same time. I'm only a helpless woman. Which'll it be, Smitty? You or Pedro?
Go ahead, make it me. You'll kill me anyway, sooner or later.
Maybe I won't. Ready for it, Pedro?
Si, senora. If I have to die, I am ready. Thank you, senor, for trying to save Pedro.
We planted the dynamite in the ground level of the Jellicoe Lighthouse during the lashing gale. Pencil strips of moon shining on Julie's face looked like tiger stripes. There was a crazy gloating burning in her eyes.
Is it all right, handsome?
Yes, it's okay.
Now, light the fuse.
The whole lighthouse will blow sky high in a minute.
And shower us with gold.
Let's get out of here before we blow up.
Let's not get out of here.
Let's not. But Julie
will. You will. Move and I'll shoot you.
Go ahead, shoot. I'm coming. Not good enough, Julie. I've got enough left to choke the living breath. Kill us. 3 kills, he said. She sagged in my hands and fell over unconscious. I couldn't bring her to or drag myself out in time. I'm here now, on the beach, blinded by the blast, writing my story on the wind.
Hello, son. You find that gold yet?
Uncle Kalo, how'd you know to come here?
I was the one who sent you here.
You sent me here. Oh, sure. You gave me the lead on what Lady Jane and the croaker meant.
More than that, I was the one who drew up that letter and map and put it into that old rum bottle for some scavenger to find on the beach.
I don't get it.
Old Captain Crow never had any gold. It was me that made you think he had by forging them writings on an old paper I tore out of a book, by hiding pieces of a map in the back of that picture and in the stuffed parrot.
Why did you do all that?
Payment for my leg. The leg I lost.
Oh, sounds crazy.
I lost my leg in the service of the county, but not a cent come to me for the loss. I was to get my pension from the county board, except for 2 votes going against it.
2 votes. Hester Crow and Ed Crow voted against you.
They did. May they squirm everlastingly in their graves.
So, your scheme was to get them murdered by someone who was after the pieces of map you planted in their homes.
Yeah, and it worked. Jim Dandy.
Why did you come here now? To laugh at me for playing sucker?
No, son. To make my peace with you before you die. I left the story behind me all written out, and they'll be coming here after me. I've had my revenge. And I allow I'm touched in the head some, but I wanted to make my peace with a good lad like you before you die. You scared?
Not of dying so much.
And then of what?
Of someone waiting to meet me where I'm going. She swapped Sharky in for me. You hear her? I got rid of her once. But I'm afraid she's going to get me this time.
What do you bet now that he's crossed the great divide, Smitty's troubles begin to multiply? Julie won't take no for an answer, especially now that she knows Smitty's a real gone guy. Did somebody say Uncle Cale gambled a $50 coin and hit the crackpot? Well, what do you say we close this merriment with a moral, everybody? When bottle washes out of the sea, don't pull the stopper, sucker. You might blow your own top.
Be with us again next week at this same time for another Inner Sanctum mystery. This program was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Emerson Drug Company, makers of Bromo Seltzer, invites you through the creaking door for tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery titled Skeleton Bay, written by Emil Tepperman. Bromo Seltzer reminds you to...
Fight, Eddie! 3 ways! Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. Come on in and join the fun. We're having a game of corpse and robbers, and we can't find a soul for the corpse. Of course, we could say the magic words, abracadabra, but we don't want any of that low crowd from the morgue. Want to come in and play dead for a while? You'll die laughing. And now for our excursion into the Erie. Our little trip to Skeleton Bay. Our story opens at a swanky hotel with private cabins, situated on a storm-swept, rock-bound coast. The story itself is all about, you guessed it, murder. And here is Carola Winters to give us a blow-by-blow description.
I'll tell you first about the night I met Michael Barrett. It was in August at Skeleton Bay. I'd come to the hotel supposedly for a rest. That was what I kept telling myself, but in reality, I didn't know why I had come here.
Skeleton Bay.
I'd seen the name in an ad months ago. And since then, it kept hammering at the inside of my brain. It was like the voice of implacable fate, commanding. Because I didn't like crowds, the hotel manager had given me a cabin near the beach, all to myself. It was the middle of the night, but I couldn't sleep. The wind came in from the ocean, howling like a hungry beast across the shoals. And the pounding of the surf mingled with the angry, baffled growl of the sea. I sat at the window in the dark, staring out at the beach. I was restless, excited. It was then that I saw the signal. It was just a winking little light a few yards away on the beach. Someone was blinking a flashlight, on and off, on and off. I was able to make out the figure of a man in boots and a leather jacket. He was signaling toward the hotel. But to whom? I had the answer in a moment. A man moved past my window, going down toward the light. He had his collar turned up against the wind and his hat brim pulled low. But I knew who it was. Mr. Field, a small, furtive man who had come up on the train with me. The two men met. Barely a stone's throw away from my window, I could hardly see them huddled closely together. This was excitement, mystery, intrigue, the stimulation I wanted and needed. I had to know what was going on. I threw on a raincoat and opened the cabin door. The wind swept my hair in a streamer, and a salt spray stung my face as I hurried down to the beach. My blood began to race and my heart to pound, for those two men were not engaged in any conference. They were locked in struggle. It was a deadly, silent struggle with only a grunt now and then. And I saw the flashing gleam of a knife, but I couldn't tell who had the weapon, the tall man in the leather jacket or the furtive Mr. Field. And then I saw the blade plunge home into the throat of the furtive Mr. Field. I felt a sudden surge of wild elation. This was murder. I had witnessed a murder. The tall man let the body of Mr. Field slide down to the sand. Then he looked up and saw me. He stood there with the bloody knife in his hand, and we looked at each other.
Who are you?
I'm Carola Winter. I have this cabin here, number 5.
You saw me kill him?
Yes, I saw you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to help you dispose of the body. He told me his name was Michael Barrett. He lived on the opposite side of the bay, in a house high up on the cliff.
It won't be so easy to get rid of the body. If I had the boat, I could take him out and drop him over, but it's too rough tonight. If there was some place to hide him for a day, I could come across in the boat tomorrow night.
You can hide him in the closet in my cabin. Nobody will look there.
Better lock the closet door.
Yes, of course.
You sure nobody will come snooping here?
Nobody comes here but the maid.
All right. I'll be back tomorrow night with a boat.
Did you pick up the knife?
Yeah. I got it here in my pocket.
Oh. Well, I guess that's all.
Good night, Carla.
Good night, Michael. All night I sat up alone, with the locked closet door between me and the staring, sightless body of Mr. Field. At breakfast the next morning, they had already discovered the disappearance of Mr. Field.
Yes, and the maid says his bed wasn't slept in at all.
I think he could have committed suicide in the ocean.
Well, he was such a sneaky little man. Of course, he may just have gone for an all-night hike, but in such weather,
I hurried through my breakfast, listening to the gossip all around me. Now, in broad daylight, I could hardly believe that the thing had really happened last night.
And you know, the hotel manager thinks it might be murder. I heard him phoning for the police.
The police? I hadn't counted on that.
Wait, anything wrong, young lady? You look sick.
I do feel a bit dizzy. I think I'll get some fresh air.
Oh, dear, poor girl. It must be quite a shock to her. She came up on the train with Mr. Field.
Out in the open air, I let the wind cool my fevered face as I hurried down toward the beach. It was only 9:30 in the morning, a whole day and a whole evening before Michael could come for the body. And the police would be around all day, investigating, snooping. And all the time, Mr. Field would be sitting in my closet, staring blankly out of his sightless eyes. When I reached my cabin, I put my hand on the doorknob, and suddenly I went cold all over. The door was unlocked. I stood as still as a statue, listening. Yes, there was someone inside, someone moving around. If only I had my handbag. I had a pistol in it that I always carried for protection, but it was inside on the dresser. So slowly, I pressed the door open, a half inch, an inch, and the door creaked.
That you, Miss Winter?
The maid. It was only the maid, of course. She'd be making up the bed. Why hadn't I thought of that?
Miss Winter? That you?
Yes. It's I. What are you doing at that closet with those keys?
They're just my pass keys, Miss Winter. I was just going to tidy up the closet.
I didn't ask you to do anything to that closet.
But that's part of the job, Miss Winter. I'm supposed to do it in all the rooms.
Well, you leave this one alone. Keep away from that closet, do you hear?
Well, yes, Miss Winter. I was only trying to help.
When I want your help, I'll ask for it. Now, please leave. At once.
Just as you say, Miss Winter. I'm sorry if I did anything wrong.
Did she suspect anything? I hadn't liked her tone. Why had I been so sharp with her? Now she'd surely think there was something in the closet. Something she shouldn't see. At lunchtime, I didn't want to leave the cabin. I sat at the window, and I could almost feel the sightless eyes of Mr. Field staring at me through the closet door. Someone at the door. Oh. Just a minute.
Miss Winter? Miss Carla Winter?
Yes, I'm Miss Winter.
Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you, Miss Winter. I'm Detective Sergeant Smith from headquarters. May I come in for a moment?
Yes, please do. What can I do for you, Sergeant Smith?
We're out here investigating this Mr. Field business. He hasn't turned up yet.
Oh, well, I'm sure he will in time.
Well, I wish I could be so sure, Miss Winter.
What do you mean?
We've gone through his room, found some mighty queer things.
Queer things?
Seems this Mr. Field was in some sort of racket.
There's a good chance he may have been murdered.
You don't say.
Yeah. I understand you came up on the train with him.
Yes, that's true.
Did you have any conversation with him on the train?
No, none at all.
You're the Carola Winter who writes the mystery novels, aren't you?
The same.
Well, I've read every one of them. They're darn good, Miss Winter.
Thank you.
You think you'll get a plot out of this? I mean, Mr. Field?
Oh, well, I can't tell yet. Sergeant, I wish you'd keep me posted on developments in case it does turn out to have a plot.
Oh, I sure will, Miss Winter. Oh, by the way, we found this picture among the papers in Field's room. I'm showing it to everybody around in case they might recognize it. It's an old newspaper item, 10 years old. Can't figure out why he was carrying it around. It's about a guy named Wycliffe that's wanted for murder. Yeah, take a look at him.
I felt the blood racing in my veins, pounding at my wrists. The picture of the man named Wycliffe who was wanted for murder was a picture of Michael Barrett.
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast headache help, is bringing you Inner Sanctum.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend Norman Brokenshire. You know, it's really silly to let an ordinary headache make you miserable when you can get such fast three-way headache help with Bromo Seltzer. Now, by three-way help, I mean Bromo Seltzer quickly helps the pain of a headache itself, and it soothes upset stomach and jittery nerves that may team up with your headache. And what a pleasant help it is, for Bromo Seltzer fizzes instantly. So sparkling, so refreshing to take. You can't ask any more of a headache product than that, can you? Fast, pleasant, three-way help for your headache. That's Bromo Seltzer. Try Bromo Seltzer on this guarantee. You must be satisfied or your money back. Need I say more? Just go to any drugstore, fountain, or counter and ask for
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it looks as if Michael Barrett is a lucky guy, with a beautiful woman ready to commit murder for him. But what'll he do when she runs out of victims and begins looking at him with a calculating eye? Oh, by the way, you don't have to worry about our eerie spirits bothering you anymore. Now, I've made a resolution that ghosts will not be allowed out of their graves after dark. Unless, of course, they have a pass to leave the ground. Well, let's get back to the rock-bound coast of Skeleton Bay and see how Carola entertains the grisly guest in her closet.
I don't remember now how I got rid of that Detective Smith. I told him I had never seen the man in the picture and sent him away. The day was interminable. From my window, I could see the guests moving about the beach, but none of them went in swimming. The weather was too rough. And I wondered if Michael would be able to bring the boat over tonight. If not, how much longer could I sit guard over Mr. Field in the closet? Now and then I'd see Detective Smith poking around on the beach. And then, without warning, he was standing over the very spot where Michael had stabbed Mr. Field. I watched him bend down and examine something. Was there blood there? Did Smith know that was the murder spot? I saw him frown. Then he stood up and walked quickly away. I had to know what it was he had seen there. Swiftly, I slipped on a coat and went off. I started toward the spot on the beach.
Going somewhere, Miss Winter?
Oh, it's you, Detective.
Going anywhere in particular?
Why, no. I was just going up to the hotel for dinner. It's almost dinner time, you know.
Well, fine. I'll walk up with you, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Can I help you? Take your arm.
Oh, thank you. Sand is so soft.
It's still wet. We had high tide last night.
Hmm?
Miss Winter.
Yes?
Are you a sound sleeper?
Why do you ask?
Well, I just thought maybe you might have heard something last night, like a fight or something.
A fight?
I was just looking at the sand back there, down near your cabin. It's all messed up, stamped around.
Well, what has that got to do with me?
Well, nothing at all, except I think there was a fight there last night. Maybe that's where Mr. Field was killed.
You think Mr. Field was murdered?
It's beginning to look more and more like it, Miss Winter.
Somehow, I don't know how, I managed to get through with dinner. I hurried back to the cabin, and I stopped at the door, shocked and unbelieving. There was a light inside. Someone was in there. This time I had my handbag with me. I took the pistol out, and once more I inched the door open. It had happened, the thing I feared. The closet door was open, and there was the maid stooping over the body of Mr. Field. Oh, what are you doing there?
The body. It's Mr. Field. You killed him.
Suppose I did.
Oh, well, what are you doing with that gun?
What do you think?
Oh, no!
The wind was high and the weather was rough. Fortunately, no one heard the shot. I pushed her body into the closet next to the body of Mr. Field and closed the door. Now I was a murderer, too. Who is it?
Let me in, Carla, quick.
Yes. Michael, I thought you weren't coming. It's been a dreadful day.
What happened?
Come here and I'll show you.
Is he still in there?
See for yourself.
A woman? Who is she?
The maid. She opened the closet while I was out.
You killed her?
Yes, Michael, I had to. There are detectives at the hotel looking for Mr. Field.
I suppose if I was smart, I'd kill you, too. And there'd be no one to talk.
Yes, Michael, that would be smart. Go ahead, kill me. If you can. I knew he couldn't kill me because I had seen it in his eyes. We were two of a kind, both wild, both reckless, both eager for the thrill of danger. He, too, wanted to be like the wind. We had both been brought together by some force stronger than either of us. And we loved each other.
Carol, darling.
Michael. No more, Michael. We have work to do.
I'll take them down to the boat.
I'll help you. We carried Mr. Field and the maid down to the boat.
There. I'll take them out away and dump them.
And after that, Michael?
After that, then I'm going home.
To your house on the cliff on the other side of the bay?
Yes, Carol.
Michael, take me with you.
What?
Take me with you to your house up there on the cliff.
I'm sorry, I can't.
You can't. Why can't you?
It isn't anything I can tell you.
What are you hiding up there in that house on the cliff?
You mustn't ask. Now, please, Carola, you mustn't ask.
You're married. You have a wife up there.
No, I haven't.
Then what?
I can't tell you.
But are you going away? Are you leaving me forever?
Not forever. You go back to the city. I'll come to you soon.
I returned to the city and waited. I waited a week, a month, but Michael Barrett did not come. I wrote to him, but there was no answer. And then one evening I saw him. I was returning home in a taxi, and I saw him standing across the street looking up at my window. And when he saw me get out of the cab, he turned and started to hurry away. Michael! Michael! Michael, please don't go away! Oh, Michael, why did you try to run away?
Don't you know?
You're afraid.
Yeah, let's call it that.
But you love me, Michael, don't you?
Carola, it's no good. There's nothing but ruin for us both if I stay.
We'll be together forever.
It's impossible.
I won't let you go back to that house on the cliff. I don't care what it is you're hiding up there. I won't let you go back.
Goodbye, Carol.
Wait.
I'm going. You better forget about it.
Don't go yet, Mr. Wycliffe.
So you know about that, too.
I saw the old newspaper clipping Mr. Field carried.
I see.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You know why I killed Mr. Field? Because he tried to blackmail me about that old murder.
But, dear Michael, I'm a good deal smarter than Mr. Field. You see, I write mystery novels, so I know how to handle such things.
What do you mean?
It wouldn't do you any good to kill me. I've written all about you, your real name, and about that old murder. It'll be found if I should ever be killed.
I see.
Michael, darling, I'm blackmailing you, but there's only one thing I want from you, your love. It shouldn't be so hard for you to meet my terms.
All right, Carola. You win. We'll be married tomorrow.
Soon after we were married, Michael began going out evenings, once, sometimes twice a week, and staying out all night. He'd return late the next day. When I asked where he had been, his temper would flare up into something terrible. I stopped asking, but I couldn't rest. I had to know where he went. One evening, I followed him. He boarded a train for Skeleton Bay. At Skeleton Bay, he set out to walk from the station, and I followed. It was no longer summer. The trees were bare and the night was forbidding. I kept behind him when he skirted the bay to the narrow road which led up toward his house high on the cliff. It was a small stone house. The wind whistled around it and against it and above it. I stole to one of the windows. It was barred like a prison. Carefully, I raised my head above the sill and peered into a lighted room. Michael was there with a woman. For the first time in my life, I knew the meaning of frustration and jealousy. Michael had told me he wasn't married. But this woman, I had helped him to do murder. I had killed for him. I had lied to that detective for him. And all the while, this was the secret he had been keeping from me. I opened my handbag and took out the pistol. I looked into the room again. The woman was alone now. Michael was gone.
So you came up after all.
Michael, you sneaked out. You knew I was here.
I'm sorry you saw through that window.
Is that your secret, that woman?
Part of it. But it's the part you mustn't know.
But I do know it.
That's why I've got to kill you.
That knife. You've still got that knife.
Yes.
And I've got this, Michael. He fell at my feet, and I looked down and watched him die. And now I knew why I had really come to Skeleton Bay that first day. It was for this. To kill Michael Barrett.
So he's dead at last. You've killed him.
You, the woman in that house, you saw me kill him.
Yes, I saw you.
What are you going to do about it?
Help you dispose of the body. Of course.
Help me dispose of the body? Those were the very words I had said to Michael Barrett down there on the beach. And now this woman was saying them to me. Who are you?
I'm Lisbeth Wycliffe. I'm Michael's sister.
His sister? And you want to help me dispose of the body?
You see the bars on those windows?
Yes.
I have been a prisoner in this house for 10 years.
What?
Michael killed the man I was going to marry 10 years ago. He murdered him.
But this house, this prison...
Michael brought me here. He kept me prisoner because he knew if I got free, I'd tell the world he was a murderer.
Then that's the secret. The secret he wouldn't even tell me. I shot her. Yes, I killed her, too. There outside the house. and she fell beside Michael. And I rolled both bodies over the cliff, down into the sea. This is the end of my book, the best mystery novel I have ever written. I know that in writing it, I deliver myself into the hands of the law. But I can't stop. I can't help myself. So now I am finished. I will mail it to my publisher and wait for Detective Sergeant Smith to come and get me.
It looks as if Carola's mystery novel will earn a lot of money after she's executed. But I'd say it's tainted money. Why tainted? Because she'll be dead and a ghost can't own money, so taint hers. You know, Carola would have been better off if she'd remembered that the pen is mightier than the sword. Because the sword is leading her right back to the pen anyhow.
You know, today just about everything depends on speed. Now you take headache products. Bromo Seltzer is famous for giving speedy relief from headaches. But that's not all. Bromo Seltzer gives you three-way headache help. First, it quickly fights the pain of a headache itself. Then it soothes the upset stomach and jumpy nerves that may come with a headache. And Bromo Seltzer is even fast to fix. Just put a teaspoonful in a glass, add water, watch how it fizzes in a split second. So sparkling and refreshing to take. So fast in helping your headache all three ways. But don't just take my word for it, neighbors. Next time you get a headache, try Bromo Seltzer yourself. You'll find where others fail, Bromo Seltzer works. Caution, use only as directed, and of course, if a headache persists or recurs, see your doctor. Get a bottle of Bromo Seltzer for home use and keep another bottle where you work. It's on sale at all drugstores.
5, 7, 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that creaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at this time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum mystery. In tonight's story, Charlotte Holland played Carola, with Martin Gable as Michael. The music was by Lou White, and the entire production was directed by Hyman Brown. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The End Is Known by Jeffrey Hall. Next week, we're pinning up a fearful portrait called The Deadly Face. It's all about a curious character who has the picture of death painted all over his puss. So if you're around this time next week when we hang him up in our gallery, you'll hear how he tries to frame a couple of folks in pine. Until next Monday, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Norman Brokenshire speaking for Bromo Seltzer, inviting you to tune in again next Monday at the same time to Inner Sanctum, which is brought to you for your entertainment every Monday by
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Mars Coconut Bar and all those other good Mars candy bars invite you through the creaking door for another thrilling Inner Sanctum mystery. Tonight, The Smile of Death, starring Larry Hayes.
evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. Say, are you busy? We are. Yes, sir. It's been a week of corpse-packed, always-say-die, frenzied activities that even had our zombies complaining about their blood pressure. To make our horror complete, some enterprising creep even scheduled a revival meeting. But the project somehow never got off the ground. I guess that's because some people just don't revive.
Yes, there's thrilling mystery awaiting in the Inner Sanctum. But first, this is Alan Z. Anthony making up a little mystery about another thriller. It's something delicious, refreshing, and deeply satisfying. It starts out way up in a tall tree, bathed in sunshine and ocean breezes. Know what it is? Well, here's another clue. When it's freshly shredded, it's snowy white, juicy rich, delicious. Yes, you've guessed it. Coconut. And when it's in a Mars coconut bar, it's always the finest Philippine coconut, the very best. Yes, that's the answer, the perfect answer to your crave for coconut, all wrapped up thick in deep, dark chocolate. The Mars Coconut Bar, a new taste thrill. And it's still a mystery how any candy bar can taste that good.
And now, for tonight's proof that some men diligently build their own gallows. Our builder and candidate for extinction is Archie Davis, a young man with a blind spot that he couldn't quite erase without erasing himself. Our workshop is the Pageant Hotel, an ancient ramshackle hotel where even death can sleep the night for $1.50, payable in advance. Payable to Archie Davis, nightroom clerk.
On a job like mine, your world gets as small and shabby as the wallpapered lobby. You wait and check in the characters and creeps. You wait and you watch. And then the desk bell rings bingo one night. An old man's come calling, stiff in the knees and gray in the face like a walking corpse. But elegant. The aristocrat on the wrong side of town.
I want a room for the night.
Okay, sign here. Reuben Small, is it?
Yes, Reuben Small.
That'll be $1.50 payable in advance.
$1.50. Here you are.
Room 313. Here's your key.
Young man.
What?
Do you have a hotel safe?
Young?
This portfolio, I'd like to check it. It has some value.
Okay, I'll lock it up.
A receipt, please.
Receipt? Oh, sure. A receipt. There you are. Oh, the staircase is over there. Room 313 is 2 up, then left and down the end of the hall.
You have no elevator?
That's been out of order 3 years now. Climb too tough?
Yes, I'm not well. My heart.
Oh. Well, try it one step at a time and rest on the landing.
Yes, I suppose. Can I summon you from my room?
The sign behind me reads no room service.
But in an emergency, if it's a matter of distress?
Buzz the switchboard. It's an emergency like that. A cardiac in room 313. And a portfolio to be locked up in the safe. A gold-tooled leather portfolio that makes your fingers do a nervous dance. You sneak a look, and your girl sneaks it with you.
Archie, you shouldn't.
Shut up, baby.
Archie, Look.
Yeah. I've blown a fuse myself. Count that, baby.
Archie, no.
Go on. Have fun. There's no law against only counting other people's money.
I can't count it. That much money frightens me.
It's indecent, huh? I count 20,000, baby.
So much in cash?
Lush green cash.
Put it in the safe.
You can't lock a dream up, baby.
Oh, Archie, stop staring at it. Stop torturing yourself.
Torture? Baby, I'm on a golden horse riding in the sky, so where's the torture?
Put it out of your mind.
To do that, I'd have to go out of my mind.
You mean to steal it?
An old guy signed in to die in room 313 so I could be rich.
That old guy signed in...
Reuben Small. The phoniest name ever invented. In the morning, there'll be a corpse in room 313 named Reuben Small.
Why are you so sure he's going to die?
I know. Because my luck's been long overdue.
Archie. Not murder.
Not murder. He's gonna die his own way, Irene.
His own way?
See that red button flashing on the switchboard? It's room 313. It's an emergency. It's death buzzing me to say room 313 is checking out. It was death calling from room 313. I could see it standing over the old iron bed, putting the final touch on a man with hardly enough breath left to say goodbye.
Young man.
Yeah?
Come closer.
I can't.
Please, I'm dying.
You're dead.
There are things to tell you.
I don't want to hear. I know all I want to know. You're alias Reuben Small. You're something that crept in out of the night with a gray mustache and a cane. $1.50. You just about had enough to pay for a deathbed.
My portfolio?
I never saw it. You left it in the cab. You dropped it down a sewer. What portfolio? Mister, you must be kidding. All right, Irene, grab the portfolio and run.
Archie, I can't.
Now, you board a train for upstate. Rosedale, where your grandmother lives.
No.
You're visiting your grandmother until it's okay for me to join you. Until I know what goes here at the hotel. You guard that portfolio with your life, baby. It's our whole future. It's wedding bells and a terry cloth robe in Bermuda. It's people calling me sir while I laugh out loud in their faces.
You've lost all conscience.
Lose yours. It's one luxury we can never again afford. Even with 20 grand. Now start running. Irene obeyed. And now the night drags. A second at a time. A minute at a time. And the longest night of your life. You wait for the morning discovery of a corpse in 313. You wait. And the fog in your mind gets heavier. Your nerve begins to go and you begin to imagine things. You see a red button flashing on the switchboard. Flashing from room 313. From room 313. A corpse in 313 is calling for room service. In room 313, back for a second look at death. Back to see how a dead man could call the switchboard.
You took a long time coming, mister.
What?
Say you took a long time coming.
Oh, well, I was away from the desk. How did you get in here, lady?
Through the lobby and up the stairs. As you say, you were away from your desk.
Oh. What's funny?
You. The way you crept in here with your face white and your knees trembling. Did you really think a corpse was telephoning for room service?
A corpse?
Don't pretend now. Your face and behavior betray you. You knew my husband was dead when I rang for room service.
He was your husband?
June and December, don't say it. He was Martin Bruce. I'm Jessica Bruce. And your name is...
Archie Davis.
Why didn't you report my husband's death at once? I see. You're not going to incriminate yourself.
What does that mean?
The valuables my husband left for safekeeping, were you hoping to keep them?
He didn't leave any valuables for safekeeping.
No.
No.
It's your good fortune that I went through my late husband's pockets before the police did.
Why is it my good fortune?
See this? A receipt issued by you for a portfolio my husband checked.
Okay. I'll give back the portfolio, but I can't right away.
I didn't ask for it back right away or ever.
No?
I'm glad you stole it. It gives us a common purpose.
What common purpose?
Profit, Archie. Your profit and my profit. His death can be worth $200,000 to his widow.
Oh. Is that what's to be our common purpose?
Yes. That's how you keep the $20,000.
Give me details.
His insurance policy has a double indemnity clause. Provides against accidental death in any manner, shape, or form.
Yeah, but a bum heart killed him in bed.
No. No, his car skidded and crashed through a guardrail. He died of drowning at the bottom of a river.
You expect to stage it like that?
I expect you to stage it like that. He registered here under an assumed name?
Reuben Small.
Nobody knows Martin Bruce stayed here, died here. He met his death just as I described it.
You want me to do a lot for $20,000.
Oh, Martin's dead anyhow. You just changed the story of his death. What can you lose? My way.
Where's his car?
Around the corner. I followed him here to the hotel in it. Lift him up, Archie.
Yeah. All right. Jessica.
What?
Look at his face.
So?
The grin.
That's the way his mouth wrinkled.
No, he wasn't grinning when I found him before.
Archie, don't be a hysterical fool.
He didn't die with that grin. There was pain in his face. The agony of a man whose heart blew out. I saw
What
it.
you're saying is utter nonsense. A dead man...
But you believe it. He's changed expression since we met in this room, you and me. Since listening to our scheme. He's grinning now. As if he knows the joke's gonna be on us.
Now, friends, this is your host with a personal suggestion. For you, if you're the right person. And you are if you like coconut. And particularly the right person if you're particular about the quality of coconut. Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in. I want you to see the changes we've made around here. Very, very smart. Now, this new morbid motif was designed by those southern decorators. Oh, Topsy and Eva. This three-part section of sofa was made especially for the wife of Harry the Hatchet Man. You see, Harry left his wife in pieces, so naturally we let the Chip and Dales fall where they may. Now, here's our new dropped living room. Just freshly dug. It's for rent, a real bargain. All you have to do is slab on a down payment.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Death Wears a Lonely Smile, was written by Ed Adamson and Bob Sloan and stars Mr. Sloan in the role of Walter with Mercedes McCambridge as Carol.
Well, now let's get to tonight's torturous tale. Find your places and make yourselves comfortable before we begin. As Harry the Hatchet Man says, we're not seating anyone before the first act's curtain falls. It's dusk, and a cold wind whips through the burial ground, stirring the leafless branches into wordless whispers of dead, forgotten voices. Amid the gravestones, the big man with a bloodied gash in his forehead stands, hatless, his massive ape-like arms hanging limply at his side, his eyes set in a lost, vacant stare. The big man remains there, transfixed, as the young woman in black comes out of the shadows behind him.
Can I help you?
Where did you come from?
Oh, I was over there putting flowers on my father's grave, and I saw you. You were standing here, and you seemed lost, so I...
Lola.
What?
I've been waiting for you, Lola.
Oh, I'm not...
I knew you'd come if I waited, Lola. I knew you would.
But my name isn't Lola.
I waited so long. I waited every day.
I told you I'm not Lola. You've mistaken me. My name is Carol.
Carol?
That's right. Carol Finley.
But Lola said she'd come. She promised me. I need her.
Who is Lola?
Lola's my friend. She never made fun of me because I'm so big. Lola never laughed like all the others, like all those other ones who were so mean. What's your name?
I told you it's Carol. What's yours?
Walter.
Walter, you'd better let me take you home.
Home?
Yes. Where do you live?
Why, I don't know.
There's something the matter with you. Yes, you're hurt. That cut on your forehead.
Cut?
Yes. Look, I'll take you to my place. My mother has a rooming house, and you can stay there until you feel better.
No, I can't go. I must wait for Lola. I promised I'd wait
Walter.
for her. Yeah?
Was her name Lola Douglas?
Yeah, Lola Douglas.
There's no use in your waiting.
Oh, you mustn't talk like that. She'll be here. She will.
She's already here. That gravestone there, look at it. Lola Douglas died March 6, 1948. There you are, Walter. Now, that bandage will do for a while.
You're nice to me, Carol. You're like Lola. You're not afraid of me, are you?
Of course not. Why should I be afraid?
Because I'm so big. I remember when I was in school, a boy made fun of me. I grabbed his arm and I told him to stop. He just laughed at me. I didn't mean to hurt him, but I broke his arm. I just squeezed a little and it broke. Then they were all afraid of me.
They shouldn't have laughed at you.
I like you, but I can't stay here.
Oh, it's perfectly all right. I spoke to my mother, and she said that you can have my room for a few days, and I'll move downstairs.
Oh, I have to find Lola. I promised her.
Walter, try to understand. Lola is dead.
Oh, no.
She was buried over a year ago.
Oh, that isn't true. I saw Lola last week. I spoke to her.
All right, Walter. All right. And tomorrow you can start looking for her again. But now you must get some rest. You just lie down here and I'll...
Carol, why are you looking at me like that?
This was on the table among the things you took out of your pocket.
What is it?
A newspaper clipping.
I didn't have a clipping in my pocket.
It's dated March 7, 1948. Woman found brutally crushed to death. Victim identified as Lola Douglas.
Carol, I just stopped by for a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Carol Finley was here.
Carol gave me her... Lola.
Lola?
I knew you weren't dead.
Oh, my name isn't Lola.
I knew they were lying all the time, Lola.
Now, I'm glad as heart. I live down the hall.
They were trying to keep me from you. Come in, Lola.
No, let go of my hand.
Come with me, Lola.
Oh, please, let go. Oh, my hand. You're hurting me.
I wouldn't hurt you, Lola. You know I wouldn't.
Let go.
Oh, you mustn't talk so loud, Lola. They'll hear you. They'll think I'm hurting you.
Please. Please let me out of here.
Don't try to get away from me, Lola. I might hurt you. I don't want to hurt you, Lola, but you might make me.
Stop.
You see, I'm hurting you. You're making me, and I don't want to. What do you want?
Well, I was downstairs and I heard someone scream.
Who are you?
Carol's mother, Mrs. Finley. The scream came from this room, I'm sure of it.
Oh, no, Mrs. Finley. Nobody
There
was...
she is, on the floor in there.
Huh?
Get out of my way. Gladys, what have you done to her?
Well, she wasn't here before. Lola was here, but now she's gone.
Gladys, are you all right?
Oh, Mrs. Finley.
Who is she?
Oh, keep him away from me. Keep him away.
Now, you're all right, my dear. I'm here.
He tried to kill me.
No, I wouldn't hurt
Here's
anybody.
your pocketbook, Gladys. He probably wanted your money.
I don't want money.
There's money in it. How much did you have, Gladys?
Well, I just cashed a check. $68. It was your rent.
20, 40, 60, 5, 8. 68. Well, it's all here. Well, come on now, dear, and I'll take you to your room.
All right.
And I want you to clear out of here.
No, I can't go.
You're getting out, you understand? You're getting out.
I can't go. Lola's coming back. I promised her I'd wait, and I'm staying here until she comes.
Carol.
What is it, Mom? What's the matter?
I can't find Gladys. Her bed wasn't slept in. Did you see her?
No.
Well, I went to her room and she wasn't there. I had a feeling when you brought him home the other night, I had a feeling I should have turned him away. He's killed Gladys.
Oh, Mom, stop it. Stop talking like that.
Well, he tried it yesterday.
No, he didn't, Mom. He's just mixed up. You've got to try to understand him. Please take it easy. Gladys probably left for work early.
No, sir, she didn't leave this house alive. I was in her room. He's done something to her. He's hidden her body.
Mommy, I don't believe he'd do a thing like that.
Then what about Lola Douglas? She was murdered a year ago. You told me about that yourself.
All right, I did. But there's no proof that Walter killed her. Mom, I understand him. I'll go up and talk to him.
No, you won't. You're staying right here. I'll do the talking to him. I've got to get him out of this house before we're all murdered. You've got to get out of here.
Oh, please, Mrs. Finley, don't make me go. Lola'll come back.
Lola Douglas was murdered a year ago.
That's not true. Lola's alive. I saw her last week.
She was murdered by you.
No, I wouldn't hurt Lola.
You killed her the same way you killed Gladys.
Oh, you shouldn't say things like that, Mrs. Finley.
You took Gladys out of here last night and murdered her.
No, Mrs. Finley, I didn't leave. I was waiting for Lola.
You're a monster, a horrible, crazy monster.
You're saying mean things to me, Mrs. Finley.
Well, I want you out of my house. I want you out right now.
You're not like Carol. Carol's nice. Carol said I could stay here in her room.
Yes, but not if you don't pay.
Pay?
Oh, I know you have no money. You can't stay here another moment unless you pay. And I want a month's rent in advance. Now, what do you say to that?
All right, Mrs. Finley.
And the quicker you get out of
Here's
here...
your money.
Well, where did
Is this enough for a month in advance, Mrs. Finley? Is $68 enough?
$68, Carol. Here, look. He gave me $68.
I don't understand it, Mom. Yesterday he didn't have a penny in his pocket.
But don't you see what this proves? It's just as I told you. He's murdered Gladys. That's exactly what she had in her pocketbook last night. $68.
Sergeant Pierce, 12th Precinct.
Sergeant, this is Mrs. Finley, 529 Elm Street. You'd better come over right away.
Finley, 529 Elm. What's the trouble, lady?
Well, one of my roomers, Gladys Hart, she's missing.
Missing? Oh, we don't handle that, lady.
Oh, but listen,
I'll switch you over to missing person.
Wait, just a minute, please.
Yeah?
Well, this woman, she's not just missing. She's been murdered.
Now, look, lady, which is it? She missing or murdered?
For both. She hasn't been in her room all night. She had $68 in her pocketbook and...
Hello? Hello?
You!
Mrs. Finley?
Hey, what's going on there? Hello?
I'm sorry I troubled you, officer. I made a mistake. Gladys Hart's alive. She just walked in.
Who's there?
It's Carol, Walter.
Oh, come in, Carol.
Did I disturb you?
I was listening to the music on the radio. It's nice music, isn't it, Carol?
Yes, Walter, very pleasant.
Lola likes music just like that, too.
Walter,
Yeah?
I came up to apologize for the $8.
More?
Yes, Mom was so excited when you gave it to her, she forgot to count it. But you gave her $85.
Oh, I only had 68.
You must have made a mistake. You had 85. You gave Mom $17 too much. So here, she told me to give you back the 17.
Oh, you keep it, Carol. You're nice to me.
No, Walter, it's yours. Please take it.
Carol.
Yes?
This money, would you let me take you to dinner?
Well, you see, I do.
No, you wouldn't be ashamed to go with me because I'm so big. Because people would look at me and laugh.
Of course I wouldn't be ashamed.
Then you'll go?
Yes, Walter, I'd be very glad to go with you. I'll just run downstairs and get my things. You meet me out in front of the house in 10 minutes.
All right, Carol. I'll meet you. We'll have a nice time.
Yes, Walter, I'm sure we will.
Here is additional information on the murder this afternoon in Washington Park. An empty purse seems to be the clue to the brutal crime. The murdered woman had $85 in bills when she left the house last night. According to the police, the murder was undoubtedly committed by a large man with great power in his hands. Local and state authorities are conducting an extensive search.
Hey, stop playing the music. The music was so nice. And they stopped playing it.
Carol.
Yes? Mom, what's the matter?
Oh, I've been looking all over the house for you. You're all right?
Of course I'm all right.
Why are you putting on your coat?
I'm going out to dinner.
Out to dinner?
Yes, with Walter.
Him? Oh, thank heavens I got here in time.
Mom, what are you talking about?
He's a murderer.
Oh, you're not going to start that all over again, are
Well,
you?
it just came over the radio. A woman was killed last night in Washington Park.
That doesn't prove that Walter is a murderer.
It does. The radio said the woman had $85 in her pocketbook.
She had what?
$85. Well, that's what he gave me this afternoon. $85. That's what he killed that woman for.
Oh, Mom, I can't believe it.
Oh, that's how he suddenly had the money to pay the rent. And the radio said the woman was crushed to death by a man who was big and powerful.
Big and powerful.
It's him. Oh, and you would have been the next, Carol. Where is he now?
Well, I was supposed to meet him outside the house. I suppose he's out there waiting for me now.
Oh, that man's a lunatic, a crazy killing lunatic.
Mom, what are we going to do?
Well, you stay here in this room now and don't leave it.
What about you?
Well, I'm going downstairs to call the police. I'll be back in a few minutes. And remember, no matter what happens, don't leave this room.
May I help you?
Operator, the police. Quick, get me the police.
One moment, please.
Hello, Mrs.
Oh!
You're calling the police?
No,
You're
no,
gonna tell on me.
No, you're wrong. I wasn't going to...
Mom, what took you so long? I was...
Hello, Carol.
Hello, Walter.
I was waiting for you, Carol.
Well, I'm not ready yet.
You got your hat and coat on.
Well, can't we wait just a little longer?
You're afraid. You're afraid to go to dinner with me.
No.
Otherwise, you'd go with me right now.
Well, All right, Walter, all right. I'll do just as you like. We'll go right now.
Why did you change?
Me change? I don't know what you mean.
I don't think you like me anymore.
Oh, but I do like you, Walter.
You want to get away from me, I can tell. You don't want to be with me.
But I came out with you. I'm going to dinner with you.
But you don't want to. I can tell by the way you act. You keep pulling away from me.
Wait.
What is it?
Did you really want me to like you, Walter?
Yeah, very much.
Then I tell you what. This florist shop here. You go in there. You buy me some flowers.
Some flowers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. Well, what kind?
Oh, any kind. And I'll wait here while you do it.
No, you come with me. You pick them out.
Oh, but I want you to surprise me.
Oh, I don't want you to be alone. You might run away from me.
No, I wouldn't do a thing like
that.
that.
If you want some flowers, you got to come in the shop with me.
All right, Walter. I'll go with you.
Good evening. What can I do for you?
What kind of flowers do you want, Carol?
Roses. Oh, yes, roses.
Roses, very nice.
A dozen?
Yes.
Well, I'll have them for you.
Oh, Miss.
Yes?
Miss, I have to make a phone call. I wonder if I could...
Well, there's a pay booth over there behind the fern.
Oh, thank you. I'll just be a minute, Walter.
But, Carol,
you wait here for the flowers. I'll be right back.
May I help you?
Operator, get me the police.
One moment, please. Sergeant Pierce, 12th Precinct.
Well, listen to me carefully. I don't have much time. My name is Carol Finley, and the man who murdered that woman in Washington Park last night is with me.
Where are you?
In Kramer's florist shop on 6th Street, but we're leaving here in a minute. He's taking me to dinner at the Black Grotto down the block.
Black Grotto, I got you.
Please, hurry.
Don't worry, we'll get there in no time.
Oh, you have the flowers, Walter. Oh, they're very pretty.
Who did you call, Carol?
Why, I called Mom.
You talked to Mrs. Finley?
Yes, I just wanted to let her know where I'd be so that she wouldn't worry.
You talked to her?
Yes, I just told her that I did. Come on, Walter, I'm hungry.
All right, Carol. Wait, Carol, I'll call a taxi.
We're just going to the Black Grotto. We don't need a taxi. It's just down the street there.
I changed my mind, Carol. We're not going to the Black Grotto. I'm taking you to a nicer place. Much nicer.
Walter, why did you take me out here?
Oh, there's something in this cemetery I want to show you.
Walter, please, let's go back to town.
We won't be long. It's right here. This is what I wanted to show you.
It's an empty grave.
Yes, Carol. And we have the flowers to put on it.
But no one's in there. It's empty.
You'll be there, Carol.
Walter?
It's for you.
Oh, you don't want to hurt me, Walter. I'm your friend, remember?
No, you're bad. You're like all the rest of them. I thought you were nice, but you're not.
Don't you remember I tried to help you?
You didn't call Mrs. Finley from the flower shop?
Yes, I did, Walter. I spoke to Mom.
That's not the truth. You couldn't talk to her. Mrs. Finley is dead.
She's what?
I killed her. She was going to tell the police about me. I put my hands around her neck and I squeezed and she was dead. I put her in the cellar. Now I've got to kill you.
No, Walter, wait. If you do anything to me, there won't be anybody left to help you find Lola.
Lola?
Yes.
Lola?
Lee, yes, Walter, I can help you find Lola. I think I know where she's hiding.
Lola's dead.
No.
She laughed. She laughed at me. She said I was crazy, a big crazy fool. That's what she said. I thought she was my friend, but she wasn't. She was mean. She laughed at me. She was mean like all the rest. They all laughed at me.
I wouldn't laugh at you, Walter. I wouldn't.
I hate it when people laugh at me. I want to hurt them just like I want to hurt you, because you're laughing at me now.
I'm not laughing. I'm not.
You are.
No, please don't. Let's go,
Stop
please.
laughing. Stop laughing
Walter,
at
don't.
me. If you stopped laughing, I wouldn't have to hurt you. But you would stop. You keep on. Lola, make them stop. Lola, please make them stop that. They're hurting me.
You all right, miss?
Yes, officer. I'm all right.
That was a close call you had. You didn't turn up at the Black Grotto. I checked with the florist. She saw him take you into a cab outside her shop. Lucky thing I got out here in time.
Yes.
He sure was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. A big guy who didn't want people to laugh at him.
Well, that closes the lid on tonight's little coffin of curious characters. And Walter certainly proved a point. The bigger they are, the harder they fall into a grave. Say, Carol certainly had a narrow escape, didn't she? The poor girl almost died, laughing. You know, that's the trouble with most people. No sense of humor. Some of them just can't take a choke. All right, so my gags leave you morbid. You didn't want to sleep tonight anyway. Or did you? Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. Come in, whoever you are, whatever you are, whether you're alive or dead. In fact, the deader you are, the more we like you. Some of us have gotten the arts and crafts rage. You know, the urge to make and unmake things with our bare hands. Gadgets and copper, silver, and bone. So striking they make your head roll. One character drove himself into such a creative frenzy, he worked himself right back into the grave. I won't tell you who or what he is, because sooner or later you'll surely be seeing him around. And now for tonight's torment. Killer at Large. Tonight's drama is the story of the short and unhappy life of a fugitive whose sullen face stares at us from hundreds of police posters. Read one. Mark Stribling wanted for murder. Warning. This man is armed and dangerous. Is he guilty? Let's get our answer from Mark Stribling.
Not guilty. I was framed, but good. Could happen to anybody. Come home unexpectedly to the wrong kind of wife. Your key's hardly in the door when there's a scream and a shot. Helen! Helen! But it's all over for Ellen. And for you, too. The killer's gone down the fire escape, and so you're the patsy. It's the perfect crime for the guy who pulled it. Your gun was used. The world knew there'd been bad blood between you and the missus. And There's an insurance angle. Mrs. Stribling is worth $10,000 to you dead. The cops won't forget that. There's enough circumstantial evidence to burn you. So you run. You don't face the music. You don't dare. You hide and drift all the time looking for Mr. Other Man. I found him. 6 months and 10,000 miles later in a tourist town over the border. I found him in a club called the Casa Real. I got behind him and rammed a gun into his back. Who? Guess who, Davis? Don't turn around and don't stop smiling. Stribling in person. I got a message for you from Mrs. Stribling. She wants you to join her as fast as you can go.
Stribling, no, don't.
The long chase was over. I'd gotten my man. I ditched the gun and got away without being identified. I'd won, and I'd lost. I was really wanted for murder now. I got off the streets into another club, one with a jukebox that talked United States this time. I wanted to forget murder. I wanted to find a girl and find something to laugh about. And then one came in the door, a real looker. I watched her come right at me, like she'd picked me, just as I'd picked her.
Hello. New York?
Frisco. Stribling's the name I use. And you?
Maxine.
Fancy name. Can I buy you something?
Coffee. Black.
Black coffee for the lady, amigo.
Thanks. Now, can I sell you something?
Well, it depends. What are you selling?
Blind packages, like this one. For you, special. And don't be fool enough to open it here.
Fool enough? What's in it?
Your hammer's in that package. The one you use nailing up coffins. In other words, Stribling, your gun.
Is this some kind of gag?
No.
Where'd you get the gun from?
Out of the ash can I saw you throw it in.
Why?
That's a long story.
Why?
I want somebody to confide in, somebody I can trust.
Trust with what?
I'll tell you some other time. Come see me tomorrow morning, room 110, the Hotel Chico. Bye now.
I didn't wait for tomorrow morning. You don't when you're suddenly sitting on a keg of dynamite labeled Maxine. I followed her out instead and tailed her through the streets. I didn't have to tail her far, just about 10 blocks to a club I recognized. The Casa Real. I'd run out of it only an hour ago, with a smoking gun in my hand. I didn't wait until morning to go to Maxine's room in the Hotel Chico. I went right to it to wait for her, to surprise her. I didn't bother going up the usual way. I went up by way of the fire escape in the back. I found room 110, but the window was sealed tight. I had to kick it in. Inside, I found an easy chair and a deck of cards. I played solitaire, with my gun in my lap, waiting for Maxine. Morning was an hour old when Maxine came home. She had a camera slung over her shoulder, a big one, like she made picture-taking a business. She saw me and didn't bat an eyelash.
How's your solitaire game?
I'm ahead. Don't you come home nights?
I work nights.
What at?
With this camera, I've got the picture-taking concession in the Casa Real.
You saw me shoot somebody in there?
I did.
Then you followed me out. That's how you came to fish my gun out of that ash can, huh?
That's right.
Why'd you really trail after me? To return the gun?
To get an idea across to you.
What idea?
That I own you from now on. Body and soul and gun. Here's my life insurance policy.
A picture?
Pop your eyes over it, killer. It's my life insurance and your death warrant.
You were fast on the trigger in the Casa Real last night, but I worked with a fast camera lens.
How many prints of this have you got?
Just the one you're holding.
Doesn't flatter me. Where's the negative?
In an envelope addressed to the police. To be delivered if...
If what?
If a friend holding it doesn't see me around for a while and gets to think I've been murdered for taking pictures.
What are you after?
Money. Ever dream of having all the money in the world?
Not enough to lose any sleep. Where do we get all this money?
Deep into the interior. And from there, a week's climb on foot with a mule pack. Climbing Monte Muerto.
Monte Muerto? That's a lot of climbing. The mountain goes up 14,000 feet.
We'll climb it.
Who's got all that money up there?
An old hermit. An American originally. Ever hear of Teacher Jonas?
Never.
Neither had I until I went to a library. Teacher Jonas was a multi-millionaire Oklahoma oil man once. Back in 1914, before we were born, oil poured for him like rain from heaven. And then a plague killed his family, his wife, his mother, his daughter. Right after that, his only son committed suicide.
Guy blows his top when hard luck piles on like that.
Yeah, that's just what happened to Teacher Jonas. His mind cracked.
Oh. So he took himself out of the world. He packed up and climbed out as high as he could get.
Teacher Jonas came to Monte Muerto with everything he owned converted into cash, into gold. He's up there somewhere dribbling an old lunatic of 80 with more money than he can count.
How'd you tumble to Teacher Jonas?
Listening in on table talk at the Casa Real. A tramp pilot named Wiley Scott was boasting to a companion, a ship's cook from Veracruz named Genesee. Wiley was trying to get Genesee to stake him to provisions, a pair of mules, and a guide.
How'd Wiley find out about Teacher Jonas?
He piloted a monoplane on a run from Tampico to San Jose in Guatemala. The plane developed engine trouble, and he had to make a forced landing. You can guess the rest.
Uh-huh. How do we find Teacher Jonas?
And while he got his plane repaired, he flew over Monte Muerto again and made a detailed map. Map making's his business. He carries the map in a pouch around his middle.
Job number 1 scheduled for me, huh? I'm to get the map from Wiley. Maxine laid out the strategy for surprising Wiley Scott. She was going to invite herself up, a decoy with me behind her. It worked just like that. Wiley opened the door.
Nice of you to visit, Maxine. A real nice...
Now close your mouth, Wiley, and get back inside. Inside.
What do you want?
Tell him, Maxine.
The map of Monte Muerto.
The map?
Pull your shirt out and unbutton that money pouch.
Sure.
Drop it on the table. See if the map's in there, Maxine.
It's in there.
Look, you people, I'll be glad to cut you in this more than enough for everybody. There's too much there for one man to keep...
Shut up.
The lady says no deal.
Now, Stribling.
No, I don't mind a minute.
Now, picture that, will you? Since Maxine became a camera fiend, Stribling's become a horribly negative guy. She caught him acting the killer and liked the show so much she ordered a repeat performance on Wiley Scott, the treasure of Monte Muerto. Now she's got him climbing the highest mountain. But let Stribling tell us what gives, besides his mind, as he bushwhacks his way to the peak of Monte Muerto.
We were about a day out with the wind in our faces, maybe 4,000 feet up Monte Muerto with 10,000 more to go. We had 2 mules along packing provisions. We also had a guide we bought ourselves in a village, a local character named Stefano, whose face spelled trouble. We needed him for map reading, but he'd need watching.
Senor Stribling.
Yes, Stefano.
The wind blow like a hurricane. Better we camp here.
And lose time? What's wrong with a little wind?
Stefano's right. If we try circling that ledge, the wind will blow us off the mountain, mules and all. We'll make camp here.
In this marsh?
Better than the ledge. At least here we're not exposed.
Try telling that to the snakes.
We'll build a fire. Make camp, Stefano.
Si, senorita. The order of the day, huh?
Get used to taking orders. And don't ever point your gun my way by mistake. Sigh.
We made camp and got a fire going. And within an hour, the wind let up as suddenly as it began. Monte Muerto was like that. And then, riding out with the wind as it blew up trail toward the peak, came a shout. Hello! Hear that, Maxine? Somebody calling to us from down trail.
Just let me listen.
One thing, we haven't got the mountain to ourselves.
That voice. I've heard it somewhere.
Can you make out where and who?
Yes. It's that ship's cook from Veracruz. Genesee. The one Wiley Scott was trying to get a steak from that night in the Casa Real.
Must have seen the smoke rising from our fire. What do you suppose Genesee's on the mountain for?
One guess.
He pumped Wiley Scott like you did, huh?
And he's out to make it in his own, like we are.
But he doesn't make it, eh, Maxine? When he appears, you order me to give him what Wiley got.
No. Not when he appears. Not with Stefano here watching. You go down to Genesee instead.
I hurried through the brush, and then after a ways, I slowed down, stalking like a hunter stalks. There was no sound now except birds screeching. No sound of Genesee. And then, all of a sudden, I heard all the sound Genesee had in him. He was screaming somewhere on the trail, screaming like a guy gone crazy with fright. I cut in the direction of the screams as fast as I could go. I reached to where Genesee figured to be. But there was no Genesee. Only a pack mule at the edge of what looked like a shimmering bed of hot sand. Quicksand. It looked like Genesee had fallen in. All that was left of him was a hat sitting on the edge. But as it turned out, that was what Genesee wanted me to think. Stop! I came to, but my left hand smashed where a bullet had burned into it. And Genesee looking down on me. He'd been squatting in the brush with his rifle aimed and ready.
You're not very bright, my friend. You fool easy. That hat on the edge of the quicksand was only a stage setting.
How could you know I was coming down after you?
Oh, these field glasses. I saw you make camp up there off the ledge and then come down trail after whispering with Maxine. I guessed you were coming down to kill me.
Maybe not.
Don't lie to me, my friend. I know Maxine. Roll.
Roll?
Into the quicksand. I ain't got any bullets to waste. Roll.
Okay. Okay, if you want it like that. I rolled, slowly. I was damn sure, but Genesee wasn't very bright either. Rolling, my good hand underneath closed on the 38. A 38 and a shoulder holster. Coming up on the roll, a shot from the hip. Genesee never even knew what hit him. I got back to camp. Maxine was all smiles. She washed my hand and tied it up. Then we all turned in for the night. The last thing in my ears was Stefano snoring. And then the fever throbbing in my hand rose to my head and I passed out. I came to wondering why Stefano wasn't snoring anymore. It wasn't because he was awake, up and about, packing the mules like a guy making a sneak getaway in the night. I reached for my gun. No gun. My gun was gone. I see you are awake, Senor Stribling. A good thing. Quiet. You are awake, senorita. Please do not do nothing foolish, senor. Stefano does not want to harm you and the charming senorita. What does Stefano want to do? To take the mules and himself to the senor teacher Jonas? What do you know about Teacher Jonas? As much as you do, senor. You see, the Senor Wiley Scott also tells Stefano everything when he asks Stefano to work for him. He's a guide to the top of Monte Muerto. Adios now, Senor Stribling. I have a long way to go. Stefano had left us to what seemed sure death. Either starvation, one of those sudden quicksand beds, an animal, or a snake. But we kept pushing on, Maxine and me. 3 nights and 2 days. With Maxine breaking into laughing jag after laughing. Now what's so funny?
You. The tender way you're keeping me alive and
I've got to keep you alive.
even if it kills you to do it. You hate me, don't you, Stribling?
I'll give you one guess.
If you only knew where I'd left that negative.
Oh, no. I'm keeping you alive, sure, just about. But that mud water you've been drinking and the rotten food, you'll catch yourself a fever on it sooner or later, and then you'll talk. You'll rave with fever, and before you know it, you'll let on where you left that negative. When that happens, I'll kill you. But I had an exclusive on fever. My head was swimming in it. My hand. A hand jealousy shot. I wanted to cut it off. And then what seemed a half day from the peace, we ran into Stefano again. Maxine saw him first.
Look.
Where?
Up there, hanging from the tree.
What? Stefano. It was Stefano, strung up by the neck and grinning like he knew the joke was on him. I cut him down. The $64 question of who strung Stefano up was answered in a note pinned to his clothes.
What does the note say?
I'll read it to you. You're next, Stribling. And after you, our mutual Maxine. It's signed Wiley Scott.
Wiley Scott?
But I shot him through the heart and left him in the hotel closet. His ghost took up where Wiley left off.
Let me see that note.
You've seen Wiley's handwriting before?
Lots of times.
Well, is it or isn't it?
Yes. Wiley wrote this note. A dead man hung Stefano.
You get to a point where you don't figure things out anymore. You don't think. You just push on like we did to the top. Or die. And then not much further to go. Smoke. Smoke coming from the chimney.
Yeah. It's Teacher Jonas's hideaway. We made it.
Almost. We got a good quarter mile yet.
Stribling.
What?
Wiley's up there. Look through these field glasses you took from Genesee. See what I saw?
Yeah. Wiley out front with a rifle standing guard. We made it, but we're licked anyway. We show, and Wiley or his ghost shoots us down.
No. You don't do it like that. I show. Wiley draws a bead on me. His eyes are on me. You find an approach behind him.
With my bare hands, I only got one
With
hand.
a rock. You kill Wiley with the biggest rock you can find.
We tried it like that. Maxine stumbling into Wiley's view, then pulling a dead faint 100 yards away. Me crawling on my knees and stomach from the rear with a rock. I waited until Wiley bent over Maxine, and then I heaved. When Wiley came around to consciousness, I had his rifle.
I lose again, I guess.
How'd you come back to life?
That day in my room. You shot okay, but you only knocked me out. A concussion did that. I always wear a bulletproof vest.
How'd you beat us up here?
Shortcut I didn't indicate on the map.
And the old man, Teacher Jonas, what'd you do with him? I don't see him.
The old man's dead. He died this morning in his room.
You killed him?
Nah, I found him dying. Nothing special, only old age.
And the money, what about his money?
That's a joke. Old Teacher Jonas told me I could have it if I wanted it bad enough. Seeing as he was dying without heirs. He was a real old gentleman. If he was crazy, you couldn't tell.
Where'd you say he kept the money, Wiley?
In an iron trunk in the kitchen.
In an iron trunk in the kitchen. You take care of Wiley, Stribling.
Maxine, wait a minute.
Let her go, Stribling. She deserves what she's gonna get.
What she's gonna get? What do you mean, what she's gonna get? The house came down on Maxine. When the smoke cleared, Wiley told me what old teacher Jonas had told him. A booby trap tooled into the iron trunk. Open the trunk to steal the money and blow yourself up. I'm here on top of Monte Muerto with Wiley Scott. That negative, no doubt, is in the hands of the police by now. They're probably sweating their way up here. The funny thing, I don't care anymore. I'm not worrying about being hung. There's pain shooting from my hand into every part of me. And you tell me, how many times can a man die?
Nothing like blowing your top in high places. Maxine and Stribling reached the peak, all right. The peak of insanity. Poor Stribling's absolutely disinterested in that picture Maxine took of him now. He figures you can't hang a man for dying. Morrow? Oh, sure. I copied this dilly out of an old edition of Callahan's Catalog for Climbers. Quote, sometimes the road up leads underground. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has been brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host to welcome you again into the Inner Sanctum. Come in. Huh? Kind of dead, did you say? Well, yes, but we have our grisly little amusements. For example, our museum has the only authentic copy of the Moaning Lisa. In music, we're very fond of Mendel Groen's Overture to a Midsummer Night's Scream. As for the movies, what really rattled our bones was The Razor's Edge. Well, as the dentist said when the drill hit bottom and the patient screamed, you've got a nerve. It begins at night, outside a railroad station. It's raining, and Anne Winslow has just missed the last train that would take her to the house she lives in a couple of miles outside the city.
Taxi! Taxi! Taxi!
Kind of hard getting a taxi in the rain, miss.
I know, but I've got to get one. I've missed my train. Taxi!
All taken. Want me to check your bag?
No, Porter, I've got to get home.
Hey, there's one with his flag up. Stop at the light. If you run, maybe...
Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, light, please don't change. Don't change. Oh.
Hey, lady.
Made it. I guess you didn't see me waving to you from the
I
sidewalk.
ain't taking passengers.
Well, you've got to. The lights changed.
Yes, but listen, shut up, you mother.
You see, I missed my train and I live some way out. Not really very far at all. On the Reservoir Road.
The Reservoir Road?
I know, it's outside the city, but I'm willing to pay a little extra, and the flag on your meter was up, so I thought...
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I guess I can relax now.
What's the matter?
There's someone else in the cab.
He's a friend of mine. Don't bother him, and he won't bother you.
If you already had a passenger, why didn't you turn your meter down?
Because he ain't paying for the ride.
I was frightened. The man on the back seat of the cab with me didn't say anything or do anything, but I was frightened. His overcoat collar was turned up around his neck, and his hat was pulled forward over his eyes. And I was frightened. Driver?
Yeah?
I think you passed the Reservoir Road.
I did.
It was the road that turned off to the right just a little way back. I didn't notice it until after you'd passed it.
Okay, sit tight. Hey, what's eating you back there? I have to turn around, don't I?
The man, when you stopped short, he slid over. He's leaning on me now.
So what? He won't bite you. He's just tired.
But I don't know him.
Believe me, lady, if you did, you wouldn't be any happier.
He leaned against my shoulder without speaking, without moving. His hat was still over his eyes and the upturned collar of his coat still around his neck. My shoulder began to hurt and the weight grew heavier. And somehow from the silent body beside me there came a feeling of cold. Of deadly, paralyzing cold. I straightened up and pushed him away. He fell the way a dead body falls. On his back across the seat, and his hat fell off. And the collar of his coat parted. And I saw that his throat had been cut.
Hey!
Yes?
What are you yelling about now?
Nothing. I fell asleep and had a nightmare.
Well, stay awake. I don't like that kind of music.
All right. I'll stay awake.
This it?
Yes, this is where I live.
Kind of isolated, ain't it?
How much is it?
Couple of bucks.
Here.
Thanks.
Good night.
Yeah.
The key. The light. Oh, he didn't know I knew. He didn't know. The door. I forgot to lock it. Who is it?
Me. A little pal here. He wants to sit down. Yeah, this ought to be nice and comfortable for him.
You can't...
I did. You see, lady, he got kind of fond of you on the long ride together. He don't want to go back to the city with me. He wants to stay here with you.
No.
Yeah. He's a very headstrong fella. I wouldn't care to argue with him.
You can't leave him here.
Hey, I better hurry. Looks like the rain's coming back.
Take him with you.
He don't want to go. Besides, you wouldn't send him into the storm, would you? In his condition? Good night, lady.
No, come back! Come back! No. He's gone. And I'm alone except for... No, the phone. The phone. Of course. I'll phone the police and they'll take him away. Hello? Hello? But... It's dead. The phone is dead. And I'm alone. And in the room I'm coming to, there's a man whose throat has been cut. And he and I are alone in this house. I won't look at him. If I turned my head, I could see him. But I won't. What? He's moving. He's moving out of the chair. And Grace! What? Oh.
up. I was on the floor, and the man had thrown up the door.
Good morning.
It's morning.
Yes, I would have come earlier, but...
Morning, and I must have been unconscious all night.
I beg your pardon?
Who are you?
Manson, detective, 2nd grade, county police.
From the police?
Yes.
Oh, but I couldn't reach you. Last night the phone was dead. I
Well,
tried...
the lines were out all through this area. That's why Mrs. Blaine didn't get through to us till this morning.
Mrs. Blaine, the old paralyzed woman down the road.
Yeah, that's right. As soon as the telephone lines were working again, she phoned us. She was worried about what she'd heard during the night.
She'd heard something during the night?
A woman screaming, miss. From this house.
That was me.
Well, you seem to be all right. Why did you scream?
The dead man in the living room moved.
The dead man in the living room? I see. Suppose we go take a look at him, huh?
You don't believe me, do you?
Well, it's not an easy story to believe, is it? But we don't have to argue about it. All we have to do is go into the living room.
All right, come in. I feel sort of shaky. You see, I fainted when he moved it. I've been on the floor all night.
This is the living room?
Yes. I think I'll stay out here if you don't mind. I'd rather not look at him again. There's nothing to be afraid of now. A policeman's here. And it's daylight, and they'll take him away.
Well, miss.
You saw him?
I guess you must have been dreaming.
Dreaming?
Mm-hmm. Because, you see, there is no dead man in the living room. There's nobody there at all.
Try looking under the sofa next. What? Oh, you weren't looking around for the corpse. Uh-huh. You were just hunting for that collar button you lost last spring. All right. Have it your own way. But if you happen to reach in under a hunk of furniture and your hand touches something cold and wet, that won't be a collar button, friend. Well, let's get back to Ann Winslow, who was a nice girl, but who had corpses walk out on her.
No dead man in the living room. But he must be there. I don't believe
Now,
it.
look here, miss.
He was in that chair in that...
Now, miss, it was just a dream. Or maybe a shock you had of some kind.
Don't call me miss. My name is Ann Winslow.
That's a pretty name for a pretty girl.
He was there. I took a taxi in the city last night when I missed my train, and he was on the back seat, and when I pushed him, he fell over, and I saw that his throat had been cut. And when we got here, the taxi driver brought him into the living room and went away and left him here with me.
Well, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between what you dream and what really happened.
Stop trying to be kind to me. He was here.
If he was, he'd still be here. Corpses have a habit of staying where they're put.
Wait. There was blood on him. There'll be some on the chair. On the back, maybe, or the seat cushion.
Well?
Nothing.
How'd you happen to miss the train last night?
I was at a party.
Did you get the taxi's license number?
No.
The driver's name or number?
No. I was too frightened to think.
Would you recognize the driver if you saw him again?
I'm not sure. It was dark, and I might, but
You're not giving me anything at all. There are thousands of cabs, thousands of drivers, and I've got nothing to go on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Manson.
Well, forget it. The drive out here wasn't bad, and I met someone nice.
Thank you.
I just wish I could be of more help. Well, if anything comes up, don't be shy about yelling for me. It's my job.
You don't think I'm crazy?
Of course not. This whole business, well, it was just one of those things, huh? Well, I better get back to headquarters.
Yes. You've been very patient.
That's all right. So long.
Goodbye. Just one of those things. One of what things? He was in that chair. No, it's all right now. There's nothing. Nobody in it. But I can't sit in it. Seat cushion's getting shabby. Maybe if I turn it over. On the other side. Someone already had turned it over because it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream because there's blood.
Can I help you, miss? I noticed you've been standing out here in front of the terminal for quite a while.
Well, oh, no, thanks, Porter. There's nothing you can do.
Well, you're the young lady who missed her train last night, aren't you?
Yes, that. Of course. course. You're the porter who helped me.
Plenty of taxis around now.
I know, but I'm trying to find the one I had last night.
You are?
Yes, you see, I left something in the cab. I thought if I could find the taxi again...
Well, that's not easy.
Well, but taxis usually work in the same neighborhood all the time, don't they? I mean, they have their special stand and
Well, that's true, miss, but you didn't get your cab last night at a stand. It was cruising.
Oh. You didn't happen to notice the license number, did you?
No, miss, I didn't.
Or recognize the driver?
I didn't even see him.
I'm beginning to wonder if I saw him.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I guess I'd better go. I don't want to miss my train again tonight. Goodbye. And tonight I locked the door. It's funny. Must have left the lights on.
Hello.
You... The cab driver, what are you
I heard you were looking for me, miss.
You're the same...
Yeah, I'm the cab driver who drove you out here last night. And a friend of mine. Hey, I notice he ain't around.
No.
Where is he?
I don't know.
I was awful fond of him. I wouldn't like to think of him wandering around cold, maybe, and, why were you looking for me?
The police didn't believe it.
Policeman, huh? Didn't believe what?
That there had ever been a corpse.
Too bad.
So, no harm's been done, and you haven't anything to worry about because the policeman probably thinks I'm crazy.
Maybe he'll change his mind. Maybe one of these days you'll spot me and call a cop. Maybe the cop will start asking questions, and I ain't good at answering questions.
They won't.
Once you put the finger on me, they will.
I won't do that. I'll forget the whole thing, honestly, I will.
Maybe. But will the cop you called?
He thinks I'm crazy.
You're a good-looking girl, miss. Which means the cop's gonna be back, and if he comes back, he's gonna find out you're not crazy. Because you're not crazy.
Stay away from me.
There was a corpse, and he had his throat cut, and he was in this room, and you saw him, and if a cop starts believing you, he'll look for that corpse, and he'll find it sooner or later, and then he'll ask me questions. So it'd be a lot better if you went away.
I'll go. I'll do anything you say. Don't touch me.
You'll go. But further than you think.
Your hands! You're choking me!
That's the idea.
Hit me!
In a couple of seconds, you won't have to.
No.
Hey.
Let me go.
That was the doorbell. Maybe you better go bye-bye for a while till I can get rid of the guy at the door. That'll keep you for a while. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you. For a minute, I thought maybe it was a cop. Hey, what's the matter? I don't like the way you're looking at me. Listen, maybe things were loused up a little bit last night, but I'm cleaning it up. Hey, what's that in your hand now? Now get away from me. Hey! Don't. I'll do anything.
The doorbell. Yes, the door. No one. I thought... Or was it last night? I thought the driver... He came back for me. I've got to get away. Get away. Someone lying at the doorstep. The driver. And he's throwing... Run. Get away, run.
Hey!
Run. Someone at the road. Run the other way. Other way.
Stop!
No. I won't stop. I'll never stop. Too smart to stop.
Stop!
He's getting closer. I can't let him go. I'm tired. I'm so tired. And my head hurts.
Miss Winslow, stop!
I'm tired. And my head hurts. My head.
Miss Winslow!
Don't.
Miss Winslow, what's the matter?
Mr. Manson.
Yes.
I thought you were...
Who?
I don't know.
Let me help you out.
I I was so tired.
You better get back to your house.
No.
It's cold. You have no coat. Come on.
All right. But he's there.
He?
The driver.
I see. I'll take care of him.
He doesn't need care. He's dead.
Did you?
Somebody. His throat. Got it.
Don't talk anymore.
He started to strangle me.
Shh. Here's the house.
How did you get here?
My car. It's out in the road.
I meant in time to...
I was worried about you. Now, watch the steps.
I can't go through that door. He's lying across it.
You've been very brave. Just step past him. There. Now, we'll shut the door. Now, sit down. The chair here.
Not the chair. It's the one...
All right. The couch.
Thank you.
Now to get the body away from your door.
Notify headquarters.
Yes, of course. Where's your phone?
In the hallway, right outside the living room door.
Good. The phone's dead.
The lines?
They're all right. But the wire on this phone must have been cut. For the driver, maybe. I gotta get word to town now.
Yes.
Can you drive?
No.
That's too bad. Otherwise, you could hop into my car and... Look, I'll be gone only a little while.
No, don't.
Our man was murdered. And his murderer must be found. We can't waste time.
You're right, but please...
I leave. You lock the door of this room behind me, see? Nobody can get at those windows, so with the door locked, you'll be perfectly safe. All right?
All right.
I'll lock it. And don't open it for anyone but me.
Yes.
Then I'll be seeing you.
Lock the door. And don't open it for anyone but Mr. Manson. All right. And I'll be perfectly safe. Perfectly safe. Oh. I dropped off. The phone. It was locked. Oh, I remember. Wait, he told me not to open it for anyone but himself. Still, this isn't anyone. This is the phone. No, I'll let it ring. I won't leave this room. Let it ring. He said the phone was dead. Not the line, but only my phone. Mr. Manson said the wire had been cut, but if it really had been cut, it couldn't ring. And it is ringing. It's ringing. That means he was lying. And if he was lying, he wanted me locked in this room so I wouldn't tell anyone. It stopped. Hello? Hello? It stopped, but I can call. The police, I'll call.
Calling somebody? Put the receiver back. I said put it back.
But that gun.
Well, that's better. Living room, please. How come you tried the phone?
It rang.
Too bad I didn't rip the wire out as I should have. Careless of me, but too bad for you.
What do you mean?
I haven't much choice, have I? The driver's buried alongside of the corpse you met last night. Back in the woods. That's where I went.
You're not a policeman.
I'm a murderer. The corpse you saw last night was an old friend of mine who had ideas about sharing my profits in a little racket I run. I cut his throat and fixed things with that cab driver to take the body out into the country and bury him. You hopped his cab, and the goon didn't have brains to get rid of you before you spotted the corpse. He got panicky and left it with you, and told me about it. I rushed out here to sell you a bill of goods. You bought all right, except the cab driver got scared when he spotted you watching for him at the railroad terminal. He decided to shut you up. I trailed him, and realizing how easily he lost his head, I took care of him. And now, I'll have to take care of you.
You can't go around killing...
I've done all right so far. What's that?
The door.
You did call somebody before I got back.
No.
The door. I forgot to lock the door. I gotta get out. It's a state trooper. He won't get... Oh. Anybody else? Hey, you.
Is he dead?
Yeah. It's a doornail.
He was a murderer.
He was. That's why he started shooting without waiting to find out. All I wanted was to tell him to move that car of his. It was blocking the road.
Quite a cut-up, Mr. Manson, wasn't he? And ambitious, too. Wanted to leave his mark on somebody's throat. He probably believed wholeheartedly in that proverb. You know the one. All work and no slay makes Jack a dull boy. Oh, that reminds me. I'd better hurry out and turn the motor off on that taxi. Oh, yes, it'll be still going. You can rely on that because nothing's sure but death and taxis.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Well, went sailing over the weekend. Trim little sloop known as the Vampire. Named after its owner, Nash. Everything went along with a charming frenzy. The owner yelled, "Man the deck!" And the captain promptly did. Just one man. Spread so thin over the deck you'd think he was sprayed. That afternoon storm gave us a time for a while. One guest was washed right over the side. We didn't rescue him because we just know he'll turn up. He did once before.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Death on the Highway, was written by John Robert and stars Ted Osborne in the role of Carlyle with Alice Reinhardt as Ginger.
And now for tonight's sweet symphony of screams. We're on Chicago's famous Skid Row, a brassy carnival street of flea circuses, sideshows, dives, and honky-tonks. Let's follow a newsboy as he darts into Enrico's, a basement tavern serving ragtime music and chili con carne.
Police drag river for Lester Samuels. Read all about it, paper, mister.
Yes, I'll take a paper.
Hey, didn't I sell you a paper right here last night? Same place, same table?
You did. Same place, same table, same me. You've got a good memory, mister.
Some story, huh? Samuels jumping off that bridge. What a way to die.
Yes. Oh, what a way to die.
Hey, you sound funny. Did you know Samuels?
No, I didn't know Samuels. You got your nickel. What are you waiting for?
Nothing. You don't have to get sore. Read all about it, police drag river.
I did know Samuels. Lester Samuels, embezzled $100,000 from Eric Carlyle, investment broker.
And I'm Eric Carlyle.
I did know Samuels.
I was an eyewitness to his last scene on Earth.
I played it with him.
Carlyle, I can't face it.
You have no choice, Samuels. You had a position of trust, and you embezzled $100,000.
10,000. I just took $10,000, not the $100,000 that's missing.
You're confused and hysterical. You lost heavily to gamblers, so heavily you lost track of how much.
That's not what happened. The firm is in shaky condition. You used my small theft to cover a bigger one of your own. You stole the other $90,000 from your own customer account.
It's an improbable story, Samuel. No one will believe it.
I stole only $10,000. I can borrow, scrape, make restitution, but $100,000? It means the rest of my life, the end of my life. Please, Carlyle.
You stand trial, and I'll help you. I'll do everything to mitigate your punishment if you cooperate.
No! I won't be your cat's paw. I'll kill you first.
Get away from me, Samuels, or I'll shoot. I'll kill you and tell the police to attack me. Now get out!
Samuel got out. Out of his coat on the bridge. Then over the rail just 24 hours ago. The police are still dragging for the body. With Samuel's death, I was safe. I thought. His plunge into the river made the police story simple and passed and solved. A thieving employee had taken the only way out. But I wasn't safe. Even here, a heavy-set stranger at an adjoining table guessed my secret.
Troubled about something, Mr. Carlyle?
Carter. How'd you know my name?
I read it off that tablecloth. You've been writing it over and over.
Oh, I always doodle my name.
Eric Carlyle. Your name's also in that newspaper in your lap. I read the story a while ago.
Look, if you're after Tut...
No, I'm not. I'm just making talk. Funny how a man's fears stick out all over him. As if he's wearing a sandwich sign.
Hate to break up your philosophizing, mister, but I've got to go.
Go ahead, run. See if you can run faster than the eyewitness.
Did you say the eyewitness?
Yeah. Every crime has its eyewitness, Carlyle. Even the perfect crime.
Who's the eyewitness?
You.
I ran in a high-powered convertible at 60 miles an hour into the teeth of an electric storm. The world's fallen suffocating at 60 miles an hour. I ran faster, 70 miles an hour, 72, 75. The rain fell and the sky thundered. I kept seeing Samuel's face, eyes up and begging blindly. Floating in every road puddle I splashed through. I pushed the car to 80, but Samuel kept appearing faster as I murdered him over again with every puddle and every mile. And then, where the macadam was level and the rain puddles ended, there was Samuel, this time alive and real, standing deep in my headlights, right on the road with his thumb pointing like a grotesque hitchhiker. Look out, Samuel! Samuel! It was minutes before I dared get out of the car. The hallucination of having struck someone was so strong. When the mood passed, I went to look. I had struck somebody. And there was a witness to it.
You bore down on the poor guy like you wanted to run him down.
It's impossible. It was Samuel standing in my headlights, a man who died yesterday, a ghost.
Yeah. How did a nut like you ever get a license to drive? This is a kid named Slim. He was trying to hitch a ride for us. I was waiting on the side, and he was thumbing you.
How is he?
I don't feel no pulse. He's dead.
You're sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Have a look for yourself.
I can't.
Well, help me get him into your car. There's a trooper's headquarters 2 miles up.
Wait a moment.
What for? Pneumonia? I'm soaked through to the skin.
The victim. Who was he?
A kid named Slim, I told you.
Friend of yours?
Well, not exactly. I only met him a couple of hours ago in a road diner. He'd had an argument with a red-headed dame he was with. They were eloping to get hitched before they got to fighting. The dame faded in a huff, and the kid, Slim, latched onto me.
You're a hobo.
Sure. I'm a hobo, and you're a killer. What about it?
I didn't mean to insult you. I'm desperate.
Yeah, well, mister, you will be when I testify as how you tore along at 80 and smacked into the kid like he was a paper bag.
Why should you testify? The kid, Slim, meant nothing to you.
You mean even less.
If I meant more?
Is that an offer shaping up?
If it was.
How much?
$1,000.
Hey, you got all that sugar on you?
Yes. It was a horrible accident. I'm sick, in desperate trouble.
Okay. What do you want for your grand?
Dispose of Slim somewhere and forget everything. Let me continue on as if nothing happened. Is it a deal?
1,000 talks. Get it up.
Here. There are 20 $50 bills here. I'll go on.
Sure. Hey, wait. Take the kid's overnight bag with you and dump it yourself somewhere. I don't want to be stuck with it.
I drove as far as I could get, then pulled into the yard of a roadside diner. The storm was over, and there was a wild gnawing in my stomach. I had to appease somehow.
What'll it be, mister?
Something hot, anything.
Clam chowder, okay?
Sure, yes. Clam chowder was in front of me. A sickening slop. It would do nothing for the agony in my stomach. And then I saw her come into the diner and into my life. My first sight of her was a face in the mirror in front of me. She stood behind me.
Mine company, mister.
The public place? That's where you like?
I like right beside you. How's the chowder?
Don't know. Haven't tasted it.
Looks awful.
Does it? How much do I owe you, mister?
2 bits.
You going?
Yes.
Without tasting your chowder? Wait for me. I'm not hungry either. A gentleman holds the door open for a lady.
Look, miss, you're beautiful and desirous and two's company, I'm sure, but I'm in no mood for flirtation.
Neither am I, mister, and I'm in no mood for fish stories either.
Fish stories? I haven't said anything.
No, you haven't. But you're going to try.
What are you driving at?
I looked over your car before going into that diner. I wanted to figure how many were riding and see if there was a chance for me to catch a hit. You got an overnight bag initialed SW on your front seat. SW. Slim Williams. That's my boyfriend's bag. What are you doing with Slim's bag?
I saw it lying on the highway and picked it up. I was going to turn it over to the state trooper first chance.
Come again. And don't try the lie that Slim caught a ride with you and then got out forgetting his bag. Slim never forgets anything. I know Slim. We were eloping to get married.
You think I robbed your boyfriend?
No. Not a guy with your fancy clothes and car. All Slim had on him was $30. The bag's just got a shirt, a toothbrush, and a Keystone camera. I think you ran Slim down.
Why, what? You think that?
By the way you're stalling and lying?
Right. Your Slim did suffer a minor injury. I tried to stop for him, and a friend of his some miles back, and stopping abruptly, my fender hit him a glancing blow.
Where's Slim now?
In a first aid clinic in Kenmore Township, 10 miles behind us.
Why did you lie about it?
I didn't want to be held up any longer. I'm in a hurry.
And why did you keep Slim's valise?
An oversight. Just that, believe me.
I'll believe you when I see Slim. You're turning around and taking me to him. Come on, get going. Now, what are you staring at?
You.
Don't pull that old wheeze. You've never seen me someplace before.
But I have. There's a quality in your voice, a likeness in your face.
Sure. I'm Zazu, the hula dancer you met in Borneo.
No, Samuel. You're the face of a man I knew. You're another ghost.
I remind you of a man. Mister, you sure pay pretty compliments. But I still want to be taken to Slim.
Every crime has its eyewitness, even the perfect ones. I was my own eyewitness. I had run from Samuel, the bookkeeper I'd framed and destroyed, into a new terror, an even greater danger. I had killed a hitchhiker named Slim and run. And now a girl with hard, accusing eyes was forcing me to turn back, forcing me to produce a dead boyfriend.
How much further to that hospital clinic Slim's supposed to be at, Mr. What did you say your name was?
I didn't. It's Chambers. Richard Chambers.
Now you're lying again. Your name's Carlisle, Eric Carlisle. You live on Mulberry Drive.
How did you know that?
By reading. You've got your car ownership slip around your steering wheel. I'm Ginger Thomas.
Hello.
How much further to Slim, did you say?
Not much farther.
Well, step on it. You're loafing along like we're out joyriding.
We were close to the place where I'd paid off that hobo. And again, the thing was coming alive before me. The dead were coming back in the black puddles. The car overtook and splashed through mile after mile. Samuel and now Slim lying side by side. There had to be an escape for me. I had to rid myself of the girl at any cost.
Why are you stopping?
Rear tire feels flat. Take a look at it.
Go ahead.
Tire is low. Have to pump air into it. Got a hand pump in the trunk.
Hurry it up.
I found a tire wrench in my tool chest, the only weapon available. Miss Thomas.
I'm used to being called Ginger.
Ginger, I'll need your help. Tire pump keeps slipping. Someone has to hold it while I pump.
All right, if I have to. Hey, it's pitch black and spooky out here. Where are you?
Here, at the rear of the car.
I can hardly make out.
Please hurry if you're going to help.
I'm staying where I am. Did you really think I was going to walk into a tire wrench whacking down on my...
My hand! You've got a gun.
It's Slim. I stole it from him when we quarreled. Can you still drive with that hand?
Yes. Your bullet hit the tire wrench. The hand's just stunned from the concussion.
Then let's go. This time I'll sit in the back and do the directing. In case you get any more funny ideas.
What's our destination?
Police headquarters. You're going to tell them you ran Slim down and then tried to murder me.
Ginger?
You warming up another fish story?
No more lies. I killed your Slim on the highway accidentally. I couldn't seem to stop in time.
Where is Slim now?
A hobo who was with him disposed of him. For a price.
How much?
$1,000.
Cheap way out for you.
I didn't haggle over price. I offered that much, and the hobo took it. I never haggle over the price of my safety. No price too high.
You're telling me. I saw you go for that wrench back there. Slim meant nothing to the hobo. Slim meant something to me.
I understand. If I could make it up to you, somehow.
He meant 100 times more to me than he meant to the hobo.
100 times more? $100,000?
Police headquarters about a quarter mile up.
$100,000 is a fortune.
Sure, it's a fortune.
If it means my safety. Yes.
I'm rich. Pull into the first tavern you see. I want the thrill of ordering a 4-inch steak and champagne. You're not eating, Mr. Carlisle.
Eric, formalities are a little pointless now.
Okay, Eric. Go ahead. Order something extra good. On me.
Thanks, no.
Say, how are you going to turn over all that money to me?
I have that much in my vault.
In cash?
In cash.
Good. Eric.
Yes?
Don't look now. Across the room in the end booth, near the piano.
Who is it?
The hobo. The one that Slim took up with.
The one I took up with. You mustn't see us, Ginger. Let's go quickly.
But I haven't finished half my steak.
You'll get another one some other place. We've got to get out of here. We got out of the tavern without being seen.
Wait a minute. This dawns on me that your safety is my safety now. We're partners, sort of. And the hobo's your problem and my problem.
I don't follow.
If the hobo gets to worrying about what he's done for you and yells cops, I'm out that $100,000 you're going to give me tomorrow. You see it?
In a way.
And if the hobo sticks his hand out for a second helping of your money, you can't pay him because I've got your money. So the hobo turns to me.
But how can he get to me? He hardly saw me in the storm of darkness. I didn't identify myself.
You don't know hobos. That $1,000 you gave him opened his eyes to a lot of possibilities. He doesn't know your name, but I'll bet you anything he jotted down your license plate number when you pulled away.
And then, what can we do?
Just one thing.
One thing.
If we're going to stay safe, we've got to shut him out. For good.
Murder.
You were the man with the lug wrench once. Look, I've got a fortune now, and Slim wants me to protect it any way I must. When Mr. Hobo comes out, we're walking him down the road and into the woods.
The hobo came out, and we walked him down the road, then toward the woods. I was beside him, Ginger behind him, prodding him with a gun. Ginger was protecting her fortune against the hobo as cold-bloodedly as I had once protected my fortune against Samuel's.
Now, what's the rap, mister? I ditched the kid like we agreed.
You're useless to talk.
Oh, the dame's been selling you a bill of goods. If you were Slim's girl, I seen her with Slim. Now, you're in the clear honest, mister. I loaded the kid down with rocks and threw him into a lake. I really done my bit for that grand.
Stop here, Eric. I'll take him into the woods.
You kill him?
Yes, me. I'll have to do the dirty work. Can't trust you with a gun, so I'm stuck doing it. Don't run off while I'm in there, Carlisle. We've got a morning date with your bank.
I won't run off. There's no place to run to.
Keep walking, hobo.
Look, I'll give you back that grand if that's what's griping you people.
Walk.
They disappeared into the woods for a moment. Victim and executioner. There was a long, heavy silence. And then...
See this? Came out of the hobo's wallet.
Why, 67432. It's my car license number.
It was his number to a juicy career of blackmail. But we're really safe now. Sucker.
We came back to town, Ginger and I. In the morning, I went to my bank vault and turned a packet of new bills over to her. $100,000. The money I'd stolen in Samuel's name and hidden away. She took the money without a word and went off laughing, as if she had a huge joke she wanted to tell the world. I'm here in Enrico's now. I've been an eyewitness to a lot of things since Samuel. I'm back here because there's no place to run to. The heavy-set stranger who called the turn on me last night is coming over.
Weren't able to shake that eyewitness, huh?
No. How can a man shake himself? I've been seeing Samuel everywhere. He's been a boy named Slim, hobo, girl named Ginger. Lock me up somewhere. I'm out of my mind.
No, you saw right. Samuels and his family. His 2 sons and his daughter.
Samuels? And his family?
Samuels didn't leap into the river. He merely left his coat on the bridge and walked away.
But I ran over a boy named Slim. He was under my wheels.
Before your wheels. He practiced just such a fall for days.
It was all a frame-up then. A frame-up to trap me, Slim, the hobo, the girl.
No, not a frame-up. Just a wave giving justice a little push on a wave.
Who are you? Another Samuel. Samuel's father, maybe?
No. I'm just an odd-job man working out of police headquarters. I specialize in digging up eyewitnesses.
You're a cop.
Yeah. Funny thing, how 9 times out of 10, the missing eyewitness turns out to be the guilty party himself.
Did someone just say all Carlisle needed was a dash of ginger to cook his goose? Still, you know, Carlisle hung on to his sanity, but tenaciously, right down to the last crack. Morals? Oh, I got a couple. Short fees on the nearest penitentiary wall, somebody. When embezzling money, be sure to amputate both hands so you won't finger yourself. And this clincher. He who frames a bookkeeper only hangs himself.
Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host inviting you into the Inner Sanctum once again. Come in. You're early tonight. The coroner hasn't arrived yet. But it's all right. The corpse is here. Yes, that's him over there in the corner. The slightly decapitated gentleman sitting with his head in his hands. All right, friends. Let's gather round and meet that grim reaper, Mr. Macabre. No. Don't try to run away. Lie perfectly still. If you race with Mr. Macabre, you're liable to end up in a dead heat. From the living room of a small house that has seen better days, a single light shines in the early evening. Inside, Grace Denning waits alone for her father to come home. Anxiously lighting one cigarette from the other, she paces the floor until at last she hears his footsteps on the porch stairs.
Father? Is that you, Father?
Yes, dear. Were you worried about me?
Well, you're never this late for dinner. I thought something might have happened to you. You weren't down at the river again, were you, Father?
No.
Well, where were you?
Just downtown. I stopped off for a minute. Grace, why are you staring at me?
You look so strange, so frightened.
Well, I should be frightened. You know what it's like to live without money week after week, waiting, hoping for a break that never comes.
Well, don't worry, darling. Your luck will change.
I'm not worried anymore.
You got the loan?
Yes.
From the bank?
No. From Dr. Tarleton.
Dr. Tarleton? He wouldn't lend you any money. He wouldn't lift a finger to help you.
Why not? He's an old friend of mine, isn't he?
Well, I wouldn't call him a friend. Not after the way he's treated you all these years. He still hasn't forgiven you for taking Mother away from him.
Don't be a fool.
Well, he hasn't. He's still in love with her. He told me so. At the funeral.
Well, what difference does it make? I've got the money, haven't I?
But how did you get it?
I told you he lent it to me.
Why did he lend you that money?
Because I gave him something in return.
What?
I sold him my brain.
What do you mean, Father?
I willed it to him in return for the loan.
Your brain?
Yes. He said it would be of value to him in his experiments. He said the medical school was making a study of men with artistic talents.
But you haven't painted for years.
Well, Dr. Tarleton didn't really want my brain, Grace. Can't you see? It was just an excuse to torment me.
Well, you're not going through with it. I won't let you.
You'll have to, Grace. I've gotten the money.
Then you'll give it back. I won't let you take it.
Here, what are you doing?
Holding him up to return that money.
Put that phone down.
Father, let go. Drive you out of your mind if you accept this loan. Now, let me speak to him.
Dr. Tarleton's office. Miss Henry speaking.
Hello. Oh, Miss Henry. Is Dr. Tarleton there?
Why, who's calling, please?
This is Miss Denning, George Denning's daughter. Would you ask the doctor to come to the phone, please?
I'm afraid I can't, Miss Denning. Dr. Tarleton is dead.
Miss Henry, I hope you don't mind my coming over here, asking you all these questions, but you see, Dr. Tarleton was an old friend of the family's, and I'm rather anxious to know the circumstances.
I understand, Miss Denning. Dr. Tarleton often spoke of you and your mother.
When did he die, Miss Henry?
This afternoon, about 5 o'clock. We can't be sure of the exact time. Nobody was with him when he died.
Nobody?
As far as we know. I was out of the office on an errand when it happened, and when I got back, he was dead.
But what happened to him? I mean, it was all so sudden. Did he have a heart attack or something?
Well, he was subject to dizzy spells, Miss Denning. He probably had one this afternoon.
Oh, I see.
But I'm not sure that's what caused the accident.
Accident?
Yes, he fell against the instrument cabinet in his office and broke the glass. The edge of it cut an artery in his neck, and he died before anyone could reach him.
How awful. Well, what makes you think it wasn't an accident?
I don't know. I just have a feeling it might have been murder.
Why? Was anybody with Dr. Tarleton when you left this afternoon?
Yes, a man by the name of Macabre.
Who?
Mr. Macabre. I don't know his first name or anything about him, but the police are investigating him right now.
And there wasn't anybody else this afternoon?
Not that I know of.
Are you sure? Didn't Dr. Tarleton have an appointment with a man who was interested in some sort of brain experiment?
What's that?
An elderly gentleman, tall, with gray hair and a long, thin face.
Why, Miss Denning, that was Mr. Macabre.
Where have you been, Grace?
Oh, just out for a walk.
Now, don't lie to me. Where have you been? Over to Dr. Tarleton's office.
Yes?
Yeah, well, what for? I told you not to meddle in my business. Tarleton's dead, and my bargain with him is automatically canceled.
Is that the agreement you made with him, Father?
My agreement with Dr. Tarleton doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't to me, Father. But it might to the police if they find a copy of that agreement.
What are you driving at?
Don't you think they'll find out Tarleton's death wasn't an accident?
Good heavens, Grace, you don't think I killed him, do you? You don't think I murdered a man for the sake of a few $100s?
What did you do? You were in his office at 5 o'clock this afternoon, weren't you?
Who told you that?
What difference does it make? Miss Henry knows you were there. She told me all about it.
I didn't speak to Miss Henry.
Mr. Macabre did. Oh, for heaven's sakes, Father, don't you think the police will see through a trick like that? They're out looking for you right now.
Well, confound it, Grace. I didn't kill Dr. Tarleton. And I never heard of Mr. Macabre. Now, let's not talk about him.
All right, Father. If you want to bluff it through, I can't stop you. Only I wish that you...
Just a minute. I'll get that.
No, let me. It may be the police. Hello?
Hello, Miss Denning.
Yes?
I've got to see you right away. I have something to tell you about the murder of Dr. Tarleton.
What do you mean?
I can't talk to you over the phone, but if you'll come down to 54 Palmer Street right away, I'll tell you all about it. Come alone, Miss Denning. And come quickly.
Just a moment. You haven't told me who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. The name is Mr. Macabre.
right, I'm coming. Yes? What do you want?
Why, I'm Miss Denning. Weren't you expecting me?
I never expect anybody around here, especially at this time of night. What did you ring the bell for?
Well, I was supposed to meet somebody here.
Are you sure you got the right address? This is the University Medical School, the autopsy lab. We're closed up for the night.
That's strange. I was sure he said 54 Palmer Street.
Who was this? One of the students?
No, a friend of mine.
Well, it's a funny place to be meeting a friend of yours, but if he said he'd be here, well, maybe you better come in.
Well,
Come on, I don't mind you waiting on the inside, sure. Yeah, I'm always glad to have a little company around. A place like this kind of gets under your skin.
What do you mean?
Ain't you never been to a medical school before?
No,
Well, there ain't nothing to be afraid of, lady, but it's just like being in a morgue with them dead ones around, especially tonight.
Why tonight?
And didn't you read in the papers what happened? Didn't you see where that doctor got killed under mysterious circumstances?
Dr. Tarleton?
Yeah, that's the one.
You knew Dr. Tarleton?
Oh, sure I knew him. He used to teach down here. Anatomy.
Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe that's why I was told to come here.
Because of Dr. Tarleton? You know something about his death?
No, but the man I'm supposed to meet here does. Have you ever heard of a Mr. Macabre?
Macabre? Are you waiting for Mr. Macabre?
Yes. Do you know him?
Who sent you here?
He did. He called me up on the phone and told me he wanted to speak to me about Dr. Tarleton's death.
Mr. Macabre said that?
Yes.
You better come with me, lady.
What's wrong?
I didn't say there was anything wrong. I just want you to come with me. I gotta know if you're telling me the truth.
Where are you taking me?
Don't worry, it ain't far. Right in here. Come on.
Stop pulling me, will you? Where are we?
Where do you think? In the lab.
But why did you bring me here?
Didn't you say you had to see Mr. Macabre?
Yes, but...
Well, this is where he is. Right in that canvas bag.
It's a body.
Of course it's a body. And they give them all names. The students, I mean.
Oh, no.
This one is Mr. Macabre. That's what I want to know. Who put you up to this? Who told you to come over here and tell me he was alive?
Nobody.
Don't lie to me. Every one of them students know I'm scared of Mr. Macabre. They've been playing tricks on me ever since I got here.
Let me go.
Not until I make sure he's in that bag.
What are you doing?
Opening it up.
No.
Look. It's not Mr. Macabre.
What?
It's Dr. Tarleton.
Are you sure it's Dr. Tarleton?
Can't you see it is?
I'm going to call the police.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to call anybody till you tell me why you came here.
I told you.
You told me a lie. You knew Dr. Tarleton was in this bag. You brought him here.
Don't be a fool.
Well, then who did? Who put you up to this? One of them students?
No.
They must have, or you wouldn't have told me that story about Mr. Macabre. Where is he? What have they done with him?
Nothing. Please, I didn't have anything to do with it.
Mean you're not playing a trick on me?
Of course not.
And it's true. It was Mr. Macabre.
What?
He's the one who killed Dr. Tarleton. He's the one who put him in that bag.
What are you talking about? You're insane.
Insane, am I? You don't know about Mr. Macabre. You don't know where he came from.
What do you mean?
His body, Miss Denning. They brought it from the state penitentiary. He was a murderer.
Stop it! Stop it!
No, I can't stop it. Don't you understand? We've got to find him and bring him back before it happens again. Wait, there's the phone. Hello?
Hello? Is Miss Denning there, please?
Just a minute. It's for you, Miss Denning.
That call?
Yes, here, answer it.
Oh. Hello?
Hello, Miss Denning?
Yes?
Tell your father not to worry about the murder. Dr. Tarleton was killed by a woman. A woman who lives at 9 River Road.
How do you know? Who is this?
Don't you recognize my voice? I'm Mr. Macabre.
That's the house, Father. 9 River Road.
Grace, you're not going in there.
I've got to, Father. I've got to know who this woman is.
Well, then I'm going with you.
No, please. You stay here. It may be some sort of a trap to find out where you are. I'm better off alone.
Well, careful, Grace. Please be careful. If this woman is a murderess...
Don't worry, Father. Just stay in the car, and I'll call you if I need you.
Well, all right, dear. I'll be right here.
Come in, Miss Denning.
Miss Henry?
Yes, Dr. Tarleton's nurse.
Good heavens. How did you know I was at the door?
I saw your car drive up. Come in, won't you?
But,
Quick, Miss Denning, come in. I've got to talk to you.
What's the matter?
Shh. I'll tell you in a minute. Just let me close the door. There. That's better. Now I can speak freely.
You act as though you were expecting me, Miss Henry.
I was.
That's strange. Nobody knew I was coming.
Oh, but you're wrong. I had a message saying you were.
A message? From whom?
Well, he wouldn't give me his name over the phone, but I had a feeling it was Mr. Macabre. Remember? He's the man I told you about at the office, the one the police are looking for.
He called you on the phone?
About 10 minutes ago.
What did he say?
Well, he didn't want to talk very much, but he said you were coming over to see me about Dr. Tarleton's death. He said you suspected me of committing the murder.
What do you mean?
Do you, Miss Denning?
Why, no. I have no reason to suspect you. What made you think I did?
Just the fact that he said so. And the way you're looking at me right now. How did you find out about the letter opener, Miss Denning?
What letter opener?
The one that's missing from Dr. Tarleton's desk. Who told you about it?
Why, nobody. I didn't know it was missing until you just mentioned it.
Then why did you come here?
Because Mr. Macabre...
Don't blame it on him. He never saw that letter opener.
Well, neither did I. I don't even understand what connection it has.
Don't you, Miss Denning? Why would a letter opener be taken from Dr. Tarleton's desk unless it had been used to commit the murder?
You mean Dr. Tarleton was stabbed to death?
He might have been. The murderer could have stabbed him first and broken the instrument cabinet later to make it look like an accident. Only that isn't the way it happened.
How do you know?
I know because that letter opener isn't really missing. It's just been mislaid somewhere. And if I had a chance to search the office, I'd probably find it.
Why don't you search the office now, Miss Henry?
I will, if you'll come with me.
All right. I'll come with you.
Good. I felt rather peculiar about going down there alone, but if you're with me... Miss Denning.
What's the matter?
Behind you, look. At the back window.
What? I don't see anything.
It was there, I tell you. It was there a moment ago.
What?
A face peering in through the window. It's Macabre. That's funny. There doesn't seem to be anyone out back here.
Must have been your imagination.
No, I saw it. I tell you, there was something... Wait. What is it?
Thought I heard something move behind the garage.
Quick, let's go in there. We can look through the back window without being seen.
Careful now. We mustn't make a sound.
Here. Hold on to my arm.
I can't see a thing, Miss Henry. Who's there?
Don't be afraid, Miss Denning. It's me.
Who are you?
Mr. Crane, don't you remember? The night watchman from the medical school.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for Mr. Macabre. He's around here somewhere. I just saw him.
Where?
Out in the field, behind the garage.
I don't see anyone out here.
You're not looking in the right place. Come with me. I'll show him to you.
No, don't. Don't go with him, Miss Henry.
Why not? It may take two of us to bring him back. He might not want to come with me.
Please, would you leave us alone, Mr. Crane? Go back to your job. Let the police find Mr. Macabre.
No, wait. He might know where Mr. Macabre really is.
Of course I know. I just told you he was down there in the field.
Then you go find him, Mr. Crane, and wait for me. I'll be there in a minute.
All right. But don't leave me out there alone with him too long.
For heaven's sake, Miss Henry, don't you know that man's crazy?
Crazy or not, I've got to know what he's up to. Here, take the key to Dr. Tarleton's office and go down there right away.
Aren't you coming with me?
Not until I find out about Mr. Macabre. Don't worry, Miss Denning. I'll meet you at the doctor's office in a few minutes.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Of course. Go ahead.
All right. I'll see you later.
Mr. Macabre! Mr. Macabre!
Oh, Mr. Crane. Where are you? Why don't you answer me? Here. Who's on that path? Oh, no, don't. The letter opener. The same letter opener.
Father? Aren't you in the car, Father? Where are you?
It's all right, Grace. I'm here.
Oh, where?
Right here in the doorway. Why, did you think I'd left you?
Didn't know where you were. Why didn't you wait for me in the car?
Oh, I don't know. I just got tired sitting there. Besides, I thought I heard some voices back in the house. Is anything wrong?
No. At least I don't think so. I'll know better after we get to Dr. Tarleton's office.
What are you going down there for?
A letter opener, Father. I've got to find out if it's really missing.
Oh, Grace, will you stop butting into other people's business?
But this is our business. Don't you understand? Are you coming with me? Or shall I go alone?
No, dear. I'll go with you.
Wait right here, Father. Just outside the door. Let me know if anybody comes down the hall. Even Miss Henry.
All right, but hurry.
I'll be as quick as I can. Oh. I should have turned on the light before I closed that door. Now, where on earth is that light switch? Oh. What's the matter with this thing? Yeah, it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't, Grace.
Who said that?
I did. Don't you recognize my voice?
No. Where are you?
Over here, sitting at my desk.
Dr. Tarleton.
Yes.
You're alive.
No, my dear. I'm just living on borrowed time for a while. Just long enough to tell the police who murdered me.
It's a trick. You're not really dead.
No. You shouldn't have come back here to return that letter opener. That was the trap we set for you. Only we never dreamed you'd kill Miss Henry.
You fool! Who are you?
Dr. Tarleton, dear. The man who was foolish enough to leave you half his estate because of your mother. You're a murderess, Miss Denning.
Be quiet. Be quiet or I'll kill you.
You can't kill me, Grace. You've done it already.
Now do it again. I'll do it right this time, the way I killed Miss Henry.
Here, put that letter opener down.
Let me go, let me go.
Grab her, Gus. I've got her hand.
No, don't touch her.
It's all right, Miss Denning. We won't frighten you anymore. We've got all the evidence we need now.
You're a detective.
You guessed it.
The dead man. The one you had propped up in the chair. Who is that?
Don't you know? That was Mr. Macabre.
Well, that was a corny stunt for Macabre to play. If I were a corpse, I wouldn't go around frightening confessions out of murderous young ladies. I'd rather be seen dead. And speaking of death scenes, have you ever heard the one about the ambitious ghoul who left no stone unturned? Well, friends, it's time once again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time, when we'll be back with a little hunk of horror. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until next week, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Come on in. One prankish little fellow, whom we shall call Maniac, for lack of a stronger word, just set fire to the walls. He said a closed room made him feel confined. As a result, 4 other characters are slightly burned up now.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Corpse for Halloween, was written by John Robert and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Jimmy with Barry Kroger as Kavanaugh.
And now, let's unhinge our minds a little. After all, what's a little insanity among friends? Tonight's story dramatizes the fanatical hold of memory. The one scene, the one fragment that plays and replays over and over again in your mind. The one terror that's with you when you dine and when you walk and when you sleep.
Sleep. Who can sleep? I'm here in the 35-cent flop, but I'm in the Burma jungle. Watching a scene that never gets stale, even though it's 5 years old. I can hear sounds travel across the brush. I pick them up as if I'm a receiving set. Animal sounds. And I see, as if my eyes are in the sky, I see 2 grim figures standing with their rifles aimed at a pair of jungle beasts, a tiger and its mate, in a crouch, ready to jump. They fire point blank together as if by signal. No good. They miss. The beasts roar and leap. I hear them scream out, Kavanaugh and Boxer Dolan, just before they die. 5 years. And you've been everywhere trying to forget. And you almost do forget. But it edges right back into your mind by itself. Like when a guy suddenly sneaks up on you in the night.
Do you have a match?
What?
Do you have a match?
Oh, yeah, sure. You popped up on me so suddenly.
You're a nervous man. Thank you. I have a parcel with me. For you.
For me? What, are you kidding?
No. I have a parcel for you. Here, take it.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait! But he's gone. Just the way he came. As if he's a chip off my sanity. As if there'd been nobody. But there is a package left with me. The mind doesn't dream up a package. A cardboard box, heavy kind of. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It is a head. The stuffed head of a jungle tiger. Its mouth fixed in a snarl that sends the blood hammering to my head. Doesn't make sense. No good figuring it out. Toss it into the river, box and all, and get away. Get among people. Yeah, Rocco's. Go to Rocco's. Get the jukebox going and slip into a fog. Coffee, Rocco.
Jimmy, I got something for you.
For me, Rocco?
A package. The guy come in before and leaves a package for you. See? For Jimmy Fox. Your name on it.
My name? My name's Jimmy Scott. You know that.
Scott, yes, but the man says your name is also Jimmy Fox. He says he knows.
He knows? I took the package outside into the night, into an alleyway. Another cardboard box, heavy. And tissue, lots of tissue around something that had the feel of a head. It was a head, but not a tiger's this time. It was a human skull. It shone with a hard white light where the moon touched it. And then it seemed to speak.
Do you have a match?
What?
You're being an idiot. It isn't the skull talking to you, it's me.
You? Where are you?
I'm behind you.
I don't see you.
It's because you're afraid to. See me now?
Yeah. A black suit and a face grinning at me like a laughing mask.
It is a laughing mask.
Well, why are you wearing a mask?
Why not? Tonight's Halloween.
Halloween? Sure. Halloween. Not everybody plays jokes. Oh, gosh, I should have remembered it was Halloween.
Can you identify the skull?
Identify? Look, what kind of a gag are you trying to...
Suppose I give you an hour to identify the skull. It's 8 now. Until 9 o'clock then, Jimmy.
Wait! Hey, wait! He was gone again. As if there'd been nobody. Just another big chip off my sanity. I really had to get away from myself now. I hit the back streets, and then somewhere a big neon sign across a tenement pulled me off the sidewalk. It read, the Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume ball. Public invited. A girl in a booth, masked like a witch, stopped me at the door.
Mask, mister?
Mask. Oh, sure. Give me one.
Black, green, yellow, or purple? What's your favorite color?
Yellow.
Here you are. 50 cents.
They are?
Oh.
Oh, what?
Just a description left with me. I'd almost forgotten. Are you Jimmy Fox?
Suppose I was Jimmy Fox. What about it?
This grocery bag was left here for you. A man told me to tell you. You forgot it somewhere. And he said that he'd meet you one place or another later. Here, take it. By the shape of it, I'd say you had a Halloween pumpkin inside.
What if I told you there was a human skull inside that grocery bag? He'd meet me one place or another. He did. He was under a street lamp, waiting for me to happen along.
Hello, Jimmy. Have you dared to call the skull by name yet? Or must I?
Look, that gag isn't paying off, mister. All right, go ahead. You call it by name.
Dolan. Boxer Dolan, remember him?
I Never knew the guy. You no doubt got me confused.
Have I, Jimmy? You've changed your appearance cleverly, except for one thing disguise could never conceal.
One thing?
Your guilt. You wear it like a badge of shame.
Oh, what am I guilty of?
Murder. 2 men left an encampment in the Burma jungle just before dawn. 2 men. Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh. A 3rd man remained behind. He played sick, pretended to have fever. The 3rd man was you, Jimmy. Must I tell you the rest?
Tell me the rest.
Dolan and Kavanaugh carried rifles in the event of a jungle encounter. There was a jungle encounter, a tiger and its mate. An emergency, but an easy one to resolve for 2 expert hunters. Just 1 shot apiece, and there'd be 2 more dead tigers. Just 1 shot apiece. They had their 1 shot apiece. But the tigers didn't drop dead in their tracks. Instead, Boxer Dolan and Kavanaugh dropped. Ask me what happened, Jimmy.
What happened?
During the night, someone had emptied their rifle loads and substituted blank bullets. You did that, Jimmy. You engineered the murder of 2 men. You murdered your 2 partners in crime. Just 1 day's push from the Hindu temple you'd all teamed up to loot. They got within 24 hours of treasure, and then you murdered them. 1 more day to the temple, so why split 3 ways, huh?
You know about the temple. But I never pushed on to that temple. No loot, no nothing. How about that?
You lost your nerve. You just hadn't counted on losing your nerve.
What are you, a detective?
No. I'm your 2nd victim. I'm Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? But Kavanaugh was killed.
Unfortunately for you, he wasn't. I'll show you what I had to survive. Feel my sleeve.
Feel it. It's empty.
Torn out of the socket. Now, the face behind this laughing gargoyle I wear. See the left profile. Oh, it isn't pretty, is it? The eye's gone, too. I spent 5 years finding you, Jimmy. I've waited a long time to let you see my face.
You came after me to kill me?
After you've had the same 24 hours you arranged that Dolan and I would have.
What do you mean, the same 24 hours?
Unarmed, in the jungle, and helpless. I'm going to hunt you for 24 hours. In this jungle, the jungle of the city, with every beast of prey I can buy. I'm going to hunt you, Jimmy. And in the end, when I've wrung every suffering from you, I'm going to kill you.
What do you mean? Every beast of prey you can buy.
The denizens of the city jungle, the riffraff, the murderers, the men and women who buy and sell murder. I can afford them, Jimmy. See this, Ruby?
Is it real?
And I have dozens, Jimmy, dozens. I didn't lose my nerve. It's 10 o'clock. You can go now. Go and see if you can escape me and my pack.
You're going through with this?
Get along, Jimmy. Hurry. The beasts will be coming at you from the sewers and the cellars, ambushing you from the shadows, into the dawn and through the day for 24 hours, until 10 tomorrow night. Or you win. You live. Hurry, Jimmy. See how painful death can be. That Kavanaugh's one fella I never want to hunt me up. No, sir. That guy slays for creeps. 24 hours. Kavanaugh's got 24 hours to kill, and Jimmy has just enough time to die. Yes, you know, Jimmy might win out over Kavanaugh, now that he's got an extra skull to go with the one he's stuck with. After all, 2 heads are better than 1. Let's live out the terror now, shall we?
An animal game of murder for 24 hours. I was to be hunted down in a jungle where human beasts came at you from the sewers and cellars, where killers in the hire of a homicidal lunatic lay in ambush. But I had to win. I had to save myself. I had to. Hide. The thing to do was to hide, fade into an alleyway and find a cellar and stay put for 24 hours. Just stay put. With the sickening reek of the garbage cans until 10 tomorrow night. Was I alone? Movement. There was a whispering movement somewhere in the cellar. A faint rattle of ash cans, as if the wind was rattling them. Wind in an airtight cellar. Hello? Anybody there? No answer. I'd been imagining. But then something winged at me, boring into my shoulder, sharp and deadly like a knife. I came to, bleeding from a shoulder gash. I got out of there and back into the streets, into a jungle of faces. It was Halloween night like I'd never seen it. Masks and costumes on kids of 6 and old crones of 60. A crazy jungle of witches and snarling sea captains and lunatics. They couldn't all be in the hire of Kavanaugh. And then, where a fence was plastered with circus posters of jungle animals, a zany-looking guy was shooting from the hip at the poster while making menacing faces like a bad man. I caught a whiff of powder in the night air. The shot had burned into the poster. I crept up behind him. Faking a gun with my fist in my coat pocket, I rammed against his back. Get him up, pal. Reach.
I got nothing to understand.
Your gun. I want your gun. Hand it over.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Now walk. Walk up the block and don't turn back to look. I had a gun now, and the tables were turned. I was the hunter now. I drifted to the docks and took up a position with my back to the river.
Thinking of suicide, Jimmy?
Not anymore, Kavanaugh.
You sound as if your morale had suddenly improved.
My morale's going great, Kavanaugh. Your animal hunt's about to boomerang, blow right up in your face like this. Who's hunting who, Kavanaugh? Who's hunting who? Kavanaugh kept standing up. 3 bullets, point blank, enough to blow his head off, but Kavanaugh kept standing up unharmed.
How does it feel to hunt game with blank cartridges like Boxer Dolan and I did once?
Blank cartridges? But that crazy-looking guy, I saw him burn a hole in the circus poster.
Only 1 bullet. The first one was real. Simple?
Yeah, simple. I get it. Dead-Eye Dick was another one of your beasts.
Who's hunting who, Jimmy? Who's hunting who?
Kavanaugh! Kavanaugh, wait! Kavanaugh, kill me! Get it over with and kill me now, will you? Kavanaugh, you gotta kill me! I had to get out of there. The subway. Get the subway. Fade into the subway. Get on a train and ride to the end of the line. Ride out of the jungle. An empty station. No one in it. No someone. 2 people. A dapper little guy buried behind a newspaper. And an old lady in ragged clothes carrying a pet half hidden under a coat. A pet that looked like a cat. She came up to me, close, like to ask me something.
This side goes to Lefferts Avenue Station?
Lefferts, I don't know. I'm a stranger here.
Oh, hush, Genevieve. Oh, Genevieve is hungry.
That's not a cat.
No, son. A cub. A tiger cub.
A tiger cub?
Would you like to stroke Genevieve?
No.
Don't run away, son. Genevieve won't hurt.
I ran away with the old crone after me, hobbling in her skirts. And a little dapper guy behind the newspaper circling at me from the opposite direction, cornering me. I jumped to the tracks, my only out, and I ran. I ran deep into the bowels of the subway, deep, very deep. With the little dapper guy after me, as if he meant business. And then the train. It had a Halloween look, too, bearing down on me. An iron face with banjo eyes. I ran against the wall and flattened out. The train flashed past and the dapper little guy screamed. Kavanaugh was shy, one beast in this jungle. The little guy had been hit glancingly and hurled against the subway wall, pulverized. I got to him quickly and frisked him. I had a gun now. A gun with bullets that killed. I ran a half-mile underground to another station, and then back on the streets. Back in the animal game. It was 3 a.m. A neon sign read, Tillery Street Boys Neighborhood Association. Halloween costume party. People were straggling out. The fun was over. What?
You remember me?
No.
I'm the witch who gave you a free mask and a grocery bag that you forgot somewhere. And you're Jimmy Fox.
Jimmy Scott. I used to be Jimmy Fox. Sister, are you all right?
Am I all right?
I mean, are you just what you look? A sweet kid with brown eyes and a heart.
Are you drunk?
No, beat. I'm dead beat. I've got to hole up somewhere, get some shut-eye. I've got to or I'll die.
You're sick?
Yeah, I'm sick. If I could just sleep around the clock until 10 tomorrow night. If an angel came along and said, come home with me, I'll put you up.
Come home with me, Jimmy. I'll put you up.
I fell asleep on the sofa with the gun under my pillow and the girl on a chair watching me anxiously. I had a friend. I could drop off and live in dreamland until 10 that night. At 10, I could wake up and live. Coming awake, I heard the alarm we'd set go off. The alarm stopped. And there was a sound. An animal sound. And then a claw scratching at me, tearing at my cheek. And I jumped up. The girl was gone. A guy was sitting watching me now. A skinny kid with a heavy shock of hair, not a day over 21.
Oh, that's a lousy way to have to wake up from a sleep, pal.
Lousy way. There was an animal clawing at me. My cheek's bleeding.
Genevieve, she isn't housebroken. Still a little wild. You should have seen her dash for the kitchen when you let out a scream just now.
Genevieve. Who are you?
You're Jimmy Fox, huh?
Yeah.
I got something for you.
For me?
Yeah, it was given to me to give to you. Here.
A ruby. Hey, wait a minute, look. It's 10 o'clock. I set the alarm for 10 and it's 10.
Well, it's only a quarter of. That clock's always 15 minutes ahead.
Now the game's over. It's 10 and you can't cheat. I've won, Kavanaugh. You can't go back on your promise, Kavanaugh. You can't.
What are you trying to get over, pal? I don't
I've won. You can't cheat. I won't be tricked.
A gun. Pal, you're crazy. Here, wait, look. Oh! You're crazy.
It's 10 and I won't be tricked, Kavanaugh. I've won. I'm still on the sofa. My arms are rigid, and my legs rigid. Like something exploded inside me and paralyzed my nerves. I can just look and hear. She's in the room now. The girl with a sweet face and brown eyes. Only her eyes are red, swollen from crying. I hear her talking to a cop. He's taking down what she said.
He was a stray. He was like a sick dog in the street. So I picked him up and brought him home.
Yes, why did he kill your brother, Buddy?
I don't know. I was taking a shower, and I heard him scream like a crazy man. I heard him talk all mixed up. But I was taking a shower, and I couldn't get here in time.
There must be something you can tell me, miss.
Oh, officer, everything is so mixed up. At the Tillery Street costume ball, a man gave me a cat with tiger stripes, and he begged me to keep it for him for a while until he found a new home for it. He'd been evicted, he said.
Yes?
Well, then, In the all-night restaurant my brother works in, a man gave Buddy a ruby to give to Jimmy Fox. When he woke up, he told my brother the ruby belonged to Jimmy Fox.
This piece of glass?
Yes.
That's something off the Woolworth dime counter. What else?
That's all. Really, that's all.
I watch and I hear. I see through Kavanaugh's trick. Get me crazy, so I'll murder a stranger who called himself Buddy. The brother of a girl with brown eyes and a heart. Flame me, so I'll just want to die. Through weeks of a murder trial and months in the death house and 4 minutes in the death chair. I kept listening to them talk. The girl and the cop.
Okay. We'll have to get the rest from Jimmy Fox there. Yeah, look at him. He's paralyzed with fright. I wonder what kind of a crazy Halloween story he's going to try to palm off on us when we get him talking. Captain Devereux speaking. McAvoy, send a police ambulance to 445 10th Street, apartment 3 rear. And McAvoy, see that a straitjacket's on that ambulance.
Well, quite a chase. It got so poor Jim didn't know whether he was coming or going. Nuts. What got his goat most was the way he kept seeing animals everywhere. Very confusing to a guy on the lamb. Yeah, it got so he couldn't tell who's zoo. Moral? Oh, sure. I read this Halloween notice on a tree somewhere. Never hunt out of reason. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you again through the creaking door into the Inner Sanctum. Come in, come in. I'm enjoying some winter sports with a couple of cold-blooded skates. Personally, I don't mind the low temperature anymore. That's because I wear a snow-foe storm coat. Keeps the cold spirits out. Yes, sir. Now I'm just a werewolf in a sheepskin-lined shroud. Oh, him? Now, that's our photographer, Artie. Yes, he just passed out while taking a picture from overexposure. Ready now for our excursion beyond the grave. Let me warn you, we're a bit crowded. You may not be able to get a round-trip ticket. We can accommodate you on the way out, but coming back, you'll have to double up with a corpse. The fog rolls in from the sea and begins to blanket the long, narrow island, which is joined to the Florida mainland by a bridge. In the lone house on the island, two men stand at the window, watching the mist develop into a thick gauze, obscuring the lights on the mainland.
Listen, the fog is getting worse. Look out there. It's covering everything like a disgusting, evil monster.
It'll lift by morning.
Morning. Morning. I may not be here by morning.
What the devil do you mean by that?
I mean, I may not be alive.
What are you
Unless you help me. I asked you out here tonight because I was afraid to be alone.
But you said before that your sister-in-law, Carol, and her husband, what's his name, Everett, would be here.
Yes, Vincent, but you're my friend. You're my closest friend. For the past week, I had a feeling that death was coming here to the island. And then when the fog began to roll in from the sea, I knew it would be tonight.
Arthur, you're not making sense. You've got nothing to worry about. Except for being a little nervous, you're perfectly healthy.
You don't understand, Vincent. Valerie's come back.
Valerie?
Yes, she's here on the island.
For heaven's sake, Arthur, get hold of yourself.
She's here, out there, someplace in that fog.
That's impossible, and you know it. It's been 6 months since your wife Valerie drowned.
They never found her body. It was never washed up on shore.
A drowned body isn't always found.
She never went out on that boat.
Of course she did. It was all settled at the coroner's inquest.
No, there were some things that were never settled.
What do you mean by that?
You know Valerie. You know how strange and moody she was.
Well, a great many people are moody.
No, not like Valerie was. She would prowl this island at night with that cat of hers always following. Everywhere she went, that cat would be with her. And on foggy nights, they'd be gone for hours.
Well, that still doesn't prove that Valerie wasn't on that boat.
Of course it does. Don't you understand? Cats hate water. I begged her many times to go out fishing with me. She'd never step foot in a boat.
Look, this is all just your imagination working overtime.
Oh, Vincent, she's come back to kill me. She hated me. From the day we were married, she hated me. On her wedding night, she flew into a rage. She scratched me. Her hand was like a claw, like a cat's claw. And now she's come back to kill me.
You better stop talking that kind of...
The cat disappeared the night Valerie did.
Well, of course it did. It drowned with her.
No. The cat's come back to the island. I've heard it at night.
What you heard was probably a stray cat that wandered onto the island across the bridge.
What?
Now,
I'll get it. Hello.
Arthur Cameron.
Yes, who's this?
Listen. You have 6 hours to live, Arthur. Just 6 more hours.
It was Valerie. She spoke to me.
What are you talking about?
The cat was with her. She said I had 6 hours to live.
6 hours? Here, let me have that phone.
It's no use. She's hung up.
Oh, maybe we can trace the call. Hello? Hello, operator. Operator.
You're going to kill me. You've got to help.
Now, just take it easy, Arthur. I'll get the police in a minute. Hello, operator. Operator.
What's wrong? Why doesn't she answer?
I think I know why. I'm afraid the wires have been cut. Come on. I'm driving you to the mainland.
Can't you drive faster?
With the fog as thick as it is, Arthur, I'm going faster than I should.
But you've got to get me off the island.
The bridge is just ahead. We'll be on the mainland in a few minutes. Say, I just remembered something.
What?
You said that Valerie's sister Carol and her husband Everett would be out here to visit you tonight.
Yes, but we can't wait for them.
What time did they say they'd be here?
8:30.
Well, it's past that now. They should drive along this road any moment. Maybe we'll meet them and then we'll...
Why did you stop? We can't stay here.
The bridge. If I hadn't stopped quickly enough, we'd both have been killed. This end of the bridge has been washed out.
Vincent, please, let's go back into the house. She's somewhere near us in the fog here. I can feel her.
I'm not going in until I find out where that phone wire was cut. I'm going to splice it together again. It's our only chance of reaching the police.
It's 9 o'clock. An hour has gone by already. And if I'm not out of here by 2 o'clock...
What is it?
Look, you can see it through the fog. There's a strange yellow light down the road.
Why, it's the headlight of a car coming this way.
A car?
Yeah, quick. Behind the house here and stay out of sight. It's turning into the driveway.
How could a car have come onto the island with that bridge washed out?
Be quiet. Somebody's getting out.
They're coming this way. What? It's Carol and Everett. Carol! Everett!
Arthur! What in the deuce are you doing out here in back of the house? You scared me.
Everett, I'm so glad you're here.
What's the matter, Arthur? You acted
I'll tell you in a minute, but how did you get here?
Say, what's gotten into you?
How did you get on the island?
We drove over the bridge and up the shore road. How else can you get here?
But how could you drive over the bridge? It's been washed out.
Washed out?
I saw it with my own eyes, and Vincent saw it too, didn't you, Vincent?
I certainly did.
Oh, Vincent, I didn't know you were here.
Yes, Everett, and I'm glad I am.
Well, you two must be mistaken. Carol and I drove over that bridge less than 3 minutes ago.
3 minutes, huh?
Why do you say it that way?
Are you sure you haven't been on the island longer than that?
What does he mean?
Hanged if I know.
Some very strange things have been happening. Arthur's life has been threatened.
What?
It's true, by your sister Valerie.
Don't you two know that April Fool's Day is months away?
Joke all you want, Everett, but it's true. Even the telephone wire has been cut. Listen, the telephone.
Yeah. So the telephone wire's been cut, huh?
You better answer it, Arthur.
I'm almost afraid.
Come on, I'll go in with you. Hurry up.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Arthur.
Valerie?
We're here, Arthur. Listen. It's 9 o'clock, Arthur. You have 5 more hours to live.
This waiting, I can't stand it. Why don't the police come?
Now, take it easy, Arthur. They'll be here. We only phoned them a few minutes ago.
But something might happen before they get here. We can't just sit around waiting for them to arrive.
Of course, it would be difficult to find anybody out there in that fog. But we could look around until the police got here.
No, I'm not going out there. She's waiting for me.
Arthur, please try to understand. It couldn't be Valerie.
You don't know any of you. I can feel it. She's coming closer and closer every minute.
Arthur, you've got nothing to worry about. I've got this gun. And believe me, I won't hesitate to use it.
Vincent, I didn't know you were in the habit of carrying a gun.
I gave it to him, Everett, before you arrived.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me with a gun?
I really don't trust anyone with a gun. Carol, what is it?
There was something outside the window. A sort of face.
Carol, please, now don't you get started on this crazy nonsense.
No.
It's just a swirling fog.
No, I saw it. But now it's gone. I could make out the eyes. They were shining like the eyes of it. Look out!
She's here! She's coming for me!
Let's go, Everett. That came from the back of the house.
No, don't leave me.
Carol, you go with Vincent. I'll stay with Arthur.
All right. Vincent! Vincent, wait!
Arthur, I stayed with you because I want to talk about Vincent. I think it was foolish of you to give him that gun.
Vincent's my friend. I trust him.
You shouldn't.
Why do you say that?
Don't you remember how he acted at the coroner's inquest? He testified against you time and again, very subtly, to make them think you were responsible for Valerie's death.
You were wrong. Vincent would have no reason to do
No? He and Valerie were quite close before you came along, Arthur. Even after you came along.
That isn't true.
He even saw her the night she disappeared.
You don't know what you're saying.
At the inquest, he swore he wasn't on the island that night, but he was. And I can prove it. Here, look at this.
The cigarette lighter.
Yes, with Vincent's initials on it. You can still see them through the rust.
Where did you get that lighter?
Carol and I found it in the water near the boathouse. I remember the day after Valerie disappeared, Vincent made a remark about losing his lighter. Now, do you still think he's such a friend?
What? If what you say is true, you and Carol and I have got to stay together until the police get here.
You're sure they're on the way?
Yes, they told me on the phone it would take them less than 15 minutes to get here.
Well, it may not be safe for you to wait for them here. We'll go down to the bridge to meet them.
No, I'm not going out in that fog. She's there waiting for me.
Look, Arthur, you've got more to fear from Vincent than anyone.
But don't
come on before he returns.
All right. We'd better go out through the French windows.
Good idea. We'll stay close to the house until we get to the garage.
The fog is so thick, I can't see you.
I'm just on the edge of the gravel path.
Wait, what's wrong?
Arthur, stay where you are.
Where are you?
Something's out here near us.
Don't move.
Just brushed against me.
Oh!
Run! Run!
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Don't go away, kitty. We need you for a couple of more murders. Everett's dead, you know. That's what he gets for letting a black cat cross his throat. Say, how do you like that Valerie? She's some wife, huh? Nagging her husband right to the grave. The same one she's in. Well, Valerie's sore about that last phone call she made. The operator said to her, 5 cents for the next 5 murders, please. Now let's get back to our frightened friends on that Florida island.
She meant to kill me, Carol. She mistook Everett for me.
Arthur, please. How is he, Vincent?
He's dead.
Oh, no. Everett.
It's as if his throat was torn open by a wild animal.
I told you she was more animal than human. She and that cat, they were in here.
Carol, you'd better not touch the body.
Oh, leave me alone. You've done enough already.
What's that supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it means, Vincent. And when the police come, I'm going to tell them how you ran away from me out there in the fog.
I didn't run away from you. I thought you were behind me when I came back to the house.
You're lying.
Just a moment, Carol.
What is it?
The cigarette lighter that Everett had in his hand, it's missing.
What cigarette lighter?
You know the one I mean. The one that was found in the water near the boathouse.
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
I have. Arthur, you'd better search him.
Now, look here.
If you're as innocent as you claim to be, Vincent, you shouldn't mind.
All right, then go ahead and search.
I will after I make this call.
Whom you calling?
The police. Can't understand why they haven't gotten here yet. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Hello.
Hello, operator. Will you please connect me with police headquarters and hurry?
Do you think you've been calling the police department all this time, Arthur?
Valerie.
Yes. Valerie. We're still here. It's 10 o'clock, Arthur. You have just 4 more hours.
Arthur, where's Vincent?
I just left him. Carol, did you know about him and Valerie?
Well, yes, Arthur.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I wanted to. But after all, she was my sister.
We'll have to get away from him.
Yes. Well, suppose we tell him that we're going for the police. He can't have any objection to that.
But suppose he wants to come with us in the car.
Well, somebody has to stay here with Everett's body.
Would you think it's safe to leave him here? If he killed Everett, he'll have a chance to destroy any evidence.
We can't help that. It's safer to leave him here than to take him with us. He still has that gun of yours.
That's right, I have.
Vincent.
Forgive me for disturbing you, too.
I thought you were supposed to be outside.
I was outside for a while. But I saw somebody moving around in the other room, so I came back. When I got to the other room, I found Everett's body missing.
What? Gone? Everett's body is gone?
Vincent, you were in that room before alone.
So was Carol after I left. Weren't you, Carol?
Oh, I don't remember. I may have been.
You were there alone, Carol. I remember.
Arthur, you walked with me to the front door. When I left the house, the body was still there. After that, I don't know what happened. But perhaps Carol does.
What are you driving at?
What do you think I'm driving
you
at?
You mean that I did something with Everett's body?
Draw your own conclusions. I've drawn mine.
How dare you imply such things? I won't listen to another word of such talk. Not another word.
Well, Arthur, what do you think?
I don't know what to think. I'm going out of my mind. I don't know where to turn, who to trust.
You can trust me.
I wish I was sure that I could.
Oh, of course you can. Now, come here, Arthur. Don't you see? The one who hopes to kill you is trying to break you down first. Now, for your own sake, you mustn't give in. I don't know who's behind all this, but I do know this. It's all part of a plan to destroy you little by little. Don't you see that now?
Nothing makes sense.
Now, you listen to me, Arthur, and listen to me well, because there isn't a great deal of time left. We've got to get away from Carol while there's still time, while she's not here.
Why?
Can't you see she's trying to kill you?
Oh.
Yes, don't be a fool. Carol is the one who lied to you. She and Everett both. They intended to murder you, but in the darkness and the fog, Carol made a fatal mistake. She thought it was you she was killing, not Everett.
No, that was Valerie in the room. A human animal was there. You saw the claw marks on Everett's throat.
That could be accomplished with an iron claw. Valerie is dead.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because I know she's dead. They never drove across that bridge at 9 tonight. They've been here on the island all evening.
How do you know that?
I know that because we saw that bridge with our own eyes. And I saw it again just 10 minutes ago. It's still down.
You're just saying that.
Come on with me, Arthur, and you'll see for yourself.
No, you're trying to get me out of the house, out into that fog where Valerie...
Will you stop being an idiot? Here. Take this gun. That'll make you feel any better. Take it and hold it in my back while we're outside. Now let's get away from Carol while there's still a chance.
All right. Give me the gun.
Yeah.
Now, keep in front of me all the time. And I'm warning you, if you make one false move, I'll kill you.
You see? Carol and Everett were lying to us. The bridge is still down.
You're right, Vincent. They couldn't have come across that bridge.
Of course not. The only trouble is we can't get back over it now either.
But we've got to get off this island
Wait
somehow.
a minute. I should have thought of it before. Your boat.
I sold the motorboat after the accident.
Well, what about a rowboat?
There's still one of those down at the boathouse at the other end of the island.
Good. Then we can row over to the mainland.
Yes, of course. Come on.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Back to the house with the car.
Don't be ridiculous. We can't go back there now. We gotta walk.
All right, along the beach here.
Gotta walk faster than that, Arthur.
Vincent, I have a feeling we're being followed.
Just your imagination. Who could see us in this fog?
But I tell you that we are being followed. I told you. Look behind us.
Yes, I can see it now. It's a cat.
And there's a woman with it. Valerie!
We've lost them, Arthur.
They can't be far behind.
Doesn't make any difference now. There's the boathouse just ahead.
The boat! It's not at the land.
Well, it must be. You can't see it because of the fog.
I can see it isn't there.
All right, then we'll hide in the boathouse till morning.
You can't hide from the dead.
Oh, will you please stop that nonsense? We're dealing with somebody very much alive. You've still got that gun.
You can't harm the dead with a gun.
Come on, we're going inside. Door's locked.
I didn't lock it. This boathouse has never been locked before.
All right, wait here. I'll break through the window and come around through the inside. There, just wait for me and I'll unlock the door.
They're coming, Vincent! Hurry, hurry!
Now, come on inside, Arthur, quickly. Better lock the door.
Yes.
Arthur, we're in luck. There's a phone here.
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
Maybe it hasn't been disconnected like the other one.
I'll try it. Hello. Hello, operator.
Hello, Arthur. It's 11 o'clock, Arthur. Just 3 more hours.
Quarter to 2, Arthur. You can't stay here another minute.
And I can't run away any longer. Where would I go? Where would I hide? If she's going to kill me, let her come and do it.
You've still got 15 minutes.
Oh, my time's run out now.
Well, I wanted to help you save yourself, but you wouldn't let me. I'm not going to stay here another second.
Vincent!
This is your last chance. Do you want to make a run for it with me?
I told you it was no use.
All right, then there's nothing more I can do. Goodbye.
Valerie!
Yes, Arthur. I've come for you.
Valerie, please.
You know why I've come, don't you?
Please, don't come any closer.
You hated me so much. Couldn't even wait until death came to me naturally. You knew how much I hated water, how much I was afraid of.
Stand where you are. Don't come another step.
You despised me because Your bullets can't harm me. There's no way you can harm me anymore because I am dead. But I can harm you.
Valerie, forgive me. Valerie, please forgive me. I was sorry as soon as I threw you off the boat, but it was too late. I dived into the water to find you, but I couldn't. I tried until my lungs almost burst. Please forgive me.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I wanted to live. Well, now it doesn't make any difference.
You're wrong about that, Arthur.
Vincent!
It makes a big difference to us.
What are you doing back here?
I was listening outside to your confession.
Confession?
Thank you, Miss Mason. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Miss Mason?
The fog outside and this dim light in here helped her disguise.
And it wasn't Valerie.
How could it be? Valerie's dead, isn't she? And the dead can't really return.